MyTeam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Are you looking for career opportunities with great benefits and job growth? How about the chance to make an impact? What we do here at the City of Phoenix matters. 14,000 employees and counting, all dedicated to making a difference in the communities where they live, work, and play. So come join us. Help us do work that makes Phoenix work. You can see all open positions and apply at phoenix.gov/jobs. This message is sponsored by the City of Phoenix.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Tonight, Game 3 of the WNBA Finals will be in downtown Phoenix. The Mercury, down 0-2 in the series, will host the Las Vegas Aces as Alyssa Thomas and company look to get back in this series. The Arizona Cardinals yesterday fined head coach Jonathan Gannon $100,000 for the sideline altercation between him and Amari DiMercato. Offensive coordinator Drew Petzing spoke with the media yesterday and was asked about his 3rd and 8 play call late in the fourth quarter.
At the end of the day, anytime I make a call, I'm trying to go win the game. You know, whether I'm putting the ball in Kyler's hands, whether I'm putting the ball in the back's hands and trusting the O-line. You know, I think just based on the situation where we were, the down and distance, I didn't love the call. Felt like I put our guys in a tough spot and not happy with that.
And Sam Levit and the Sun Devils continue to prep for a Utah Saturday night game where both teams will look to keep pace in the Big 12. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? It's Arizona's largest roofer, an A+ with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Wednesday. Game night in the Valley. Game 3 of the WNBA Finals. Let's go, Mercury.
Go on, Vin.
There you go. There you go, Vinny.
We're waiting. That became a double meaning right there.
Yeah. We've got that going on tonight.
Thank goodness it's best of 7 this year, right? Or else they'd be on the brink already.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a really, really good point. Actually have room for a series to kind of expand and go left and go right and, yeah.
By the way, on that front, did you see the note on the first 2 games, television ratings-wise?
No.
Saw the first one.
I did, yeah.
Game 1 was the highest-rated WNBA Finals game since the first year.
Wow.
And this is, I mean, you want to talk about changing over the course of years? The first WNBA Finals was a 1-game elimination.
Yeah, I remember that.
That was it.
Wow.
And now they're playing best
I didn't know the ratings were that good.
Yeah, and that was on a Friday night, too, which is usually not a great.
That.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a good game, too. It went down to the wire, so maybe that is it. But
well, maybe the word's out. People know all the smokes in the W.
There's a lot of smoke.
Yeah, right?
People wondering about it's so smoky, people are wondering about the future of the league, quite honestly.
Why? Because of whole lockouts and strikes and stuff?
Well, I mean, Adam Silver himself came out and said this whole discussion between players and leadership has gotten too personal. He's got to step in and play a bigger role. I mean, there might be a work stoppage. With the vitriol that was spewed by a coach and by a player toward the commissioner's office, we've never seen anything like that.
No.
That directly, anyway.
No, but listen, where have we seen a commissioner of a major professional sport as clueless as this one? And maybe I'm painting with
Well, it feels like I'm trying to remember though. Has there ever been such a divide between the players and the commissioner in any sport?
Yeah, I think David Stern, when he implemented the dress code, I don't think players were digging that.
That was pretty big. Yeah,
that was pretty big. But David Stern, but the NBA was very well established. I think the W is an entity all by itself.
Well, if you put it this way, a couple of WNBA players decided, you know what, let's start our own league in our off time. And by the way, it's not even real full-fledged basketball. It's
3-on-3.
3-on-3. Mm-hmm. And they make more money in that league than the WNBA pays in year 28.
From the late 90s to sort of the mid-2000s, I think the NHL players with Gary Bettman must have been, because they had 2-3 work stoppages.
The whole season.
Yeah. So that must have been pretty contentious also.
Yeah, it's a pretty
point.
good one.
And he's sort of come back around now.
Still in office.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, well, good luck to the Mercury tonight. Jarrett, start the show.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
The Arizona Cardinals fined head coach Jonathan Gannon $100,000 for his sideline altercation with running back Amari DiMercato. During Sunday's loss to the Tennessee Titans, the exchange happened early in the fourth quarter after DiMercato released the football before crossing the goal line on what should have been a 72-yard touchdown run. Monday, Gannon acknowledged it, apologized to DiMercato and the team. ESPN's Adam Schefter reported there will be no further discipline for Gannon from the league or team. We'll have some reaction to that today. Players' day off on Tuesday for the Cardinals, but that also means coordinators held court with the media. Offensive coordinator Drew Petzing asked several questions about play calling and the decision to run the ball on the Cardinals' final possession, leading but on a 3rd and 8. Quote, at the end of the day, anytime I make a call, I'm trying to win the game, whether I'm putting the ball in Kyler's hands or I'm putting the ball in the back's hands and trusting the O-line, Petzing said. Continued the quote, I think based on the situation where we were, the down and distance, I didn't love the call. I felt like I put our guys in a tough spot, and I'm not happy with that. We'll have reaction to that later.
Yeah, listen, so you know how you felt worse after Jonathan Gannon talked on Monday? I felt even worse after yesterday, if that's possible.
I'm right there with you. Cardinals will be back on the practice field today to start preparation for their Week 6 game against the Indianapolis Colts at Lucas Oil Stadium, meaning we'll get our first look at the injury report for both teams later on this afternoon. Around the league, the Cincinnati Bengals acquired quarterback Joe Flacco and a 6th-round pick from the Cleveland Browns in exchange for a 5th-rounder. Flacco had started the first 4 games at quarterback for the Browns before being replaced by rookie Dylan Gabriel in Week 5. Flacco completed 58.1% of his passes for 815 yards, 2 touchdowns, 6 picks. Cincinnati has lost 3 straight games with Jake Browning at quarterback. Browning has thrown 8 interceptions, the second most in the league on only 124 pass attempts. The trade also means that rookie Shedeur Sanders is now Gabriel's backup in Cleveland. Everybody happy about that now? You finally got what you wanted.
Yeah. Who's they? Who wanted that?
All the people that were up in arms last week when Shedeur was doing his mime time thing. Free agent wide receiver Odell Beckham Jr.
That is true. He kind of got rewarded for that, huh?
Yeah. Odell Beckham Jr. has accepted a 6-game suspension for violating the NFL's policy on performance-enhancing drugs. Beckham said he failed a PED test last season when he was a member of the Dolphins. So it's one of those hypothetical suspensions. He's not on a team. He's never on a team.
Didn't he retire?
No, he just waits until he wants to sign.
Wow.
He's like the Roger Clemens of football.
Odell Beckham is in George's box.
Except he's not good anymore.
Well, there's that, too. Game 3 of the WNBA Finals tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center in downtown Phoenix. Mercury hosting the Las Vegas Aces. Vegas leads that series 2-0 after taking the first 2 games on the home floor in Sin City last Friday and Sunday. Tonight's game gets rolling at 5. You can catch the action on ESPN. In the ALDS on Tuesday, both the American League Series continuing. The Mariners doubled up the Tigers 8-4 in Game 3. Seattle jumped out to a 4-0 lead and built on it in the later innings. Cal Raleigh's 2-run homer in the 9th made it 8-1. Mariners take a 2-1 series lead. In New York, the Yankees still alive after a 9-6 win over the Blue Jays. Toronto led that game 6-1 in the 3rd inning. Yankees charged back. Aaron Judge's 3-run homer off the foul pole and left tied it at 6-6. Jazz Chisholm's solo shot in the 5th gave the Yankees their first lead as the bullpen would keep the Jays off the board.
Little Yankee Stadium magic last night.
Yeah, Toronto still leads that series 2-1. We got a quadruple header of baseball today in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
It starts in Detroit. Mariners trying to close it out. Bryce Miller on the mound against Detroit's Casey Mize. 12:08 first pitch on FS1. Later, the Yankees will try to stave off elimination again with Cam
Johnson
Schlittler on the hill.
You should have heard what Mad Dog Russo, how he butchered his name.
Oh, no.
It was as bad as you might have thought.
Is it good enough for great moments in New York sports
Yeah,
radio?
you can find it. First he called him Schlitzler, and then he called him...
Yankees trying to stave off elimination. Toronto going with a bullpen game today, starting with Lewis Varlin. That game starts at 4:08 on FS1. National League Series resume after travel day on Tuesday. Game 3 at Wrigley Field. We'll see the Cubs try to fight off elimination against the Brewers. Jamison Tyone for Chicago. Quinn Priester goes for Milwaukee. First pitch 2:08. TBS True TV have the telecast. 6:08. Dodgers back home in L.A. After taking games 1 and 2 in Philadelphia. They tried to finish off the Phillies. Yoshinobu Yamamoto on the hill for the home team against Aaron Nola of Philadelphia. First pitch 6:08. Also on TBS and True TV. So if you're really a seam head, you can have about 10 or 12 hours of baseball viewing today.
All right, so where are you on that scale, Jarrett?
What?
Yeah.
I was listening to the Mad Dog.
I said
looking it up right now.
Okay.
I said if you're a real seam head, you can enjoy baseball. Just lay down for 12 hours and enjoy all 4 games.
So I was curious with your... Never mind. Let's move on.
You don't need to tell Jarrett to lay down for 12 hours. He'll
Right.
do it anyway.
Right.
I lay down for 4 hours during the show every day.
He said that, not us. There you go. There is your splash. And for the second straight day, I have not changed the date on the show sheet. It still says Monday. What am I doing?
It is not Monday.
It is not Monday.
No, that would be a calamity.
Why am I teasing myself like that? Coming up, things seem bad, but nothing to see here, Cardinals fans. Everything is fine. Sorry, I mean fined. We'll get into that and more next as we continue live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The 2-3 Cardinals head to Indy to play the 4-1 Colts Sunday.
They're really clicking on all cylinders right now is because they're able to establish a run with Taylor, and Daniel is putting the ball where it needs to be, making the right decisions, getting out of his hand fast. And so there's going to be times where guys are in stressful downs and they got to win against some really good players.
Pre-game at kickoff 10 a.m. Sunday morning.
I'm excited for the challenge. I know the players are too.
Listen to Cards at the Colts Sunday on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler, a local luxury watch and jewelry business founded by my dad, Oliver Smith. We've been serving Arizona for over 40 years, and trust has always been the foundation of what we do. Dad, after all these years in the watch and jewelry business, what keeps you coming into work every day?
It's the celebrations we get to share with our clients. We're part of their engagements, anniversaries, birthdays, all those special moments. It's an honor to be trusted with those memories.
But trust alone isn't enough. Let's talk about our value.
That's right. Value means offering top quality at the best price, never compromising. It's about hitting singles rather than always swinging for a home run. We're focused on building relationships with clients that last for generations.
Your low price equals high volume seems to be working well.
It is.
Trust our family to be part of your special moments. Visit us at the shops at Gainey Village on Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, or at our new store in Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall.
It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Triple your rebate on all new trucks and SUVs. Every new vehicle in stock. No exclusions. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Kickoff special available on new inventory only. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray.
Every day, community. Supporting. Giving. Every day at APS, we support Arizona community organizations and our customers, giving back to help Arizona teachers, nonprofits, and families, volunteering to support and strengthen neighborhoods, working with local partners to provide customers with crisis assistance and other services when they need it most. To help your community or find assistance for yourself or someone you know, visit aps.com/brighter. This ad is funded by Pinnacle West shareholders.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customize investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
It's October everywhere, but at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, it is Bronctober. It's Wolf here, and all Broncos are on sale right now. Tim's got all the Bronco trim levels, a legit selection, all on sale. When affordability is your game, then Bronco Sport is the ticket. Select Bronco Sports priced below $29,000. It's the original Bronctober sales event at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, located at the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. All offers expire 10/31/2025.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. What does the Cardinals defense need to do better late in games? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Happy Wednesday morning, and a happy Wednesday morning to all of our great listeners in the town of Guadalupe. Guadalupe, thanks for listening. Appreciate you being along for the ride here on this Wednesday morning.
I woke up this morning and didn't feel great about it, honestly. And so in the team meeting, I addressed it. I apologized to Omari, apologized to the team. And I just told him I kind of let the moment of what happened get the better of me there. Obviously, like I try to be emotionally stable and calm because my job is to solve problems when during a game and kind of lead the charge on that. So it's not really who I am, who I want to be, and I told the guys that today.
That was Jonathan Gannon on Monday, the day after the wackiest loss you'll see in a very long time in the NFL. But he came out, was not pushed on it, came out, offered that apology. Said he had not seen the video that had surfaced about the sideline altercation with Amari DiMercato, but others had seen it at that point. And then Tuesday, we get another development. Widely reported and confirmed that the Arizona Cardinals themselves have fined their head coach, Jonathan Gannon, $100,000. So pretty significant financial penalty for what happened. They agree with what Jonathan Gannon said there. It was not the right thing to do. They didn't feel good about it either. And here we go. This is an interesting topic, though, because you want to talk about something that has divided the masses right down the middle between old school and new school. A lot of old schools like, what? He was a coach. He was upset. He should have punched him in the face. That's a little extreme, I get
Well, no, there were. It was also along the lines of, a player makes a dumb, stupid box of rocks kind of error, and the head coach ends up getting fined. The head coach ends up apologizing. That to me, I struggle with people who are locked into that mentality. I mean, you've got to evolve and you've got to recognize and read the room and understand what the parameters are now. And you just simply cannot do that anymore. And Jonathan Gannon knows it.
He does.
So to sit there, this is like
he obviously knows it because
like
he
Jared brought up.
apologized.
It's the whole Cattell Marte thing. There were people defending Cattell Marte after he apologized to the team.
It was no big deal. It was not an issue.
It was not an issue.
Well, then why did he apologize?
Right. And so I think you can take your cue from the head coach who realized very quickly, I done messed up. Now, I'm really, really, really curious about a lot of things going forward, Vinny, because I think there's a lot of stuff flowing around this football team. But Jonathan Gannon became the first NFL head coach to be fined for an altercation with a player since, wait for it, Bruce Arians.
Yep. Hey, baby.
Oh, baby, what do you mean I can't hit this safety? What do you mean? Back in my day. So,
did that refresh my memory? Did that happen with the Cardinals? Or the
no,
Bucs?
that was with the Buccaneers.
Okay.
That was Andrew Adams. He swiped at his helmet, and it was and that's not unusual for a coach to do. But again, it's the degree. It's the degree of violence. I remember the BA thing. It was like, oh, that crossed the line. And it's the same thing with Jonathan Gannon. The level of violence he showed to one of his own players was beyond the pale. That's a phrase I keep using.
Also, not uncharacteristic for Bruce Arians to be sort of fiery on the sidelines. Yeah. Uncharacteristic for Jonathan Gannon. That was the other thing.
If you had to pick one coach who wouldn't get fined for his sideline histrionics, if you will, you'd probably pick Jonathan Gannon.
Yeah, he might be.
But that's how bad that play was by Amari DiMercato.
But it's funny because there are some national analysts like Dan Levitard even said, I knew there was a madman behind that stoic guy on the sidelines. I knew he was suppressing something. I don't mean to make light of this. But here's what I think is So here's what I think is interesting, because this is really, really honestly going to speak to Jonathan Gannon's cred and how well he's liked or loved or whatever it is inside that locker room. If it's the former, if it's the head coach who keeps getting A's in the NFLPA report card, I think the team goes, we get it. Coach went too far. Player really messed up. A lot of real frustrating times here. Coach is a really decent dude. So let's move on from this. I assume that's what's going to happen, but you never know.
You don't know. And what's staring Jonathan Gannon and this team in the face right now, from a schedule standpoint, is not very forgiving. They're going into a really tough place to play, maybe with a marginalized quarterback. We'll get into that a little bit later on. But how does the locker room react? This is the first time there's really ever been a question. And I don't know how heavy a question it is right now because, again, we've got nothing to compare this to. But Chris Canty from ESPN Radio had some thoughts on the Gannon-DiMercato exchange and the effects it might have on this team.
Under no circumstances is it appropriate for a coach to hit a player in that fashion. And if he felt the need to apologize to the team about it because he didn't feel great about it, then it shows you how egregious it actually was. Now, DiMercato in that moment is probably harder on himself than anyone, but it's not okay for a coach to put hands on him, not even at this level. The only way it's appropriate for a coach to put hands on a player is if you're giving him a pat on the back, if you're encouraging him. Clearly, based on the fan video, this was not that. And there is no question in my mind that Jonathan Gannon was out of pocket. It was egregious, and you wonder whether or not this is one of those moments where the players in that locker room lose the respect that they have for him.
And you bring up a great point. I hadn't even thought about the 2 years of high grades in that NFLPA report on Jonathan Gannon. Those grades stood out like a sore thumb on those two reports from 2023 and 2024. So, I think there's a lot of goodwill built up. I think there is a chemistry there. It's going to be tested. And not only because of this, because of the results, because of what we have seen for 5 weeks from this team, both offensively and defensively, there might be doubt creeping into some of those guys in that locker room on just those fronts now.
Right. So I
can't get the offense going, can't close a game out. All of those things have ramifications.
And it also puts Jonathan Gannon in a weird place, because if Jonathan Gannon did want to get a little more emphatic and he did want to get a little more less chill about everything with his team, given the circumstance. You got to be real careful now to not make it look like this season of frustration is really deeply affecting you. Do you know what I mean? So Jonathan Gannon now is kind of really he's got to get back between the rails of the head coach he's been and bring back that sense of consistency. But at a time when maybe they need more of that. And that's where that disconnect is from fans. People who saw that video, they vibed on Jonathan Gannon because Jonathan Gannon reacted in the way that we all wanted to do. There were probably a lot of football fans who wanted to scream at Amari DiMercato.
There were probably a lot of teammates that wanted to do it as well.
There probably were. And then you think about Amari DiMercato, he's standing there, Paris Johnson Jr.'s got his arm around him, and so Jonathan Gannon comes, and at this point in time, Amari DiMercato knows how badly he messed up. So he's not going to feel victimized by anything that happens on the sidelines. He's just trying to get through the moment, knowing he really let his team down.
Yes.
How does he feel now? Now that he's had time to process it, now that he's had family members talk to him about it, now that he's had teammates talk about it, it's really going to be a litmus test as to how healthy this team is, how bonded this team is. If they can just completely put this behind them and move on as if it's nothing, that would be the ideal thing. But there's no guarantee that's going to happen here. You don't know how. There's only a handful of people who know the real inner details of how that room rolls.
Absolutely. But the fact of the matter is, even after that touchdown was wiped off the board, they gave possession to Tennessee, the Cardinals were up 15. And to a man, they failed, protecting a 15-point lead against a horrible football team.
Yeah.
We'll get more into this looking ahead to the Colts game on Sunday, but I think I know a lot of people have given up on the season after Sunday because it was that frustrating. But I think for a lot of people, and I think I'm more in this boat, Sunday's game in Indy has a save our season type of feel to it.
Sure does.
And I think one of two results. I don't think there's any in between. Either the Cardinals are going to button everything up and they're going to come away with a completely improbable close win, or they're going to get their heads handed to them.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
agree
think
with you.
there's anything in between.
I kind of agree with that. I generally don't look at things black and white like that, but I think you're dead on the money. I think they're either going to go back to the team that they used to be, the team that went into Pittsburgh, the team that went into Philly and rallied around those moments, or they're going to go, we have got so many issues. Offensively, the amount of granular mistakes they are making offensively, I've talked to a few people who know. I don't know how they get this corrected in a timely fashion.
Yeah, big questions.
Yep.
Tune in to Arizona Sports at night, right after Sparky's Den this evening. Kevin Zimmerman and Mitch Farrell just preview the Cardinals as they head to Indy to take on the Colts. Listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM or on the Arizona Sports app. Coming up next, does ASU's path back to the college football playoffs officially start this week? We'll get into that and more straight ahead on the Wednesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The 2-3 Cardinals head to Indy to play the 4-1 Colts Sunday.
Huddle. They're really clicking on all cylinders right now is because they're able to establish a run with Taylor, and Daniel is putting the ball where it needs to be, making the right decisions, getting out of his hand fast. And so there's going to be times where guys are in stressful downs and they got to win against some really good players.
Pre-game at kickoff 10 a.m. Sunday morning.
I'm excited for the challenge. I know the players are too.
Listen to Cards at the Colts Sunday on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off.
LeafFilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, Paul Calvisi here. Let's talk estate planning, because I think most people either ignore it or think they've got it covered with a simple will. I know I was that guy. That's why my guy is Matt Dagus from Bright Wealth Management. Matt.
You're right, Paul. And ignoring it is like playing a football game with no defense. A will alone might not protect your family from probate, legal fees, or the unnecessary stress.
All right, so what should people be doing instead?
Well, they need a real plan, and we help folks in the Phoenix area build an estate plan and make sure that their assets go where they want them to go.
It's about control, clarity, and protecting your loved ones, right?
Exactly, and it doesn't have to be overwhelming. Just give us a call at 844-726-9116 or visit us online at brightwm.com and set up a legacy planning session today.
Yeah, get your next move ready before the game changes. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. After 2 straight Big 12 wins and a bye week, head coach Kenny Dillingham and the Sun Devils will have their hands full Saturday night in Utah. And here was quarterback Sam Levit on what he expects come Saturday.
Yeah, I think I saw the stat there, like 92% win in the last 10 years at home at night games. So, it's going to be an electric environment. I've heard about playing at Utah. My whole family's out there, so it's going to be a fun time.
Meanwhile, the Arizona Cardinals have fined head coach Jonathan Gannon after the altercation with Amari DiMercato in Sunday's 22-21 loss to the Tennessee Titans. But the team will now look for their 3rd win of the season against a very good and 4-1 Indianapolis Colts team on Sunday, and that's what's trending now.
Hey, it's Luke. How can ASU football fix its red zone issues Saturday against Utah? We'll discuss it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Been the same, for the last 20 years. They're a really tough physical team. They're really good at what they do. Play a lot of man. They have their oddities off that, bringing their smack to the field, playing 2-trap, playing their 3 deep, 2 under, and then getting into the 3rd down stuff. They do a good job. Last year they got me on a cover 0 look when, they played the post safety on the back, so we'll be ready for stuff like that.
Sam Levit, Arizona State quarterback, talking about the defense for the Utah Utes, supplying the opposition on Saturday night in Salt Lake City, a game that might be a weather game, don't know if you saw the footage of Kenny Dillingham spraying the
Yeah.
footballs on the snaps that Sam Levit was practicing during ASU practice. But weather or no weather, Sam Levit's right. You want to talk about a team in the Big 12 that has an established identity on what they do. It is the Utah Utes.
Yeah, no, listen, and this is very, very interesting to me because Kyle Whittingham is low key one of the better college football coaches that's ever been, and what he's done at Utah is sort of set the groundwork for the kind of program Kenny Dillingham wants to build here. In fact, he talked about that very topic yesterday. Kenny Dillingham was a sophomore quarterback at Chaparral when Kyle Whittingham took over at Utah. Think about that. He's had 17 winning seasons in 20 at Utah, and it's the physicality and the tenacity of his teams, the offensive line, all that kind of stuff. A punch-you-in-the-face kind of football team. What makes this game even more difficult is Rice Eccles during the day is much different than Rice Eccles at night. Same thing with LSU. When you go down to the Bayou, you get an afternoon game there. It's nutty. You go there at night, it's insane. And for whatever reasons, it's the same thing in Salt Lake City.
Yeah, back in the day, and I'm talking way back, that was kind of the reputation that Sun Devil Stadium had because it was always one of the last games to kick off, tough place to play. When ASU had some good teams, it was kind of viewed that way. I don't think necessarily to the same extreme that we're seeing from Utah and Sam Levit. You heard it in the soundbite Sammy played in what's trending now. Like 92% win rate. It's a really tough place to play. And I remember, I think the last time the Sun Devils played Utah in Salt Lake City at night was probably 5 years ago, 4 years ago. That's more likely on the schedule. But it was a game where before halftime, ASU was handling themselves, and everything just unraveled.
Oh, okay. So I don't remember. So 2 years ago, the 55-3 beatdown. This was before Kenny Dillingham got players in the program. Was that a day game?
That was a day game.
Okay. Oof.
It probably felt like it lasted all day too.
You're going up against a team with a really good offensive line. You're going up with a quarterback who can pull off the triple option. This is going to be a difficult deal for the ASU defense, but I will say this. The ASU defense, the last couple of weeks, you've seen it happen. As the game has rolled on, they have thrown Sawyer Robertson and Josh Hoover out of rhythm.
Yeah, during the course of the game.
During the course of the game.
Yeah, both of those guys had their moments early.
Yep.
And the ASU defense kind of took them out of what they do. It's a really good point by you. Kenny Dillingham talked with the media yesterday or earlier this week and was asked, hey, what does this game against Utah do for setting up the rest of ASU season?
Yeah, I mean, you could have said that before Baylor. I think we asked that question. And then TCU the next 4-game stretch. And now this game the next 4-game stretch. That's the league. This league is anybody can beat any time. College football, going back to what we asked earlier, anybody can beat any time, any week. I mean, that's just home field advantages in college are real. They change. It completely can change the dynamic of games. Is somebody dinged up? Do you have injuries? Like, it's football. Like, anybody can beat anybody. So that's why I stay focused. One day, one game. Like, who knows who's going to be good in 3 weeks? I don't. I don't know who's going to be good in 2 weeks. You don't know because so many things can happen in college football between now and then. These are still 18 to 22-year-olds.
The game I referenced was 4 years ago, 2021. It was a game that kicked off at 7 o'clock in Salt Lake City. ASU was up 21-7 at half. They got outscored 28-0 in the second half and lost 35-21.
Ouch.
So,
ouch.
That's kind of indicative of what can happen if you're not buttoned up.
No, if you add up the pedigree of the coach, the pedigree of the program, the offensive line that Utah has, and night games at Rice Eccles, you kind of understand why Utah is a 5.5-point favorite against a team that's ranked 21st in the country. But if ASU can find a way to get to the finish line of this game the way they have the last couple of games, they have done a really, really good job of sweeping away that loss at Mississippi State and creating exactly the kind of buildup for a showdown with Texas Tech.
Well, and Texas Tech, ASU has them next week, but they gave a pretty good blueprint on how to control not only Devin Dampier, but limit what Utah can do offensively.
They blew out Utah.
They blew out Utah at Utah. It wasn't at night, but if you're Kenny Dillingham and ASU, you're watching that film a lot.
That was a game that worked opposite of the example I just gave, because that game was actually close and really sloppy in the first half. And Texas Tech found its footing. Utah never did. And they actually tacked on a couple of touchdowns. That score is not...
A little deceiving?
A little bit deceiving. But it was a really good performance by Texas Tech.
Okay.
One thing you have to be, if you're a Sun Devil fan, optimistic about is the trajectory of Sam Levit. He's kind of following that 2024 trajectory again. And there were a ton of expectations on him. And those expectations were not met early in the season. It was a lackluster performance against NAU, a bad performance against Mississippi State. But since that loss, seems like every week there's a little bit more in terms of momentum and comfort and swagger from Sam Levit. And we had talked about this a few weeks ago when I think Sam Levit would have been on this list. But USA Today has an article about the top 10 biggest disappointments in college football at quarterback this year. And I think if this article was written 2 to 3 weeks ago, Sam Levit would have been on it.
Ooh.
But he was a Heisman candidate. He's no longer really a Heisman candidate. Not out of the race by any stretch, because I think it's wide open. But here's the names on that list.
Arch Manning, 1.
Arch Manning, 1. DJ Lagway from Florida, 2. Drew Aller from Penn State, 3.
Your Klubnik guy, where is he?
Cade Klubnik of Clemson. Cade Klubnik of Clemson, 4. Nico Iamaleava of UCLA, 5. Gio Lopez from North Carolina, 6. Garrett Nussmeier, another huge name from LSU, 7. Mark Gronowski from Iowa, 8. Maddox Madsen from Boise State, 9. And Avery Johnson from Kansas State, 10. So you see the trajectory. He's off those lists, and he's playing really, really good football.
Well, and again, I think what I've seen from him is there's an element of physicality he's got to bring to a football game in terms of using his fire and his ability to push a pile and break a big run and then maybe truck a defender on the way. You don't want a lot of it. But what I've noticed is when he delivers those plays, everybody elevates. It's like Cam Scattaboo, but different. Everybody elevates. You don't want your quarterback doing that full time. You can't lose Sam Levit. But at the same time, he has got to bring that element to the field. He brought it in that Texas game. When Texas was threatening to blow out ASU in the college football playoff, it was the leg plays, the running plays of Sam Levit that kept that team in the game early. Then Cam Scattaboo took over.
It was also not just that from Sam Levit. He was the guy that was in people's faces. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, that's right.
Do you remember? I mean, there was one play where he got into Scattaboo's face. And kind of changed the whole complexion of the game.
I remember that.
Because you're right. The way that game started, it looked like it was going to be a slaughter.
It was unbelievable. So last year when they beat Utah in Tempe, that was a turning point for the entire program. This game can kind of be a bridge to everything where they get back to everything where they want to be. And it's kind of ironic. We had many discussions. Who's going to have the better year, the Cardinals or the Sun Devils? Kyler Murray or Sam Levit? I think ASU's got a little bit of a lead in that race right now.
I think it would be 100% to nothing percent right now. But again, that game, it was a turning point for ASU, and they took advantage of a weird situation. Remember Cam Rising playing in that game? And Kyle Whittingham got a lot of heat for how he handled the quarterback situation in that game in Tempe.
You're right.
And I don't know if Cam Rising played again after that.
The whole Cam Rising experience for them that last year was very awkward and weird.
What about the 12 years before that? Arizona Sports and Redbird Farms Chicken are teaming up to bring you an exclusive tailgate package, including a grill set, a Yeti cooler, and Cardinals tickets. Be among the first 25 fans to join us on Friday at the Safeway located on Cave Creek Road in Tatum between 4 and 6 p.m. Claim your free shirt with proof of purchase of any Redbird Farms chicken product. Coming up next, some NFL owners know their team like the back of their hand. Jerry Jones apparently doesn't even know his hand like the back of his hand. I should have read that.
His hand
first.
like the back.
His hand like the back of his hand.
I like the first part, and then I couldn't quite get it home.
We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports is giving away a pair of tickets to see the Mercury face the Aces in Game 4 Friday night downtown. Text the word finals to 620-620 for your chance to win. Be part of the best atmosphere in the WNBA and cheer on the Mercury in the finals against Vegas. Text finals to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Having your car serviced is never convenient, but when you drop your vehicle off at Liberty GMC in the evening, you can pick it up the next morning. It's almost like no downtime. That certainly helps. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC, and only at their certified service center can you get free wiper blades with every oil change as well. Liberty GMC is family owned. They've served the Valley since 1997. In Peoria at the Highway Loop 101 on Bell Road and 87th Avenue, or check them out online, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Ooh, ma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
From the shadows of your bathroom comes a villain with 2 pinchers, 1 stinger, and 0 respect for your home.
Scorpions can make your home feel like a scary movie. At Blue Sky Pest Control, we rewrite the script. We keep scorpions out of your home so your story stays drama-free. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Garrett, I just saw where you guys actually have hit over 1,000 5-star reviews.
That's absolutely true, and we don't do it without our team, and obviously to our amazing customers that are willing to trust us and support our team along the way. The thing that separates Moving Team 6, obviously, is our team. You need somebody to help you make that move happen, and we're the team for you.
Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
You know, that was unfortunate that was a kind of a exchange with our fans out in front of us. There was a swarm of Cowboy fans out in front, not Jet fans, Cowboy fans. And the entire stadium was brimming with the enthusiasm of Cowboys, and certainly late in the game. And that was inadvertent on my part because that was right after we'd made our last touchdown. And we were all excited about. There wasn't any antagonistic issue or anything like that. I just put up the wrong show on the hand, but that was inadvertently done. And I'm not kidding. It was, if you want to call it accidental, you can call it accidental. But it got straightened around pretty quick. I've had a chance to look at it. It got straightened around pretty quick, but the intention was thumbs up and then basically pointing at our fans because everybody was jumping up and down excited.
I'll leave it to Jerry Jones for a just detailed explanation of flipping off fans at MetLife Stadium.
We are living in an era that some people are calling the post-truth America, where you can just lie and say anything without any ramifications. Don't believe what you see. Here's what the truth is. Jerry Jones put out the middle finger to a group of fans below him, and he's trying to make people believe, oops, my brain fired the wrong digit.
But then he actually pointed at them with his index finger, too, like, this is for you.
For you, buddy. This is for you. Not for all you, specifically you.
The good old accidental flip of the bird.
Yeah.
That happens sometimes. Well, that's the funny thing is you could hear in that soundbite, the hosts that are interviewing him are waiting to explode with laughter.
But
and then
Jerry's
he keeps
not
saying,
laughing.
I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. Like they think he's mocking the situation and making a joke. Oh, yeah, I put up the wrong finger, huh, guys? Wink, wink.
Right.
But he's not doing that. So it's like very awkwardly them like wanting to laugh, but he won't let them.
That's it. And it's like, no, I'm serious. I'm serious. And look, it's the flip side of it is, how old is Jerry Jones now? 80? 81? 82?
Oh, I thought he was. I'll look.
Because, listen, if you are going to take Jerry Jones at face value, that might even be worse, that your cognitive functioning has lessened to the point where a thumbs up is becoming a flipping the bird.
He is 83 next week.
Here's the other thing about Jerry Jones that I find to be fascinating. There were a lot of people who thought Jerry Jones has completely lost his ever-loving mind. He's traded a once-in-a-generation kind of defensive player. He could have hired a big-name coach. He went with this guy named Brian Schottenheimer. Brian Schottenheimer has turned out to be the real deal. His play calling, along with Clayton Adams, the guy we talked about yesterday from the Cardinals, he really lucked out because they've got a really good thing going offensively there.
They do.
Without their best offensive player.
Well, they've been really banged up on the offensive line. CeeDee Lamb has been out, and they're maximizing George Pickens to a degree that we haven't seen George Pickens maximize. We all know he's talented, but can be a bit of a diva, a bit of a difficulty. And Javonte Williams flashed really bright for a very short time in Denver and then faded away. He's shining bright again.
I know.
He looks like a different running back there.
They had 4 offensive linemen. 3 of them were named Kyle, by the way. They had 4 offensive. Hey, Kyle. They had 4 offensive linemen hurt, and yet they were still rolling. This Clayton Adams guy, I feel like an idiot because when people in the early parts of this year, oh, that's a big loss. I'm like, come on, an offensive line coach, really? Apparently, he's one of these guys like Kyle Shanahan that just sees the game in a different way and creates schemes and things, and it's working. The Cowboys' metrics running the ball, they're insanely good. So, anyways, back to Jerry Jones. Jerry. If he might luck in to a playoff team this year. Jerry.
How about we're talking about fines this morning? Mm-hmm. Jonathan Gannon, $100,000 for a physical altercation, regardless of what your definition of physical was. It was a physical altercation with a player. $100,000. Jerry Jones accidentally gets the wrong finger up. $250,000.
Is that what he got dinged for?
$250,000.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Elsewhere in the league.
Wait, that doesn't make any sense.
No sense at all.
You could hit your own player on the sideline 2.5 times for that kind of money.
Jonathan Gannon, like, what did I do?
What'd you say yesterday, Jared? That somebody who's been slapped a lot, I can tell you it was never by accident or it was never friendly?
Yes.
You ever been slapped before in anger?
My dad was a very, very gentle, kind-hearted man. He never lifted a finger towards anyone. There was one time when
I wasn't talking about parental.
Oh.
I was talking maybe about with the fairer sex.
I lost I lost
no
a slap
comment.
Bet. I lost a slap bet in college, and I've never been rocked so hard.
Really?
Yeah. I couldn't hear out of my right ear for a good 2.5 days.
Oh, that's not good.
We're good now.
That's like a power slap thing where you couldn't defend yourself?
Yeah, so it was a I was stupid.
First of all, you're not supposed to hit him in the ear.
Well, it was
That's
one of those
dirty pool.
full hand slaps. We wagered a slap bet on our fantasy football matchup that week, and I lost. And this was when I was the president of our fraternity, and we did it in front of the whole fraternity, and I got rocked.
That's why this whole power slap thing, I mean, look, you're allowing somebody to concuss you, to possibly, without being able to put up any interference at all. Insanity.
I remember slap boxing with my friends when I was in high school. And it wasn't like full-on power slapping, but you could defend yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And even with like an open-handed slap, if they caught you right, it'd buckle you.
Well, right, but you know, when I was growing up, if you were slapped by somebody, that was more egregious than getting punched by somebody, because you're really getting punked.
Yeah.
If somebody is slapping you,
there's a term that goes
you've
before
gotta
the
throw
word
hands.
slap that kind of drives that point home. Real quick, yesterday the Bengals trying to stay relevant. And their idea of relevancy at the quarterback position is trading for Joe Flacco from Cleveland to Cincinnati. That means the Browns and their much ballyhooed quarterback room, when it was 5 in the preseason, then down to 4 with Deshaun Watson not being able to go. They've got 2 quarterbacks. They're both rookies. And Dylan Gabriel, who's got 1 start under his belt, and Shedeur Sanders, who hasn't taken a snap.
What if Shedeur Sanders got on the football field and started barking out signals, but was doing it in his mime time?
It's a silent count.
Right, exactly. So, yeah, listen, this is interesting to me that the Bengals went down this road the way they did. Do they really see a season worth saving? Is this more of we have got to appease Joe Burrow? We have got to try to remain competitive, or we're going to lose this guy.
Is this more saving a season or a coach trying to save his job? Zach Taylor's
that makes sense.
Seat is very, very hot.
That makes sense.
And makes sense. They have so many other issues on the. You get another immobile quarter. Jake Browning is not completely immobile. Joe Flacco is at this point of his career.
Mm-hmm.
Are they going to be able to protect him? No. It doesn't matter.
It's a great call, because there are people who believe that, because Zach Taylor and Joe Burrow were once very close. Joe Burrow was a big fan of the head coach. There are people who think that might have been splintered, which makes perfect sense to what you just said. In other words, if the head coach knows that he doesn't have Joe Burrow having his back at all times, because if Joe Burrow wants you as the head coach, you're not getting fired.
Mm-hmm.
So he must be feeling pressure in that regard to go and make that move.
Yeah, must be. Coming up next, as we hit the 7 o'clock hour, did Drew Petzing's explanation of his late game 3rd down call make us feel better or worse about the situation? I think you know the answer to it. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Football season is in full swing, and if you're having the crew over to your place for game day, you got to know about Spinatos and their legendary catering menu. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and with Spinatos, a Valley favorite for over a half-century, we're talking crispy Chicago-style pizzas, mouth-watering pastas, monster wings, meatballs, fresh salads, even gluten-free options. It keeps everybody in the group happy on game day, and you won't miss a play. And it's easy, too. Just hit up the catering menu at SpinatosPizzeria.com, place your order, and you will be the MVP of game day, regardless of how many people you're feeding. For the rest of October, Spinatos wants you to know, too, they've brought back a fan favorite on the pizza menu. It's called the Wizard of Za. It is a different pizza from what you've had before. Spicy Chipotle Peach Pizza. They are pairing it with a hazy peach IPA from 100 Mile Brewing. And just like everything on the pizza menu at Spinatos, it's bold, it's different, and it works. So whether it's game day, pizza night, or you're just hungry for something awesome, Spinatos always delivers. They've got 6 Valley locations: Central Phoenix, North Phoenix, Tempe, Ahwatukee, Scottsdale, and Gilbert. And they are the official pizza of the Cardinals, Suns, and Mercury. Take care of all your game day catering needs. Order online at SpinatosPizzeria.com.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit Vital4Men.com. That's Vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. With precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way. With a dedication to lasting quality. Trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With a Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Tonight, Game 3 of the WNBA Finals will be in downtown Phoenix. The Mercury down 0-2 in the series will host the Las Vegas Aces, as Alyssa Thomas and company will look to get back in the series. The Arizona Cardinals yesterday fined head coach Jonathan Gannon $100,000 for the sideline altercation between him and Amari DiMercato. Offensive coordinator Drew Petzing spoke with the media yesterday and was asked about his 3rd and 8 play call late in the fourth quarter.
At the end of the day, anytime I make a call, I'm trying to go win the game. You know, whether I'm putting the ball in Kyler's hands, whether I'm putting the ball in the back's hands and trusting the O-line. You know, I think just based on the situation where we were, the down and distance, I didn't love the call. Felt like I put our guys in a tough spot and not happy with that.
And Sam Levit and the Sun Devils continue to prep for a Utah Saturday night game where both teams will look to keep pace in the Big 12, and that's what's trending now.
Hey, it's Gambo. How much closer are the Cardinals to getting key reinforcements back on defense? We'll talk the latest from practice on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports, 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Murray under center.
They have DeMercado as the tailback on 3rd down and 8 on the Cardinal 35. Murray takes, hands it off to the left. DeMercado trying to get the edge. He can't. Knocked down at the 36. And just a gain of 1. That'll take us to the 2-minute warning. The Cardinals are going to have to punt the ball. Tennessee will have 1 timeout and 2 minutes to work with to try to go down and get the game-winning field goal. I disagreed with that decision to run the ball. I think you put the ball in the hands of your franchise quarterback and let him try to win the game. They did not. They were conservative, and it may have cost them. Back.
Spoiler alert. It did cost them.
It did.
The punt went to Tennessee. They drove down the field. They kicked a field goal from Joey Sly with no time remaining, and they leave town with an unbelievably improbable 1-point win over the Cardinals. A loss really that has shaken the faith of the fan base.
Good point.
We're going to get into other angles from that, but Drew Petzing getting a lot of the heat, and he was getting heat before that decision, Vic. And Jonathan Gannon explained it, and I'm not sure there was many people satisfied with the explanation. Drew Petzing, Tuesday's coordinators talk. And he talked about that particular play, what he saw that made him want to run the ball on 3rd down and 8.
I mean, again, looking at kind of where we hit the first drive, felt like we hit that obviously on the 3rd down on the big run earlier in the quarter, and some of the things that they were doing to sell out to stop the run. Felt like we could try to split one there for a big one and catch them off guard a little bit, and it didn't work.
And ultimately why they ran the ball on 3rd and 8.
At the end of the day, anytime I make a call, I'm trying to go win the game. You know, whether I'm putting the ball in Kyler's hands or I'm putting the ball in the back's hands and trusting the O-line. You know, I think just based on the situation where we were, the down and distance, I didn't love the call. Felt like I put our guys in a tough spot and not happy with that.
Yeah, again, and what's making people really weirded out about all of this is that the offensive coordinator is now on the record as saying didn't love the call. Head coach on the record is saying didn't love the call. Quarterback had no ability to change out of that particular play, although he does on other plays. So the guardrails, is it a 3rd down issue? What basically stopped Kyler Murray from being able to check out of that play? And then to have timeouts in your pocket and not use one to discuss, there's a word for that. It's called incompetence. And
one of your other favorite words, malfeasance.
Malfeasance. Yeah. And why this is an issue, Vinny, is that for the first couple of years of this regime, the vibes coming off of it was exactly the opposite. Cardinal fans, part of the reason why they accepted the low bar and this painstakingly long rebuild is because it felt like there were adults in the room, running professional, serious adults running the football team, right?
Certainly felt that way.
And it wasn't the dysfunction of the previous regime. It wasn't any of that. And I think Cardinal fans took solace in the fact that, okay, we've got serious-minded people who all they care about is winning football games, and they know what they're doing, and there's no drama, and we finally put all that stuff behind us. And now suddenly we've got these issues to deal with. And so look, it's a moment in time. It's mind-boggling to me to this day that the Cardinals found a way to cough up that football game. The forces that conspired against them, the stupid things they did, everybody had a part in it. Everybody, right? And in the end, Amari DeMercado he's like a perfect hood ornament for this team. He can't finish. Either can the football team.
That's a great way to put it.
You know?
I looked it up. This year so far, the Cardinals on 3rd down and 8 or more, they've run the ball 8 times in those circumstances. They've got 1 first down. That was in the 49ers game. On first quarter, 3rd and 8, Kyler Murray scrambled for 9. Most of those are basically layup play calls because you're facing a 3rd and 23 like they were against the Saints, or a 3rd and 21 like they were against the Panthers. Not a whole lot of plays in the playbook for those situations, especially with a very conservative offensive coordinator. This was beyond conservative.
I agree. It was a give-up down. And I know what Drew Petzing was thinking. Drew Petzing was thinking, man, maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe we'll pop another one like Amari DeMercado just did. But the fallacy in that is that when a defense gets burned, like it got burned by Amari DiMercato and got the reprieve of the ball going through the back of the end zone, as a defense, no matter how bad you are, you shore up that coverage. You never show that coverage again.
But it was a different situation.
I know.
That was a 3rd and 1 that DiMercato broke. So there was a lot more pressure to try to stop the first down.
That's right. That's right.
You're not going to play that close to the line or that. It's a different run defense on 3rd and 8.
You should never call. You're going to call a play with the game on the line and thinking you might get lucky. That's what you're thinking.
Yeah,
and then the other thing is, like, shouldn't a pitch and catch between him and Kyler and Trey McBride, like, that should be the call.
Even if you don't convert on it or something bad happens, at least at the base level, it was the right decision to make. And you brought up a point earlier, Bick. Everybody hated the decision, the play call, the execution, and the result. There's no doubt about it. Jonathan Gannon explaining it didn't make anybody feel better. And it seems like the more you hear from the parties involved in the decision, it makes it feel worse. There was 2 guys involved in that process. Neither one of them liked the call, armed with 3 timeouts.
Yeah. In real time, they didn't like the call.
And they talked about, well, we got to get a decision made because the clock is ticking. Yes, it was ticking, but you had a way to make it stop ticking.
Yeah, and to gather up everybody and say, what are we doing here? Yeah, it's a terrible blunder is what it is. It's a real bad look. And what you said it right, whether the Cardinals want to hear this or not, this has shaken the fan base.
It has.
I
look at it personally, and look, I've been since day one supporter of this team. It used to ruin my weekend if they lost games. So I had a lot of ruined weekends in my late teens, early 20s, into my 30s and 40s. But I don't think I've felt this uncertain about the direction of this franchise since 2018. 2018 was a miserable season. But to Steve Wilkes' credit, and there was no talent to work with on that team.
Yeah.
Everybody kind of knew that was going to be a bad football team. They were playing a rookie quarterback.
Yeah.
But Steve Wilkes, Mike McCoy, and company made it very clear early in the season, don't have hope for us. This is going to be bad, and it was bad. And that turned into the Cliff Kingsbury hire. This type of about face from the fan base having confidence to really doubting things now, this shouldn't happen in year 3. Just like we talk about with the quarterback, some of these things that are happening with Kyler Murray shouldn't be happening in year 7.
And again, this is the fear, I think, because, and I'll bring up his name one more time today, and I won't bring it up again, but the whole Clayton Adams thing, when it went down in real time, I really downplayed the idea. I'm like, no, the Cardinals have so much other good stuff going on right now that this loss will be like a deck chair off the Titanic. This will not be noticed. And the more and more you look at what's happening in Dallas, you might realize that running game was largely due to Clayton Adams scheming, and that running game is what basically laid the foundation for everything we've had in the previous 2 years. Right? James Conner leading this team with that warrior spirit kind of gave them all that physicality, and the team was able to score some real impressive victories and some real impressive moral victories. And now, what do they have? It's a question.
Yeah.
What do they have?
I brought this point up, and if you're looking for silver linings in all of this, there is one. The Cardinals' optimal offensive line has not played a snap together yet this year.
That's fair.
The problem is you're going into week 6, and you're running out of time. Now, is there a ramp up? Once that happens with the optimal offensive line, is there a ramp up, or do they hit the ground running? They're running out of time. You can't lose this much ground, and you can't afford to cough up games against bad football teams when you're trying to make the playoffs.
Yep, that's right.
And this is an enormous game for Jonathan Gannon and company on Sunday.
It certainly is.
Coming up next, if you want more proof of how shaken the fan base is, we're going to give it to you as the fans are upset with the product on the field and in the stands. We'll tell you more about that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
ASU football back in the top 25 and ready to battle the Utes Saturday.
You know, it's going to be an electric environment playing at Utah.
I mean, tough environment. There's 50-60% chance of thunderstorms, rains. And we have an 8:15 kickoff that could also get delayed. And we may be playing this game at 10 p.m.
ASU at Utah. Pregame at 4. Kickoff 7:15 Saturday night on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
They call Life Changer Loan the loan the big banks don't want you to know about. Here's why. Because for ages, the home buying process remained largely archaic. You'd apply for a mortgage, you'd make a big down payment, then you would take 30 years to pay it off. And a lot of people would reconcile it because, hey, you know what? I've got a really good interest rate, so it's not that bad. Well, one of our listeners, his name is Jack, before switching over to a Life Changer Loan, he had a revelation. He figured out that it wouldn't be until year 22 of that 30-year fixed rate mortgage when he would actually pay more principal than interest. 22 years into it, and in the end, he would spend $700,000 for a $300,000 home. That is not cool. Life Changer Loan, a much better approach. You do your banking inside your mortgage. You pay all principal first. You're going to pay off that home in a matter of years, not decades. Then you've got all that time to build personal wealth. That's how you get ahead. You also get 24/7 access to your equity, which gives you the power to borrow back from yourself whenever you need it. When life throws you a curveball, if you need money for a new car or college tuition, you simply borrow from yourself. If this sounds too good to be true, they hear this all the time at Life Changer Loan. Like they say, it's not magic, it's just math, but you gotta be a good fit. Find out if you are a fit by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
It's October everywhere, but at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, it is Bronctober. It's Wolf here, and all Broncos are on sale right now. Tim's got all the Bronco trim levels, a legit selection, all on sale. When affordability is your game, then Bronco Sport is the ticket. Select Bronco Sports priced below $29,000. It's the original Bronctober sales event at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, located at the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. All offers expire 10/31/2025.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even I added too much water to the pizza dough day?
Yep.
How about getting a call from my daughter to pick her up at the airport because her boyfriend is unreliable day?
Especially that day.
What about finding out that one of my pipes suddenly burst in my basement day?
Progressive has every day covered 24/7 with a Home and Auto Bundle. Also, you have a lot of bad days.
Oh no, that was all the same day.
At least you're covered with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Right now, get a rugged 2025 Tacoma SR or SR5 with 1.75% 48-month financing. Or get low 1.75% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota. Let's go places. 1.75% with $21.59 per thousand borrowed for 48 months. 1.75% with $14.64 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 11/3/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
On the CW, the NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs get even wilder.
Absolute chaos. My heart is pounding right now.
The title is up for the taking.
Survival is what it's all about in the playoffs.
And nobody
Contact made hard.
tippers are flaring. Is going down without a fight.
These guys are out of control.
NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs live on the CW.
Live from Las Vegas, this Saturday at 4 on CW7 Arizona.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. How will the ASU defense fare against one of the toughest offensive lines in the Utah Utes? We'll talk Sun Devils on the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, we continue here on the Wednesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings with a shout out to our listeners in Glendale.
Glendale!
What up, G-Dale? Nobody calls it
Is that what they call it?
No, I tried to start something and I immediately regretted that decision. Shout out Glendale.
What came first, Scottsdale or Glendale?
I don't know, Jared.
Because you think Scott got sort of jealous that Glenn had his own Dale and said, I'm going to name my own city too.
I think probably other Dales were around before these in Arizona.
Oh, boy.
We'll do some research on it. Glendale, the home of State Farm Stadium, the home of the Arizona Cardinals. And this got attention yesterday, too. And this doesn't have anything to do...
You do know that the word Dale is an Old English term for valley?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
All right.
The Scott and Glenn had a competition.
And then
they found different valleys.
Where does Avon come in? Because Avon got his own Dale, too.
True. I feel bad for a guy named Dale. Because what if he found a valley? What is he going to name it? Dale?
Continue,
anyway.
Vinny. Continue.
This got some attention yesterday, still getting attention, and it has nothing to do with the frustration on the field. It has a frustration to do with the environment at State Farm Stadium. I don't know who wrote this. I don't know if this was a collective piece. It was presented as a collective piece.
Yeah.
Showed up on Reddit, and it reads, to the Arizona Cardinals ownership, management, and front office. We, the devoted fans of the Arizona Cardinals, write this letter out of both love and frustration. Our loyalty runs deep, forged in decades of heartache, hope, and the rare seasons of glory that reminded us why we believed. It's very well written, by the way. But in recent years, decisions made from the top down have made it clear, or made it harder to recognize the team and game day experience we once cherished. The changes at State Farm Stadium, from tearing up the end zone seating to install casitas and premium lounges to converting traditional fan areas into concepts like premium seating and cafes with all-inclusive amenities that keep fans out of the seats, have left many of us disheartened. These choices may look innovative on paper, but they send a clear message to the fan base the organization is prioritizing luxury over loyalty. It goes on, but you get the idea.
Yeah.
And I think the timing of it is interesting because the casita, there's new features. And am I a fan of it necessarily? I go to a game to watch the game. And what the Cardinals are doing is what a lot of teams are doing, and that is trying to monetize differently. And the casitas to me stood out the most because when the Cardinals first moved to town in 1988, my dad bought season tickets for himself and me. So we would go to the games, and our first year in 1988, we were in the south end zone seats. And it was pretty clear early on that people that were sitting in the south end zone were on board from day one. They were diehard Cardinals fans, even though they just got to town. And we moved to different sections. So end zone seating, the fans in the end zones have always had a special place in my heart. So to see those seats go away for a concept, some people think those casitas are cool. I think if you want to watch the game from a casita, go to a casita and watch it on television. But they're trying different things. This is not an exclusive to Arizona problem or issue or a pet peeve of just Cardinals fans. This is happening all over sports.
Okay, so listen. So we first had the casitas in the end zone, which displaced some people who used to sit right behind there, and it kind of created a vibe that, look, we've got this rabid base of fans waiting in your end zone, and they're dressed up, and so that was kind of lost. Then they put all that seating, the premium seating field level, which I still don't know why that appeals to people. The sightlines are terrible.
I totally agree with you.
And then
there's a reason why each seat comes with a television, because you're looking at butts.
Yeah. So, and then Teo Mackey tweeted out a picture. What's this last one called? Is it Casa Rojas?
Casa Roja, yeah.
Okay, so, and what it is, it's the area on the lower level from row one all the way up, and it's the area right at midfield that has now been cordoned off to be part of this special elite experience. And he tweeted out this picture. There was nobody in the seats before the game because, as you know, people who opt for those kind of seating, they're downstairs grubbing on their free food. That's where they're at. And they're drinking their free drinks. And then when it's game time, they might come up. And when it's halftime, they go back down. And when it's the third quarter, they might come back up in a timely fashion. They might not. We've seen this everywhere. What this is this is the bigger picture. When I talked about that New York Times piece about Disney World, the proliferation of the wealthy class, the proliferation of billionaires in this country mean all these major companies that used to promise a great experience for everyone don't see the money in it anymore. The money's at the high end. So that's where everyone's going. They're trying to sell to the high end. And the people who used to value the community and the idea that we're all equal here, it's gone away. And it's the same thing with the people who said that about Disney, with these Cardinal fans who are saying it about this football team. The community is gone. It's now you're either wealthy enough to afford this or you're not. There's an area in the main parking lot, and I don't want to complain because the media parks for free, but these are the facts. There's an area now for these premium locations, the Casita and Casa Rojas, where you can now basically jump the line of getting out. So it's right there. So instead of having to get in the line and loop out of the parking lot, you can just kind of boom, boom, out.
Again, not a new concept. People pay for luxury and convenience. Sure. It's as old as finance itself.
But basically, you can understand why football fans feel alienated or left out or bypassed or no longer prioritized.
That's the part that I get. And generally speaking, again, this to me is not strictly an Arizona Cardinals issue.
No.
This is across sports. But when you, as an organization, price out your diehard fans, I think that's going to have ramifications.
Without a doubt. You're going to, first of all, you're going to suppress the vibe in the stadium.
So you're getting rid of the people that really care.
That really, really care.
That want to watch the game, not
rather than just
the
to
experience.
Kind of look how rich I am. Look what I can afford. And look at me. Look what I can put on social media.
That's what they want. They want the influencers.
Everyday Sundays now across the NFL are feeling more and more like Super Bowls. And I've been fortunate enough to go to 2 Super Bowls, and I went to watch the game. But you see the crowd in the there's very few fans in the stands at a Super Bowl. It's trending that way on a regular Sunday.
And this is a problem across everything, though. You mentioned Disney. This is a problem with concerts. We're becoming unbelievably, especially for the big names thing. This is a problem since this company TKO bought WWE and UFC. They've made it now all about, they've raised prices unbelievably for events now, so that, again, it's pricing out the diehards and killing the vibes and things.
Yeah, it's about
maximizing
services.
Profit.
That's all it is. And what you're losing, people don't really kind of see what you're going to be losing. And this letter is illustrating what you're losing: a sense of community.
And it's also like they are increasing the experience for people who don't necessarily care about the game, but care about the experience of going to a game. That's the people they want, because that's the people that'll pay more money for the experience.
Right. That's the whole thing. Now
and might become fans along the way.
And might be, but if they're too busy doing a selfie of themselves in the seats or blogging about the tequila that, they have at the bar or whatever. I don't know.
No, listen, it's an issue.
It's across everything,
it's
though.
Everything. It's not Cardinal centric. It's not sports centric. It's everywhere in this country, because people now have the analytics. They can target the extremely wealthy people, and now you can create these experiences that only wealthy people can afford, and that's what everybody is doing.
Yeah,
from Disney to all the sports selling off to stream their games to streaming services, parking them behind paywalls, to things like this.
Well, we've used the word problem has come up a lot in this discussion. I guess at the heart of it basically comes down to whether or not you think maximizing profits for your business is a problem. If you're not in that business, a lot of people do have a problem with it. If you're running the business, most people don't.
But again, if you're a company like Disney, if you're a sports franchise, the idea of we are available for everybody. This is not a caste system. This is not a class system. That's very, very important to the whole overall vibe, and that is being lost.
No, I can't.
And of course, Jarrett would bring in a wrestling example.
Yeah. That's what I know. You know about Disney. That's what I was giving you a real, because that is a real issue that they're dealing with, that the tickets for these live events now are out of true fans thing, so that now the people it's bringing in are not that big of fans, and it affects the atmosphere of these events. And
Fear not, though. If you can't go, you can catch all the highlights on SportsCenter.
I know. Well, that's another thing, though. It's you're maximizing profit by signing a deal with Disney ESPN.
Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Wednesday morning in the Rush Hour Reboot. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
It's redefined everything about this season. It's redefined. One game. Mm-hmm. One game has redefined the whole equation for the Arizona Cardinals.
That's the type of game that costs people their jobs.
Yes.
Now, the thing that's fascinating to me is they stopped playing. Oh, they stopped scoring. No, they stopped playing.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here from my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance. I got a text message from one of our listeners who took my advice, headed down to Waltz, raved about the service he received, absolutely loved the experience. Does not surprise me. Waltz gives you a lot of different things. They give you expertise and an extremely knowledgeable staff. You need that to get into the electronics you're really looking for. Not every television built for live action sports. You kind of need somebody who knows what they're talking about. You don't get that at the big box stores. At Waltz, you get great selection. All the major name brands you're looking for, big screen TVs up to 115 inches, and with fall weather arriving, great time to look into putting a television in your backyard. The quality of those are unreal. Waltz has a bunch of them that they can show you as well. And for all that experience, for all that expertise, Waltz also gives you great pricing. And to prove it, find a price you like elsewhere, bring it to Waltz, watch them match it. While you're there, make sure you drop my name. You get a little extra sugar, 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. That is your call. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Home sellers, no matter your situation, consider all of your options. Before you list your home, call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed multiple cash offer program, receive up to 7 cash offers plus her guarantee sale offer, where Carol guarantees the price and time frame of your home sale, or she'll buy it. Sell with certainty and don't risk your hard-earned equity. Call Carol Royce today at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even I added too much water to the pizza dough day?
Yep.
How about getting a call from my daughter to pick her up at the airport because her boyfriend is unreliable day?
Especially that day.
What about finding out that one of my pipes suddenly burst in my basement day?
Progressive has every day covered 24/7 with the Home and Auto Bundle. Also, you have a lot of bad days.
Oh no, that was all the same day.
At least you're covered with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Ready, set, forward. Get the thrills, get the adventure, and get the savings during the first ever Brocktober. On now at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Big Bend for only $399 a month for 36 months. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Sport Big Bend for only $299 a month for 36 months. Purchase a new 2025 F-150 STX Super Crew for only $44,899. Plus, get 3.9 for 72 months financing. Don't miss the Brocktober savings. Shop and compare with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's most awarded Ford dealership for complete satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Bronco offer requires $1,810 down. Bronco Sport requires $1,920 down. Both plus tax, title, license, and $499 doc fee. OAC from Ford Credit. F-150 stock number 255360 with MSRP of $52,645. Offers expire 10/31.
Sanderson Ford.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. After 2 straight Big 12 wins and a bye week, head coach Kenny Dillingham and the Sun Devils will have their hands full Saturday night in Utah. And here was quarterback Sam Levit on what he expects come Saturday.
Yeah, I think I saw the stat there, like 92% win in the last 10 years at home at night games. So, it's going to be an electric environment. I've heard about playing at Utah. My whole family's out there, so it's going to be a fun time.
Meanwhile, the Arizona Cardinals have fined head coach Jonathan Gannon after the altercation with Amari DiMercato in Sunday's 22-21 loss to the Tennessee Titans. But the team will look for their 3rd win of the season against a very good and 4-1 Colts team on Sunday, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Getting in a lot of mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Time for the big Wednesday morning stories in the Rush Hour Reboot with Sammy.
Yes, good morning. If you're curious to, can you watch this radio show every morning? The answer is yes. All you have to do.
Watch on the radio?
It's mind-blowing concept.
Wow.
It is a mind-blowing concept. But yeah, you can watch us every single day at Arizona Sports on YouTube. Type it in. You can see all 4 of our faces every single morning. So I want to start. On Sunday, it was one of the wackiest ways to lose a football game for the Cardinals. They made NFL history. They became the first team to lose 3 straight by game-winning field goals. But this Sunday, what would mean more for the trajectory of the season? The Cardinals finding a way to win on Sunday, or possibly an ugly loss?
Finding a way to win. It seems... It's so perception and recency bias and everything. It seems so unlikely against a really good team, by the way. Let's face it, the Colts are feeling themselves, and with good reason. They've been very impressive so far. But this, to me, has the feel of a save the season kind of ball game.
It really does.
But does it also have the feel of an end the season game if they get blown out?
Look, I don't know about that, but I will say that if they get blown out, it's going to get real uncomfortable here, because the last thing I think any of us thought that we'd be talking about in year 3 was possibly a new coaching staff getting hired and another rebuild going on. And there are people, and I've always been one of them, who thought that Jonathan Gannon and the staff could survive a bad year from Kyler Murray and get another shot. But as has been pointed out, there's no coach in the NFL in year 4 that hadn't had a playoff victory or a playoff game appearance in the first 3.
Yeah.
So then again, in that case, then you're asking the Cardinal fans to be more patient than your average NFL fan. It's a bad deal.
Yeah.
That's why they have got to find the gumption to go punch this team in the face and win a football game.
Yes. And one of the biggest questions that came from Sunday's loss was that was that 3rd and 8 call with essentially the game on the line. Here is Drew Petzing about the call yesterday.
And again, a lot of not liking a call can be hindsight too. Like maybe at the time I was like, hey, when I called it, I felt pretty good about it. As we broke the huddle, I start to look at the look, or maybe evaluate what it looked like on the picture when I see the tablet after. I'm like, I don't think I gave him the best shot there. I could have done something different, and I need to be better.
So what?
Time out. Isn't that what you do? No, I'm not saying timeout to you. Right. I'm saying, okay, when they broke the huddle and I saw I didn't like the that's what timeouts are for.
You tell your head coach, hey, I don't really like the look. Maybe let's burn a timeout.
Yeah.
But
or audibles, but I guess he didn't
trust
have the ability.
But the question would have been, what does Petzing's explanation and Gannon's yesterday about the similar play, what does that tell you about their relationship and the offense as a whole?
Yeah, it tells you that this offense is broken. They really don't trust the quarterback. Now, they'll say they do, but if they really trusted the quarterback, they would have had him throw the football. That's pretty elementary to me, right? And listen, and as somebody who has kind of like immersed myself in this the past couple of days, there's very good reason to not trust the quarterback. And I'll explain more later, but there are so many plays where he bails on the play just before the route is mature and just about to break open. If you don't give your receiver enough time to make his break, then you're failing as a quarterback. There's not enough times where he's not standing in the pocket and delivering the football. He's bailing the first time he sees a different colored uniform. And there's the idea that there's just a lot of stuff he doesn't see.
Yeah.
And you wonder why that is. And I think it's because he's not looking to read coverages. I think he's looking at receivers and trying to find which one is open. And you don't have the time in the NFL to go, okay, there's one guy, he's not open. There's another one, he's not open. There's another one. You've got to know what the defense is doing. There's a difference between being an athlete quarterback and playing the position.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're going to have more on Kyler coming up.
Next,
Back to your question on the relationship between the two. I still think they have a solid relationship, but I will say this. It wasn't that long ago that Jonathan Gannon stood at the podium, much to the chagrin of a lot of people, and said, I'll never have a problem with Drew's play calling.
Yep.
Fast forward 2 weeks, and a play call, admittedly, that neither one of them liked, was attempted to be executed.
Yeah.
That indicates a little bit of a shift, which may be a great thing. This might be, since they were, walking on the tightrope even in their wins and having to hang on and not being able to close out games, having a lead that big and blowing it to a bad team can be a harrowing, sobering experience. And maybe they're looking at themselves in the mirror and we see a different looking approach on Sunday. I mean, it seems far-fetched, but these moments do happen in the NFL.
Yes. All right, guys. There are 13 days till the NBA tips off. And as Jared is kind of a closet seam head, I am very much an NBA junkie. So I'm pretty pumped up. But the Suns right now, 14 days till they start their season. Right now, what is your biggest question you have surrounding the Phoenix Suns?
The talent level offensively, can they score enough to compete? I'm encouraged by what I've seen so far, but at the end of it, I still think there's a talent deficiency here.
I think I would probably agree with that. But I also think that increased effort and togetherness, chemistry can make up for talent. Not over the course of 82 games, but it can improve the feel of things. Do they have enough? I think that's a great question.
Yeah. I think right now for me is, can Mark Williams, I know we haven't seen him in a Suns uniform, but can he be healthy for, say, 60 or more games? If that's the case, I think the Suns will be better than a lot of people think.
Yeah, 60 it's not an unfair number, but it's also uncharted territory for him in his career.
Yeah, and we'll have more with the Suns with Kellen Olson later, but you guys have been rebooted. Happy Hump Day.
Thank you, Sammy.
Yes, sir.
Who calls it that? I've never heard that before.
I was a little bit younger when that commercial came out. It will still be one of my favorite commercials. Yes, it's so good.
Hump Day.
It's the Geico commercial. It's like, what's his name, or what's her name? That he repeats the name over and over again.
I don't remember.
Oh, I'll figure it out, but it's so good. All right, well, there you guys go.
Reminder to tune into Arizona Sports at night right after Sparky's Den tonight. Kevin Zimmerman, Mitch Verrell preview the Cardinals as they head to Indy to take on the Colts. Listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 or on the Arizona Sports app. Coming up next, it is year 7, and we're still wondering how much has Kyler Murray really improved since day one. And a lot of people asking the question. We'll continue on that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Wednesday, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Mike. What day is it, Mike?
Let's 8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey,
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, an astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy, and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Our backyard needed a makeover big time, and it's a big decision until it was an easy call at Casa Galvisi with California Pools and Landscape. And they're celebrating the industry's biggest honor with the biggest savings. Do not miss the Pool Builder of the Year sales event Saturday, October 18th at all 4 Valley Design Centers, Arizona's most awarded pool builder for 37 years. The best pricing, fastest build times, industry-leading warranties. Get started with your free design consultation at calpool.com/Paul.
9 Inch Nails. Live at Desert Diamond Arena, Friday, March 6th. Get tickets Wednesday, October 8th at 12 p.m. at NIN.com. 9 Inch Nails. Live in Glendale. Peel It Back Tour 2026.
Doesn't it make you feel better?
Hundreds of collector cars and millions of memories. Join Barrett Jackson this October at the Scottsdale Fall Auction. Presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Special pricing available for seniors, military, and students. Free admission for children 12 and under. Tickets on sale now at barrett-jackson.com.
Hey, it's Luke. How can ASU football fix its red zone issues Saturday against Utah? We'll discuss it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
And I put Kyler Murray in that category as well. He's an unorthodox quarterback. And so I do think that you've seen him develop the under center game. You've seen him develop the other aspects of trying to play in the pocket and being that quarterback. But you haven't really seen the results. You're still scoring the same points. You're throwing for less than he did. And so I don't think you're getting the best version of him, you know, and I don't know what he's like in the building. I don't like to go by hearsay or reports. I don't know what his study habits are. I only want to go with what I see on the field. You know, all the other off the field stuff, I'm not good at speculating. So I don't know how much time he does put into it or not, but I don't think you're getting the best version of him. He is an instinctual player who has elite competitive spirit, elite instincts of how to play the game. And I don't think we've seen that match that from his early part of his career. And that's, to me, what they're missing in this offense.
It's Adam Archuleta from CBS Sports who called the game against Tennessee on Sunday. That was the second Cardinals game Adam's been part of. He was also on the Week 2 call on CBS in the game against the Carolina Panthers. But also, he's done Cardinals game. He's been doing games for a long time for CBS. So he's been doing it during Kyler's career. And there was a lot to chew on from those thoughts from Adam Archuleta. Do you think, and the way I took it was, okay, you're not getting the best version of Kyler Murray necessarily in this offense. I'll start the conversation here by asking the question, does it feel, by what we've seen, what we know about Kyler Murray, does it feel like there's a bit of a restrictor plate on him? A little bit of a governor on him at times?
Yeah, it does feel that way to me. It does feel, and you could almost feel that way in the response to what Kyler said after the last game. I just run the plays they call.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, listen, you go back and you watch. There are people, let me backtrack and say, part of the issue with Kyler Murray is it's year 7 and he is not much better than he was when he came into the league in year 1. A lot of people have a lot of theories on that, but there were things that he did better early in his career. His ball had more zip on it. You go back and you watch some of those early games, it was a much more vibrant kind of arm, in my opinion. There's a lot of deep balls now that he just leaves really short. And hitting receivers in stride and making difficult sideline out passes. That it doesn't look the same to me. And again, it just I don't know what the answer is with Kyler Murray. I honestly don't. I don't know what you do to get him right when you spend some time with this and you take a look at what are some of the recurring issues that he has. Is it the height issue? Is it because he can't see the field? Is it because he never learned to read defenses? Is it because he never had to learn defenses? Because, again, there's just a lot of plays. You mentioned the scrambling in a circle, the near safety that turned into one of the what Bill Barnwell called the worst intentional grounding he has ever seen in his life. They had 2 receivers open on that play.
If not 3.
Zay Jones was running a seam route right over the middle. A quarterback has got to see that, know that instinctually, and step into it and throw, and then deal with the consequences. It just seems to me that there's something in Kyler that triggers, that gets him on the move. And once he gets on the move, sometimes great things happen, sometimes good things happen, sometimes calamitous things happen, sometimes he sits himself down on the field.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no consistency to it. You can't get to a championship like that.
No, I'll disagree because I think there is a lot of consistency to what we see from Kyler Murray on a week-in, week-out basis in this offense. It's those types of plays. The bad plays, the good plays, the head scratch. I mean, go back to the Carolina game when they have a chance to put it away. One of the most unbelievable scramble plays you'll see, and then 2 plays later he throws a terrible interception.
Yeah.
That's been the experience in this offense for Kyler Murray. And I just feel like we talked about there was some national thought going into last week about Jalen Hurts. And it was Dan Orlovsky from ESPN who brought up the points. I feel like Jalen Hurts has become a risk-averse quarterback. I think a lot of that is what's permeating through this offense right now. There's a feeling of being averse to taking risks because they don't want the back-breaking turnover from Kyler Murray. So it's safe. Don't make that throw. Although more frequently, and go back to last week, the first big play to Marvin Harrison Jr., he was well covered on that play. And it seemed like the philosophy has been, by and large, you know what?
Hold on.
Don't rely on your playmakers to make plays. Just don't put the ball in jeopardy.
He was well covered late on that play.
True.
He was wide open early.
True.
He smoked the cornerback on a little out fake and then down the field.
That's
He
fair.
was wide open.
That's fair.
And then Kyler Murray waited too long, and by the time he threw it, you had 2 defensive backs converging, and Kyler had to go up and get it. But your main point is also accurate. I think there is a risk aversion to this because some of his mistakes have been so costly. But I don't know if putting restrictors on him is going to get a better version of him. I don't know whether or not opening it up and just I don't know, man. I think at this point in time, let him call plays for a game. Let him call his own plays for a game. See what it looks like.
Didn't he do that once in the preseason game?
Not when he was playing.
Not when he was playing, right. But I'm saying it also, we went into the season, and there was definitely talk about Kyler Murray needs to be more boring. Kyler Murray needs to be more responsible. Kyler Murray can't make those mistakes. And maybe that was the coaching staff's idea going into the season, because they thought they were going to have an elite rushing attack. Because they thought they were going to absolutely control games. And they didn't want him to bring the other teams back into it.
That's a really good point.
Yeah.
After five games,
especially with the beefed up defense.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. A dominant defense. Through 5 games, seeing how things are actually trending, you have to sort of adjust in game and let your best player win the game sometimes.
Yeah. Here's the way I view what you just said, Jarrett. That was the plan. We have a dominant physical running game that we can lean on, and that will allow us the thinking that our quarterback can be boring. When you don't have the running game at the base of it, then your whole offense becomes boring because they haven't shifted out of that yet.
Yeah, that's right.
And I never thought when the Cardinals drafted Kyler Murray number 1 overall, good, bad, ugly, indifferent, whatever, I never thought the offense would be vanilla. And it was vanilla at times late in the Cliff Kingsbury tenure when it looked like they were playing in a rectangle. We talked about that a lot. It's more jarring to watch now, generally speaking. And this is coming off a season high in total yardage.
Yeah. So the good news is it's still early. The bad news is I don't know how they fix this offense with the myriad of issues that you see. They're doing a lot of little things wrong.
Yeah. I mean, it being early is a plus if they figure out how to fix it.
Right.
It's a curse if not, because you're just subjected to more of it.
And it's being early, as we even saw with the D-backs, which is they play the most games, being early runs out quickly. With the Suns, we saw that. Being early runs out quickly. After this week, all of a sudden, you're 6 out of 17 games. You're more than a third of the way through the season.
That is true.
But so this talk of Kyler in year 7, wouldn't you want, now with the lack of running ability and the play calling kind of going awry, wouldn't you want to see the Cardinals really just kind of give him the keys and say, it's your time now. We're going to really find out if you're the guy moving forward.
I mean, but in a way, yes, but how feasible is that when it's been geared a certain way for going on 3 years now? This is the offense, operate within the offense. Oh, by the way, a main component of our offense is not really functional right now.
Yeah.
Win the game for us, Kyler. I mean, he's not a superhero. He's a really talented athlete, but
I cannot believe we're still having these conversations in year 7.
That's at the heart of it for me too.
Yeah.
7 years is a long time.
It's crazy.
Coming up next, we hit the second half of the Wednesday edition with Fire Blast. Bickley's got it for you next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Cardinals OC Drew Petzing on his late 3rd down call against the Titans says, "I put our guys in a tough spot." Cardinals find Jonathan Gannon for his sideline altercation with Imari DiMercado. And Sam Levit has settled into structure after a slow start brought some stress. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW. Chapman BMW helping reward the people that help us most, first responders and military members. Your service deserves to be rewarded. You can get up to a $4,000 rebate on a new BMW. Call Chapman BMW for details on that if you're a first responder or a military member. Chapman BMW, an automobile dealership that does everything different in all the right ways, from Ted Chapman all the way down. Everything they do is elite. You feel it the minute you walk into either location. And those 2 locations, by the way, they guarantee you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley, no matter what you're looking for. High-end inventory, certified pre-owned, high-quality used cars, great lineup of electric vehicles. Everything you are looking for, you are going to find at Chapman BMW. As one of their young techs once told me, there's greatness in the DNA of every car they sell at Chapman BMW. Finally, remember this. You have got a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Go take a test drive, find what you like. Go get your hookup by asking for Shane O'Hanrahan. He's the GM of both locations. He has honestly and literally hooked up a number of our listeners already. You can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
This message is brought to you by Navy Federal Credit Union. As a credit union dedicated to serving all veterans, active duty, and their families, we know that during the holiday season, every little bit counts. That's why for a limited time, you could earn a $250 cash bonus when you spend $2,500 on the Cash Rewards and Cash Rewards Plus cards in the first 90 days. Give joy, get joy. Join now at NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union, our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA. Cashback terms and conditions apply. Visit NavyFederal.org/cash rewards for details. Offer ends 1/1/26.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline full synthetic motor oil, a Wix filter, and a $15 gift card after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You've got brothers.
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills, just like you.
Hey.
What's up? What?
We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Low T, start for free. Yep, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Think better, sleep better, improve your sex life. Nothing. Boost testosterone like actual testosterone. Don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. And for a limited time, get started for free. Go to RedMountainWeightLoss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
If you're suffering from stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your arms, legs, hands, or feet, you may be experiencing peripheral neuropathy. If you or a loved one is suffering from neuropathy and has been prescribed a medication like Lyrica, Neurontin, or Cymbalta, there is an alternative. Amazing research has now shown that neuropathy symptoms can be reversed in as little as 1 week. At Restore Wellness, highly trained doctors are using a cutting-edge treatment and successfully slowing and often reversing the disease without addictive medications. If you're tired of living in pain, then call 480-447-9555. That's 480-447-9555. There's no surgery or prescription drugs. Don't wait to get relief. Call 480-447-9555. The first 25 callers will receive a full exam and in-depth consultation, absolutely free.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Tonight, Game 3 of the WNBA Finals will be in downtown Phoenix. The Mercury, down 0-2 in the series, will host the Las Vegas Aces as Alyssa Thomas and company look to get back in this series. The Arizona Cardinals yesterday fined head coach Jonathan Gannon $100,000 for the sideline altercation between him and Amari DiMercato. Offensive coordinator Drew Petzing spoke with the media yesterday and was asked about his 3rd and 8 play call late in the fourth quarter.
At the end of the day, anytime I make a call, I'm trying to go win the game. You know, whether I'm putting the ball in Kyler's hands, whether I'm putting the ball in the back's hands and trusting the O-line. You know, I think just based on the situation where we were, the down and distance, I didn't love the call. Felt like I put our guys in a tough spot and not happy with that.
And Sam Levit and the Sun Devils continue to prepare for Utah on Saturday night, where both teams will look to keep pace in the Big 12. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Join the football watch parties every Sunday with special guests, food and drink specials, and more only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The Arizona Cardinals have lost more than 3 consecutive football games. They seem to have lost a big chunk of their identity. Don't you remember those first 2 years under Jonathan Gannon? Those Cardinals were full of hiss and vinegar. On the very first series of a new regime, Kaiser White delivered a vicious illegal hit out of bounds as if to send a message to the entire league, and it worked. Those first 2 teams flowed with underdog spirit. They punched their way to respectability. They vibed on taking the fight to better teams, and their maniacal, hardcore professionalism and their newfound competency put other teams on notice, and boy, did they notice. Remember how 49ers GM John Lynch marveled at the new level of compete in Arizona? Well, that, folks, is the team that needs to take the field Sunday in Indianapolis. A team ready to cause damage. A team full of emotion, physicality, and violence, just like the team that went into Pittsburgh and Philadelphia and punched the home team in the face. For the past 2 years, the Cardinals were considered a team on the rise in the NFL, led by competent leaders and responsible, reliable players. Today, things feel a lot darker, like the bottom is about to fall out of the tub, and maybe squaring up against a few heavyweights is exactly what this team needs to find themselves all over again. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
I'm ready for the 2024 Arizona Cardinals. Let's get into this. I have a soft spot for last year's Cardinals. I think they were the toughest 4-win team I've ever seen. They had quality wins over the Cowboys and the Steelers. I think they really matter, and I think they've annihilated their draft. They get the Marvin Harrison Jr. pick. It's great. It's like probably the best player in the entire draft. And then Darius Robinson, the defensive end out of Missouri. Max Melton from Rutgers, 4-3. Trey Benson, the running back. I feel like, man, the Cardinals, I think, are really lining up really nicely.
That was Kyle Brandt from May of 2024.
Yeah.
And Kyle Brandt was one of the biggest proponents of what he saw from the Cardinals in Jonathan Gannon's first year in 2023. He mentioned a couple of those wins. That was before last season. Loved the draft. That's still, a work in progress, if you will, although Marvin Harrison Jr. the last 6 quarters, I think, has looked the part, even though he wasn't used very much in the second half.
Yeah.
But that was very indicative of what the feeling was about the Cardinals. And here we are 5 weeks into this season. This was supposed to be the payoff.
Mm-hmm.
The payoff for 2+ years of a rebuild, and we have focused on the on-field product a lot, but it's only come up a few times. The puzzling direction that the front office went through in the last offseason to not address the offense whatsoever. And I know the offense was serviceable, more than serviceable. It was a decent to good offense last year. Certainly didn't knock the socks off of anybody. But to not do anything on that side of the ball, I think has really stunted what they could have going.
Listen, one of the things that sort of inspired me about this blast was I was thinking about this whole Clayton Adams thing again, along with Kaiser White, and it occurred to me that Kaiser White brought a raw emotion to that defense and a leadership to that defense that you could see on the field. They were headhunters. They were out to pummel people. And that was a big part of their identity. It wasn't all James Conner. And it just seems to me that there's been a couple of mistakes made here by letting go a couple of guys that were really very important to where they had gotten. Now, again, to me, I didn't understand how big this offensive line coach was or might have been. So I wasn't ringing this bell or talking like this 6 months ago. I didn't know. I thought this was a Jonathan Gannon, Monty Ossenfort, Kaiser White, James Conner kind of production. But they knew in that building. So if those guys were that important pieces of this culture and the success of this team, why wasn't there more effort to keep all of that together? Okay, so regardless, that's in hindsight. Looking forward, what does this team need to do to get out of this? Does the way the team play look different to you, Vinny? Does the amount of emotion they show or lack thereof look different to you? Because it looks a little different to me.
A little bit. I mean, I wouldn't put that near the top of my list of things that are concerning right now.
Yeah. But again,
because I think a lot of you mentioned Kaiser White, and yes, I think he was an important piece on the defensive side of the ball for 2 years. I think they've replaced a lot of that. I think Mac Wilson has kind of stepped into that role. It's kind of a similar type player. So a little bit different. Right. To agree with your question.
Yeah, I just think that the identity of this football team was probably bigger than just running the ball, than just being physical on the line of scrimmage. I think it was all about really vibing on. We are not going to take beatings lying down.
Feels like Budda Baker hasn't been impactful this season, right? He stood out so much last year, but first or second in the entire NFL in tackles and the emotion and stuff. It feels like he hasn't been that noticeable this year.
I think that's absolutely fair.
Yeah, and that's what's missing to me. What's missing is that rabid, raw joy of playing football.
And look, we already mentioned that when they lost James Conner, that was a big part on the offense that they lost.
Well, I mean, they've had 5 nail-biter games. That just the stress of those types of games. And, yeah, they're responsible for those outcomes. I get it, but that'll take a lot of the joy out of it. I mean, we're talking about a team that's gone through something that nobody's gone through since 1932, I think was the year. 3 straight losses on the last play of the game.
The problem is that the 2 nail-biters that they won were not like jubilant wins. They were, thank God we survived wins.
True.
Well,
that's true.
Go back to, I think we obviously would have a much different tone if what Bick talked about last week, that game it should have been circled as we need a laugher. And it was shaping up to be one. And I think the psyche of this football team would be much different, obviously. We didn't see what was coming, what actually happened on that field on Sunday. But those types of losses and those types of wins take a toll. And now you put yourself in a situation where you had an opportunity. The schedule actually lined up nicely for you to have that easy win, to build your confidence, to get the reassurance of everything that you've worked on since April is actually going in the right direction. And you let that slip through your fingers. Now your schedule in front of you, if you're going to get this right, you're going to earn it because these are really good football teams in front of you.
And again, that's what it occurred to me that this is where this football team has made their name for themselves entering this year, going up against better teams and either beating them or playing them so close that they walked off the field winning a battle of respect, if nothing else. Right? So, again, hoping against hope, is that what I'm doing here? I don't know. But it seems so jarring to me to have a season with such an a team and a regime with such an upward trajectory kind of lose altitude the way this one has.
And you could look at it another way, too. These types of experiences can bring you together. Patrick Peterson was on with Wolf and Luke yesterday for his weekly visit, and he talked about where the onus falls now for the Cardinals, and the onus to Pat Pete is that it falls on leadership.
No doubt about it. And honestly, this is where I would like to see, Kyler Murray really take that next step.
Yeah.
Far as the leadership role, far as being on the front line, getting the guys to buy into whatever it is, and pretty much leading this team to where they know they should be. You know what I mean? So it's going to come down to, at the end of the day, him finishing the games because he's touching the ball 9 times out of 10. They don't have a running game. An effective running game as of yet thus far. It's going to come down to how Kyler Murray is able to lead this team and being able to help this team close out games to capture victories moving forward.
Yeah, but again, I think Kyler Murray had an opportunity to close out that game last week, and that opportunity by the play calling, by the fact that it was clarified yesterday he did not have the ability to check out of that play. It was the play call, and unless there was a timeout, that play was getting run. That, to me, is discouraging on a number of fronts.
And I'm not the first to point this out, but any quarterback in year 7, if he's got those kind of restrictions on him, that's an issue. A guy 7 years in should have the experience to be able to check out of anything.
Well, there should be multiple levels of troubleshooting there. You come to the line, I mean, both head coach and offensive coordinator said, yeah, we didn't get the look we were looking for, didn't love it from the start. And if they're not going to recognize it, doesn't it fall on the quarterback to recognize it?
Yes.
At least to say, all right, I'm not checking out of this play, but what are we doing here? Let's call a timeout. Get our heads right.
Yeah.
I can't believe how much the tone has changed on this team in a few short weeks.
It's really, really depressing. It's really depressing.
Coming up next, we will focus on the Arizona State Sun Devils and whether or not they can come out of the bye and make a statement in the Big 12. That is next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports is giving away a pair of tickets to see the Mercury face the Aces in Game 4 Friday night downtown. Text the word finals to 620-620 for your chance to win. Be part of the best atmosphere in the WNBA and cheer on the Mercury in the finals against Vegas. Text finals to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Nagging joint pain is a bad deal if it keeps you from doing what you want to do, if it prevents you from doing things you used to do. Good news is QC Kinetics is here to flip the script. They use advanced regenerative medicine. These are advanced cellular treatments that help your body heal and restore the damaged tissue in your joints, not cover it up, not cut it out, actually helping heal and restore. And the results are long-term lasting relief. And believe me, this stuff works. I know. Patient satisfaction reports are a staggering 92%. That includes me. I've leaned on QC Kinetics twice. Once they helped me avoid surgery when I tore my meniscus. Currently in treatment for a bad case of tennis elbow. I've got my last treatment coming up in about 10 days. I am markedly better. This proof this stuff really, really works, and it's all organic. There's no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. You walk into QC Kinetics, you get your treatment, you walk right back out the door. Bring them your MRI and your x-rays. Go check out these cutting-edge options that can really, really help you if you're dealing with that nagging joint pain. You can find them in Scottsdale. You can find them in Phoenix, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books for that free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
From the shadows of your bathroom comes a villain with 2 pinchers, 1 stinger, and 0 respect for your home.
Scorpions can make your home feel like a scary movie. At Blue Sky Pest Control, we rewrite the script. We keep scorpions out of your home so your story stays drama-free. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date. Your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected. Your floor mats are cleaned and delivered. And your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Hi, everybody. It's Dave Burns here with V's founder, Jimmy V. Jimmy, I know you can get a great haircut at V's, but it's also an escape a little bit, isn't it? You know, from the world, from the heat outside. I mean, whatever it is that you're trying to find a little bit of comfort from, you can walk into a V's barbershop, and you'll get that experience when you walk in.
You know, what's fascinating to me, Dave, is most guys that walk into the shop, they have a smile on their face. And that's just a wonderful sign for me to watch. They're about to enjoy the experience. experience. They're expecting to enjoy the experience. It's just a place you can go for a half-hour vacation. If we do our job right, time flies by and you walk out and you feel great and you're standing straighter and you're kind of a little bit looking forward to the next time. Just a little bit. Probably have about 3 weeks to go, but you're thinking about it a bit.
Do you think the smiles are bigger walking in or walking out?
They're bigger walking out.
So book your 30-minute vacation and your next great haircut by visiting vbarbershop.com. That's vbarbershop.com for V's.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. How will the ASU defense fare against one of the toughest offensive lines in the Utah Utes? We'll talk Sun Devils on the Bernsey and Gambo Show 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely pointed out that the last time we played here, it was really bad. And it's a tough environment. I mean, tough environment. There's 50-60% chance of thunderstorms, rain. We could hit a delay. And we have an 8:15 kickoff that could also get delayed. And we may be playing this game at 10 p.m., 10:30. I mean, that's not a far-fetched scenario based off the weather report. And it doesn't matter when we play it or where we play it. We're going to play a really good football team with a great crowd, and we got to be ready to go play a physical brand of football. And we got to be able to do all the little things right.
Kenny Dillingham, head coach of ASU, on playing Utah this week and comparing that to what happened last time they went to Salt Lake City. Before we move on with this discussion, want to say a good morning and a thanks and a tip of the hat to our listeners in Anthem.
Anthem!
Way up north, listening in Anthem. We appreciate you up there.
And before you get on, did you by any chance see the piece of social media that was sent to us? The big, heavy-set dude who was being let out of a buffet because he had been there too long? Did you see that, Jarrett?
Yes.
Yes. Don't get fooled by AI videos.
No, I know it was AI video, but it was still kind of funny.
Yes,
that was an AI video?
It was.
Wow.
Yeah.
Dan, if you think that several people didn't tag me and send me that video and say this is Jarrett's future, then you are mistaken.
That's your brand.
It is my brand.
Have you ever had gotten a look at a buffet like, can you please go easy on us here? Do you really need that?
I've never had that, but I was in Las Vegas once, and there was an older guy at a different table, and we were there for dinner, and the waitress said that he has been here since breakfast. He came at the end of breakfast, so we had the breakfast turnover into lunch. He stayed all the way through lunch until we put out the dinner stuff. He's been here. He was here for like 8 hours, they said.
Now, not continuous eating.
No, just like hanging
loitering.
out.
Loitering?
Like a pay one price to get the 3 meals deal.
All right.
People are amazing, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah.
People
All right.
find loopholes into anything.
All right, back to the Sun Devils.
Big challenge this week going up to Salt Lake City. The last time, in case you forgotten or just decided to wipe it from your memory, the Sun Devils went to Salt Lake City in Kenny Dillingham's first year as head coach when they were in a much different place, but they lost by 52 points. And that was also one of those games where I felt the Utes had the game in hand and they kind of rubbed ASU's face in it a little bit. And I remember talking to Kenny about that game leading up to the Friday night game against Utah in Tempe last year. And it was still very fresh. And they talked about it and they used it as a motivational tool. And that was last year, the Utah game kind of marked, it wasn't the beginning, but it kind of marked the beginning of what we were about to see.
Yeah.
You got some special plays from Cam Scattaboo in that game. You got a big-time win. You got a viral moment after the game when Kenny Dillingham just got engulfed by the crowd
One of the
and
greatest
disappeared.
moments. It was so fantastic.
Still can't figure out exactly what happened there.
Yeah.
But you got to wipe that away to a degree because, coming off a bye, you're going to have a little bit of increased health. Jalen Moss is going to be available for the first time since the first game of the season. They have been unable to tap into his skill set at wide receiver. And I do think that's one of the areas offensively where ASU has really, really improved over the last few weeks, Bick. We talked about it so much that, hey, if there's a pass completed, we know who it's going to. Yeah, it's going to Jordan Tyson, who's top 3 wide receiver in the country. But they've done a much better job of spreading the ball around. They got the deep ball to Jaron Hamilton in that last win.
Mm-hmm.
So you feel confident that Jalen Moss can make a contribution, and that's big.
You feel confident because, unlike the Arizona Cardinals, the quarterback at ASU is ascending. Sam Levit entered the season with a ton of hype, struggled early. The Mississippi State game, nobody dealt with that well. But I think he's starting to find the balance of playing inside the structure of the offense and when to play outside the structure of the offense. To try not to do a lot of scrambling, maybe on first and second downs, and try to operate within the pocket. And then when you need to, go ahead and take off with it. Going into the season, I knew that this was going to be not an issue, but a challenge, because Sam Levit burns so hot. He's so talented with his legs. He's such a powerful runner, and he wants contact. And he brings a lot of heat to the field. So there's a lot of great stuff there, but harnessing it, you got to channel that all in the right direction.
Well, and especially because there was so much in terms of expectation placed upon him, and those first couple games didn't go well. And Sam Levit himself kind of talked about that yesterday, with the media about, did you have to talk to yourself to kind of resettle after a tough start?
Yeah, I mean, a bunch of people in my life that impact me. Coaches, I like to talk to Coach Roy. He's been around a lot of people, and he's a pretty intense person like me. Obviously my brother, my guy Sean, people who have impacted my life like that.
Yeah, so good support system, and ascending is the perfect word to describe what he's doing.
I think it's really interesting on how Tuesday that he has turned off all the talk and thinking about the Heisman Trophy, and kind of admitted that brought a little too much stress into my game.
Yeah, he was asked about that too. When was the last time you thought about the Heisman?
Early on in the season, for sure. I kind of tried to tailor off on that. I wasn't playing as well, and it brought some stress, and I kind of remembered, I'm not doing this for the accolades and all those things. Just the talk kind of puts you in that mindset. So I got out of that and just started, coming out here and enjoying the day, the beautiful weather out here and being around my team. So I'm just blessed to be in the situation I am.
Beautiful weather out here. You heard Kenny Dillingham on the soundbite on the way in. Not projected to be beautiful weather on Saturday night. Maybe a delay. They're planning for a possible delay. The weather forecast looks that menacing. So this is challenging on a number of fronts.
And ASU has already had a couple of these games, these challenging in-game delays, and they're not easy.
Remember the one they had last year at Oklahoma State?
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, they had one, Kenny's first game as head coach in Tempe. It was a several-hour weather haboob delay.
And it's
if you're going to get a game delayed, there's no better reason than haboobs.
And
said something like that for your whole life.
Well, listen, on the ASU front, they lost to Mississippi State in a game that.
Whoa,
Everybody's. Yeah. I don't know if that's coming out of the air like that or if it's just in our ears like that. But
somebody asked me on XFC, do we sound like crackly? Do we sound like a bowl of Rice Krispies?
Do we sound like you were just ordering a double cheeseburger and fries?
And then let's take a break and see if we can't get that figured out.
That's a good idea.
On the other side of the break, we will talk to Kellen Olson. We'll talk some Phoenix Suns basketball with KO next. And just like that, it clears up. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings.
Wow.
Here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The 2-3 Cardinals head to Indy to play the 4-1 Colts Sunday.
They're really clicking on all cylinders right now. It's because they're able to establish a run with Taylor, and Daniel is putting the ball where it needs to be, making the right decisions, getting out of his hand fast. And so there's going to be times where guys are in stressful downs, and they got to win against some really good players.
Pre-game and kickoff 10 a.m. Sunday morning.
I'm excited for the challenge. I know the players are too.
Listen to Cards at the Colts Sunday on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
My friends at Parker & Sons are great in your time of need. I realized that when I had a plumbing emergency in the middle of the night, called them at 4:30 in the morning, a live person answered the phone. I did not expect that, but I have learned that a live person always answers the phone at Parker & Sons, no matter what time you call. And by 8 a.m. that same morning, they were at my house dealing with my issue. I was incredibly impressed. They're also great for preventative measures that can make your everyday life better, like the Captura air scrubber, which greatly improves the air quality in your home, which is a big deal because a lot of people do not know how much gunk you are breathing. With fall coming, the cold and flu season, this is something that can really help you. A reverse osmosis system and a water softener from Parker & Sons can improve the quality and the taste of your drinking water. And again, if you're drinking water straight from the tap, you don't know what you're putting into your body. And in the fall, you need to stay healthy. These are two things that can really, really help you. Remember, Parker & Sons is the company you trust with all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And remember, all their technicians are trust certified, which means they're insured, licensed, by the they've all passed drug tests and background checks. All you have to do is call 602-2. That's 602-2. Then our EP Parker & Sons.
Arizona's only professional bull riding team, the Ridge Riders, are back in action at Desert Diamond Arena October 10th through the 12th. Feel the heat of the desert as the Ridge Riders defend their home dirt, battle for glory, and fight for bragging rights against the toughest teams in the league. This is bull riding like you've never seen before. Get your tickets now at PBR.com or Ticketmaster.com. Stop by any participating Quick Trip for a 20% off ticket discount code when you buy Monster Energy.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Brad's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where batteries are as low as $89.99. Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Brad is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to What's Next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating, or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. After 2 straight Big 12 wins and a bye week, head coach Kenny Dillingham and the Sun Devils will have their hands full Saturday night in Utah. And here was quarterback Sam Levit on what he expects come Saturday.
Yeah, I think I saw the stat there, like 92% win in the last 10 years at home at night games. So, it's going to be an electric environment. I've heard about playing at Utah. My whole family's out there, so it's going to be a fun time.
Meanwhile, the Arizona Cardinals have fined head coach Jonathan Gannon after the altercation with Amari DiMercato in Sunday's 22-21 loss to the Tennessee Titans, but the team will look for their third win of the season against a very good and 4-1 Colts team this Sunday. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Hey, it's Luke. How can ASU football fix its red zone issues Saturday against Utah? We'll discuss it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
We continue here on the Wednesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Phoenix Suns, way far away, 17-hour flight to China to get ready for 2 games, preseason games against the Brooklyn Nets Friday and Sunday, and we are not far away from the season opener. It's time to talk Suns basketball with our guy, Kellen Olson, Arizona Sports Suns coverage, Empire of the Suns, Arizona Sports at Night. He's all over the place, and he joins us right now on the Arizona Sports line. Kellen, good morning.
Morning, guys. Thanks for having me.
Kellen.
The preseason opener last Friday against the Lakers, I read your piece on it, and there was a lot to like in terms of what you saw from the Suns in terms of effort. But what else really stood out to you from that game?
Well, first of all, guys, I don't know about you, but it feels kind of crazy to say out loud. I had fun watching the Phoenix Suns play basketball.
I did too.
Whoa. Let's all relax a second. Holy moly. That was what really stood out to me, and just like, I don't know, it felt like we were watching basketball again, if that makes sense. Like, it felt really carefree. It was easy to talk about. It was easy to watch. It was easy to digest, and it was such a pulling teeth season last year that everything that they were doing, not even defensively, just all over the floor because of like how organized they were, how it seemed like they were fully in step. It was JJ Redick after the game who was basically like, I'm not making excuses, but you could tell that team's been practicing through all of September. And it's like, well, JJ, they were the team that got in the gym at the start of September. Like, it wasn't a required thing for the Suns to do. They were the team that chose to start practicing together and getting together before then. And like that sort of, I hate to use a word like this when we haven't seen much basketball yet, but like camaraderie, it did show, and perhaps we'll see it more in China. I'm not going to grade them nearly as much, if at all, on this slate, because they're in China for 2 games and they have to come back and play 2 days later. We're probably not going to see many guys playing from China that do on the 14th as well.
Yeah.
But it was a really good start, and Book said it best. Like, that's what happens when things from practice and training camp actually translate.
How about that? All right, so you and I talked about this. Dylan Brooks was very interesting to listen to in Media Day, and then you saw in that preseason game on Friday just his next level of competitiveness. How much is the Valley going to love Dylan Brooks?
They're going to love him. It's one of those things where it's talk the talk and walk the walk, and he's very much that guy. And people might get misconstrued by that or led astray by me saying that because they'll think back to when he was trying to talk the talk against LeBron James. That's a whole different type of walking the walk. But everything that he is about, he is fully about. There's really no other way to say it. Like, the things that he is going to do on a basketball court and the way that he is going to play the game is just how he goes about his business. And I think it's going to be crucial for him to continue to do that. And what we're going to be monitoring, I think, over the course of this season is, like, this team is going to lose a lot of basketball games. Now, some people listening might think that it's closer to 40 or 45 games than it is 50 or 55, but they're going to hit a tough stretch somewhere in there where they lose 7 of 9, lose 10 of 12, and they're going to need to, like, stick by their principles, stick by everything we saw in that preseason opener. And what we learned from that game is that Dylan is going to be the one doing the leading by example, if you will, from last year. Like, he is going to be the one certainly leading that charge. Him and Devin Booker are the leaders of this team, and Dylan is going to be the one leading by example with everything that he does. There were like 5 or 6 things that he did in that game, guys, that I did not see anyone in the Suns jersey do last year more than like twice. Like, it was crazy, the amount of consistency to all of his effort that just wasn't there at all last year from practically anyone.
Kellen Olson covers the Suns for us here at Arizona Sports. He's our guest on Bickley and Murata Mornings. We did not see Jalen Green. We did not see Mark Williams in that preseason opener. I don't have much concern about Jalen Green. Guys played 82 games two seasons in a row. Nope, hardly anybody can make that claim. Mark Williams is often injured, and the Suns knew that when they acquired him around the draft. How would you gauge the concern level organizationally that Mark Williams is going to have another season where maybe he tops out in 40 to 42 games this year, Kellen?
For them organizationally, it has to be at some sort of level. For me, I'm a mixed bag right now because they acquired him in late June, and since the start of July, he's been at their facility pretty much every single day working. And that has been not reshaping his body per se or like going over like an evolution. I don't want to be that dramatic, but he's been working on his body a whole lot more. And the way Jordan Ott characterized it is like what he was doing before wasn't working in terms of keeping him healthy. So they're trying to change his like physical stature, trying to make his lower body strength a lot better, which they say he's made a lot of gains in, but they're going over this long-term process right now to keep him healthy over the course of a full season. And that includes him not playing 5-on-5 yet. He hasn't played 5-on-5 yet, at least when we last talked to the team a couple of days ago. He did not play in the opener. He's with the team in China, but I don't know if he's going to play in China. And look, if he doesn't play until the season opener, that's fine. But we're talking about a guy who has more games missed than games played in his career so far. Whatever they're doing, it applies more to the regular season. But it says a lot about the lack of the amount of games that he consistently misses, where if I told you guys, I'll give you 60 games, would you take it right now? You'd say yes. And for most guys, you'd be like, you mean he's going to miss 22 games, a quarter of the year, over a quarter of the year? But you'd take it with him just with the way that injuries have piled up for him.
All right, one of the other things that I noticed over the television was there was a lot more chatter and there were a lot more communicating defensively from the Suns than I might have heard all of last year. What prevented that team last year from connecting verbally on a basketball court?
I don't know, Dan. I love going back to my three favorite words from the 2024-2025 Suns season. I don't know. I don't know, but again, it's all about carryover, and I think that's the thing more to me is that we saw zero carryover last year, zero carryover 2 years ago. I don't care if this team wins 27 games. If they win 27 games and I can tell what they're trying to do on the basketball court, that is going to be a vast improvement over 46 wins or 36 wins. It's just going to be because those two teams, you couldn't tell consistently what they were trying to do on both ends of the floor. It was often like not mismanaged per se, but it was just a complete mix of what they were doing on a night-to-night basis where you couldn't tell how much of it was the game plan, how much of it was what the players wanted to be doing. It was all over the place. And this year, in one preseason game, it's been a lot more concise. Like we talked to Jordan Ott about what he wants to do stylistically, and having that actually show on the floor is already a big change from last year, even in the preseason.
Kellen Olson is our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Looking at the roster, and there's so many new faces, and we're in the process of getting to know these players as players. But one guy that has intrigued me for a while, and I find him to be pretty intriguing for this season as well for the Suns, is Nigel Hayes-Davis, a guy who I really liked at Wisconsin. It didn't work out in the NBA at first. He goes overseas and really developed his game offensively. He's a smart player. He's got a lot of size. How pivotal do you think he could be, and how much opportunity do you think he'll get early to carve out some minutes in this rotation, Kellen?
Vince, it's a really good question. Him and Rasheer Fleming bring something that the team didn't have last year, which is size. Believe me, or don't get me wrong here, this Suns team is still very imbalanced in terms of the way their roster is shaped, and they have way too many two guards. They have a couple too many centers. Like, they don't have enough, like, true wings. But with that being said, Nigel Hayes-Davis, Rasheer Fleming are both like 6'7", 6'8", 6'9", in that range with long arms, and they can impact the game in a couple of different ways where you look at last year's team, it was really Kevin Durant and Bol Bol, if you wanted to characterize them as wings, were really the only guys that could bring that to the team. He's an awesome story because a lot of people listening, including my fellow Wildcat fans, will remember like a guy who played out of the mid-post, was really savvy, could score on the interior. And then you watch him today, and he's like, he does all of those kind of like scrappy, heady things, but now he's like a true like 3-and-D guy on the perimeter. It's really sorry about that. It was really impressive to watch him kind of go through all the elements of his game because it translates from the collegiate level and then everything that he worked on overseas. Nigel Hayes-Davis is in that category, and then Rasheer Fleming as well is just a guy you watch move around the floor, and you'll notice like athletically. We talked about. You guys had shows going into the game that night against like Oklahoma City and all these super athletic teams. You're like, the Suns are in trouble, like because they didn't have any athletes like Rasheer. So he's going to make a lot of difference, too. One of those two guys has to pop for this team to have success.
Yeah, and there's even a fluidity to Maluach that you don't normally get from young bigs like that, which is kind of intriguing. All right, you and I think we share the same trepidations for the inexperience of GM Brian Gregory and the vow of Matt Ishbia to be even more involved. But I'm curious about your early vibes of this coaching staff, starting with Jordan Knott.
He's a really bright guy, and he really knows his stuff. I've been really impressed by the way that he has opened his mind to us, because this is not to say that Mike Budenholzer is an ultra-sharp basketball mind, and ditto to Frank Vogel, but Jordan has been open, which is sort of the stylistic stuff that he sees. And I think that a main theme that I've been getting from him and just like the league in general is that, like, we know, like, what the NBA is right now, right? It's pace and space. We know, like, what the modern NBA is. But what that meant 2 years ago is not what it means right now. Like, the game is consistently sort of changing. And I think that's something that Vogel talked about, is, like, when I coached a team to the finals, won the finals, this is not the same NBA that it was then. And, like, the game is consistently changing. Yes, you need guys who can shoot threes. Yes, you need to run with pace. Yes, you need to grab offensive rebounds and, like, win the possession battle. But, like, the ways in which you do that stuff is consistently changing, and he's the type of guy that is totally on top of it. You could kind of see hints of what they were doing, like Devin Booker crashing for an offensive rebound in that game. Again, things I never saw last year. That is something that he was doing as well. So he's the type of guy that is maybe not it's too early for me to say, like, he's ahead of the curve in terms of what the trends are, but he's definitely on top of what they are. And it's one thing to see them. It's another thing to have your team actually execute the changes that are going to win or lose you games on the margins pretty much every night. And they look a step ahead of those right now, which is good to see.
Yeah, one thing that stands out to me on the way out here, Kellen, is the 17-hour flight to play these two games in China. They play on Sunday, then they play here again on Tuesday night. That's a brutal way to end up your preseason, I think.
It's ridiculous. The Nets play 5 days later. That's the team that the Suns will play in China twice. It's the Nets. They play 5 days after. The Suns play 2 days after. I'm guessing that's some sort of snafu where they couldn't get another game sort of moved around, essentially. But to your point, it's going to set up, I would guess the main guys are going to play either one of, if not both of the China games, and then we're going to see the likes of the guys on two-way contracts, non-guaranteed deals play on the 14th, which, as you know, Vince, is their only home game in the preseason.
That is.
Like, hey, fans, welcome back. Here are the two-way guys. Like, it's kind of weird, and I'm sure the Suns are looking forward to getting the opportunity to travel to Macau and play in China at the same time. They're looking forward to not having to do that next year.
Yes,
exactly.
Kellen, great stuff. Appreciate it. As always, we'll talk soon.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Thanks, Kellen.
Thank you, Kellen Olson. He covers the Suns for us here on Arizona Sports. You can hear him on the podcast, Empire of the Suns. Watch the podcast, Arizona Sports at Night. Does a great job for us. Coming up next, there's a lot of messy situations in the NFL right now. Is the biggest mess in our own backyard? Some people seem to think so. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
ASU football back in the top 25 and ready to battle the Utes Saturday.
You know, it's going to be an electric environment playing at Utah.
I mean, tough environment. There's 50-60% chance of thunderstorms, rains. And we have an 8:15 kickoff that could also get delayed. And we may be playing this game at 10 p.m.
ASU at Utah. Pre-game at 4. Kickoff 7:15 Saturday night on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I have learned that people love and are loyal to Sonic for many different reasons. Some people love the nostalgia, the old-timey feel of a legitimate drive-in, of pulling into a shaded parking spot, placing in order, not leaving your car, being served curbside by an iconic car hop. Some people rave about the side items like the onion rings and the tots, which are both tremendous, by the way. Some people rave about the ice cubes at Sonic and even buy them in bulk. Some people, like my daughter, rave about the drink menu, which is legendary, features hundreds of thousands of different combinations, and my lovely daughter gets the same thing every time, the cherry limeade slush. My little dude loves the frozen zone. That's where the ice cream is, according to him. The Sonic Blasts are way better than the Bickley Blasts, and by now you know I'm a huge fan of the Sonic Burgers. The Smasher lineup is incredible, and the garlic butter bacon cheeseburger is about as good as it gets. Whatever you are looking for, you will find it on the menu at Sonic. Super diverse, all sorts of great things from iconic classics to new favorites. When you're hungry, head on down to your local neighborhood Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the ghost pepper challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hey, get in.
What? Who are you?
I'm future you.
Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Low T, start for free. Yep, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Think better, sleep better, improve your sex life, nothing. Boost testosterone like actual testosterone. Don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone, and for a limited time, get started for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Hey, it's Wolf. What does the Cardinals defense need to do better late in games? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
I'm bringing my broom because you know why? It's a mess.
It's a mess. You guys see the movie The Campaign? Will
Yes.
Ferrell and Zach Galifianakis?
One of my favorite comedy movies.
Underrated comedy.
I
Very,
agree.
very funny movie. That was his catchphrase. I'm bringing my broom because it's a mess. How messy is the situation with the Arizona Cardinals right now? We've talked about it. We've had conversations today alone, Vic, actually for the last 3 days. How much the thinking on this team has changed. The thinking surrounding this team has changed. They were kind of a fringe pick for people to be a postseason team. They don't look like a postseason team right now. Lots of football left to be played. Yeah. And we can only judge this on what we have seen so far. But there was a discussion on the show before us this morning on ESPN Radio, Unsportsmanlike, where they went through their top 5 messiest situations in the NFL currently. And this is ESPN Radio's Evan Cohen.
5 Philadelphia, 4 Baltimore, 3 Miami, 2 the Jets in terms of hot mess rankings. The most obvious number 1 ever.
Number 1.
The Arizona Cardinals. Yeah. You find a coach $100,000 yesterday, and the reason you find him is I could take the speculative part out, right? We said a video made it seem like Jonathan Gannon may have made physical contact with Amari DiMercato after he fumbled the ball before the 1-yard line on a 72-yard run up 21-6 against the Titans, a winless team at the time on Sunday. I will take the speculative part out because if he didn't make physical contact, you're not fining him $100,000. Coaches don't get fined for things like this. The Arizona Cardinals have lost 3 games in a row. I've never been sold on their quarterback as a starting quarterback in the NFL on that team. Maybe he needs change of scenery, and that's fine. Maybe he has the Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield, Geno Smith situation. But you find a coach $100,000 for making physical contact with a player in reacting to a moment during the game. Is there any argument outside of Arizona being number 1? Is there?
No.
They are definitively number one, right?
Yeah.
You agree with that? I look, we've been critical of the Cardinals, and with good reason. They deserve the criticism that's coming their way right now. I don't think they're the biggest mess in the NFL, and I don't think it's particularly close. I think Miami's a far messier situation.
Clearly.
The Cincinnati Bengals, the New York Jets.
Yeah, the Jets are 0-5 with Aaron Glenn.
Clearly,
Cleveland Browns.
The Cardinals may have been the biggest mess in the NFL in Week 5. The way they lost the game.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, Sammy.
Well, if that Week 5 performance might have been the biggest 60-minute mess in the history of the league.
Might have been.
Well, and again, it's like this is just like the national media. This is the only time we show up on their radar screen, unless something amazingly good happens, which is very rare, or if something extremely dysfunctional happens, which unfortunately is much more common. And when that happens, there's a lot of piling on, right? We've seen it with Matt Ishbia and the Suns. He's going to be the worst owner in history. No, he's off to a real bad start, but let's not get out of our shoes here, okay? And the same thing with this thing here. The idea, look, the Jonathan Gannon caught on video, if you take that video out of this mix, if nobody had caught that video, what does that do with the way people perceive the game? Locally, it wouldn't change anything for us because we saw the game. It was elite buffoonery.
In fact, on Monday, we talked about that video, and we kind of brushed it away and said, like, okay, well, the Paris Johnson didn't react. It must not have been a big deal.
Yeah.
And we moved on.
Yeah.
So but we still killed the team.
Well, listen, and then, what's interesting to me, too, though, is that Jonathan Gannon, that post-game press conference after that horrible loss, he's also got that going through his mind. Where none of us, I won't say none of us, but certainly me, I had no idea that had taken place.
Yeah.
When we saw that the following morning in real time, I think you and I both went, okay, this is going to be a problem because this is eventually going to get to the national media. And when it does, it's going to be hammer and nail again. And it is.
And it was initially reported yesterday, too, that it was being investigated by the NFL. Now, that was quickly debunked, and they kind of pulled back that. But that's a hefty fine for a head coach for a situation like that.
It sure is.
Now, that has the ability or the potential to be the fuse that lights this thing on fire. But I would be very surprised if it's addressed again publicly by Jonathan Gannon. I think he'll deflect questions. He already talked about it at length when he apologized for it on Monday. I don't think you'll hear anything in terms of opposition to this fine that's being levied. I think it'll just, for his sake, I think he wants it to go away. I don't think he's going to address it again.
Okay.
But does it linger? Does it? And we played a soundbite earlier from Evan Cohen's partner on that same show from yesterday that said, did Jonathan Gannon lose the locker room by that? I just think there was way too much in terms of strength there for one very visceral example on what was, there's no doubt about it, a boneheaded play that contributed greatly to turning a win into a loss. A coach has to be emotional there.
Yeah.
Did he go over the line? He admitted it. Fine. Those are his words. But how they react to this defines the whole season.
That's it. So if there are people in that locker room, there's two items here that I look at that are these causing internal ripples or are these being brushed away and we're moving on and we're going to be bigger and better than ever. One is the Kyler Murray not jumping on the fumble.
Yep.
I'm not going to judge it. I'm just going to say that the football players, when they watch that film, they'll determine whether it's a big deal or not. Okay? Because plays like that very often are big deals in a locker room. Then you've got this. What Jonathan Gannon did, will it significantly change the level of trust people have in the locker room about who this guy is and where he's taking us? I don't know the answers to that. I do know that he apologized to the group, and to do so, as Chris Canty pointed out, it's a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
And to get dinged $100,000, those players are aware of that. The players might go, oof, okay, coach paid a price. I don't know.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And on the hot mess thing, there are 3 reasons why the national media is paying attention now and why they consider the Cardinals a hot mess, and they all happen in the same game. If they would have just blew a game and lost to the Titans, who are winless and the worst team in the NFL, it would have people would have became aware.
Yeah.
If the Amari DeMercado thing would have just happened on its own, it would have been sort of made fun of all week.
I'm not.
And then, of course, the video on the sideline with Jonathan Gannon.
I'm not spewing hyperbole here when I say you can watch football for the rest of your life and not see a game like that.
That's the
and
truth.
I think it
not
was
to
a
mention
case,
the fumble interception.
Well, I'm going to get to that because I think in chronological order, the fumble or the snap hitting Kyler in the face where he doesn't get down on it, that's play 1. DeMercado fumble is 2. I think those two things were so jarring visually that the football gods were up there tapping each other on the shoulder on the interception by Rabbit and saying, wouldn't this be funny if we did this?
Oh. and then to have a guy kick it backwards and to have 3 guys over it and not be able to get it. It's really cruel.
I was just going through my real-time notes. I kept kind of like a stream of consciousness thing going for the whole game. When the Cardinals got the ball back with 4:33 to go, they're in their 4-minute offense. Carter for 1 yard on first down, in parentheses. Cardinals can't run the ball, and Petzing is going to turtle here. Then they get the first down. Then they end up punting, and my frustration's kicking in. I didn't even comment on that. Titans get the ball back, and when Ward hit Ridley for 38 yards, the Cardinals are going to choke this game away. Unreal.
Here's the other thing that I heard Mike Florio say, and I disregarded it, but then I just saw something from Teo Mackey, who does a really good job distilling a lot of these plays and putting out individual pieces of content. He did some work, and he said Marvin Harrison Jr. was wide open all day on Sunday. Could have easily had 150 yards receiving, was burning quarterbacks all over the place. Marvin Harrison Jr.'s father was a pro football player who played with a great quarterback in Peyton Manning. You wonder what Marvin Harrison Jr. is here. At least Mike Florio did. He's the one that gave words to this.
Oh, yeah.
You wonder what the father is saying to the son about the level of quarterbacking he's receiving.
Go back and look at ProFootballReference.com. Look at Marvin Harrison Sr.'s stats his first 3 years. First year he played without Peyton Manning. The second year was Peyton Manning's rookie year, which was nightmarish in every way. And then it clicked. And look at the production in year 3.
Yeah. Right.
Just saying.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying because you know that family does get involved.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
No doubt about it. We hit the 9 o'clock hour next. Sammy's going to guide us through some social studies here on this Wednesday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
To be fair, as much as I make the point that their loss yesterday counts only as much in the standings as, say, Seattle's does, or anybody who lost yesterday, it feels like more than one loss.
It does.
And
it's a great point.
Good
thing it isn't.
Yeah, we may know all we need to know about the rest of this season after Sunday's game against the Colts. If they come out swinging like the Diamondbacks did after the trade deadline, because that's kind of what this feels like right now.
Yeah.
If they come out swinging, they beat the Colts somehow, all right. I mean, you still gave this game away this week, but maybe it woke something up in you.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you are a homeowner in Arizona, chances are really good you've had a really bad experience with a contractor or a landscaper. Happens to all of us in the Valley. And this is one area where my friends at Turf Monsters knocks it out of the park. They are a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams. Their range is incredible, talking about everything from fire pits to barbecue pits, from patios to pergolas. If you've always wanted a sparkling lawn, they're a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley. If you're a golfer, they can bring the course to you. They can build you a state-of-the-art putting green, and their work with putting greens is incredible. And now they're in the pickleball business. If you are an avid pickleball player and you struggle to get court time, put one in your backyard. You won't struggle anymore. They can do that for you as well. But one of the things that's really cool is the feedback I get about Turf Monsters, a company that does what they say they're going to do. They believe in professionalism. They believe in staying on schedule. They believe in your happiness with the finished product. Imagine that. Go check out their website. Samples of their work are available. TurfMonstersAZ.com, or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
If you've got excellent credit, why are you still trapped in a 30-year mortgage? Every month, you're throwing away thousands in interest while your bank gets rich. The Life Changer loan flips the script. Your income attacks the principal first. You keep full access to your equity, and you can pay off your home in just a fraction of the time. So stop building the bank's wealth and start building your own. It's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775, Life Changer Loan Corp. is an equal housing lender.
It's October everywhere, but at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, it is Bronctober. It's Wolf here, and all Broncos are on sale right now. Tim's got all the Bronco trim levels, a legit selection, all on sale. When affordability is your game, then Bronco Sport is the ticket. Select Bronco Sports priced below $29,000. It's the original Bronctober sales event at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, located at the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. All offers expire 10/31/2025.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
All my young crunch brothers, I'm proud to put my name alongside Brooklyn Bedding, the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever, and I've literally never slept better. Macedonians, today is the last day of the Brooklyn Bedding flash sale. 30% off everything in-store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you, and take advantage of this rare opportunity to get 30% off everything. I say it and mean it. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Sports fans, it's showtime at Talking Stick Resort. Rock out to ZZ Top, the global symbol of rock and roll. Laugh out loud with multi-platinum comedian Bill Engvall or viral sensation Matt Matthews. And get your country music fix with chart-topping artist Jody Messina. Or celebrate the holidays with two-time Grammy Award winner Leanne Rimes and her greatest hits Christmas concert. Talking Stick Resort is your go-to spot for incredible entertainment. Grab your tickets now at TalkingStickResort.com.
We're calling professional wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, where are you?
I'm on my way to practice in my Arrowhead Honda. Man, I absolutely love it. The team at Arrowhead Honda takes great care of their customers, and they're really like family to me. The game isn't until Sunday, but I feel like I've already won with Arrowhead Honda.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Tonight, Game 3 of the WNBA Finals will be in downtown Phoenix. The Mercury, down 0-2 in the series, will host the Las Vegas Aces, as Alyssa Thomas and company will look to get back in the series. The Arizona Cardinals yesterday fined head coach Jonathan Gannon $100,000 for the sideline altercation between him and Amari DiMercato. Offensive coordinator Drew Petzing spoke with media yesterday and was asked about the 3rd and 8 play call late in the fourth quarter.
At the end of the day, anytime I make a call, I'm trying to go win the game. You know, whether I'm putting the ball in Kyler's hands, whether I'm putting the ball in the back's hands and trusting the O-line. You know, I think just based on the situation where we were, the down and distance, I didn't love the call. Felt like I put our guys in a tough spot and not happy with that.
This report is brought to you by CW7 Arizona. The NASCAR Xfinity Series is shifting into high gear, live from Las Vegas Motorway Saturday at 4 on CW7 Arizona.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Let's get right to it. Sammy's here to take us through some social studies. Sammy.
Yes, good morning. If you're looking for us on the social medias, we're on X at Bickley_Murata, Bickley and Murata, Instagram, Blue Sky, Facebook. And if you are looking for us on YouTube, we are at Arizona Sports every single day. And we'll start social studies with a Cardinals question. What is your reaction to the team fining Jonathan Gannon $100,000 for the sideline altercation with Amari DiMercato?
It's interesting how it started with the NFLPA getting involved, and then the fine was issued by the team and not the league.
And the league apparently is doing nothing else.
And the league is doing nothing else. I don't know what the protocol is. I don't know if that's normal, if it's not normal. Look, I think it's appropriate. I do. That's a line you cannot cross, and Jonathan Gannon crossed it. And I understand the fans who are like, that player was an idiot. The coach had every reason to be mad at him. And I agree. But you can't put your hands on a dude.
It wouldn't shock me at all as if all the parties involved with the Cardinals got together and came to this penalty collaboratively.
Kind of get out.
Judging from what Jonathan Gannon and the way he got ahead of it on Monday, he was probably in agreement with this.
Gotcha. A couple quick responses from Brian said he would like to hear from Amari on this. I know he owned the mistake, but he wants to know what he feels and thinks about his head coach after the fact. I think that's fair. And then Mark said, winning solves everything. Just win the next game and maybe this all gets forgotten, which, again, winning does solve a lot of problems. All right, Cardinal fans, after what happened last week, who would you give the most carries to this week at running back? Is it Amari DiMercato, Michael Carter, Bam Knight, or Montavious Pootertoot?
Montavious Pootertoot?
Yes.
Pootertoot.
Somebody responded and said they have a dude named Pootertoot.
I know. I love the sincere responses.
I'm sticking with Michael Carter.
Yeah, I'm going to ride Michael Carter a little bit. Although I liked a couple of the runs that Bam Knight had in that
agree.
game.
They both looked pretty good, but it's funny because the one breakout big run
was Amari.
Yeah. Who got the least carries.
Steven Ruiz, great responses as always. Montavious Pootertoot is still recovering from Jonathan Gannon hitting him with a bicycle chain at practice. It's really good. Daylight Films brings up an interesting point. He didn't vote for any of them. He said Kyler. And I don't know if we're going to see maybe more design runs on Sunday, but...
run the wishbone at him?
Right.
Yeah, and then one of the responses said, I would give DiMercato one last chance. Perhaps the drama of this week was inspiration for him to make an improvement. If not, maybe move off him. But to Jared's point is, the one explosive play we had in the running game was DiMercato until it wasn't.
Look, and that's the fact that people want to dismiss DiMercato or and we talked about this earlier in the week. Does he deserve some sort of demotion? Does he deserve to be, put on the practice squad? Whatever. He's got that ability to break those long runs. He had a long touchdown last year, too. He's got that explosive nature that is not in great abundance on this roster.
That is true.
And sorry, before the last question real quick, Darryl Lee said, after what happened last week, the answer to everything is Trey McBride.
I mean, I'm looking at DiMercato's stats. 58 carries in 2023. He had a 49-yard rushing touchdown. 24 carries last year. He had a 53-yard touchdown. And he had a 71-yard run on 7 attempts this year. He's got big playability.
Yeah. He does. All right. The last question, it came up from WNBA commissioner and its players kind of feuding, per se. So what is the greatest, quote, feud in sports or pop culture history?
Oh, that's Kendrick Lamar versus Drake.
Ooh,
okay. Going with the newer one.
What was
There's a lot of rap battles.
Yeah. I will say it's hard to top the rap feud that ended in both of the feuders.
Tupac and Biggie.
That would probably be my vote.
Yeah.
Yeah. Steven Ruiz again. The Carlin Lipinski.
Oh, fantastic.
The Thrilla in Vanilla.
Oh, I love that.
Book it.
The Thrilla in Vanilla.
That's pretty funny.
That's good.
Wait, Jared would term it as the Thrilla and vanilla.
I like vanilla and chocolate.
That's right, the Thrilla and vanilla.
Ross,
what do you think of Luke Lipinski, Jarrett?
What do you think?
I don't think of Luke Lipinski.
Does he think of you?
Wow, how could you not? It's funny, like, one of the things, after they're done telling me to shut up or stop rubbing my eyes, people do ask me if I really hate Luke Lipinski.
And you say, yes. Yes, I do.
I say, who?
There are a couple other good ones. Ross Vegas said, any MLB player in Angel Hernandez, Vince Marotta and True Happiness.
What?
Dan Bickley and his golf clubs.
Positively giddy.
Dan Bickley and his golf clubs, and then Jarrett, GC, and wax treatments.
Oh!
That's a battle we'll never see.
Jarrett versus Girthy Baguettes.
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
Serious answers, Pete Rose versus Bud Selig.
Yep.
Red Sox Yankees used to be. Hagler and Hearns, Hagler and Sugar Ray Leonard.
Texas versus Oklahoma. And then...
That's this week, by the way, isn't it?
Yeah, going to be very interesting. And then Darryl Lee had a couple of funny ones. Kyler and grounding, Jarrett versus Tune, Cardinals versus rookie quarterbacks, and DeMarcado versus distance.
Jarrett versus a Tune. I during this segment of social studies, I think I know what song you're going to parody this week.
Would you let me know? I haven't thought of it.
You don't know?
No.
I don't want to.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to give it away.
So there you guys go, all caught up. Social media, we're at Bickley_Murata on X, Bickley and Murata elsewhere, and shout out to those watching on YouTube every single day. Thanks,
Sounds
guys.
good. Thanks, Sammy. Coming up next, our weekly NFL visit with a focus on the Cardinals. Mark Schlereth joins us straight ahead. Woo-hoo! I wonder if he'll have any thoughts on what's happening in Arizona.
I can't wait.
Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports is giving away a pair of tickets to see the Mercury face the Aces in Game 4 Friday night downtown. Text the word finals to 620-620 for your chance to win. Be part of the best atmosphere in the WNBA and cheer on the Mercury in the finals against Vegas. Text finals to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Sweet James, and maybe you've wondered about that name, Sweet James. What is that all about? Well, his name is James Bergner. He's a world-class attorney, and our guy, Petros Papadakis from Fox Sports, former USC fullback, gave him the sweet nickname because he couldn't believe how a bulldog lawyer was so nice away from the courtroom, and it just kind of stuck. But know this, Sweet James and his stable of accident attorneys, anything but nice, anything but sweet to your opposition. You will be battling if you are ever injured in an accident, and by that I mean those insurance companies. Sweet James is a law firm full of extremely talented accident attorneys with extensive trial experience, which means when they send that demand letter to insurance companies on your behalf, those insurance companies cannot deny, they cannot nickel and dime, they cannot play games with Sweet James, and that is why they not only win 98% of the time, they win big. When you hire Sweet James, you can expect maximum compensation, and remember, you pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-9-million. That's 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, let's talk fees. I hear people all the time saying, I don't want to pay too much for advice, but sometimes they're looking at it the wrong way.
Exactly, Gambo. Too many folks, especially the middle market, people with $750,000 to $1 million saved, get fixated on finding a discount advisor. But being penny wise and pound foolish can cost them way more in the long run.
Yeah, meanwhile, the ultra-rich don't blink at fees. They pay 2% plus 20% of the upside because they know the value is there.
That's the key. At Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax, we are fiduciaries. That means we're legally obligated to put your best interests first, and our pricing is fair, transparent, and reasonable without all the Wall Street games.
So folks, don't settle for cheap when your retirement is on the line. Call Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well,
I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Our backyard needed a makeover big time, and it's a big decision until it was an easy call at Casa Galvisi with California Pools and Landscape. And they're celebrating the industry's biggest honor with the biggest savings. Do not miss the Pool Builder of the Year sales event Saturday, October 18th at all 4 Valley Design Centers, Arizona's most awarded pool builder for 37 years. The best pricing, fastest build times, industry-leading warranties. Get started with your free design consultation at calpool.com/Paul.
Earnhardt Ford has been helping Arizonans get great deals on new Fords for over 74 years. Hyatt's Vince Murata and traditions that were started by Tex Earnhardt back in 1951 are still very much in practice today at Earnhardt Ford. Whether you're looking for a truck like the F-Series, America's best-selling truck brand every year since 1977, or any of Ford's full line of gas-powered, hybrid, and all-electric SUVs, Earnhardt Ford has you covered. Visit them in person at I-10 and Ray Road in Chandler, or complete your purchase online at earnhardtford.com.
Have you heard about the lonesome loser? Sit down, take a look at yourself.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. NFL analyst Mark Schlereth talks football with Bickley and Murata. Brought to you by Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. Shop local. Shop earnhardtford.com.
Always a pleasure when we welcome in Mark Schlereth, NFL on Fox Denver Sports, Stinkin' Truth podcast to talk some football. And that happens right now as Mark joins us on the Arizona Sports Line. Mark, good morning.
Good morning,
Mark.
guys. How are things going there in Arizona?
Oh, wonderful.
Look, we got a quarterback taking snaps off his face. We got running backs who can't cross the goal line with the ball in their hands. We've got kicks into the end zone. We've got physical altercations on the sideline, fines. It's going really well. It was the biggest dumpster fire of a football game I've watched in 37 years of the Cardinals being here, Mark.
You and me, well, I had the Cardinals, on my Stinkin' Truth podcast. I always do kind of my moneymaker picks. I go against the spread, 3 games, and I'm like, oh, this is going to be easy. Arizona's one of them, and I'm calling the game, Miami and Carolina, and I look over, we've got a screen up that has all the scores going on and everything. I look over there, and it's 21-6. And I'm like, bingo, nailed that one. And then I got done with the game, and I saw they lost, and I was like, what the hell's going on around here?
Right.
We were all saying that,
We were saying exactly the same thing. All right, first, Amari DiMercato. Why do running backs keep dropping the ball before they're in the end zone?
I have no idea. And the thing that's infuriating is I have sat down with Jonathan Gannon so many different times doing games, and he is – and full disclosure, man, he's a friend of mine. And I'm telling you, the amount of, thorough coaching that goes on in goal line situations, he coaches it all the time. We don't reach out for the goal line unless it's, in the last play of the game. We don't do all these things that get preached all the time, and the details are coached to the nth degree. Then to have somebody do that it's just mind-bogglingly, it's just the amount of stupidity involved in doing something like that. I just don't. I'll never understand that. I just don't get, don't you want to score?
Right.
Get into the end zone, for crying out. I don't understand, it's just me being so casual. No big deal. I do this all the time. I don't know. That part, I get why it's so frustrating, and I get why, I get why Jonathan Gannon got so upset.
Mark Schlereth, our weekly guest talking NFL. Before we continue, I want to shout out our listeners in Tempe today. Thanks, Tempe, for listening to Bickley and Murata Mornings. Look, we know coaching has changed a lot over the years, Mark, and you're aware of that too. From the time you played till now, it's a different science altogether. That being said, Jonathan Gannon's reaction, the video that caught with the altercation, if you will, with Amari DiMercato, do you agree with the penalty that was handed down ultimately?
Yeah. I mean, you can't put your hands on players. I mean, that's, and that's just a given. And so, I tend to try to not judge people by their best or their worst moments. Mm-hmm. And it's passion and you get emotional, and I get that. And I've been on plenty of, sidelines where there's shouting matches and, blank U's going on back and forth between me and a coach. And those things happen, and I get that. You can never get to the point where you're so frustrated you put your hands on people. So that's, that'll never go over well. And I know Jonathan Gannon well enough to know that, man, for him, it was a terrible moment. But I still know the kind of relationship building that he tries to do. And I understand the kind of coach he is. And so, again, I'm not going to judge him for that. I understand the frustration, man. And I'd rather have you incredibly passionate about what you're doing than the opposite of that. So it's never okay, but I don't just wipe it away. The $100,000 is whatever. It's more about standing in front of your team and taking responsibility and being genuine when you go out and apologize. And that's the thing that I think will resonate with players more than anything else. It's not the $100,000.
Yeah. There you go. All right, so one last thing on the Cardinals. 3rd and 8, they basically run the ball. They give up. They punt the ball back to Tennessee. Tennessee comes back to beat them, and it shows an alarming lack of trust in Kyler Murray. It turned into a coaching debacle, but at this point, what can you do when you're looking at film and you see Kyler bailing on the pocket before passing routes ripen and before receivers are even making their break, and you see him missing open guys? How do we fix this quarterback issue we have here?
Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately you look at that situation and you have to understand, this has been my criticism of Kyler, if you will. And Kyler, I love Kyler, but the bottom line is, man, what wins in the National Football League is boring. That's what wins. And far too often, Kyler, I think he has a desire to play off schedule. And you think about it, you know what? He's always made plays off schedule his whole life, since the time he was a kid when he first started. And he's always been a SportsCenter highlight. And we've seen those things. And those things are great. But more often than not, when that's the way you play this game, you lose. You put your team in harm's way and you lose. And until you fall in love with the boring, until you fall in love with execution, until you fall in love with throwing the 5-yard flat and being in 2nd down and 5-, until that becomes your goal or your mantra or what you're trying to accomplish, you will always have this incredible up and down nature to your game personally, but also to your football team. And you will, in my opinion, and this comes from 12 years of playing the game, winning championships, and the last 20 whatever years of covering the game, you will never win consistently and become a playoff caliber football team if you play that style of offense. That's on the high dive 24/7, and too many bad things happen to you when you play that way.
That's right.
All the things that went into this loss, considering it was Tennessee who was reeling and considered the worst team in the league, and all the other ingredients we've talked about in this conversation, the Cardinals are dealing with extreme adversity right now. In your experience, when you hit extreme adversity as a team, does it pull guys together? Does it separate teams? How much of that falls on the coaches and the leaders in the locker room to get this thing right, Mark?
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't care how good your coaching is. I don't any of that stuff. Like, nobody comes to watch the coach stand around his ass off. No, like, that's not why you sell tickets. And I don't care how good your football team is. You know, we had I'll tell you a real quick story. Mm-hmm. In 97, man, I was injured and I was beat up and had to have a back surgery, and the Broncos had lost a couple of games. And I was just kind of a fly on the wall watching guys show up to meetings late and do some things that just weren't very good. And and I called this players-only meeting. It's the only time I ever did that in my whole career. And just, talk to our guys about, hey, man, winning championships, because I was one of the few guys that had a championship, from a previous team. And ultimately how it's our team. And, and I said this during the meeting, hey, man, if Mike Shanahan had to go out here and make plays, one, you'd need a smoke bomb to get him out of the locker room. And number two, he'd be standing in a puddle of piss when he was out there. He's not going to make a play. It's our team. And until you embrace the fact that it's your team as a player, this is our team. People pay to come watch us play. And we have a responsibility to one another. When you're late to a team function, it means you're saying that my time is more valuable than your time. And that, to me, is the ultimate in selfishness. And I just can't accept that. I cannot accept that. So, hey, Jonathan Gannon can do whatever he wants, and he can yell and scream and do whatever. But until the players take responsibility for themselves, until you don't, drop a ball before you cross, you secure a ball on an interception. But until you start doing that stuff and understanding who you're playing for, it's about playing for everybody else within the organization. You'll never be good. You will always be a very talented team that can't figure it out.
Mark, great stuff as always. Thanks so much for the time. We will talk to you next Wednesday.
Sounds good, guys.
Thanks, Mark. Mark Schlereth, NFL on Fox, Denver Sports, the Stink of Truth podcast. He joins us every Wednesday for years now during football season on Bickley and Murata mornings. Arizona Sports, Redbird Farms Chicken, they are teaming up to bring you an exclusive tailgate package, including a grill set, Yeti cooler, and Cardinals tickets. Plus, be among the first 25 fans to join us at Arizona Sports this Friday at the Safeway located at Cave Creek Road in Tatum between 4 and 6 p.m. Claim your free shirt with proof of purchase of any Redbird Farms chicken product. Coming up next, it is Wednesday. We got another round of Mock My World. We'll do it straight ahead. Bickley and Murata mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Oh, my goodness. This is so hard for me. It really is. The way I have so much regard and respect for Amari DiMercato. Based on needs, I respect him tremendously, yet what he did to me is unthinkable. It is unthinkable that he would do that on a football field, not Amari DiMercato. He would have been the last guy I would have ever picked to actually do that at the goal line.
Seriously, it wasn't just the one play like JG said, but that was the only one that was voluntary.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and fall is descending on the valley, but unlike the changing of leaves, our money does not grow on trees, which is why if you are thinking about retirement, if you are seeking financial independence, don't fumble the ball. Set up a free appointment at Trajan Wealth. Get a game plan that will assure you are making the right financial moves for your future. Trajan Wealth, a veteran-owned and locally operated firm. They are not beholden to certain products, which means they can offer you a multitude of options, and they are fiduciaries, which means they are obligated to act in your best interest. It is more than numbers at Trajan Wealth. It all begins with relationships, and I am talking about customized strategies, personalized plans based on your needs and your desires, and at Trajan Wealth, your future is their priority. Call them at 480-990-3300. Find them online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Friends, it's Pat. I finally did it. Sometimes you just need to get off the grid and get some time to think, like way off. So I hopped into my all-new 2025 4Runner with available iForce Max engine and took off, which is me, the 4Runner, and good old Mother Nature. Unfortunately, that's when I realized it was also Taco Tuesday. So I ended up coming back that night. I mean, priorities, right?
Get low 1.75% financing for 48 months on a new 2025 Tacoma SR or SR5, or 1.75% for 72 months on a new Tundra, or get a great lease deal on your favorite Toyota, including the all-new 4Runner. Stop by your closest Valley Toyota dealer or visit valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, Let's go places. 1.75% with $21.59 per thousand borrowed for 48 months. 1.75% with $14.64 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 11/3/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
9 Inch Nails. Live at Desert Diamond Arena, Friday, March 6th. Get tickets Wednesday, October 8th at 12 p.m. at NIN.com. 9 Inch Nails. Live in Glendale. Peel It Back Tour 2026.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler, a local family business started by my dad, Oliver Smith, right here in the Valley. Dad, you've been importing diamonds and cutting out the middleman for decades. How did that change things?
Well, we dropped the price, but not the quality. By importing diamonds and manufacturing jewelry ourselves, we cut out the middleman and passed about a 35% savings directly to our clients. We sell almost all of our diamonds with GIA certifications because that's how you create value. And value and trust are the cornerstones of our business.
Shopping for jewelry can be intimidating, but it doesn't have to be. Whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, tennis bracelet, or diamond studs, we make the process easy and personal. Trust Oliver Smith Jeweler.
We have some of the best diamond prices in the country, and we are right here in your backyard.
Come experience why Oliver Smith Jeweler does diamonds differently. Visit us in Scottsdale at the Shops at Gainey Village and in Fashion Square Mall.
I'm Sammy Savolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. After 2 straight Big 12 wins and a bye week, head coach Kenny Dillingham and the Sun Devils will have their hands full Saturday night in Utah. And here was quarterback Sam Levit on what he expects come Saturday.
Yeah, I think I saw the stat there, like 92% win in the last 10 years at home at night games. So, it's going to be an electric environment. I've heard about playing at Utah. My whole family's out there, so it's going to be a fun time.
Meanwhile, the Arizona Cardinals have fined head coach Jonathan Gannon after the altercation with Amari DiMercato in Sunday's 22-21 loss to the Titans, but the team will now look for their 3rd win of the season against a very good and 4-1 Colts team on Sunday. And this report is brought to you by CW7 Arizona. It's the NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs live from Las Vegas Motor Speedway this Saturday at 4 on CW7 Arizona, your home for NASCAR Xfinity.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Sanderson Ford poll question: were the Cardinals right to fine head coach Jonathan Gannon for his outburst during the Titans' loss? Yes or no?
Yay.
Well, you certainly can't
nay.
condone it.
Right.
Yes.
The vote,
yeah.
The vote, pretty interesting. 64% of the vote actually says no. 36% of the vote agrees with you guys in saying yes. So,
like I said earlier in the show, it's very much a divided line between old school and new school.
Very much.
There's still people that will stand by Bobby Knight. That was a leader of men. I'd have my son play for Bobby Knight anytime. That is today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it right now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Mock-ups are the bane of my existence, guys.
If you cut me open, mock drafts would pour out.
Bickley and Murata. Mock My World.
Mock My World is back for another week. And last week, going back to the results of what we did, we had the dumbest rules in sports. We had a pretty close battle going on. But it was Dan Bickley, ultimately, securing the victory.
Bickley's been really good at Mock My World lately.
He has been.
Yeah, it's the one thing
Last
I'm
few
good
months.
at. I'm of all the games that we do here, it's the one that that speaks to me.
You had the managers wearing uniforms in baseball, the fumble touchback. Man, was that prophetic.
How about it, right?
The NFL taunting rules and all unwritten rules might have pushed you over the edge. 34.8% of the vote. I was second with 33%. Sammy, a very respectable 25.9%. Not Jarrett's best week. 5.9% in the voting. This week, we are going a combo platter, sports and pop culture, but we are going to draft teams made up of the most anticipated events in sports and pop culture history. In reverse order of last week's results, Jarrett will have the first pick, Sammy second, I will go third. Bick, you'll go fourth. 4-round snake-style draft. Who do you got, Bick? What do you got?
No,
Jared.
I got
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Please, I need
I didn't
it.
mean to tease you, Bick.
No,
I'm sorry.
that's all right, man.
There's not an obvious number one this week, but there is so much to pick from. I'm between two. I'm not going to take yours, believe me. I'm going to go with the verdict of the O.J. Simpson trial.
You took it?
That was it?
There's no way. Yes.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
That's good research by Sammy because you were not alive when that happened.
I know.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
It gripped everyone so much, like, very anticipated.
That, I mean, you're not wrong, but the hold that story still has on this country is amazing. I mean, documentaries come out, people consume them. It doesn't matter how many come out; they'll watch them. All right, Sammy,
That's unbelievable.
What's Plan B for you?
All right, Plan B. So I need a ruling here. I want to take.
You need a ruling on the first pick?
Yes, because I want to take LeBron James because he was the most.
The debut.
Okay, LeBron James.
The debut of LeBron James.
Yeah, I had that on my list for sure.
Great, I'll take him.
That's absolutely a solid pick. My pick.
The NBA debut of LeBron.
NBA debut, yes. Yeah. I don't know if you knew that he didn't play college basketball.
Right. I mean, he was so hyped in high school. Yeah.
I'm going to go to the world of movies. Nice. And I'm going all the way back to the early 1980s. Star Wars was such a phenomenon that I'm taking the release of The Empire Strikes Back.
Ooh, okay.
Pick the wrong Star Wars, my friend.
Phantom Menace.
That's what I'm not going to give anything away, but.
So Big has two now? Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Give me. I will take the debut of Tiger Woods.
Yeah, nice.
Good one.
And this is a nod to my little guy who informed me this. The highly anticipated release of Grand Theft Auto 6.
Oh, man.
Which is predicted to make $7.6 billion in the first 60 days of its release.
Wow.
They're only up to 6 on that?
It's been a long delay between games is why it's so anticipated.
Yeah. All right, I'm staying with movies, and I'm going to a movie that I have not seen, and I'm in the very, very large, or very, very small minority. Avengers Endgame.
Yep.
No way. Dang it.
That's an excellent choice.
That's a fantastic choice.
But did you see the movie, Vinny?
No.
Did you see any of it?
Didn't do that. I had a goal. I think it started during the pandemic that I was like, I'm getting caught up on all these Marvel movies.
Oh my gosh.
And I watched the first one. And then I started the second one, which was
Incredible Hulk
Captain
is the second
Marvel.
one. The ones you haven't seen.
Chronological, yes.
Oh.
And I was lost 25 minutes into the movie, and I shut it off, and I never got it back.
All right.
I would recommend you get back on that journey.
Watch them as they came out, though, not chronological.
Okay, I have the next pick. I'm going to take, it's a yearly occurrence. Give me March Madness.
It's good.
It's an interesting pick.
Yeah. I'm going with the Seinfeld finale.
Okay. It's a great one.
And I'm going with, this actually I was going to pick first, the moon landing.
Oh.
Ah.
Yeah.
The moon landing.
Okay.
Did that really happen, though?
Well, it's...
some say no. Okay. I'm gonna go into the world
on a soundstage. We all know this. Go ahead, Sammy. I'm sorry.
So, some of these I just weren't alive for, so I don't know if they were anticipated or not. Like, was the first televised?
Well, is this your pick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't give anything away if it's not your pick.
Okay, fine. I wasn't alive for it, so I can't really attest to that pick. I'm going to take the final season of Game of Thrones.
Ooh, good pick.
Final.
Definitely.
Anticipated, some very much disagree.
Because I thought of the finale of Game of Thrones, but by the time it got to the finale, everyone was very upset with the final season.
Yes, final season.
I'm going to go... Again, I'm going old here, and these were absolute phenomenons. Bick, you can have my back on this.
All right.
The Who Shot JR episode of Dallas.
That's pretty big.
That's an excellent one.
Over my head.
That was massive. All right, Bick.
All right, I got 2 picks here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Give me Kevin Durant's home opener in Phoenix.
Nice.
And give me the long-awaited return of Oasis.
Yeah.
In Phoenix.
I'm not an Oasis fan, but a bunch of my friends were stoked that that's happening.
I'm trying to think of a good sports one.
I had a couple of sports ones. Yeah. This is the most anticipated events in pop culture and sports history.
I can't go this old again.
You can, because my last one's going to be pretty old.
I'm going to go newer. I'm going to say the Sopranos finale. I went all pop culture.
All right.
I have seen that.
I have the last pick,
No,
right?
I have a pick.
Sammy's got a pick.
I'm sorry.
first.
Okay.
Sammy.
See, I want to just say it's not a sports or pop culture, but the weekend, just the weekend every week.
The weekend doing the Super Bowl?
No, just the weekend. But okay, I'm gonna take.
What? No.
He anticipates the weekend.
Oh,
but
actually,
it's
okay.
not really a pop culture.
No.
Yeah, I'd figured that. I'm gonna go the return of sports post-COVID.
Oh, that's a great answer.
That is
Like
a good
it.
answer.
That's a clever one. All right.
You weren't part of the show then, but we were really, really jonesing for
Yes.
it.
I'm
The
sure.
sports one
We were watching Korean baseball.
the sports one I had was Pacquiao versus Mayweather.
Yeah.
Because it was so talked about for so many years, and it finally happened after they were past their prime. But what I'm going for is the Beatles' debut on Ed Sullivan.
Okay.
Because I want to cultivate that young vote.
I don't know. So,
That's a great one. I mean, it was massive.
so this is the one I had a question about. So I was doing some research. The first televised sporting event, 1936, I think, with Jesse Owens. Was that in? Do we know if that was?
I don't know.
I know none of us were really.
None of us
In
were alive.
19 I would say probably not, because the number of people in 1936 that owned televisions was
Right,
probably a
okay.
very small percentage.
That's kind of what I thought.
Yeah.
But yeah.
All right, most anticipated events in sports and pop culture. Jarrett's got the OJ verdict, the Seinfeld finale, the moon landing, and the Beatles debut on Ed Sullivan. Sammy's got LeBron's NBA debut, March Madness, the final season of Game of Thrones, and the return of sports post-COVID. I've got The Empire Strikes Back, Avengers Endgame, the Who Shot JR episode on Dallas, and the Sopranos finale. Bick's got the debut of Tiger Woods, the release of Grand Theft Auto 6, Kevin Durant's home opener in Phoenix, the one where he actually played or the first one?
The ankle.
That led to the anticipation.
The ankle it did. And the return of Oasis. We'll get this up on X. You determine the winner. And, of course, call us out on everything that we missed on X. At
Yeah, like the ending of
Marauder.
World War II. It was a great contribution.
I couldn't wait for that to end.
That fried chicken sandwich from a few years ago that everyone was.
Oh, that had the chicken.
No, not the Popeyes one, not the KFC one.
That's a good one, too. We got some final thoughts, including great moments in New York sports radio next.
All right.
Bickley and Murata mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Kyler Murray either is your quarterback or he's not your quarterback. And if he's your quarterback, that's the moment where a quarterback has to make a play for you. And if you don't trust the quarterback to make a play for
Then
you
he
in that
shouldn't
moment,
be your
then he
quarterback.
shouldn't be your quarterback.
Kyler Murray's like, he's your most expensive player.
Yeah.
He's your highest paid player. He's the face of your franchise. Like, to not trust him to make that play is just, that's why I had to ask Gannon the question. Do you guys not trust Kyler? Because it was ridiculous that 5 out of those 6 plays were running plays.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Fall's a great time in the Valley. We all know that, but it's also the best time to replace your windows. And if you need new windows like I did, do what I did. Take advantage of a great special from my friends at Advanced Window Products, where you will get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. And I got to tell you, my new windows look awesome, better than I thought they would. The installation process was fantastic and professional, right down to the cleanup process, which blew me away, which included filling in stucco, painting, cleaning up every bit of mess. Tremendously impressed with Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They will build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. And by the way, that lifetime window warranty is indeed transferable. Serviced by a local team, labor, glass, and parts included, and with financing options available. Great time to get new windows. Call 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
From the shadows of your bathroom comes a villain with 2 pinchers, 1 stinger, and 0 respect for your home.
Scorpions can make your home feel like a scary movie. At Blue Sky Pest Control, we rewrite the script. We keep scorpions out of your home so your story stays drama-free. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the day.
So ask yourself, how many songs can you name that feature helicopters in them? Ooh. This is one of them.
That's our. That's going to be our topic for Mock My World next week.
Songs with helicopters in them. That's pretty funny.
I can't name another one.
The first one that came to my mind, but it doesn't actually have a helicopter in it, was "Fortunate Son" by Credence, because
you always think
they
about
always
that
play of it.
But that scene in Forrest Gump is like.
Didn't a Pink Floyd song feature a helicopter? There's got to be more than just this. This, by the way, is Oasis Morning Glory.
There's actually there's a Google search for this.
Is there really?
Songs with a helicopter flying in. 80s rock song that starts with the sound of a helicopter flying in is Enter Sandman by Metallica.
What?
Is that true?
No.
I
No,
do-
no, no.
It could be. I remember most helicopters make the sound. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah! Little Morning Glory by Oasis, the aforementioned Oasis. You know people that got to see them in concert on this recent reunion, right?
Yeah. Yeah, our guy Kevin Campbell here at the station actually saw them at Wembley. Saw them on their home turf.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wonder if our guy Kevin Campbell is going to see his beloved Sun Devils at Wembley next year. Inside joke. Oasis, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Marotta going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
This note from our own Tyler Drake covering the
Tyler.
Boom,
Drake. Sorry. Covers the Cardinals for us here at Arizona Sports. Tweeted out Jonathan Gannon on his concern level with Kyler Murray's foot injury. Quote, taking it day by day.
Uh-oh.
Kyler Murray and Darius Robinson will not practice today, per Jonathan Gannon.
Ooh.
Might
see Jacoby Brissett in his old building.
You Jacoby Brissett fans might get your wish.
Wednesdays are that day, though, that if you're going to give someone off, it's often the Wednesday. So tomorrow will be a concerning day if he doesn't practice again.
I was told it was a concussion protocol thing after the snap hit him in the face mask. I was told this by many people.
Were you really?
Our own David Charles Burns, as he's known to Ron Wolfley. Good Night Saigon by Billy Joel,
There
he
you
says,
go.
has a helicopter.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. All right, are you ready for today's edition of Great Moments
Always.
in Somewhat New York Sports Radio?
Always.
Look, Mad Dog Russo is a national figure now. He'll always be tied to New York when it comes to sports radio.
Yeah.
Cam Schlittler on the mound today for the New York Yankees in Game 4 of their NLDS against, who the hell are they playing again?
The Blue Jays.
The Blue Jays. Why could I not remember that? Here's Mad Dog trying to say the Yankees starting pitcher's name.
So let me start here, and then we'll get into Schlichter, who obviously was who was just tremendous in the game. Schlichter yesterday left him in there.
So in how long is that? How long is that? 13 seconds?
11 seconds.
11 seconds. He mispronounces it 3 different ways. He calls him Schlister, Schlitzer, and
something
the other
that
one.
rhymes with Hitler.
Yeah. I'm surprised he didn't go full Schleister. Remember?
Fantasy by Aldo Nova also had a helicopter.
I had that on a 45.
Did you?
Oh, I loved that song. We got our song of the day for tomorrow. So this week started, obviously Sunday's the beginning of the week. We all experienced what we experienced on Sunday with the Cardinals. So Monday, get done doing the show. Want to unwind, relax a little bit, getting a bite to eat, throw on the TV. I'm like, hey, you know what I'm going to check out? I'm going to check out this new Chad Powers show.
Oh, okay. How was it?
The opening scene of episode 1 of Chad Powers is the main character who becomes Chad Powers, Russ Holiday.
Okay.
Who is a brash Johnny Manziel type quarterback at Oregon. He's in the national championship game against Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
And the play with the game on the line is a scramble by him where he breaks, I don't know, roughly 67 tackles. And he's running to the end zone. And what does he do? He releases the ball before.
Come on.
It's a tie game, by the way. Before he crosses the goal line.
Holy
A
cow.
Georgia defender picks it up, runs 99 yards through all the Oregon tacklers for a touchdown. It would have been the longest play in the history of football. I think it was like 45 seconds start to finish. But that's how it started. We're like, this is cruel.
That is unbelievable.
The show?
Art imitating life.
I'm 3 episodes in. They've released 3 episodes so far.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying it's Ted Lasso quality because it's not, but the common bond there is Ted Lasso started out as an NBC promo for soccer coverage, and they turned it into a series. And I remember hearing that they were turning it into a series and saying, how can they do this? This is not going to work. This is stupid. The whole Chad Powers thing was born on the Eli Manning, doing skits for Eli's Places, the show that he had. And I was like, how are they going to turn this into a whole show? It's pretty entertaining so far. I'm kind of liking it. I am a fan of Glenn Powell. I find him
didn't
very
he also
likable.
slap the coach at some point in that first episode? Didn't I see some social media?
He punched the father of a kid in a wheelchair.
Well, art imitating life.
And Dad fell into the kid on the wheelchair.
Won by Metallica, not Enter Sandman. Has the
That's
helicopter.
it.
Oh,
Good job.
Yeah.
Lots of our listeners.
AI was wrong. That was AI. That wasn't me. Thanks to Kellen Olson, Mark Schlereth. We'll catch you tomorrow. Wolf and Luke are up next. Have a great day, everybody.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
We're here with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, what is that great ride you pulled up in?
Man, it's my Honda from Arrowhead Honda. Just like on the field, I know the importance of reliability and performance and trust my ride to Arrowhead Honda. Whether you're looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan, Arrowhead Honda has you covered.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Do you cringe when you have to smile for photos? Are you lacking confidence because of broken, discolored, or missing teeth? Struggle to chew food properly or just function normally? Have you even forgotten how to smile? Well, ProSmile can change all of that with dental implants. At ProSmile, from start to finish, everything is done on-site with your implants by Arizona's top oral surgeons, cosmetic dentists, and an on-site lab to provide immediate teeth with the highest quality. The all-on-4 implants can give you back the confidence to laugh and smile and look good doing it. ProSmile Dental is the only practice. We have oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists available on-site every day. ProSmile is family-owned, not a national chain. They have locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, and they offer multiple financing options, including interest-free financing or financing up to 10 years. So whether it's the all-on-4 implants, an issue with wisdom teeth, or even a smile makeover with on-site custom-designed cosmetic veneers, text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com to book your free consultation. And let's get you into a smile you'll love.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Arizona, Tom Chambers here. I've learned that great teams are built by hard work, ethics, and perseverance. That's exactly what you get with Right Way Roofing. Right Way Roofing is a third-generation roofing company that has built trust in our community through their commitment to excellence. They use the toughest, most durable materials to handle Arizona's extreme weather. Take it from me, Tom Chambers. When it comes to your roof, choose the team that delivers excellence, because there's only one way, the right way.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Tonight, Game 3 of the WNBA Finals will be in downtown Phoenix. The Mercury, down 0-2 in the series, will host the Las Vegas Aces as Alyssa Thomas and company look to get back in the series. The Arizona Cardinals yesterday fined head coach Jonathan Gannon $100,000 for the sideline altercation between him and Amari DiMercato. Offensive coordinator Drew Petzing spoke with the media yesterday, and he was asked about his 3rd and 8 play call late in the fourth quarter.
At the end of the day, anytime I make a call, I'm trying to go win the game. You know, whether I'm putting the ball in Kyler's hands, whether I'm putting the ball in the back's hands and trusting the O-line. You know, I think just based on the situation where we were, the down and distance, I didn't love the call. Felt like I put our guys in a tough spot and not happy with that.
And Sam Levit and the Sun Devils continue to prep for a Utah Saturday night game where both teams will look to keep pace in the Big 12. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Chevrolet together. Let's drive. Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Wednesday morning. It is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what is up?
What's going on, Luke? How are you, bro?
Not much.
All right.
I drove in. I'm not going to say what car you drive, but I was driving by a car that looked a lot like your car on the freeway, right? And I was like, man, maybe am I driving by Wolf?
Yeah, okay.
They had a big Boston Red Sox sticker on the back of it, so I'm pretty sure it wasn't you.
Yeah.
But it got me thinking, and maybe Command and Control can help me with this. What would the Boston version of Wolf sound like? Like Wolf with a major Boston accent.
No, you know what? Honestly, I don't even know what I'm.
I don't think
I'm
those
not
two
going
things.
to do it.
No,
not going to buy into it, Luke. No, not going to do it.
I'm not saying you should do it. I'm saying my mind can't even
Lobster.
Can't even comprehend what it would sound like. I give Rick credit for trying.
Wolf and Mark Wahlberg. Yeah. Okay.
Wolf Wahlberg.
You know, honestly, where's all of this going right now?
That happened when I was driving in, and I was like, hey, that might be Wolf. And I saw the big Red Sox thing, and I was like, it's not Wolf. And it would be scary if it was. If Wolf just walked in and was a huge Red Sox fan from, I don't know, somewhere just outside of Boston.
You know, can I tell you this, Masonians? Mark Bavaro. Do you remember Mark Bavaro? Think about that. Google it.
Giants.
Yes, Google it, my young crooks. Mark Bavaro, one of the best tight ends in the National Football League. Back when I was playing, I played with Mark Bavaro in Cleveland, as a matter of fact, with the Cleveland Browns and Bill Belichick. And Mark Bavaro was from New York, and he had this wicked accent, right? He really did. It was really, really thick. I once saw him get hit running a seam route against a safety in the middle of the field. Got wiped out. Bernie Kosar set him up with a bad pass. Got wiped out. He got off the ground speaking in a southern drawl.
That's
I know. I'm serious.
Not ideal.
I'm serious. That happened. He was speaking in a southern drawl.
I thought you were going to say that's where he got his New York accent from, but he had one. He got hit, woke up.
That was the universal. We pointed at him. We just started going, no! Get him off the field!
Yeah, that's probably a good time to get him off the field.
Can you see me? No! Get him off the field! Man, that was brutal.
You look like you're winding the clock at the end of a game.
Okay.
We're going to do a lot of football today, but not only football, but a lot of football here, and especially to start, Wolf, because this is not a story that we would have expected to be talking about this season, certainly. But after we got off the air yesterday, the Cardinals fined Jonathan Gannon for the sideline altercation with Amari DiMercato. $100,000. Yeah, that's not nothing. So where does this go from here, or is this the end of this now?
Yeah, once again, this is one of those things you're really hoping it does not linger at all in that locker room. And the fact that JG was on top of it, the fact that he apologized to Amari DiMercato, I think, in front of the team, and then, of course, apologized to the team overall. I think he has attacked this exactly the way that he should have. You just can't do it based on it. I know it's crazy. Listen, get in a guy's face all day long. All day long. That happens in the game of football. All day long. You just can't contact him in any way, shape, or form. In college, maybe it happened, maybe. But the turn of the century came, and suddenly, you don't even do that in college anymore.
Yeah.
You don't put your hands on a player for the most part. And especially in anger, you don't do it.
Yeah, that's the thing. He could have gotten in his face. He could have been as angry as he wanted, and then maybe just kind of. You see coaches slap a guy on the shoulder, like, all right, this is over. Get it back out there. That sort of motivational, whatever. It didn't look like that, obviously, and he didn't feel that way, JG, because he came out and apologized before there was any fine, and then there is the fine. And like you, I hope this is kind of just over now for this team. Because you don't need this sort of stuff lingering. And JG typically is one of the most calm coaches you'll ever see on the sideline, to the point we were taking calls yesterday, and I was looking at a lot of the comments on social media. A lot of Cardinals fans appreciated that he showed the emotion, not the thing at the end, not where he ended up contacting Amari DiMercato, but just the emotion to be upset in that moment. We had a caller yesterday that was like, hey, the verbal part of it I appreciate, because I'm sitting here watching this saying, why are you giving this game away? So, we talked about this yesterday. He went up to the line, I thought, pretty well, and then he crossed the line, obviously, and that's why he's paying a $100,000 fine.
Yeah, and, I don't want to make it sound like he gave him a right hook to the gut.
He didn't.
He did not. But once again, he did have contact, and it was done in anger. And you just can't do that in today's NFL. You can't. And JG recognized that. He knew that. And it's the reason why he got up and he apologized to the team and Amari DiMercato as well. I just want to emphasize the fact that right up until he did what he did physically, I would have done the exact same thing.
I think they needed that.
You need to be able to coach players. And you know what, especially on this team that is kind of had a lackluster start, has it not? Our expectations coming into this season were very, very high for this team. My expectations, they were going to be a playoff team. That's not what I think right now. Now, is there time? You were talking about this yesterday, as a matter of fact. There's time to actually turn it around. Even though they're losing players that matter, like James Conner, talking about guys you can't replace. Tip Ryman is one of those guys.
Kyler Murray is not practicing today.
It's okay.
The foot thing.
Exactly. Okay. But to me, once again, this team, can they turn it around? Yes. I still think they can turn the season around. Are they going to be a playoff team? I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. First of all, start playing well. Start playing like you did last year on the offensive line. That to me still, when I look at the Colts, Basinonians right now, the Indianapolis Colts coming up, to me I see an offensive line that makes their team.
Well, yeah, we're going to get into the Colts because they are an interesting opponent this week in the sense of they are the prime example of how quickly you can turn things around for the better in the NFL. Nobody had the Colts on their radar this season, unless you're a Colts fan. And even most Colts fans didn't have the Colts on their radar as maybe winning that division, as being one of the better offenses in the NFL. And look how quickly they have turned that around with Daniel Jones, of all people. Real quick, back to the Gannon thing. This is a cut from Chris Canty yesterday, and before I play it, this whole situation kind of just illustrates how quickly an NFL team can potentially unravel. Because to your point, if JG doesn't do anything on the sidelines, and again, he went too far and he got fined, but if he doesn't get in Amari DiMercado's face and at least yell, then it's like, maybe he does it behind the scenes, I don't know, but whatever. But if he doesn't do that at all, then you send the other weird message to your team. And that's why that play is so frustrating, because it puts everybody in a weird spot. If JG doesn't make an example of you, then there's going to be guys on the team looking around like, so are we serious about this, or are we just playing around out here? But at the same time, he went too far. And now here's Chris Canty yesterday.
Under no circumstances is it appropriate for a coach to hit a player in that fashion. And if he felt the need to apologize to the team about it because he didn't feel great about it, then it shows you how egregious it actually was. Now, DiMercado in that moment is probably harder on himself than anyone, but it's not okay for a coach to put hands on him, not even at this level. The only way it's appropriate for a coach to put hands on a player is if you're giving him a pat on the back, if you're encouraging him. Clearly, based on the fan video, this was not that. And there is no question in my mind that Jonathan Gannon was out of pocket. It was egregious, and you wonder whether or not this is one of those moments where the players in that locker room lose the respect that they have for him.
That was something that I was talking about as well yesterday. And not only that, it's the combination. This is what I'm really concerned in regard to this. Leadership is going to be very, very important, and yet there are some guys right now that are not in uniform, so to speak. A guy like James Conner. Let's just point to James Conner. I know James Conner is a big JG guy. Loves what JG does. Yet at the same time, it's going to be guys like James Conner inside that locker room, even though he's not playing. Guys like James Conner that is going to really have to get this done with, over with. And the best way to do it, JG can never do it again. I'm sure that JG won't do it again. Yet at the same time, he's got to be able to get into somebody's face and have at it. Football's an emotional game. It just is, And once again, sometimes you're gonna lose your emotions, and you're gonna say some stuff that maybe you'd never say. Period. It's never okay to do that. Yet at the same time, I will tell you, it's expected by most players in the locker room.
Well, this is why you don't want distractions or disruptions like this, because now you're like swerving back and forth on an icy road. I mean, you're talking about a 53-man roster, so how you handle it, 48 of those guys might appreciate how you handle it, but if even 5 don't, you start to have this little rift going back the other way, or 50 of those guys are like, okay, we appreciate that he apologized. Here we go. If 3 don't, you're starting to have cracks that this team didn't have before this season.
Yep.
And I'm not saying they can't fix him, but you bring up James Conner, man. A, I don't think that play happens if James Conner is healthy. I don't think he allows it to happen. And B, he's certainly the one that gets in Amari DiMercado's face on the sideline before anybody else has to, and he does it in his James Conner way that would have worked. This marks the 10th anniversary of Character Counts. Parker and Sons has awarded over $100,000 in scholarships to outstanding Valley students who show great character. Your child, a student could be next. So just text character to 620-620 and nominate them for a $10,000 scholarship. That's character to 620-620. It's Character Counts. All right, when we come back, why have the Indianapolis Colts been so good through the first month of the season? We'll dive into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The 2-3 Cardinals head to Indy to play the 4-1 Colts Sunday.
Huddle. They're really clicking on all cylinders right now is because they're able to establish a run with Taylor, and Daniel is putting the ball where it needs to be, making the right decisions, getting out of his hand fast. And so there's going to be times where guys are in stressful downs and they got to win against some really good players.
Pre-game at Kickoff 10 a.m. Sunday morning.
I'm excited for the challenge. I know the players are too.
Listen to Cards at the Colts Sunday on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Man, we went to allproshade.com, and I can tell you, we had Robert Mulvin come out, the owner-operator of All Pro Shade Concepts, came out to the compound. Man, we're so glad that he did. You got to have shade, and that's what All Pro Shade Concepts did for us. When you work with All Pro Shade Concepts, you're working with the most trusted local shade company available. Voted number 1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They also have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Installation is done by their in-house team. There's never any subcontractors with All Pro Shade Concepts. I love that. And these shades are commercial grade, industrial strength, hundreds of colors, and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized, sealed track, or cable shades. All Pro Shade Concepts, they've got them all. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com. You got to have shade.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm handles hundreds of crash cases involving semi-trucks every year. A crash case involving semis is much different, and if you don't know what you're doing, you can leave lots of money on the table. Many times there is separate insurance for the cab and for the trailer. Sometimes there are actually layers of other insurances and excess insurance that some lawyers may not know about because they don't see that many cases. We see these cases every day. Also, there are federal laws governing the hours a driver may drive in a 24-hour period and logs that are required. A crash case involving a semi-truck is a totally different animal than a simple car crash. We have lawyers who only handle these cases. It's all they do. Rolling the dice with the wrong law firm can be disastrous. Call us on your cell phone at Pound Law, pound 529. It's so easy. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Cardinals OC Drew Petzing on his late third down call against the Titans says, "I put our guys in a tough spot." Cardinals fined Jonathan Gannon for his sideline altercation with Imari DiMercado. And Sam Levit has settled into structure after a slow start brought some stress. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Welcome back to the show. Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday.
What up, YouTube?
And what up to our listeners in Waddell? It's a Waddell Wednesday. Wolf.
Waddell. Waddell.
Did you know there's a Wildlife World Zoo aquarium and safari park out by Waddell?
I did not know that.
I didn't either. I just learned
Man,
that.
that's cool. We should go there this weekend, maybe.
Yeah, we'll just do a show from there tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll just go out there to
I think we had somebody on from them one time. They brought in some sort of creature. I forget which.
Oh, was that the fox that was like?
It was the fox. Yeah, they brought in a fox.
There was a fox in the news. Remember, she brought it
that
in
was
while we were
kind
on
of
the
weird,
air.
wasn't it? She walked right in.
Wolf didn't know there was a fox out in the newsroom because it was for KTAR next door. But she brought it in while we were on the air. Your
My
reaction
back was to the
amazing.
door.
You turned around and there was a live fox right next to you.
There it was. Oh my goodness, that was weird.
Yeah,
the fox was looking at me, based on it, right at me. I made eye contact.
Fox
with
and
the
Wolf.
fox.
Were you a little scared, Wolf, of the fox?
No, I
think he stared the fox down. Actually,
maybe a little, Rick. I mean, not scared. I think scared is a little harsh.
I think the fox looked at Wolf, and Wolf looked back like, "Have you busted a wedge?" And the fox was like, "Not yet."
Okay.
No. All right, let's look at this team. The Cardinals are gonna play.
You just don't make eye contact with a fox, though, based on it. You don't do that often.
You don't?
Okay, yes.
I saw one once.
That was weird, okay? It wasn't scared, Rick. It was weird. It's just a weird feeling.
To defend Wolf, the way the studio's set up, and you can probably see it if you're watching on YouTube right now, Wolf is the one by the door.
Back to
I'm
the
further
door.
away. Yeah. And I had already seen and met the fox outside pre-show. Wolf was listening to Metallica, so he didn't meet the fox. And then they brought the fox in, the door's behind Wolf. So as we're on the air, he turns and looks, and there's just a fox right at eye level.
You know what's amazing about it, Basonines? Back when I was going through my dark days period, and there were dark days. Thank you, Lord God, for what you have done for me. Yet at the same time, there were dark days. I would never sit with my back to the door, ever.
Why?
Just so you know.
Just in case somebody brought a fox in?
Just saying. No.
Okay. Fair enough.
Just you figure it out.
Oh, I've been figuring it out. The Indianapolis Colts, their over-under for wins coming into this season was 7.5. Okay, this is a team that was kind of, and honestly, I went and looked that up during the break. That's even higher than I
was
thought
going
it
to
had
say,
been.
I'm shocked it was 7.5.
So am I. I guess they won 8 games last year.
Yeah, but it's Daniel Jones.
It is, and they were so nondescript last year, other than the Anthony Richardson, hey, I'm a little tired, can I get out of this game? They had Joe Flacco for a while last year because why not? Every team has Joe Flacco for a little bit. He's a rent-a quarterback at this point. But they weren't anything amazing, and the over-under was 7.5 before the season. If you had made me pick one way or the other, I don't think I would have taken over, to be honest. I think I probably would have said, I don't know, 6 wins, maybe? They're already almost there, Wolf.
Yeah.
They are already 4-1. Probably should be 5-0 if Adonai Mitchell hadn't dropped the ball at the goal line. Sound familiar?
Yeah, it does. Based on earnings, can we say the Indianapolis Colts are the biggest surprise in the National Football League?
I think so,
Would you say that? Can we say that with certitude?
Unless the only other one I would say would be Baltimore the other way. Baltimore being 1-4.
Okay, yeah, but I'm talking about surprise in a good way.
Yeah.
I typically don't talk about surprise in a bad way, but I guess you could go either way on that. Rick, how do you feel about that? The Colts right now, the biggest surprise in the NFL. Jamal, you as well.
I'm kind of more leaning to the Jaguars.
Okay, the Jaguars. All right. For me, Daniel Jones. The quarterback for the Indianapolis Colts, Daniel Jones.
Actually, I think the biggest surprise for me is how bad the Ravens are.
Yeah, that's okay. That's what I said. But Wolf was going for the positive. Well, okay, so here's the teams that are 4-1 in the NFL. 4-1's the best record in the NFL. And yes, the Colts probably would be 5-0 if Adonai Mitchell hadn't thrown the ball away. But I would also argue they should have lost to Denver. They got that leveraging call to give them another chance at the end. So whatever, they're 4-1.
Yes.
Here are the teams that are 4-1, and you tell me if any of these are as surprising as the Colts. Jacksonville, I thought Jacksonville would be good this year, so I'm not as surprised by that. Detroit, Tampa, San Francisco, Buffalo, Philly. None of those teams are surprises.
Yes.
The Colts, you could have told me they were going to finish 4-13, and I'd have been like, yeah, okay. And they still could, I guess. They could go on a 12-game losing streak, but the reality is they look good too. They're not just squeaking out wins over bad teams. The Colts look good.
They look really good. Jim Bob Cooter. He's got the greatest name for a coach.
He's back. He sounds
ever.
like a coach in a football movie.
Honestly, it does. You knock it off with Jim Bob Cooter.
If he was in like the Varsity Blues sequel, people would be like, that's too made up of a name.
Look, he might get a head coaching job out of what he's done with Daniel Jones. I kid you not. It's that kind of shock that we're witnessing out of Daniel Jones and how well he's playing. He looks like a completely different person on the field, Daniel Jones. And because he looks like a completely different person on the field, he's a completely different player on the field as well. He looks confident. He looks decisive. He looks like the ghost of Peyton Manning with speed.
So only Sam
Daniel
Darnold
Jones ran a 4.6 coming out.
Yeah. No, it's
Peyton could never run a 4.6.
no, Peyton's he was skilled at a lot of things. Wasn't necessarily the fastest guy in the world. Daniel Jones and Kyler Murray are basically the two quarterbacks that they might be the only ones active. Well, I guess Gardner Minshew from that 2019 class, but the only starters from that 2019 class. And I think for the longest time, up until this season, you would have said like, yeah, okay, even if you didn't love the Kyler pick, even in retrospect, if you didn't love it, he's the best quarterback from that class for sure. Daniel Jones has revived his career. He is this year's Sam Darnold, is he not? I mean, he is doing this year what Sam Darnold did last year in Minnesota.
Yes, and you know what's so fascinating about this conversation, and yet at the same time so disappointing, brothers, is the fact that the beating heart of the Indianapolis Colts and their comeback, to me, is their offensive line.
Yeah.
Their offensive line. They lost two starters, their offensive line, this past offseason that have been there for a long time. We all know the Colts have had a very good offensive line for a while now in the National Football League. They lost two of those guys, replaced them with younger guys, and this offensive line, I think, has gotten better. And now all of a sudden you're seeing it. You're seeing the protection for Daniel Jones. You're seeing Jonathan Taylor actually get seams to run the ball. This offensive line is what is making the Indianapolis Colts a 4-1 football team.
Yeah, and you bring up Jonathan Taylor, and he is just having a monster year, leading the NFL with 480 rushing yards. He's already got 6 rushing touchdowns. He's always been great since the day he stepped into the NFL, but there were years where you kind of forgot about him because you forgot about the Colts, and that is not the case right now. He has been an absolute beast, and to your point, yeah, the offensive line is making – it's where this all starts for Indianapolis. We come back, we're going to give you our top 5 teams around the NFL. Is Wolf going to put the Colts in his top 5? I'm not. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports is giving away a pair of tickets to see the Mercury face the Aces in Game 4 Friday night downtown. Text the word finals to 620-620 for your chance to win. Be part of the best atmosphere in the WNBA and cheer on the Mercury in the finals against Vegas. Text finals to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. It's truly never too early to plan for retirement, Basinonians. Whether it's decades away or just around the corner, Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors can ensure you feel prepared for this financial shift that may be coming up. Contact Trajan Wealth today. Pick up the phone, give them a call, Basinonians, 480-990-3300. Would you like a little peace of mind in your investment portfolio? Yes, I think we'd all say yes. How about starting with a second opinion? That's the thing that really helped me. Call Trajan Wealth today to schedule a complimentary introductory meeting to learn a little bit more. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns here, and I'm with V's founder, Jimmy V. Tell me, what is it about V's that makes it feel like almost a sanctuary for people who want to go and just get away from it all?
I think it's a place where you can go and it conjures up memories, Dave, of a time gone by. A place to take your kid, to give him a piece of what you had culturally as a kid growing up. As a place where you feel like I can go in and feel my best when I walk out of here. As a place that's happy, as a place that talks about sports, as a place that asks you about your dad. ask you about your family, your kids. That's what V's is. It's just not 4 walls and barber chairs. It's a culture. And that's what we try to do, and try to make it timeless without any type of pretense, without any type of judgment or prejudices, but to make it a barbershop that you look forward to going in, because every single time it's V's.
So book your next great cut and get away from it all by going to V's. Visit vbarbershop.com. That's vbarbershop.com for your next great haircut at V's.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and fall is a great time in the Valley. It's also the best time to replace your windows, so do what I did. Take advantage of a great special from my friends at Advanced Window Products, where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. You will not be disappointed. My new windows look awesome. The installation process was fantastic and professional, right down to the cleanup process. Highly recommend Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, where there are no middleman markups. They build your windows, they install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. By the way, that lifetime warranty is transferable. It's serviced by a local team with labor, glass, and parts included, and with financing options available. It is a great time to invest in your number one asset. Call 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. It's October. Say goodbye to the heat and hello cooler weather. That means it's National Car Care Month, and there's no better time to make sure your car's ready for the fall. The fall is so busy, we no sooner shut our cars off and then, oops, we're gone again. So I know we all want to take care of our cars, but we never seem to find the time until it breaks. There's a couple of quick and easy things we need to do to keep our cars ready. Checking the brakes, battery, and tires is a start. And let's not forget about the fluids. A simple oil change and topping off your coolant can save you major headaches later on. If you're hearing strange noises, see dash lights, or just need a tune-up, now's the time to act. Please don't wait until your car leaves you stranded to come see us. We know that getting car repairs can be confusing, but where to go when you need them isn't. That's us at AMCO. Remember, transmission repair is our specialty, but we do all repairs too, and we take the hassle out of getting your car repaired. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. This just in, Arizona Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray is not practicing today. He suffered a foot injury Sunday but was able to return to the game. Sticking with the Cardinals, they have fined coach Jonathan Gannon $100,000 for the sideline incident with running back Amari DiMercato during Sunday's loss to the Tennessee Titans. For all of our Arizona Cardinals coverage, head on over to arizonasports.com. Game 3 of the WNBA Finals is tonight in downtown Phoenix. The Phoenix Mercury look to avoid going down 3-0 to the Las Vegas Aces. Tip-off is at 5. And the MLB divisional round continues tonight. Coverage of Dodgers-Phillies Game 3 begins at 5:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Termite season is here. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today to schedule your free termite inspection.
Who is the best in the NFL? Wolf and Luke's NFL Power Hour.
All right, maybe getting a little bit of clarity here as we head into week 6 of the NFL season. Man, the NFL season, once it gets here, it just flies by, does it not?
It's unbelievable.
It's crazy how
I
fast.
just do not want to do this power poll.
Okay.
I do not want to do it.
Why? Care to explain why you don't want to do it?
There are 4 teams that I feel really, really good about, and then there's about 4 teams that could be number 5.
Yeah.
It's really, really hard.
I'm with you.
It's bad.
The fifth spot is really tough as I'm looking at, you're right. There's quite a few I want to put in that fifth spot.
Well, I know, and there's 2 of them in the NFC West that I think could be in the number 5 hole.
Yeah. Well, all right, let's get to it. Let's start with number 5.
Number 5.
So this is what you were talking about. I'm torn here at number 5. I'm not picking these other teams, but let me just say it was really close to going with Denver. Really close. And I think by the end of the year, the Rams might be better than this team. But Wolf, San Francisco is 4-1 despite a ton of injuries, and they're going to start getting some of these guys back. Sounds like one more week for George Kittle, and then he should be back by week 7. They're doing this without Kittle. Last week they did it without their quarterback or their top 2 receivers, and they beat the Rams. I don't know how I can keep them out of the top 5. I have San Francisco at 5.
You could put Seattle at number 5.
Yeah,
with
but
a
I'm not going
straight face. You could put the Rams at number 5 with a straight face.
Yeah. Problem is San Francisco just beat the Rams, so it's hard to do right now.
I'm just going to have to agree with Luke and put the 49ers at number 5. With all of the guys that are missing right now in their starting lineup, it's truly amazing to see what Mac Jones has been able to do and able to produce in the wake of losing their starting quarterback.
Yeah.
The 49ers at number 5.
You know, it's funny because this became a thing last week that I don't know if people realize that Mac Jones' full name, Mac, is short for McCorkle.
Yeah.
So his name is McCorkle Jones, but it's actually even worse because McCorkle's his middle name. So his name is Michael McCorkle Jones. That's
Michael McCorkle.
Michael McCorkle. And yet he continues to win games.
You know what? That'd be so cool. You know what his nickname would be?
Corks? Corky?
Corky.
Corky.
You know it'd be Corky.
Corks would be his hockey nickname because everything has to just end with an S. Here is number 4.
Number 4.
Ooh, I like number 4. I really like number 4. And if I remember this right, they play my number 5 team actually this weekend. Give me Tampa Bay at number 4, Wolf. Yeah, they host the 49ers on Sunday, so there's a pretty good game. They just went into Seattle and beat the Seahawks. Tampa's legit. They're beat up as well. No excuses from Tampa for some of the injuries they've had. They had no Bucky Irving. They had no Mike Evans, and they still went into Seattle and beat the Seahawks. I don't know if Emeka Egbuka is going to win Rookie of the Year because he's a receiver and it's tough for them, but he should be Rookie of the Year right now.
Pretty incredible right now what is happening in Tampa Bay, and it couldn't happen to a better dude than Todd Bowles. Love Todd Bowles as the head coach, of course, of the Buccaneers. They play some really solid defense down in Tampa, and not only that, Baker Mayfield is going out and proving why leadership at the quarterback position is so important. It truly is. He's inspiring his teammates around him. Baker Mayfield in that defense, the Bucs, number 4.
Well, I just looked it up. Emeka Egbuka is the overwhelming favorite for Rookie of the Year right now. Sometimes it takes people a while to recognize like what a receiver's doing because the default is always to go quarterback or maybe even running back, but no quarterback has really stepped up in that regard yet, minus the fourth quarter of the last game for Cam Ward. On to number 3.
Number 3.
Number 3, I continue to want to put this. So you know what? I am going to put them higher. Number 3, give me Buffalo. Give me the Buffalo Bills at number 3.
Wow.
Because they just lost at home to the Patriots, who like the Patriots are not bad, and their schedule coming up, I think they play 4 college teams and then 2 high school teams. So expect the Patriots to go on a run here. But Buffalo, I always have them at number 2. They just lost at home to the Patriots, so give me Buffalo at number 3.
Yeah, you know, it's Buffalo at number 3 as well. Give it to me. Just fire it off, will you, please?
Here we go.
Number 3.
Yeah, my number 3 team is the Buffalo Bills as well at 4-1 on the season right now. Josh Allen, of course, there's so much to prove for Josh Allen, especially when you get into the postseason. It's so hard. I can't even imagine being on a team where the regular season is it's the red carpet. It's literally walking the red carpet to a point where you're going to either get the award or you are not.
Yeah.
You're either going to get the Oscar or you are not. You're on the red carpet, but it doesn't matter until you get the Oscar. Man, the Super Bowl trophy, the Lombardi, awaits the Buffalo Bills, and the regular season really doesn't matter because all it is a precursor to the postseason.
They really are the only team. I guess Philly too, but Philly's won the title, so it's a whole different thing for Buffalo, where the regular season almost feels like a formality.
It does. I can't even imagine being in that situation yet. At the same time, the Buffalo Bills, number 3 in my power poll.
Number 2.
We may have very similar lists because at number 2 I have the Detroit Lions, who I tell you, they might be the best team, honestly. But I have Detroit at number 2 out of respect and boredom for the team at number 1. But I have Detroit at number 2 because they are that team. It's looking more and more like that week 1 loss to Green Bay was just an anomaly. And they are doing everything they did last year, and they're healthier right now than they were last year. So give me the Lions at 2.
Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to do this out of principle. I'm going to have the Philadelphia Eagles be my number 2 team.
Nice.
Okay, number 2, the Philadelphia Eagles, 4-1. Yeah, the Eagles slid the shorts on. They took the loss. Saquon Barkley is incredible. Watching him play. Jalen Hurts, too, developing the way that he is. And running, I think, and making good decisions when he does run. I think Jalen Hurts, the biggest thing that I'm noticing, at least from one season to the next, is his decision-making, I think, is better this year than it was last year. Now, we still have a lot of the season to go. But he's making really good decisions when to run the ball and when not to. I'm going to put the Philadelphia Eagles at number 2.
All right.
Number 1. Numero uno.
Unbelievable.
Number 1, I still have Philly, but they did just lose to Denver. Now, I'm not going to hold that against them like that's the worst loss ever. But I'll just throw a couple things out there, just food for thought with the Eagles, okay, Wolf? They're 4-1. They lost to Denver. Their Tampa win was a 1-score win. Their Rams win was a 1-score win, and they had to really rally to do it. Their Chiefs win was a 1-score win, and it took Travis Kelce messing up for them to do it. And even their Cowboys win in Week 1 was a 1-score win. Now, them winning by 1 score doesn't mean they're not great, but when you couple that with the sort of weirdness they seem to have going on, where both A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith are getting upset now, I wouldn't say the Eagles are the steamroller that they were last year right now. They could easily fix that. They go Giants, Vikings, Giants their next 3 games.
Yeah, especially with that offensive line once again. Yeah. Okay, give me number 1. Here we go.
Hold on, let me find number 1 to really drive that home.
Number 1. Numero uno.
Unbelievable. The Detroit Lions. The Detroit Lions at 4-1 right now after suffering a brutal loss to the Green Bay Packers in Week 1. They have gotten better and better and better and look like the Detroit Lions, being able to out-physical you in everything that they do in all 3 phases. Detroit Lions, number 1.
All right. That's it. That's the power poll heading into Week 6. You're right. Top 4 were pretty easy. It seems like 4 teams have kind of separated themselves for now, at least. But then, 5 through 9 is pretty tough. All right, there we go. I was waiting for that sounder. I needed that sounder that makes you feel like you lost on a game show from the 70s. All right, we come back over to college football. How good is the offense that ASU is about to face on Saturday night? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Is this the type of game you question everything? Me, you, the fan? Sure. Is Michael Bidwell questioning everything? He put a lot of faith in Monty and JG, and I personally still think they're the right guys for the job. I think that Monty Ossenford is a good GM. I think Jonathan Gannon's a good coach. You might have to make some changes on the coaching staff. Torey Lavella had to fire the third base coach because of a bunch of boneheaded plays. If Petzing doesn't get his act together, his job should be on the line. Definitely by the bye week. I'll say that. By the bye week, if this offense doesn't get turned around, you go look at this offense, it's not good.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make, brothers. That's right. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility with decades of experience and thousands of smiles, restored. Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results that you can trust, including smiles. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the ARIA difference. ARIA is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to other corporate dental implant centers that are out there. Head on over and go see ARIA Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Join the Bud Light Football Face-Off Thursday, October 9th at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale, starting at 5 p.m. Compete for your chance to win tickets to the Cardinals game versus LA on December 7th, plus a chance to go to Vegas for the final face-off where you could score a trip to the Super Bowl.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Don't wear it, sell it.
At Oliver Smith Jeweler, we love buying jewelry and luxury timepieces. We care about each piece's unique history, craftsmanship, and design.
Hi, I'm Oliver Smith, and over the past 40 years, Oliver Smith Jeweler has helped advise many clients on jewelry and watches. We can evaluate your pieces free of charge, provide you with an estimate of what they are worth in one-on-one meetings with you, respecting your time and valuables. Get a check or convert your unworn valuables directly to gold coin or bullion for the future investment.
Oliver Smith Jeweler is known for our beautifully crafted jewelry and having the best timepiece selection in the Valley. Our clients choose us time and time again for our trusting nature, exceptional value, and our commitment to providing unsurpassed customer care.
Don't wear it, sell it. Come visit us at Oliver Smith in Gainey Ranch or in the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall.
Ready, set, Ford. Get the thrills, get the adventure, and get the savings during the first ever Brocktober. On now at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Big Bend for only $399 a month for 36 months. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Sport Big Bend for only $299 a month for 36 months. Purchase a new 2025 F-150 STX Super Crew for only $44,899. Plus, get 3.9 for 72 months financing. Don't miss the Brocktober savings. Shop and compare with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's most awarded Ford dealership for complete satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Bronco offer requires $1,810 down. Bronco Sport requires $1,920 down. Both plus tax, title, license, and $499 doc fee. OAC from Ford Credit. F-150 stock number 255360 with MSRP of $52,645. Offers expire 10/31.
Sanderson Ford.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. How will the ASU defense fare against one of the toughest offensive lines in the Utah Utes? We'll talk Sun Devils on the Burns and Gambo Show 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hi, Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday. Wednesday means Sparky's Den tonight, Wolf.
Okay.
Trophy and Chandler, and I got the guest list for tonight. So since Dave Burns is mentioning the defense, Kenny Dillingham, obviously, for the first half of the show, Prince Dorba and Boogie Wilson.
Oh,
so we're going defense heavy.
Nice.
Tonight.
Prince Dorba.
Prince Dorba coming off that game against TCU.
What a great name, man.
It is a great.
Honestly, it's just a great name to have that. Prince Dorba.
Especially for a defensive player.
Yes.
Prince Dorba. The defense is, I think, one of the biggest reasons to be optimistic that ASU can sustain what they've done, holding some of these, pretty good offenses within striking distance the last couple weeks.
What'd you say?
I don't remember.
Oh, my goodness, man.
They're playing another good one this weekend. Here's Brian Ward talking about Devin Dampier.
You know, he's just he's a creator. He's very efficient in the passing game, and they've modeled their passing offense and the run offense just right around him, and everything they do really starts with their quarterback in the run game and the pass game, in their run play action, pass game, in their quick game. Everything. They're just really playing to his strengths. You can tell it's just a really well thought out offensive system that revolves around that guy that's going to touch the ball on every play.
You know what's interesting about it? Under Kyle Whittingham, I don't think the Utah Utes offense has changed at all for the most part.
You want to talk about continuity?
I mean, honestly, this is dogma. This is belief. This is how he believes football has got to be played, period. And it doesn't matter what era you're in. It doesn't matter the spread. We're going to pack them all in. We're going to run the wishbone, whatever it may be. Kyle Whittingham is one of these guys who's all about the balance of the team. And this is how we're going to play. We're going to have a good offensive line, or we're not going to have a football team, period.
Yeah.
And that's what they do. Now, you know, we joke about the fact they might have 3 26-year-olds on the offensive line that happen to have a couple of kids.
Oh, that might be why they're good.
At the same time, I'm just saying the Utah offensive line has been a strength. And it's something that they build every year.
So just along those lines, I just pulled up a random mock draft for 2026, okay? But I pulled up CBS's. They have Caleb Lamu, offensive lineman for Utah, at going 30th in the draft.
Okay.
And they have Spencer Fano, offensive lineman for Utah, going 5th in the draft.
Okay.
So just the random what I pulled up has 2 Utah offensive linemen, the team ASU is going to face on Saturday, 2 of them going in the first round. Yeah. So 40% of their offensive line mocked to go in the first round next year. Still a lot of football to be played, but here we are, early October, and that's how good their offensive line is and has been.
Yeah, and, you know, Devin Dampier, I think, is just a product of that offensive line and the philosophy of Kyle Whittingham, of course, playing offensive football, being balanced. I think this is a very, very balanced team. And what I love is Dampier is actually completing over 72% of his passes.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that.
Yeah, he can throw.
I mean,
people think he just runs. He can throw.
Excellent, man. And they've got a platoon of running backs as well.
Now I'm lost in this mock draft. They have Jordan Tyson going 11th to the Patriots. How do you feel about Tyson on the Patriots? I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really need the Patriots to get back to being amazing.
Going 11th?
Going 11th to the Patriots. They have him as the first receiver off the board. And now that I'm here and I'm looking at this, they have the Cardinals taking Jeremiah Love, the running back out of Notre Dame, at 10. Running back in the first round. Are we really there?
I don't know. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to say they're going to take a War Daddy offensive guard.
That's kind of what
about
it feels
that.
like, yeah. All right, back to ASU, and here's more from Brian Ward, who has done a phenomenal job this season. You talk about guys or parts of ASU that at halftime make serious adjustments and look like a different team in the second half. Brian Ward is right at the heart of that. Look no further than that TCU game where Josh Hoover and that TCU offense, I mean, it's not just Josh Hoover. He's got 3 really good receivers. Maybe one is great, and Eric McAllister. TCU's offense was just moving along, right through everybody they played, undefeated coming into that game. And they moved right through ASU's defense in the first half, and they couldn't do anything in the second half of the same game. So here's more from Brian Ward talking about defending Utah's triple option.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they just do a lot to mess with your eyes, you know, their motions, their shifts, their different personnel groups. They give you a lot of different pictures, and they have you chasing a lot of different things. So, again, it's all going to come down to our fundamentals and our ability to get lined up and play fast and play the situations against these guys. So, the plan never changes. It's just how we go about the process in that plan each week is going to adapt to whatever offense we're going to see. And they're definitely giving us a unique set of challenges that we haven't seen since we've been here in the last 2.5 years.
That's the dogma, once again, of Kyle Whittingham. That is the dogma. This is how we're going to play. It's going to be in a very, very physical kind of offense, a run-pass offense built to get into the red zone and actually do some destruction in the red zone. I think that's one of their strengths.
ASU really stepped up the pass rush game in the second half against TCU. Utah's given up 3 sacks all season. Again, they have 2 offensive linemen projected in the first round. Here's Kenny Dillingham this week talking about facing a team that does not give up sacks.
In terms of the challenge this week is, it's a great challenge. I mean, you're facing a phenomenal offensive line. They don't give up sacks, partly because of the players at offensive tackle, potentially 2 first-round draft picks. And then secondly, because of the scheme, it doesn't really allow to create many negative plays. really hard to create negative plays versus this type of style, because of just schematically what they do. They're not going to drop back 45 times, and you're not just going to lick your chops and say the tackle's going to pass set and we get to bring games. Like, you have to defend the triple option or the quarterback run. You have to defend the run schemes every single snap on third and everything.
3rd and 8, even, Coach? 3rd and 8?
Is that 3rd and everything?
Yeah, 3rd and everything. I wonder why they do that. Well, just, you know what, honestly, go execute the play. We'll call a play, and you go execute the play, apparently, in Utah.
Sacks per game, ASU is second in college football right now, at least on the site I'm looking at. They seem to be rounding some of these sacks off. But Oklahoma's first with 5 a game. ASU tied for second with 4 per game. Not second in the Big 12, not second in the Power 4, second in the FBS, ASU, in terms of sacks per game. They had 6 against TCU. Obviously, Prince Dorba had 3 of them. Utah hasn't even given up 4 all season. So that is strength on strength right there on Saturday. And here's more from Kenny Dillingham on the pass rush.
Yeah, I think the reason they haven't, for us, one, our guys have put in a lot of work. So it's fun to see when guys work, change their bodies, and then they see the reward. I think for me, that's why you coach, is to have guys who put in work see the reward. And I think our guys who put in the work are seeing the rewards. And that's awesome to see. That's what you want to see. That's a good step for a program, is seeing guys get better. And I think, last year at this time, I don't know how many sacks we had, but it wasn't many. People are, what are we going to do to the pass rush this offseason? How are we going to fix it? We're not going to fix it by adding people. We're going to fix it by, guys getting bigger, stronger, better with each other. And now we've accomplished that. So through development. So I think we got better at pass rush through development, not acquisition.
No, what do you think of that, Luke, what he just said?
Well, there's a lot of truth to it, because these are all basically the same guys that were back from last year. And I don't remember looking at their pass rush and thinking it was bad last year, but it wasn't this. It wasn't to the point where, they can just shut down a really good offense by just sacking their quarterback over and over again with the game on the line like they did last week. This is something that I'm looking forward to, this game on Saturday, because you have 2 really good football teams. And now we're deep enough into the season where both teams should be playing their best football of the season. And it is refreshing. I know people are sometimes hesitant, like, is ASU really good, or is it just Jordan Tyson, or is it this? You're talking about a good football team when you have an NFL receiver, an NFL caliber quarterback, one of the best running backs in your conference, and a defense that can win you football games. That's a pretty complete football team for ASU. Utah's got one too.
Yeah, and this is a quarterback in Dampier, a guy that can actually pull the ball down and run, as we all know. They'll design some runs for him, let alone pull it down and do it instinctively. He's very, very good at that. And when you talk about pass rush, I think immediately of staying in your pass rush lanes and trying to close the pocket around Dampier and getting to him that way, as opposed to opening up a crease and letting him run.
Can you imagine if ASU is able to get 3 or 4 sacks on Dampier this weekend?
Man,
that would be
huge.
That would say something. And it would probably throw him off a little bit, if anything's going to, because he's not used to getting sacked. All right, when we come back to the NFL, you always say it's a mercenary league, Wolf. How much pressure is mounting on Drew Petzing and Jonathan Gannon, and how much will be there this weekend in Indianapolis? We're going to ask senior NFL writer for The Athletic, Mike Sando. He's going to join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
ASU football back in the top 25 and ready to battle the Utes Saturday.
It's going to be an electric environment playing at Utah.
Tough environment. There's 50-60% chance of thunderstorms, rains. And we have an 8:15 kickoff that could also get delayed. And we may be playing this game at 10 p.m.
ASU and Utah. Pregame at 4. Kickoff 7:15 Saturday night on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. That's right, Presidential Pools and Spas. Presidential Pools and Spas, they built the pool in our backyard, Basinonians. That's right, they first started as a little company building pools all the way back in 1991. And then they have reshaped the pool industry in Arizona by becoming the largest pool builder in the state. They've been improving their brand for decades and really set themselves apart with their process, their products, and their people. Man, we experienced that firsthand at the Wolfley Compound Base in Orleans. They build pools, and their history and expertise is worthy of your attention. Most of their sellers have been there for decades. James Frabasilio is a friend and someone you're going to be able to trust. He runs the company with his 2 sons. They're family-owned, and they get my highest recommendation. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. That's presidentialpools.com.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
He's a world arm wrestling champion, Michael Todd.
I'm globally known as Monster Michael Todd. I'm 52 years old. I've won 23 world titles and 36 national titles.
This tough guy never backs down, but a horrible bicep injury almost ended his career. Enter QC Kinetics and life-changing regenerative treatments.
Most people thinking that I'd never be able to compete again. Within 8 months, I became number 5 overall in the world. Now I'm marching towards that number 1 spot.
So how did he do it?
I'm a big regenerative medicine kind of guy. Once I found out about QC Kinetics, I wanted to try their protocol.
Those treatments use a patient's own orthobiologics concentrated and placed into the troubled area to help heal and restore the damage. No scalpels or harmful meds, just long-term relief.
QC Kinetics definitely have helped me be able to live this dream and be able to do what I want to do and continue to do it for a lot more years.
When the others say, time for surgery, you're finished. Not so fast. Call QC Kinetics. The consultation's totally free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, an astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. This just in, Arizona Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray is not practicing today. He suffered a foot injury Sunday, but was able to return to the game. Sticking with the Cardinals, they have fined coach Jonathan Gannon $100,000 for the sideline incident with running back Amari DiMercato during Sunday's loss to the Tennessee Titans. For all of our Arizona Cardinals coverage, head on over to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football watch parties have taken over Sundays. Join the excitement. Don't miss a play at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
It kills me not to know this, but I've all but just forgotten what the color of her eyes were, and her scars or how she got them has the telling signs.
All right, hour number 2 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It's Wolf and Luke talking some Cardinals and now Colts, too. The 4-1 Colts. And joining us on the Arizona Sports Line is senior NFL writer for The Athletic, Mike Sando. Mike, thank you so much for the time. How's it going?
It's great. Good to be back on here. How you doing, Wolf?
What's going on, Michael?
Good to see you.
Been a long time, man.
Mike, let's actually start here. You probably have a better perspective on this than we do. Why are the Colts so good? What happened? Where did this team come from?
Yeah, so, I think people focused last year, remember, on the Anthony Richardson play where he ran out of bounds, right, or took himself out of the game. And you see it as sort of a one-off, like you can't do that. But anybody who doesn't understand the game enough to do that, that tells you there's 100 other things that are happening behind the scenes. That doesn't mean he's a bad guy, but he's not ready to lead your football team as a quarterback. And it's a hugely important position that inspires confidence or lack of confidence through your whole team. And so I think what they've done this year is not gotten themselves a superstar quarterback by any means in Daniel Jones, but they've got somebody who knows, hey, you got to be to the meetings on time. This is how you run a huddle. We can run an offense. It may not be, him making a bunch of spectacular plays, but they went 8-9 last year with a quarterback who completed 47% of his passes. So there's a decent team here. And then in the offseason, they made 2 other moves. They got Lou Anarumo, who's totally different defensive coordinator than Gus Bradley was in terms of he's more of Gus Bradley's just a little bit more, hey, we're going to sit back and play our zones. And Lou Anarumo is a little bit more like, hey, we may do something this week that we've never done before. And then they spent money in the secondary. They've never been a free agency team, really, until this last year. So I think the combination of having a quarterback who, can actually run an offense with a team that's already pretty good, making some tweaks on defense, and then, the schedules probably helped them a little bit too. I think they've just gotten a big kind of emotional boost. They don't have to pretend that this quarterback, Anthony Richardson, is ready. They've got a guy who knows how to play, at least.
Yeah.
Michael, I have to tell you, Daniel Jones is shocking me. He really is. He's shocking me in how he's playing, and I stand and applaud. Once you've been somewhere and you've failed, it's hard to restart and then be given that opportunity again to go out and produce and do well. And that's exactly what Daniel Jones is doing. And I love to see that in the NFL. It's a redemption story in the NFL. Why is he playing so well, in your opinion, Michael?
I think that New York market is hard and chews you up. I really do. I think it takes a special individual. You look at like an Eli Manning. He struggled early in his career, but he's Eli Manning. He's got the pedigree of the Manning name. He came up in it. Stuff just rolls off his back. I mean, we've seen Sam Darnold come out of there. Shoot, Adam Gase hasn't even coached since he was there, right? I mean, this is a really tough place that's hard on you, and everything's exaggerated. And I think sometimes, if you go into that and it's a bad situation, I mean, I think you just drown. And so I do think that it really helps sometimes if you've got somebody who is diligent about their job. I think Daniel Jones has been diligent. We know he has some limitations. But I think now you take him out of that New York pressure cooker where we're the top 6 pick, you're replacing Eli Manning or whatever, the legacy and all that. No, you're in Indy. I mean, you can't get farther away market-wise in Indy. With a team that I think is pretty good. I mean, like I said, they're always right around 500, but they just haven't. They've gone through like 10 different quarterbacks. So I bet you it's just a real nice career reset for him. It's like he was playing basketball on an 11-foot rim, and now he's on a 9.5-foot rim. And now you can dunk it a lot easier, and everybody thinks you're way better, but you're just on a little bit of a different court.
I like it. We're talking to NFL writer for The Athletic, Mike Sando, joining us. All right, Mike, on the Cardinals side of things, I can't help think about the Bears game last year against the Commanders where Tyreek Stevenson was kind of wandering off the field, and they lost on the Hail Mary, and they lost 10 in a row, counting that game from that point on. The Cardinals had such a weird, potentially destructive loss to Tennessee on Sunday. Where do you go from there if you're the Cardinals? Like, how does a team pull out of that?
don't play the Colts and the Packers in your next 2 games. Okay. I mean, can we dial up some better opponent here? I mean, Cincinnati's on the schedule in week 17. Can we have them in Joe Flacco's first game?
That would help.
I mean, look, everything gets better if they go upset the Colts, right? I mean, it just does. You're a week away from disaster or, redemption in this league. But I do think that's a tough deal. You could go into your bye on a 5-game losing streak just because that Tennessee game's inexcusable to me. Now, San Francisco game, Seattle game, those things are going to happen. They were way behind Seattle. They probably shouldn't. They probably get credit for coming back. But that Tennessee game is one of those that's a big strike. Like, as a coach, as a program, you get a certain number of strikes. And I feel like that game with that sideline thing that's now turned into a $100,000 fine is like a strike and a half. So they really do need, to get one of these games. They don't. Beating Indy would be way bigger than beating Indy for this team.
Yeah.
So, Michael, every time we have a national figure on, a national guy like yourself, of course, a big, important guy, we love to ask the question, how does the nation perceive Kyler Murray?
Well, I think what you have to do is not be expecting him to be something that he's not been when it's been 7 years. So he's super talented in his own way, but it also is a limiting way for your team because you're going to lack consistency when it's hard to sometimes see and stay on time. And so I think he can always rally you. I think he can always be a difficult matchup for the opponent. But that consistency down to down, drive to drive, I think will be more elusive. And I don't see that changing. I think it's going to be, something for whoever is the coordinator or something just to kind of has to deal with. And then it'll get harder as he gets too deep into his career because he'll lose some of that quickness like we saw happen to Russell Wilson. He once he couldn't do some of those things with his legs, he was really just a guy, borderline starter.
Mike, it's always great to talk to you. Thank you so much for the time. We'll catch up again soon, all right?
See you, Michael.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that's Mike Sando joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Yeah, the whole he's right. I mean, if you beat the Colts in this league, it's week to week, right? If you beat the Colts, things would seem a lot better than they seem right now. All right, when we come back, speaking of that game, how do the Cardinals find ways to start getting better each week instead of worse? They don't feel like they're trending in the right direction lately. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The 2-3 Cardinals head to Indy to play the 4-1 Colts Sunday.
Huddle. They're really clicking on all cylinders right now is because they're able to establish a run with Taylor, and Daniel is putting the ball where it needs to be, making the right decisions, getting out of his hand fast. And so there's going to be times where guys are in stressful downs and they got to win against some really good players.
Pre-game at kickoff 10 a.m. Sunday morning.
I'm excited for the challenge. I know the players are too.
Listen to Cards at the Colts Sunday on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football. Pressure coming. Levit throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levit to Tyson connection clicks again. Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday. Can the Cardinals shake off all the ugliness of the Titans' loss and get things done against the tough Indianapolis Colts? We'll preview it starting tomorrow at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, thanks to our listeners in Cave Creek right now. Wolf, I'm going to shout out everybody in Cave Creek that is listening or watching on YouTube or however you're consuming this product.
Oh, I love the north rim of the basin, Cave Creek.
I know you do.
Yes.
That's why we're
Great
shouting
place.
them out right
yeah,
now.
of course.
The Arizona Cardinals, through 5 games, I think it's safe to say they have not played their best football yet. And I think, unfortunately, what's also safe to say is their worst game was the most recent one, at least the way it played out in the second half. They are not a team that looks like they're getting better each week. You know, we were talking about this before. ASU and Utah, it's college, it's not the NFL. But those are two teams that might be kind of hitting their stride going up against each other on Saturday. And I know Kenny Dillingham consistently preaches how he wants his team to get better each week. And that's not unique. Every coach wants that. The Cardinals have not been getting better each week. So now, as you try to, I think you're basically in survival mode right now. If you win this week, then that changes a little bit, but you're kind of up against the ropes right now. You got to find anything you can to improve.
Yeah. You know, Luke, this is one of the reasons why how you play matters as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you play the New Orleans Saints, like when you play the Carolina Panthers, how you play also matters. How you win matters as well. And it's not just to us on the outside. It's also to the guys inside the locker room.
Yeah.
Because they understand, listen, a player inside the locker room is always going to adopt the mentality that says just win in the NFL. And there's no doubt about that. That is true. And they mean it when they say it. And it's the only way to approach it. When you're a mercenary and you're in the National Football League, you just win, baby. Just do your job, get paid, and win. Yet, at the same time, there is such a thing as collective confidence. Collective confidence and team. How do you feel about yourself when you go out there and you play a good team? What kind of confidence level do you have on that sideline? What kind of confidence level do you have in the locker room before you come out? What kind of confidence collectively do you have? And that's why it matters when you barely beat the Saints and when you barely beat the Carolina Panthers.
No.
That's why it matters collectively, not individually. Individually, just win, baby. Win.
There were definitely warning signs in those first two games of the season. And, you know, for me, it took till game 2. I remember we do the rapid reaction piece every week. There's a piece up on ArizonaSports.com right after the game that, you know, all the hosts just kind of giving their quick responses. My quick response to this week's game was 1 sentence long because I felt like that was the best way for me to respond without getting in trouble. But the first week, I remember saying, you know, I don't want to hear about the fact that this was an ugly game. It's week 1 of the season. It's a road win over the Saints. Because weird stuff happens in week 1. But I remember talking to you after week 2, also a win against Carolina, and saying, man, I feel a lot worse about this one than I did against the Saints one. Because even at that point, even at 2-0, there were warning signs. And then you go out and lose to San Francisco in week 3 because your offense can't close out a game. And then you just kind of get, you know, beaten up in week 4. You know, they came back and they almost won, but they got beaten up in week 4. And it's getting worse. I want to play this cut. This is actually from Kenny Dillingham talking about, you know, teachable moments and how he tries. And again, it's different. It's college. It's not the pros, but it's the same sport. And he brought up, or was asked, I guess, about the Amari DiMercato fumble and you know, if something like that is a coachable moment.
I mean, I don't know. I think Coach Gannon does a phenomenal job. I mean, you know, I'm from here, so I understand how the city works, right? I mean, they're 3 plays away from being undefeated. I mean, and sometimes you get lost in the result, but Coach Gannon's phenomenal. They're very close, and to have that play, that's just an unfortunate play. For us, you know, we had a play similar where Leak on his long touchdown, he dropped the ball. He was 2 yards in the end zone, though, and I ran over there and grabbed him and tried to coach it up. And we show clips every Friday of coachable moments. So every Friday we show about 10 to 15 minute on situations, like 2 minute, 4 minute, and then plays that happen in college football that basically we don't want to happen to us. And we show NFL clips too. So we try to show those clips so our guys are ready for pretty much everything.
Man, I love that. Just a reminder of situational football and how important situational football is. And so much of the time you would sprinkle in the situational football on a Wednesday and a Thursday, but man, you'd really hammer it on Friday, that last practice during the week. You'd really hammer situational football, short yardage and goal line, red zone, goal to goal. You know, to me, situational football, you'd really try to emphasize it the later you go in the week.
You know, the moment he brought up there, too, I think anybody watching ASU's games remembers this earlier this season where Raleek Brown ripped off a long touchdown run, and he did let go of the ball. Now, he was in the end zone.
Yeah.
And he was clearly in the end zone. It never required a review or anything. But it was a great play, and yet on the sidelines, you saw Kenny getting in his face. He got in his face, but you could tell in that moment it was over quickly. Like, he got in his face, hey, we're not doing that.
Yep.
Try to be preventive, get out in front of it, which is smart. But then that was it. You know, he was kind of like, all right, he was encouraging. You could see it go from this is a teachable moment in the game. Don't just hand the other team 7 points, which is what you're doing if you let go of the ball at the goal line. Again, for Raleek Brown, he was about 2 yards in, but it's close. It doesn't need to be that close. You're not proving anything by letting how close you can let go of the ball to the goal line. You're proving something by scoring a touchdown. I don't know who you're trying to impress with this. I don't get why this is like some movement right now.
Yeah.
Are people watching games like, man, that was awesome. Did you see how close to the goal line he let go of the ball?
Yeah.
It is the dumbest celebration in the history of organized sports.
So how do you think they do get better? How do they get better? You know, that is a situation you can only do it on the football field based on these Ron Wolfley reporting. You can only do it on the football field.
My sources.
Yet at the same time, you can change how you prepare as well. Maybe you're not preparing the way that you need to prepare to get yourself ready to play in a game. Maybe you're not. Maybe every guy inside the locker room has got to look at himself and how he's preparing mentally throughout the week. Are you in the game? Are you in the game plan enough? Are you looking at it enough? Are you going through what you need to do to get yourself ready to play in an NFL game? Is everybody doing that? I think it starts there, and it has to start there. And then you can only go out and do it on the field after you've prepared yourself and you've given yourself every opportunity to be ready to play your best game. Then you have to go do it. And then you have to finish the deal, seal the deal, so to speak, by playing well individually. See, it starts with one and it goes on. Don't play it, Rick. Don't play it. It starts with one, and that is you, Basinonians. And then you hope the guy next to you does it, and the guy next to him does it, and et cetera, et cetera.
It does feel like attention to details is where you start with this. It's like, I don't know if this is the best analogy, but this is the one I'm going to use. It's like if somebody's trying to lose weight, right? Okay. And I don't know, let's say you're 250 and you want to be 220. You're not going to get to 220 overnight. You're not. But if there's going to be some weight, you can lose pretty quickly if you just start eating right and working out.
Yeah.
And you look at the Cardinals, and there are things they could clean up. I don't want to say easily, but like you've been saying all week, this is rock bottom. It's not like the Cardinals can go out there and attention to detail is going to suddenly make them guaranteed to beat the Colts on Sunday, and they're going to be this perfect team. But they could be playing a lot better football regardless of who the opponent is. They can clean up I don't know, how about we don't snap the ball off Kyler's face when you have a chance to put the game away? Obviously, how about you don't just throw the ball away when you have a chance to put the game away? How about we don't take so many penalties? How about every time Trey McBride makes a great play, it's not getting called back for some reason?
Right.
How about we clean up that stuff? And to a certain extent, you can only control yourself. So again, there's nothing the Cardinals can do here on Wednesday to say, well, we're going to hit this button. It guarantees a win over the Colts and the Packers. But, man, you could be giving us a lot better version of the Cardinals right now. We have not seen even close to their best in any of these games.
Yeah, and this is one of the reasons why, brothers, I wanted to see the Arizona Cardinals have a players-only meeting. I don't know if they had a players-only meeting. I'm sure at some point in time they would leak it if they did. But this is the reason why you want to have a players-only meeting. And, again, I'm totally against player-only meetings. You have a player-only meeting when things are disastrous. And yet, I think that is the case right now for the Arizona Cardinals. You don't want to have it when you're 2-5. You want to have it now where guys can stand up and say, this is the commitment I want from every one of you guys that want to be on this team. Buda Baker standing up and saying things like, I need you. I need you to be your best. I'm going to give you my best. You give me yours. Every man look each other in the eye and say, I'm going to do it.
I'm trying to be more optimistic as this game goes and we get further from that loss on Sunday. If you can go out there and beat the Colts, if you can do that, which is not easy, obviously, you can turn this around. You still can. Now, I don't know that I'll put you in the playoffs or not eventually. I mean, there's a lot of football to be played. But if you go into the bye week, like you said, 2-5, and these next two games don't look good, like it's not like we played well, but we lost to a really good Green Bay team. Like you just don't look good, and this lingers, you're done.
This defense for the Colts is really, really good.
Yeah.
They are really good in their offensive line once again. It allows their skill, their talent to do things, even Daniel Jones to do things. But their defense is excellent.
And we've seen it with two teams here in the Valley. Say what you want about the Diamondbacks' disappointing season, because it was disappointing. But they did keep fighting. We saw them fight back after the trade deadline. We saw them fight back despite all the bullpen issues. There was a moment this season, whenever it was, when the Suns stopped collectively playing with that edge. And if the Cardinals do that, they can't afford to do that. All right, when we come back to college football, how much have you seen Sam Levit evolve this year? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The 2-3 Cardinals head to Indy to play the 4-1 Colts Sunday.
They're really clicking on all cylinders right now is because they're able to establish a run with Taylor, and Daniel is putting the ball where it needs to be, making the right decisions, getting out of his hand fast. And so there's going to be times where guys are in stressful downs and they got to win against some really good players.
Pre-game and kickoff 10 a.m. Sunday morning.
I'm excited for the challenge. I know the players are too.
Listen to Cards at the Colts Sunday on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers, and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You've got brothers.
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills, just like you.
Hey, what's up?
What?
We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, head to Sonic with over 10,000 drink combinations, iconic classics like cherry limeades, tots, and corn dogs, plus new favorites like the Double Sonic Smasher and Groovy Fries. There's something for everyone in your crew. And remember, order ahead with the Sonic app to score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes. Live free, eat Sonic.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. It's October. Say goodbye to the heat and hello cooler weather. That means it's National Car Care Month, and there's no better time to make sure your car's ready for the fall. The fall is so busy, we no sooner shut our cars off and then, oops, we're gone again. So I know we all want to take care of our cars, but we never seem to find the time until it breaks. There's a couple of quick and easy things we need to do to keep our cars ready. Checking the brakes, battery, and tires is a start. And let's not forget about the fluids. A simple oil change and topping off your coolant can save you major headaches later on. If you're hearing strange noises, see dash lights, or just need a tune-up, now's the time to act. Please don't wait until your car leaves you stranded to come see us. We know that getting car repairs can be confusing, but where to go when you need them isn't. That's us at AMCO. Remember, transmission repair is our specialty, but we do all repairs too, and we take the hassle out of getting your car repaired. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, quarterback Kyler Murray is not practicing today. He suffered a foot injury Sunday but was able to return to the game. Sticking with the Cardinals, they have fined Gannon $100,000 for the sideline incident with running back Amari DiMercato during Sunday's loss to the Tennessee Titans. For all of our Arizona Cardinals coverage, head on over to arizonasports.com. Game 3 of the WNBA Finals is tonight in downtown Phoenix. The Phoenix Mercury look to avoid going down 3-0 to the Las Vegas Aces. Tip-off is at 5. And the MLB divisional round continues tonight. Coverage of Dodgers-Phillies Game 3 begins at 5:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Mercury make it a series? Game 3 tonight in Phoenix. We'll discuss tomorrow morning. The fun begins at 6 a.m.
We're back to a normal-ish schedule now with ASU playing Saturday and Cardinals playing Sunday. We get back to some normal football this weekend.
I like it.
Yeah, me too. This is what it's supposed to be like in October, right?
That's right.
I'm going to play this cut for you, Wolf, and for everybody. Everybody can listen, but I think you're going to like it. Sam Levit was asked yesterday, when's the last time he thought about the Heisman Trophy?
Early on in the season, for sure. I kind of tried to tailor off on that. I wasn't playing as well, and it brought some stress. And, I kind of remembered, I'm not doing this for the accolades and all those things. Just the talk kind of puts you in that mindset. So I got out of that and just started, coming out here and enjoying the day, beautiful weather out here and being around my team. So I'm just blessed to be in the situation I am.
Oh, okay. We have a winner, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, indeed. His name is Sam Levit right there. I love that. It's so easy to do. It is. It's so easy, and it's not even being haughty when you do it, Basinonians. It's so easy to fall into that trap of complacency. Man, I've put in so much work. I've put in so much time. I've gone out and played. I've proven myself. I don't have to worry about proving myself. You always have to worry about proving yourself. You do. Every game is an opportunity to prove you're better than your opponent. Every game is an opportunity to prove that you are better than your opponent. Every opportunity you get to do that, you've got to take advantage of.
Yeah, it's got to be tough, too. Levit talked about this a lot before the season, that's not really how he's wired to go into something as the favorite or, the one. There was that story that came out before the season that he has the lists of people other quarterbacks that he feels like are being ranked above him that shouldn't be. Like, that's just been his mindset all along. High school, college, he was never really that hyped up. And last year he wasn't hyped up. And look at what he did. It's become obvious watching this team through the first 5 games that he is playing differently and better. The stats don't always tell the story with him. You can't just look at Levit and be like, okay, well, look how much better his stats are from week 5 to week 2 or whatever. His stats were, statistically, the TCU game was his best game. His quarterback rating was 148.8, 291 passing yards, 2 touchdowns, also ran for 62 yards and a score, didn't turn the ball over. That was statistically his best game, but it's more that each week you see him playing better. His low point was obviously the first half against Mississippi State.
Yeah.
But, man, he's gotten significantly better since that first half against Mississippi State.
I just can't stress enough when you experience success in any sport, Basinonians, any sport you're competing in, when you experience success, especially in a team sport, man, it's so easy to say, I'm going to breathe a little bit here. I'm going to relax. And that is called complacency. It is. When you make the decision to say, hey, listen, I've established myself. I'm going to relax a little bit here. I don't want to walk around stressed all the time. Well, you don't have to actually do that. But what you have to do is embrace the pressure that is there. Embrace it and make it your friend. And never, ever grow tired of having to prove yourself every day, going out there and doing it. Again, it's not a situation where you have to do it every day and say that. Prove yourself every day. Just prove it and let it hang. Just prove it. And I think Sam Levit is saying, I'm just going to prove it. I'm not going to worry about what this guy says. I'm not going to worry about the Heisman. I'm not going to worry about all these stats and just prove myself every game I get the opportunity to do it.
It definitely does seem like he's having more fun than he maybe was early in the season, too. Now, winning obviously helps with that, but I feel like that even flipped in the second half of the Mississippi State game, where they at one point were down 17-0 in that game. You could almost see his attitude flip, and it helped. They, could have won that game, obviously. Came all the way back, had the lead. Here's more from Sam Levit. He talked about how he was able to resettle himself and if he had any conversations to get to that point.
Yeah, I mean, a bunch of people in my life that impact me. Coaches, I like to talk to Coach Roy. He's been around a lot of people, and, he's a pretty intense person like me. Obviously my brother, my guy Sean, people who have impacted my life like that.
I feel like at some point somebody just went up to him and was just like, hey, Sam, don't be afraid to just be Sam Levit. That was working pretty good last year. Just get back to being that and continue to grow, because he has. And it's no small reason why ASU is now riding a 3-game winning streak.
It's very, very cool to hear you say that. Just be Sam Levit. Just go out and be yourself and who you are, because he just said, I'm very intense. You know what? We can see it, Sam. We can see it when you compete. We can see it how you go about competing. It's one of the things we've talked about many, many times on this show, but watching him not slide. Now, sometimes he's got to, and I have seen him slide, and that's great. It's smart. But there are times where you just don't want to do it, and we've talked about that as well. And Sam Levit is intense and competes and enjoys competing. And because of that, he inspires dudes around him as well. It's the impact that a quarterback has. It's undeniable. It doesn't matter what's high school, college, NFL, it doesn't matter. The quarterback is always the guy that gets all the credit when maybe he doesn't even deserve it, because he's the guy who does something with the ball on every play. Mm-hmm. If you don't have a quarterback, you're not going to win games. You're just not going to win games. You need that quarterback to be that guy, and Sam Levit is that guy for ASU.
Well, and you talk about this a lot, not even with Sam Levit, but as far as the impact on your teammates, they can tell if it's authentic or if it's an act.
It's huge,
and
Luke.
it's clearly authentic with Levit, because it was that way even at the start of last season when he wasn't as well known as he is
right.
now. But you see, I mean, it fires this team up. It fired them up again in the Mississippi State game. We've seen it in some of these other games. I mean, unfortunately, they were down 17-0 to TCU too, and he was right there at the center of that comeback. Now, be nice to stop falling behind 17-0. That's not on Sam Levit, or at least not all on Sam Levit, but he's a major catalyst to being able to turn things around mid-game, which is a skill that not everybody has. Tune in to Arizona Sports at night right after Sparky's Den. Kevin Zimmerman and Mitch Feraldis are going to preview the Cardinals as they head to Indy to take on the Colts. Listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM or on the Arizona Sports app. When we come back, how thin is the margin for error for a coordinator in the NFL, and how differently would we be looking at Drew Petzing if they had just finished that game out on Sunday? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Quickly and Marana mornings.
I know a lot of people have given up on the season after Sunday because it was that frustrating. Mm-hmm. But I think for a lot of people, and I think I'm more in this boat, Sunday's game in Indy has a save our season type of feel to it.
Sure does.
And I think one of two results. I don't think there's any in between.
I think they're either going to go back to the team that they used to be, the team that went into Pittsburgh, the team that went into Philly, and rallied around those moments, or they're going to go, we have got so many issues.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Hey, don't forget this, brothers. The big annual Bronktoberfest Bronco Show is coming up on Saturday. That's right, Saturday, October 11th. Coming up this weekend, decked out Broncos are going to be on display for you. I'm talking about the biggest Bronco show pretty much anywhere. Aftermarket vendors, Listen, they're going to have food there. They're going to have coffee, good times with Bronco brothers and sisters. If you have a cool Bronco, bring it with you. Yeah, maybe bring it out there and then bring a couple of chairs as well. If you just like to cool off, this is the show for you. Big and little kids, go ahead and bring them both, man. No charge. It's going to be free. This is Saturday, October 11th, 9 to noon at Tim Hovick Santan Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with a Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even bad hair day?
Yep.
And tree branch fell on my car day?
Especially that day. Progressive has you covered 24/7 for your home and auto.
How about thought it was chicken, but it was tuna day? Or overnight construction outside my bedroom day?
Those days too.
Great, because that was each day this week.
Been there. Well, at least your home and auto are covered every day with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Are you ready for a smile makeover? Have you dreamed about a beautiful new smile that you can be proud of? If the answer is yes, then let's get you in for a free consultation with ProSmile Dental, where they specialize in no prep or minimal prep cosmetic veneers. Have Arizona's top cosmetic dentists customize your smile with the Valley's only on-site cosmetic dental lab, where they custom create your designer smile with the exact color, shape, and size that you want. ProSmile has locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale. Text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Gambo. How much closer are the Cardinals to getting key reinforcements back on defense? We'll talk the latest from practice on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports, 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, we're back, Wolf and Luke, on a Wednesday morning still for another few minutes as we look at this, I would say, season-defining week for the Cardinals. Is that too much coming off that loss?
Man, I don't know, Luke. Honestly, you can only suffer losses like that sporadically. When you start stacking losses after suffering that kind of loss, now you're in trouble.
I thought Mike Sando, we had him on earlier, I thought he said it pretty well. It's like your front office, your coaching staff, your team, however you want to view it, you only get so many strikes. And I thought that was an interesting way to say it, because I don't know that this team in the last 2+ seasons since JG and all these guys got here, I don't know that they've really suffered a lot of strikes. Do you? I mean, I know that the first year they won 4 games, and last year they won 8 games. It's not like everything went perfectly, but I don't know that they've really had a damaging loss like they did on Sunday. Potentially damaging. The Carolina one last year was rough, but they were already, you should win that game. That's frustrating, but you probably would have just missed the playoffs anyway, even if you win it. Who knows? It wasn't a great game. But the one this past Sunday, it does feel like you need to answer quickly. I guess maybe you could lose this week, play well, and then go out and beat Green Bay next week.
Man.
But at a certain point, you're just piling up losses in what was supposed to be the easier part of your schedule.
Yes.
But more than that, I think you just need emotionally to respond with a win pretty quickly after that, or it just festers.
It's going to fester. It will if you start stacking any of this. I think they need to. I can't even believe I'm going to say this. It's not a must win. It isn't Basinonians, but I think it really is a need to win. Please don't play it, Rick, because I'm serious.
Rick put his hands up.
I'm having a hard time. I'm having a hard time really saying this. I'm not laughing. A need to win. It was a can't win or a can't lose. It was a can't lose against the Titans. This is a need to win. And I realize right now, do you really have confidence the Arizona Cardinals are going to go up there to Indianapolis and beat this team? Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching this team on tape. Watch the Colts play. Look at the numbers in front of you. It's legit. Yeah. They're a good football team in all three phases.
If you're confident the Cardinals are going to go up there and beat them, more power to you. It's irrational confidence right now. They haven't given you a reason to believe that. But where I can kind of make some inroads on it, they have played every single game has come down to the final snap, final series, basically, of the game. Is it possible they're just that kind of team where every game is going to come down to the final play or the final couple plays? Now, maybe they don't win those games. But again, if you can get it down to the last series against the Colts, you'd take that right now. Most teams would take that right now against the Colts. If you told me, as frustrating as it is that the games against Carolina and New Orleans and Tennessee came down to the final play or the final couple plays for the Cardinals, how that was frustrating and it turned into a warning sign and then it turned into a disaster this past week. If you could tell me right now, hey, Cardinals-Colts is going to come down to the final play, I would take my chances with that.
I would take it as well.
Because that's an upgrade for the Cardinals right now.
Yes.
Here's Drew Petzing talking about the communication along the offensive line, which has been identified by Jonathan Gannon even prior to the Tennessee game as something they had to clean up.
I think that would be something they would speak to a little bit better than me, but just watching them do it, it's something I have a ton of faith in. I think those guys do a great job. They're all in the same meeting room. They're talking constantly and asking similar questions and hearing each other communicate. I think Justin and Chris Cook do a great job of making sure that those guys are on the same page.
Yeah, right now, it just doesn't look that way. That is the problem. It doesn't look that way because there are busts. There are blocking busts in the schemes, whether it's a running play or it's pass protection. There are busts that are happening. Free hitters are coming through. It just doesn't look like they're all on the same page. And that tells me that there's got to be some type of communication issue. What that issue is and where it's originating from, where it's coming from, I don't know. But, man, you don't typically see a bunch of free hitters and then say there's great communication on that line of scrimmage.
No. And Max Stark's going to join us, by the way, in studio next hour. We're going to ask him about this with the offensive line because admittedly, Wolf, I'm kind of baffled how you can bring back basically the same players on the offensive line. It's essentially the same guys. And how they can look so much less cohesive the next year. So I want to ask Max how often this happens. I'm not watching
in the same offense too. It's not like they came in with a new offense this year. They did not.
And the offensive line, we've talked about this. It wasn't like the best in the NFL last year, but it wasn't really a weakness of this team. It was a fairly strong point relative to the rest of the Cardinals team. I don't know how often, like I said, I'm not watching Carolina's offensive line and scrutinizing it from year to year or Miami's offensive line, but how rare is this to basically have your same group back and all of a sudden they don't look nearly as good because it's not one game now. It's not like they just had a bad game against Seattle and you're like, it's a really good defensive line. Tennessee, Carolina, Tennessee's got one really good guy on their defensive lines. Carolina, New Orleans, we didn't hear this yet. Drew Petzing talking about the Amari DiMercato fumble and his perspective on it.
Again, whether he did or didn't, that's what they call. Obviously he said it after the game. He made a mistake, and we can't do that in a critical situation. It's something that we're going to address and have addressed prior to that moment. It's unfortunate. And the thing, people make mistakes, and I've told them that. I think everybody in this room knows they've made a mistake. I've made a mistake. I joked, I said the only person I know that hasn't is my wife. So we got to live with that. Unfortunately, though, it came up in a critical situation. So that's what we have to address.
I kind of like that. I will admit that the Warrior Queen Basinonians rarely makes a mistake.
Batting 1,000.
Yeah, pretty doggone good. That's funny. Just playing Drew Petzing, it makes me think of the situation that we're all in right now, sitting here at 2-3, and the fact that there are people calling for Drew Petzing's job. A friend of mine, a good friend of mine, basically, he reminded me of how fickle the situation can truly be from time to time. In January, go back to January of 2025.
Yeah,
January of this year. 2025. People were worried Drew Petzing was going to get a head coaching job. He was interviewed by the Chicago Bears for their head coaching position. Now all of a sudden he's a horrible coordinator, doesn't know how to coordinate, doesn't know how to call plays.
It's the NFL.
It's just, my goodness, it's amazing the way things will change.
Yeah, it's a good point because, look, I'm not going to pretend every Cardinals fan has been happy with Drew Petzing prior to Sunday's game against Tennessee. But if Amari DiMercato just doesn't throw that ball away and they're 3-2, you're never even positioned to run the ball on 3rd and 8 at the end of the game. Like, the game's over. And you're right, the perception is so much different. Whereas right now it feels like the hot seat on Drew Petzing locally is like 9 out of 10. If DiMercato just carries the ball over the line, and again, he kind of alluded to it, there are angles where it looks like even though he messed up, the ball was still over the line. It maybe should have been a touchdown, but whatever. Doesn't change what he did. But if he just carries the ball over the line and they're 3-2, what's the hot seat on Drew Petzing? Like a 3 right now?
Yes.
I mean, it completely changes on one play. And that particular play, he had no control over. He called the right play.
That's right. Just think of this. Year to year, this is one of the biggest issues. And you already mentioned the Trey McBride. 3 catches that were nullified by penalties. Okay, 3 explosives that were nullified by penalties. Think about this. The Arizona Cardinals are 20th in the National Football League in penalties per game. 8.2 penalties per game. In 2024, do you know what they were? We all knew they were one of the least penalized teams.
Yeah, this was the strength of their team.
They were number 3 in the National Football League with a 5.4 penalties per game. Number 3 in the league. When you start talking about what has gone wrong with the Arizona Cardinals, you need to start with the penalties.
And stuff you can correct. If they were just taking penalties at the clip they took them last year, probably be 4-1 right now. Don't you think? I mean, is that really that much of a jump? I think they'd be 4-1.
I just don't want to say that out loud because they're sitting here at 2-3.
Yeah.
And the fact that, I don't know if they'd be 4-1. I don't. I just know that is startling to me when I saw that. Because I knew it. I knew last year they were one of the least penalized teams in the league. And I went back and I looked it up based on it. Sure enough, 5.4. They were number 3. The number 2 team was 5.3. There was one team with 4.8. Okay? They were the least penalized team. This year, 8.2 penalties per game. That's 20th in the NFL, and you can feel that, can't you?
That's wild. And I'll see your stat, Wolf, and I'll throw another one at you real quick, okay?
Yeah.
The Arizona Cardinals are 4th in the NFL in terms of points allowed per game, okay?
Okay.
But they are 3rd worst in the NFL in terms of how many snaps their defense is on the field per game. So only 2 teams, Cincinnati and Baltimore, leave their defense on the field more than the Cardinals.
Wow.
So when you put those numbers together, if you just go points allowed divided by how many plays the defense is out there, the Cardinals' points allowed per defensive play is number 1, like the best in the league, and it's not even close, man. It's not even close. And yet here they are, 2-3.
That's a Luke moment right there.
How about that? We both delivered really crazy stats.
I didn't butcher the stat either.
No, they were both. They were enlightening stats, and they just make it that much more befuddling that this team is 2-3. When we come back, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports is giving away a pair of tickets to see the Mercury face the Aces in Game 4 Friday night downtown. Text the word finals to 620-620 for your chance to win. Be part of the best atmosphere in the WNBA and cheer on the Mercury in the finals against Vegas. Text finals to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You got a big move coming up, Basinonians, whether it's local or long distance. Maybe it's commercial. It's your business you're going to go ahead and move. Or it's residential. You know what? Moving Team 6, they're the moving company you want to work with. And the reason why I say that, they use a military-like approach. That's right. It's one of the reasons why they proudly support and hire veterans to join their moving team, because they use that military-like approach. They're going to be professional, efficient, on time, and reliable. It's one of the reasons why you can trust Moving Team 6. This is a company that is built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. Why do I know that? Because I know the Lee family. That's right. Tim Lee, the owner-operator of Moving Team 6, started the company with JT and Garrett all the way back in 2012. His sons, it's a family-run business. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Home sellers, no matter your situation, consider all of your options. Before you list your home, call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed multiple cash offer program, receive up to 7 cash offers plus her guarantee sale offer, where Carol guarantees the price and time frame of your home sale, or she'll buy it. Sell with certainty and don't risk your hard-earned equity. Call Carol Royce today at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and fall is a great time in the Valley. It's also the best time to replace your windows, so do what I did. Take advantage of a great special from my friends at Advanced Window Products, where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. You will not be disappointed. My new windows look awesome. The installation process was fantastic and professional, right down to the cleanup process. Highly recommend Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, where there are no middleman markups. They build your windows, they install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. By the way, that lifetime warranty is transferable. It's serviced by a local team with labor, glass, and parts included, and with financing options available. It is a great time to invest in your number one asset. Call 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right.
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing, where we believe there's only one way, the right way. We only use the most durable, top quality products at a fair price. As a third-generation roofing company, we believe that if you have a lifetime tile, you should have a lifetime underlayment, which is why we only use the best products and offer the best warranties in the business. Look us up at azroof.com for a free estimate.
Always keep you watertight.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, quarterback Kyler Murray is not practicing today. He suffered a foot injury Sunday but was able to return to the game. Sticking with the Cardinals, they have fined Gannon $100,000 for the sideline incident with running back Amari DiMercado during Sunday's loss to the Tennessee Titans. For all of our Arizona Cardinals coverage, head on over to arizonasports.com. Game 3 of the WNBA Finals is tonight in downtown Phoenix. The Phoenix Mercury look to avoid going down 3-0 to the Las Vegas Aces. Tip-off is at 5. And the MLB divisional round continues tonight. Coverage of Dodgers-Phillies Game 3 begins at 5:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Join the football watch parties every Sunday with special guests, food and drink specials, and more only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
And does it smell good?
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon on a Wednesday, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Wolfing down your lunch. Rick is here. Rick?
Arizona Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray is not practicing today. He suffered a foot injury Sunday against the Tennessee Titans, but did return. Here's Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon on how concerned he is with Kyler's injury.
Take it day by day.
How concerned are you guys?
I'm concerned in the sense, not that I don't think Jacoby Brissett can get the job done, although it'd be kind of tough against the Colts. I'm concerned in the sense of what you and I were talking about yesterday, Wolf, where I think the way, maybe the only way this team gets back on track is something dramatically positive happens.
Yeah.
And to me, the clearest path for something dramatically positive to happen is Kyler Murray just takes over and goes on a run like he did in the first half of the 2021 season or whatever, or goes on a run like we've seen him do for stretches of games before. Really haven't seen it from him yet this year. If his performance hits another level and his leadership hits another level, I think that's probably your only way to really make the playoffs this year now.
Yeah, this is bad news. It's not good news. It's bad news, especially when you're getting ready to play the Indianapolis Colts on the road. The Colts defense is really, really good. Now, when you look at the major metrics and yards given up in terms of rushing yards per game and passing yards per game, you know, they're right in the middle of the pack for the most part. But situationally, when you dig a little deeper, they're really, really good at turning over opposing quarterbacks. They're really good at that. Number 6 in interception ratio. Number 13 in sacks per attempt. And you want to get good? Man, you look at points allowed, 17.8. The Colts are an excellent defense. That's number 3 in the league. And now you're going to tell me you're going to go in there with your backup quarterback as well? Man, it's not trending well at all.
Sticking with the Cardinals, Gannon was fined $100,000 for the sideline incident with Amari DiMercado on Sunday. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at arizonasports.com. It asks, were the Cardinals right to fine Coach Jonathan Gannon for his outburst during the Titans loss? Yes or no?
Man, that's a loaded question with a very just yes or no answer right there. I mean, they're justified in doing it because it's their organization and it's how they want to be perceived. So yeah, I mean they're justified in doing it. I think even JG kind of admitted that he crossed a line there. I think that 80% of what he did was totally fine, and maybe even with this team needs, he just went a little too far with it, and he said that before he even got fined. So I guess yes.
Yes, justified indeed in doing it. You can't have any type of physical contact with a player. You can't allow that to happen, and I think JG's already acknowledged that.
All right, I will vote yes. And no is actually leading at 64%, and yes is at 36%.
A lot of the comments I saw where people were we're not happy that he got fined.
Another NFL figure was fined yesterday. Cowboys owner Jerry Jones was fined $250,000 for what looked like giving some fans the bird during the team's win over the Jets Sunday in New Jersey. Here is Jera's explanation of what happened.
That was unfortunate that was a kind of a exchange with our fans out in front of us. There was a swarm of Cowboy fans out in front, not Jet fans, Cowboy fans. And the entire stadium was brimming with the enthusiasm of Cowboys, and certainly late in the game. And that was inadvertent on my part because that was right after we'd made our last touchdown. And we were all excited about it. There wasn't any antagonistic issue or anything like that. I just put up the wrong show on the hand, but that was inadvertently done. And I'm not kidding. It was, if you want to call it accidental, you can call it accidental. But it got straightened around pretty quick. I've had a chance to look at it. It got straightened around pretty quick. But the intention was thumbs up. And then basically pointing at our fans because everybody was jumping up and down and excited.
Do you guys buy what Jera is saying there about that he was meaning to put a thumbs up and not a middle finger? I mean, those two fingers are kind of far apart.
I mean, if you end up buying that, that's a real precedent that you can use at any moment in your life, right? I was trying to give you the thumbs up when you cut me off on the freeway. Sorry.
I'm sorry, but I don't know what is worse in this situation, Basinonians. Honestly, the fact that he would lie about actually giving the finger to somebody, or the fact you thought you were giving the thumbs up when you were actually giving somebody the finger.
Yeah, I think I'd almost prefer that
What
he was
is
lying.
worse? Oh, my goodness.
I can tell you what's worse is that the Cowboys have a tie this season. So you can't even say, well, they're above 500. No, they're right at 500 and 2-2-1. What a
Jerry.
what a mess.
Jerry, you need to stop talking.
All right, so I'm going to do the thing where I give you guys the option of what we talk about for the last segment.
Okay.
So the first option is MLB playoffs.
Okay.
Second option is a Mercury question that is one of Wolf's favorite questions in all of sports.
Oh, man, no. I was going to say MLB playoffs because they're starting up right now, but you framed the Mercury one up better, so I would have to go with that.
Okay, let's do that. The Phoenix Mercury play the Las Vegas Aces in Game 3 of the WNBA Finals tonight at the Mortgage Matchup Center. The Merc look to avoid going down 3-0. So is tonight a must-win for Phoenix?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, the Mercury, it's a must-win. You know what? This is kind of their MO as well. They have faced adversity. They have faced adversity all season long. And even in the Liberty Series, they faced adversity, losing the first game. This is who they are. I can see them coming back.
Wolf just got so, fired up that Max Starks' show sheet just blew over in the studio.
Yeah, you can't. Basketball is the sport more than any other where you can't go down 3-0 in a best-of-7 because they're just... Yes, anything can happen in any given basketball game, but it's not like baseball or hockey where, sometimes the lesser team will pull off an upset. If you're down 3-0 in basketball and you see it in the NBA, you never come back in the NBA. 100% of the time you lose the series.
Yeah, this is the first time the WNBA has had a 7-game finals.
So there's not a stat for
so it would be crazy though that if they go to it for the first time and then somebody comes back from 3-0 down, that would be the craziest thing.
I would not want to test it if you're the Mercury against a good team. You go down 3-0 in basketball, you're not winning.
Yeah.
All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. As always, when we come back, you mentioned Max Starks. What were his thoughts on the Cardinals' meltdown on Sunday against the Titans? We're going to ask the two-time Super Bowl champion, who is going to be in studio, back from London, back from Dublin, back from wherever else he went for the last 2 weeks. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
ASU football back in the top 25 and ready to battle the Utes Saturday.
It's going to be an electric environment playing at Utah.
Tough environment. There's 50-60% chance of thunderstorms, rains. And we have an 8:15 kickoff that could also get delayed. And we may be playing this game at 10 p.m.
ASU and Utah. Pregame at 4. Kickoff 7:15 Saturday night on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you know it. I played 10 years professional football. My goodness, I've done an awful lot of damage to my back and my spine. And over the years, of course, Dr. Chris and the spine surgeons at DISC, they have helped me, and it's one of the reasons why I feel great recommending them to you. If you're battling back or spine issues, you need DISC. Listen, DISC surgeons have developed a personalized pain mapping system that pinpoints the spine pain generator to diagnose back and neck problems and customize a treatment plan that caters to the patient. That's you. Patient's goals and active lifestyles. That is what they'll do for you, brothers. Enjoy life again. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900, 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. A question I get all the time is, how did we become the largest injury firm in the world? We have over 1,000 lawyers in all 50 states and close to 6,000 coworkers. Our call center is on duty 24/7. You can reach us at any time at forthepeople.com. But the real reason is we won a lot. When you visit our website, go to our verdicts and settlements. There you will see what our clients were offered and what they were awarded at trial. All those verdicts help us resolve many cases fairly and early. You see, nothing beats reputation. The insurance industry knows who we are. We even have insurance adjusters call us for representation because they know too. We've made it easy. On your mobile device or computer, go to forthepeople.com and we will get busy. It's that easy. Call today. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levit throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levit to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Arizona sports, the local sports leader. He played tackle in the NFL for more than a decade. Max Starks. Maximum football.
Please welcome, from the University of Florida, tackle Max Starks.
Yeah, Max Starks is here in person. It's time for Maximum Football. Before we do that, Wolf, I just want to give a shout out to the listeners and YouTube viewers in Youngtown.
Youngtown. Yeah.
You're out there.
What up, Youngtown?
We hear you hearing us. Is that how you would say that? I don't know.
How about YouTube in Youngtown?
YouTube in Youngtown.
Man, that's
cool.
cool.
You can't spell YouTube without Youngtown and some other letters. Max Starks is here. What's going on, Max? You have been all around the world, and now you're back to talk football with us.
I am back. It is good to be back, fellas. Good to see you guys. Good to be back in the old U.S. of A.
Okay, what exactly do you call that beanie you have on?
That's
I have
from over there, isn't it?
Oh yeah, this is an Irish cap. Oh yeah, this is the cabbie. I mean, this is also
take a picture of this, man.
This one. I earned this one, guys. Okay. To let you know, I earned this one. There's a lot of pours at the adult drinking establishment.
I see.
And, I had a lot of Tullamore Dew while I was over there, so they gave me this hat.
They gave you the hat?
Yeah, they gave me the hat. So it's Bash Kennedy's Pub over there in Dublin. Shout out to you guys. You were awesome. Great hosts. I poured more than my fair share of perfect pints of Guinness while I was there, but also, imbibed in a little bit of the local brown water as well.
Well,
so I earned this hat.
You earned that hat.
It looks an Irish
very
hat. Irish.
Yeah, it is. It is very. I mean, you just a tip of the cap, right?
Yes,
matey.
Well, this is a lot more fun than what we're about to talk about, Max.
Yeah, I know.
However,
we let the bloodletting begin.
I don't know you were if you were back yet, if you were flying back, if you were on the other side of the planet, which is where I wish I would have been when this happened. Yeah. But the Cardinals somehow threw away a huge lead against the worst team in the NFL.
Winless team in the NFL.
Still can't make sense of it, to be honest.
I was calling the Broncos-Eagle game that weekend, so I was stateside, and I did get a little alert that came by like, oh, something happened. And I watched the video, and I was like, oh, God. So once again, we now go back to the story tree. And we say, hey, guys.
Not the story tree.
Hey, guys. So, like all of the previous 70,000 other times that players have done this exact same thing where you slow down before you think you are about to go into the end zone on an assured touchdown and you don't secure the football and it gets knocked out right at the 1 or the half-inch or pre-goal line, however you want to determine it. You should secure the ball and make sure you get in the end zone before you start celebrating.
He's the last guy on the roster I ever would have thought to do that.
Listen, I thought he was in the Adrian Peterson school of touchdown scoring where, you get in the end zone, you hand it to the guy, and you just go about your business because, hey, you got a gift given to you by getting playing time, right?
And the hole opened up where you could run 71.5 yards, too.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, a great average when you look at it, right? Yeah, but, this is just the frustrating part of young guys and not being able to handle the moment, right? A hole opens up that wide in the NFL, an opportunity comes available to you, and all you can think about is the me part of it as opposed to the we open. I know, but it's that lapse it's the lapse in judgment. You are what you put on tape, right, Wolf?
Yes, absolutely.
And so we say it's not him until you get put in that situation where you can choose not to be him. And you still end up as him.
Okay, for me right now, I asked a coach. I said this the other day, but it's the truth. I asked a coach who had coached 40 years, 27 years, of course, in the National Football League, but other years in college. He said to me he has never seen the pick fumble 6 that happened. He's never seen that play happen before.
Yeah.
How about you? Have you seen anything like the pick fumble 6? Dadrian Taylor Demerson, of course, picked the ball off, then fumbled the ball, and the ball actually hit the ground, and the ground can cause a fumble in that situation.
Yeah.
That's what had a lot of people confused, too, to begin with. It can cause a fumble. You hit the ground, it came out, you saw the play. Have you ever seen a play like that before?
No, we talked about we talked about it, and you go through the rules seminar every year for the NFL, and they show you all the different conditions and situations. That is now teaching tape.
You're right. That's going to be there next year.
Yeah, and I think, because there's a lot of rules that are ambiguous, but you don't look at them until you actually have to practically apply them, like intentional grounding. I had 2 different intentional groundings in the same game in Denver, right? One, spot foul, loss of down. The other one was a loss of down, but they got the ball at the line of scrimmage. So I was like, whoa, wait a second. Isn't this a spot foul? All of them are spot fouls. And why does intentional grounding take the longest time to make a decision on? Of all the penalties in all of the NFL, that one takes the longest because you know why? Because it has the most conditions that must be satisfied before you can call it intentional grounding. So these rules and everything are arbitrary until they come into play. And even for us as broadcasters, you're like, I got nothing for you. I'm just going to wait to see what the referee says. And, whatever he says, he read the book better than I did, apparently. I only skimmed over it. I got a Cliff Notes version, and I watched videos. So I am that student that did not read the handbook.
That play, though, that one play, Adrian Taylor Denison picking it off. That one play gave them all the hope.
But the ground caused the fumble because in other situations – the ground can't cause a fumble if the guy is downed any other way, except for in a change of possession which.
Yeah, why do we have such complicated rules?
The rules are confusing. Yeah, because I had a similar one when I was in Ireland. It was one where Jordan Mason fumbled the ball. Okay. Clearly fumbles the ball. Half of his body is out of bounds. He gets the narrowest of fingers. Like, not even that much, like less than that. Jalen Ramsey picked it up, ran into the end zone for a fumble recovery for a touchdown. Got blown back because of that.
He was out of bounds touching it? Is that
out of bounds touching it, and he kept – I was like, he fumbled it before he got out – and I'm like, that's not even like a real touch.
Yes.
Like,
and you're not
it's
supposed
a
to be able
shadow
to come
touch.
back and touch the ball from out of bounds anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm like – so yes, that one made no sense, but I've seen more – nonsense this season that it just goes kind of par for the course. That all of these plays are going to be in the review next year, and they're going to have like 2 pages worth of explanations. But it should not have been a fumble. It should have been downed by the contact at that moment.
I have 2 questions. One, you're not going to be able to answer, so this is just kind of a rhetorical question. But I would love to know the stat on when guys just throw the ball away as they're crossing the goal line, as Adonai Mitchell did the week before for the Colts.
Yeah.
Has their team ever won the game? I feel like every time you're just like, it's like you're looking to the football universe and saying, you know what, I don't really respect the game, so go ahead and just rip this win away from us. Because I feel like every time they lose.
I got one. And, Wolf, you'll know this one. Buffalo Bills, Dallas Cowboys, Super Bowl.
Oh, no.
Leon Lett.
Yes.
Right? Don Beebe comes from behind, punches the ball out as he's going across. That's the one I can think of.
That is unbelievable.
That's the only one.
He wasn't trying to.
He was just fat and slow. He was just fat and slow. I mean, there's a difference. But the ball got punched out right before he crossed the inside line. That's the only one I can think of off the top of my head. And how many years did I have to go back to find that one?
Of course, poor Buffalo would be on the right side of that play, but somehow still on the wrong side.
Still on the wrong side
too.
of the score. Yeah. But that's the only one I can think of. But every other one, I feel like you lose.
Yes.
Maybe some of the late 90s. Early 2000s Miami teams, maybe. That might be the only other time where showboating gets you in trouble.
How did the Arizona Cardinals get out of this right now after experiencing that kind of loss where you beat yourself? It's the definition of beating yourself against the worst team in the league.
I think the only thing that's salvageable when you're thinking about that is that it was an AFC team. Right, wasn't in conference, so technically that loss doesn't matter as much as a NFC or divisional loss. That's how you rectify it, and you could still come back from it and go back to 500 with 11 games left in the season.
Yes.
So that's where I say it's correctable, and none of these are blowouts, right? You know, these are just close games where a team that is not used to winning, they don't know how to win. And I think if you do figure out how to get out of that, now you become that team that has that experience, and now you know to push over that, because you never know where the threshold is. And when you keep getting to the edge and thinking that's the new limit, and you find out, nope, got to go a little bit further, you change your limiter. You change your capacitor. I think for them, they're still figuring out how to win consistently. And I think the more you get Will Hernandez involved, right, because he was on a pitch count on Sunday when he was playing.
We're getting into that after the
I know. We're going to ask about the offensive line.
Ask me 74 questions on that.
Yeah, but this team is getting close, and I think that's one of the things. Now, the one thing I don't want it to do is turn the other way because of that situation on the sideline.
Well, that's a good sign.
That's the polarizing moment. Can you overcome that more so than anything else?
Yeah, we're going to get into that actually next. What were Max Stark's thoughts on the JG Amari DiMercato incident on the sidelines that he just brought up, and how could that impact either this week or the rest of the season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
You're a Pat Murphy. Oh, I love Murph. Yeah. I was with Murph last year. We were in the Graham Rossini suite for an ASU game, and we chatted baseball for a long time. He was there.
Name dropper.
What?
Well, Pat Murphy and I were hanging out in Graham Rossini's suite.
I love Murph.
Brett Yormark was there, too. We hung out and had a couple cocktails with him.
We hung out. We didn't have any cocktails. I mean, Brett Yormark was there, too. I'm sorry.
When we come back,
kind of a big deal around here. I get invited to big events.
Burns and the Name Dropper show here on Arizona Sports.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
9 Inch Nails. Live at Desert Diamond Arena, Friday, March 6th. Get tickets now at NIN.com. 9 Inch Nails. Live in Glendale. Peel It Back Tour 2026.
Doesn't it make you feel better?
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with a Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even bad hair day?
Yep.
And tree branch fell on my car day?
Especially that day. Progressive has you covered 24/7 for your home and auto.
How about thought it was chicken, but it was tuna day? Or overnight construction outside my bedroom day?
Those days too.
Great, because that was each day this week.
Been there. Well, at least your home and auto are covered every day with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, quarterback Kyler Murray is not practicing today. He suffered a foot injury Sunday but was able to return to the game. Sticking with the Cardinals, they have fined Gannon $100,000 for the sideline incident with running back Amari DiMercato during Sunday's loss to the Tennessee Titans. For all of our Cardinals coverage, head on over to ArizonaSports.com. Game 3 of the WNBA Finals is tonight in downtown Phoenix. The Phoenix Mercury look to avoid going down 3-0 to the Las Vegas Aces. Tip-off is at 5. And the MLB divisional round continues today. Coverage of Dodgers-Phillies Game 3 begins at 5:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student-athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Arizona Sports. Max Starks. Maximum football. With Wolf and Luke.
All right, we're back. Max Starks is here.
Did you put any weight on when you were in Ireland? No, come on.
No, I'm saying eating food everywhere but our lovely US of A.
Yeah.
You lose weight.
You do.
Eating more food. I'm sorry. I hate to say it. The preservatives and everything else, they don't do. I ate cottage pie, Irish stew, beef and stout stew. I came back, I lost 2 pounds. I was in Europe for 2 weeks.
Wow.
And I did not skimp on the food category. You know what I'm saying? Like I went, and especially in London, I mean, I had more free time than I did in Ireland.
Yeah.
And I specifically, it was like, Max, you got some work to do. I know, but it's in between meals. Like I do work in between meals when I was in London. I mean, I had lobster Wellington. I mean, I went to this West African, like, Michelin star rate, top 15 in the world place, and I got full on all kinds of crazy food, and I went to sushi's it's not heavy. I mean, I did a 12-course omakase, but I mean, but I also had like fish and chips. I went and had like a seafood paella in Borough Market. I mean, I was eating everything in Borough Market, by the way. There was donuts, there was a mushroom risotto.
I think we saw you on the news actually. This guy, this
empanadas,
just eating everything.
Yeah, he's just eating everything. Yeah, I had a Jabba the Hutt moment, but you know, I came back 2 pounds lighter.
Yeah.
So no harm, no foul.
Going for you.
I do have that. I mean, sure, I could have lost more weight if I would have been counting calories, but no need.
Who goes to England to count calories?
Yeah, no.
All right, Max, let's get into this. You know, there were layers and layers to that brutal loss on Sunday, and we've gone through all the stuff that happened between the white lines.
I just want to apologize to Trey McBride also. That was ridiculous. I'm just saying,
talking about his 3.
Yeah, the 3 called. I was like, really?
Every time
like,
he made
really?
a play,
every time he made an explosive play, it counted against him and nobody else. It's like, God,
and that has been a problem all season long. The penalties, once again, they're way up for the Cardinals.
And here's the thing: they're way up for the entire league, as I've noticed. Like penalty calling, like the points of emphasis this year are so much higher on PIs, on holding penalty. Like every game I've called this season, it has been always, this is uncharacteristic of what the norm of a team from a previous year. Everybody's up. I mean, I can't tell you, like even in my Eagles-Broncos game, there were 20 accepted penalties.
But but to be fair, we're all going to these games to watch the referees throw a flag, right? That's
exactly. They're the main attraction. I don't know why they keep pulling these players in here in between our referee throwing. I mean, listen, I love a good medium stripe, vertical stripe shirt just as much as the next man.
Throwing a yellow flag 4 feet.
Exactly.
So
and sometimes it's like 40 yards. Like some of them want to show it off.
Luke had to go with sarcasm.
I did because I'm sick of seeing flags everywhere.
Well, no, but they do interfere with the game. They take over the game, and it's like, dude, why are you? We have an extra sky ref now for this, right? Yeah. And also even with the DiMercato play, like the one thing that I wish that was able to be reviewed was these type of plays where you get a player that's in a goal line or goal situation, touchdown situation. I wish the refs would just call it a touchdown because guess what? When you call it a touchdown, every play gets reviewed.
Yeah.
As opposed to not calling it a touchdown, and then you have to waste a challenge or you have to do something else in the process. When in doubt, when it is gray, just make a decision to call it a touchdown and then let it get overturned so that we don't have to waste additional time. Yeah. And then there's an argument and there's a posturing that goes on. And then you can figure out, if you don't really know, err on the side of that.
Yeah.
I hate I've got to be perfect and I'm just going to make this resolute play and it could cost somebody a play. Because like you said, multiple angles probably would have shifted that towards a touchdown, right? There's a couple of them where because what's the rule? The nose of the football must break the plane.
And it looked like it did.
It does not have to break the entire white slot. It has to touch the white part of the line.
I just don't care about that. I really don't. Don't ever do it again, Amari.
Well,
that's what I would say.
I know. But what I'm saying is,
I can't even.
There is a bigger teaching tool for it. You're right.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, in those moments, and this was more so geared towards the referees and how they take over a game.
Yes.
I was like, I would rather them minimize their exposure in a game and let guys play within the confines of the rule. I get when there's a glaring penalty, yes, throw it. But when you get to those 50-50s, now it becomes a contest. You know, how many times? I mean, because if you played as a drinking game at home, you would be sorely drunk week after week.
Getting one of those hats that Max got.
Yeah, exactly. You would be winning one of these type of caps every week because it's so inordinate, the amount of penalties. Like I don't have the stats in front of me, but I would wonder who's the least penalized team this season on average, because that I don't think the number's as low as it was a year ago or 2 years ago.
Yeah, we'll make Jamal look that up
Yeah.
on the break, or Rick.
So
I want to make sure we get to this before we hit the break.
Yeah.
What's your reaction to the interaction between JG and Amari DiMercato on the sidelines?
That was very civil response. That was
from DiMercato?
No, from DiMercato and from the press conference. I can honestly say, if I was put in that situation, I would not be nearly as convenient
as a player.
Yeah. And also, as it being my position group, I wouldn't do well with it. As an offensive lineman and a leader in my career, I would not be well with that. Like, there's a bigger issue that needs to be discussed.
You're talking about any type of contact.
Any type of contact with a coach and a player.
Have you been face-to-face with a coach?
I have. Ron Zook. I'll never forget 2003.
And that's okay.
And it's okay to be face-to-face.
Yes, it is.
Because there's no physical. Now, granted, he did step on my cleat.
Oh,
but
no.
At that point.
Zook, what are you doing?
I mean, listen, and it was the most arbitrary thing. We lost to Ole Miss. We lost to Eli Manning. And he blamed the loss on me because I gave the offensive line barbecue the night before.
Ooh.
I kid you not.
What kind of barbecue was it?
Oh, it was Memphis barbecue. Okay. I mean, we did the barbecue spaghetti, we did ribs, we did some brisket, and I had the guys come to my room to get the food.
Ron Zook
he was probably upset he didn't get any barbecue.
I think he probably was, but I put the trays outside of my room the night before, right? And so, housekeeping could come. Rob Glass, our strength coach at the time, sees it, tells Zook, we go out and play. We lost. You know what we lost by?
1-3.
We lost by a field goal, 14-17. But here's the caveat: Eli Manning only got across the 50 one time the entire day and kicked a field goal. That's all he was. We threw 2 pick sixes.
That's an Eli win right there.
Yeah, it is. It's a quintessential. And he blamed it on me because we didn't get back fast enough. I said, "How about your quarterback not throw interceptions? Right? How about he not throw the ball where guys aren't and let the other guys run straight down there?" Yeah.
It's a breakdown.
It was not a breakdown in protection. But that's the way he framed it. But he whisper cussed me out for like 10 minutes straight, but he never touched me. And I'm okay with that. I'm fine with that. But the second any type of aggressive movement or contact happens,
it can't happen.
It can't happen. It can't happen especially for a no fighting policy type coach like Jonathan Gannon. You can't sit there and tell me in practice, scold me in practice, fine me in practice for an incident with high emotions and a high testosterone, physically combative sport that I can't do that, but then you do it to me on the sidelines at a game in a critical moment. Yes, I messed up, but guess what? And then you tell everybody it was no one moment that defined this game. There was a collection of moments. Well, you acted like it was one moment.
Yeah.
The second you decided to forcefully throw your shoulder through me and slap, I'm sorry, he would have had a black eye for that press conference. It would have been, some furniture would have moved on that sideline.
We need to revisit this a little bit too when we come back, just as far as like how they get out of this now going forward. We have to hit the break right now, though. Tune in to Arizona Sports at Night right after Sparky's Den tonight. Kevin Zimmerman and Mitch are going to preview the Cardinals as they head to Indy to take on the Colts. Listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM or on the Arizona Sports app. When we come back, we'll finish this conversation and a little bit of college football. What does Max Starks make of the new rule in college football that I think is maybe a little bit more towards what Wolf has been asking for? A little. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports is giving away a pair of tickets to see the Mercury face the Aces in Game 4 Friday night downtown. Text the word finals to 620-620 for your chance to win. Be part of the best atmosphere in the WNBA and cheer on the Mercury in the finals against Vegas. Text finals to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. What a great time for sports. I'd argue it's the best time of the year for sports, actually. Football is all around you, college and the pros. Follow along with all your favorite teams at Twin Peaks. It's like one big indoor tailgate with great food and great people all around you. And with all their TVs, you can keep up with your fantasy football lineups as well if you want to. Plus, the baseball playoffs are going all month long. Anything can happen. We're already seeing that. So step up to your plate and watch every game with scenic views on deck. Basketball and hockey are starting now, too. Hockey just started last night. Call some friends, get to Twin Peaks, grab a table, order up some food and drinks. You're good to go with all those TVs. You won't miss 1 second of the action. You could be watching all 4 major sports at the same time, actually, while you're there. Enjoy their outstanding food selection. They've got an entire menu made for MVPs. Burgers, wings, loaded fries, flatbreads, like the Italian or the backyard barbecue brisket or the OG pepperoni. Plus, nobody does happy hour like Twin Peaks, 3 to 6, 10 to close every weekday. Whatever you're looking for, Twin Peaks has you covered, so never settle. Stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor with hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Got a question. Did you buy your home in the last, say, couple of years? Well, here's the deal. You could be throwing away thousands on a high interest rate. Whoa, who knows anybody who wants to do that? The Lund Mortgage Team, Arizona's trusted family-run lender, just launched a powerful new refinance program that can lower your rate and boost your savings. It's fast and it's local, and it's available for you right now. Don't wait. Lund Mortgage. That's LUNDmortgage.com. Where Arizona saves.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com. Or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Join the Bud Light Football Face-Off Thursday, October 9th at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale, starting at 5 p.m. Compete for your chance to win tickets to the Cardinals game versus LA on December 7th. Plus a chance to go to Vegas for the final face-off where you could score a trip to the Super Bowl.
Arizona Sports,
Max Starks. Maximum football. With Wolf and Luke.
All right, we're back here. Max Starks is with us. I'm going to change this up a little bit. We were going to talk college football. Maybe we get to it here at the end of the segment, Max. But I think we were getting into something there as we were going to break, and it's not like we have you all show. So let's just sort of continue down where we were going. You gave us what your reaction would have been if you were the player in that situation. I think the big question now for the Cardinals is how do you make sure, and this is on JG, it's probably on certain players in that room, but you're talking about a lot of guys. You're not talking about, this doesn't just potentially affect JG and Amari DiMercato anymore. If you're not careful, this could cause a rift in your team. So what's the next step beyond just beating the Colts to make sure that, because there really hasn't been any issues with the Cardinals locker room since JG got here. So how do you make sure you keep it that way?
I think the biggest thing is it's player only time.
Oh man,
you're speaking Wolf's language now.
I'm just saying,
players only time.
I'm not a players only meeting guy.
I know.
That guy.
Yeah, I know, but there are moments where it is absolutely necessary.
Agree.
Because you have to get the temperature, you have to get the pulse, and if the pressure gets too high, you have a heart attack, right? And you don't want that to happen. You want to be able to stem this off and be able to move forward and move past this incident. So it has to be addressed.
I'm not saying, this is just me, I want to make sure you're saying the same thing. I'm not just talking about the incident. I'm also talking about being 2-3 and beating yourself in that game the way that you did.
Being the first team ever to lose 3 straight games on the last second field goal.
Yeah, and I think that's where it is, because the previous record was the Denver Broncos doing the same thing to themselves, and then they had the Cincinnati game that stem that from stopping, because they had 2 games that lost a total of 4 points, right?
Yeah. So what would you? Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What would you do, Max, inside that meeting? What could you get out of a players only meeting, which typically turns into bulls on parade? But
and the first thing is make sure it's not bulls on parade. This isn't an open. Trying to figure out what the most politically correct way to say this without getting the FCC involved.
Clean. Right.
Open mic night at the comedy club?
Yeah, it's not an open mic night. It's not everybody talk about everything because they have the microphone in front of them, right? This is your senior leadership, and usually those are position group leaders at every position group, should speak, should know, should have a working knowledge about the issues within each of their groups. That should be the first thing. You either let those guys speak or you use an even more senior leader of each side of the ball to speak. That's it. So, and it shouldn't be more than 4 voices talking in this meeting. There should be the accusers and the accused, right? From the player's perspective about what they feel like is an issue and what has been noticed around everybody else, and set a group of standards that you would have in place. To give you a little insight, like I've only been a part of, I told you this, Wolf, 2 players only meetings.
Yeah.
The first one, which I think is the one I want to focus on, we were on a 3-game losing streak, and we were not playing to the best of our potential as a team. We're a team that previous year we were 15-1, went to the AFC Championship game, lost that game. We get back, same unit of guys, and we added some good quality depth in the draft that was participating and helping out with this team.
Yeah.
And we had a good mix of veterans and young guys. And we talked Jerome Bettis into coming back for 1 more year. He wanted to retire, and literally had 6 guys had to go to his house and convince him to come back.
Wow.
We get to the season. We're not where we want to be. We're below 500, and we know we're a better team than that. But some guys are taking it easier. Some guys aren't studying. Some guys aren't showing up to the facility on time. Some guys aren't interacting the way that you expect them to be. Guys who are assumed leaders are not acting like leaders. And so one of our leaders decided to speak up and say something. Insert Joey Porter Sr.
Joey Porter.
Peasy.
Of course.
Peasy says, all right, this was a great meeting, Coach, the night before the Chicago game. All right, Coach, this is a great meeting. Now get out. It was not. It was impromptu. Like there was not a planned players-only meeting
That's
at this point.
That's what I was going to ask you next. Is how does this? Because football, you're talking about a bunch of guys. Like, how do you put this together? Do you care if the coaches know? But you're in this example you're giving, it was just Joey Porter saying, "Hey,
Joey
guess
said,
what?
nope, we need to have," because Joey knew the pulse of the team.
Yeah.
He was one of our leaders. He was one of our captains, and he interacted with all position groups. Like back then, we all used to hang out all together. So there was no offenses over here, quarterbacks and receivers are one group. O-line just sits by themselves in the sandbox. We all played in the same sandbox. So we knew each other. It was like a brotherhood. So when Joey says we call a meeting, we called the meeting. And coaches got kicked out. We sat in there. Joey spoke. He also knew that Jerome wanted to speak as a senior elder statesman of the offense and also a leader on that offensive team. He came back for something more than this, and we had that conversation, brother to brother, and they opened the forum, say, hey, if anybody else has anything else to say or bring to the stage that I haven't talked about, please bring some new insight about what's bothering you so that we can air it out so that when we go out tomorrow, we are playing loose, free, and for each other.
Yes, and
that's it.
That's got to be the goal of all of this
as
well, that you can clear it.
Clear the air. Sweep everything from under that rug that you've been sweeping and take out the trash. Now we can start from a new point.
Tell the truth, man.
Yeah.
Clear the air and get it resolved, and let's go.
Yeah.
Here's our expectation as a leadership council. Here's our expectation for everyone else that didn't want to say anything or couldn't say anything.
Modus
Here's our
operandi
expectation for you.
How do we operate as a team?
Correct.
What is the expectation down to a man about what you're expected to do? Because it might be a little fuzzy depending on the group you're in. You might not have the best examples in there, and some of you might just not know how to do it. I know for me, I had a guy by the name of Barrett Brooks that taught me how to do it. He showed me how to watch film, how to take notes, how to be a professional, and that aided me throughout my career. So then when it came my time to be the Barrett Brooks and a young guy come in, pull him in, show him the way, and for us, it was called the Steelers way. What is the Steelers way of doing things? So for the Cardinals, what is the Cardinals way? What are you going to establish, and what standard are you going to set for yourselves? But know that I'm not going to ask you to do anything more than what I do, but I'm also not going to expect anything less than what I do.
Yes.
And that's just how we operate. And that's the way you have to move. And that's where you see championship caliber teams consistently do that, to where when the young guys come in, they fall in line. You don't have to sit there and constantly figure it out. You have one band, one sound, all instruments go off the same sheet. We're not having 17 different sheets we're reading music from. It's one sheet.
Again, that is the resolution you've got to have.
That's the only thing.
You've got to be able to speak your mind, say what you need to do, clear the air, but it's got to be for a reason.
Yeah,
You're
it
doing
can't
it
be
for a
sport.
reason. Here's the expectation we have going forward.
Yeah, if it's the Cardinals right now, Max, who calls the meeting? Because I think everybody would think Buddha or James Conner, and obviously James Conner's hurt. Could it be anybody else? And also, is the ultimate goal of this to make sure what happened on Sunday against Tennessee doesn't snowball, or can you also clean up some of the other smaller things that have been issues this season? Or are we just right now just trying to make sure that Tennessee game doesn't destroy your season?
Yeah, I mean, Buddha Baker would probably be the first person I would think of, but I'm not opposed to a guy like Kelvin Beachum being also that guy.
Yeah.
14 years in this league, a lot of teams. He's got a lot of experience. Calais Campbell is another one. He has spilt many a blood drops on this team, for this team. He's the only one there that's been to a Super Bowl. I've seen the Cardinals actually get to a Super Bowl. So if I'm thinking about that, I'm thinking about the elder statesman linemen of that group are the ones that need to call
Buddha
it.
Too,
and then Buddha
again.
needs to speak.
Yes.
Buddha needs to speak at that meeting. But I think it comes through as for who calls that meeting versus who speaks at that meeting are two different things. I think the elder statesmen have to call it, but you need Buddha to speak up because he is the face of your franchise, and he's been a leader. He's been very vocal and out front. He's the one that also knows the stuff that not a lot of people might not know.
Yeah.
Right? You know, he is, not to say he's the keeper of secrets, but he's the confidant for this team. So he has to speak the truth. And then if there's anything additional, yes, we open it up, make sure you get the last of things out. Don't be redundant. Don't beat on the same thing. Because once again, when you're saying things not to have a solution, it's called sport being. That's the best way of saying it.
Wow, look at that.
See, I look at that. I found the word. It took a whole segment.
Minutes, yeah.
It only took me a whole segment. But yeah,
Thanks for letting us keep our license.
When you don't do that, that's what it becomes. It becomes a sports session.
Yeah.
And we're about solving solutions because we are in real-time practical application, and we're on a week-to-week basis of figuring out what the end result is. And that's winning football games in the NFL, and we got to figure out how to do that quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Mac's going to stick around one more segment. That was great, Max. I think that's.
And I like the transfer portal being down to 1.
Yeah.
Anyways, there we go. Covered the segment. There it is. I can't even rip this.
So good.
That's right. We got it in. We paid off the tease. All right. When we come back.
What up, YouTube? Did you see that?
Max, we got one more thing that Wolf's been waiting to ask you for a while.
Yeah.
What is going on with the Cardinals' offensive line? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
I know a lot of people have given up on the season after Sunday because it was that frustrating. But I think for a lot of people, and I think I'm more in this boat, Sunday's game in Indy has a save our season type of feel to it.
Sure does.
And I think one of two results. I don't think there's any in between.
I think they're either going to go back to the team that they used to be, the team that went into Pittsburgh, the team that went into Philly, and rallied around those moments, or they're going to go, we have got so many issues.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you could just move in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first? Sounds like the perfect situation, right? It's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can move into your new home first on your timeline. You don't have to mess around with showings or double moves. You don't have to wait around for other people on their schedule. I've tried to do this before. It's not the way you want to do it. It's brutal, but Orchard cuts that hassle right out of the process for you. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so that you attract the right kinds of buyers. Orchard agents are local experts. They're some of the most experienced around town. Plus, they're equipped with smart tools and products that can help you sell your home for more. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes without the stress. This way, Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy, move into your new home first, and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Ready, set, forward. Get the thrills, get the adventure, and get the savings during the first ever Brocktober. On now at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Big Bend for only $399 a month for 36 months. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Sport Big Bend for only $299 a month for 36 months. Purchase a new 2025 F-150 STX Super Crew for only $44,899. Plus, get 3.9 for 72 months financing. Don't miss the Brocktober savings. Shop and compare with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's most awarded Ford dealership for complete satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Bronco offer requires $1,810 down. Bronco Sport requires $1,920 down. Both plus tax, title, license, and $499 doc fee. OAC from Ford Credit. F-150 stock number 255360 with MSRP of $52,645. Offers expire 10/31.
Sanderson Ford. Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results.
That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and fall is a great time in the Valley. It's also the best time to replace your windows, so do what I did. Take advantage of a great special from my friends at Advanced Window Products, where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. You will not be disappointed. My new windows look awesome. The installation process was fantastic and professional, right down to the cleanup process. Highly recommend Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, where there are no middleman markups. They build your windows, they install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. By the way, that lifetime warranty is transferable. It's serviced by a local team with labor, glass, and parts included, and with financing options available. It is a great time to invest in your number one asset. Call 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, quarterback Kyler Murray did not practice today. He suffered a foot injury Sunday, but was able to return to the game. For all of our Arizona Cardinals coverage, head on over to arizonasports.com. Game 3 of the WNBA Finals is tonight in downtown Phoenix. The Phoenix Mercury look to avoid going down 3-0 to the Las Vegas Aces. Tip-off is at 5. And the MLB divisional round continues tonight. Coverage of Dodgers-Phillies Game 3 begins at 5:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Sundays belong to football watch parties with wall-to-wall action, special guests, food and drink specials, football promotions, and more at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. He played tackle in the NFL for more than a decade. Max Starks. Maximum football.
Please welcome, from the University of Florida, tackle Max Starks.
All right, final hour of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday. Max Starks is here. Max, it's great to have you back in studio.
Yeah.
I feel like we've used up every second so far. Like, we haven't really wasted time like we usually do. And somehow, Wolf has managed to wait the first 45 minutes with you without asking anything about Will Hernandez or the offensive line. So I'm actually, Wolf, why don't you start this so we make sure we get to everything?
Honestly, Max, I think I'm so disappointed in the offensive line and how the offensive line has played. I know there's a lot of people that point to Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr. and what's happened there and what's gone wrong there, and Drew Petzing as the offensive coordinator as well. I'm sorry, it all comes back to me to the line of scrimmage and the offensive line in particular. It is the biggest difference between what we have seen the last 2 years in the JG era and this year. The biggest difference is the offensive line play and how poor the offensive line is played, in my opinion. Your thoughts on this?
So when I look at the offensive line, it looks disjointed. So that's the first thing, right? I don't feel like the communication's clean enough between this group, for a group that's also, for a majority of them, have played together. They understand what they've been in this offense. Like, there's no new terminology, there's no new scheme, only some of the personnel tweaks, if anything. But either they're not getting it and it's not being taught properly in the application of it. And I mean, your offensive coordinator still bears some of the brunt, right? I mean, he's still, the consistency in the play calling is consistently inconsistent, right? I see plays that get set up in the first quarter that I don't see the rest of the game that had success, right? I don't see the variation of the same personnel grouping and being able to run multiple things out of it. There's so many tells. It's static. It's not as fluid. And it's predictable. So when things become predictable, if you aren't great at something, it looks like this. And they're not great at anything. Now, granted, an identity of a team, I feel like it takes 6 or 7 games before you know what a team really is going into the season. But you have some semblance about who's your go-to guy. What's the bread and butter run play? And you've watched this team for how many years, Wolf? You played for this team, and there was always at least an identity that you could start to scrape at. There was some type of play that you knew if they run this in any situation, we're good. We're getting 4 yards. We're getting whatever's necessary, and we can call on this play in any situation. It's like dropping SEAL Team 6 in any environment. This play runs, and that's it. I don't know what that play is after watching for 5 weeks. I can't tell you, because the second you run inside zone or you run the tight end wham one time, it looks great against the Saints, and then it doesn't look great the very next time you run it, and then you run it 2 weeks later, and it's still not great, but then you try it the second time, and then it is great. So there's no consistency with this team, and I think, is the playbook too varied? Is the terminology too verbose? Or is it the fact that the players just don't understand each other and they don't know when to call or how to call
when I see
plays?
A lot of free hitters on the line of scrimmage, that to me, that's
confusion.
That's communication.
Yeah, it's
that's
confusion.
Something is wrong with what I'm communicating on the line of scrimmage. When I see that, whether it's a run scheme or pass protection, that to me is my biggest indicator that somebody's busting a play. And that probably means somebody is not communicating.
And the communication or terminology could be the issue, right? Because there's certain situations, right? So let me just take you inside the offensive line world real fast. In my mindset and how we communicated things. We had what the coaches said it's supposed to be, and then we had what we actually practically applied. Because, once again, when I spend time with you, Wolf, when I spend time with you, Luke, we know how each other thinks to a degree. So we know how to communicate with each other without even saying. Our nonverbal's strong. That if I look at Wolf like this, he knows I'm about to go in. And Luke knows when I pull up my phone, I'm about to order food. Anyways, no. But it's
all
like
nonverbal.
But there's a lot of things that happen that this team should be further along. But the problem is they don't hang out together. They don't do a lot of things together. And it tells in a game, because I remember we had 62 protection, right? 6-man protection. Back takes the opposite side. We have 2 for 3 on the backside. We call that a Molly duel, or we have it a scan protection on the backside. Chris Kimiatu, love him to death. That's my brother.
Kimiatu.
And we called him Big Juicy. Juice every time.
Of course you did.
Yeah. I mean, because it started as Hawaiian Punch, and then it kind of went further to where just Juice was easier.
Offensive line humor.
So Juice could never determine when it was a duel or we were fanning on the backside, right? Okay. So we made up a word that helped me and him, because I would communicate to him, and he'd look at me like this. So I was like, all right, Juice, when we have a duel, because you can't duel as well as you can fan, we're going to say sugar, and sugar's going to be our call. And that means we take 2 steps off the ball, and we let everything come to front of us, and we pick the most dangerous 2 of the 3. That's the easiest way to do it, as opposed to me popping here, him popping behind me, and all that. Juice, 360 pounds, wasn't moving that fast. And if he's taking an outside backer that's in that slot kind of 9 technique, no man's land, and I know I have a down 4 technique, I want Juice on the 4 technique, shorter distance, right? Let me go to the island, right? So set off the ball 2 steps. We figured that out. That was the easiest thing. Guess what? No problem. Was not in the playbook. That's not in the list. You have to say Molly. You have to say duel. You have to say slide. You have to say all this other word. No, sugar. We got this. And we went about our business. That's what this team has to get. That's what that line has to get to. And I'm dealing with that with a number of different lines. I have to talk to guys. Like, hey, y'all got to spend time together. I don't care if it's playing Call of Duty, Battlefield, going to Mickey D's or whatever high-priced restaurant. You guys are a lot richer than we were, so you can probably go to Fogo de Chao and hang. Whatever you need to do to spend time together during this period, you must do it. My wife understood, hey, you're not going to see me as much, hon, during the season. I'll make up for it in the off-season, but this is imperative time. We must become a unit. We must become one. Every Thursday night, I would rent a projector and a computer, and we would go through Blitz Pickup. We'd call in food from Capitol Grill, and we would sit there for 2 hours and go through all the third down tape.
Yep.
We would go through all of the run situations. We would call the running backs over.
That's pretty much basic in the NFL Thursday night offensive line.
Yeah.
Thursday night,
we
the
had to have
offensive
that.
linemen would have.
We had to have that, and it was something that we looked forward to it as a unit because we were. And then afterwards, we would go rage hell in the streets. Okay, that was a pre cell phones, pre all of these cameras and everything on the back. That was back when you still had to pull the antenna up and flip it down. Maybe, I don't know, but we would go do it as a group, and that's what's missing. I see that on more places than not. Teams, when they leave the facility, they leave. They go in their separate cars and they scatter like cockroaches when lights come on. And that's not the way to do it. We used to actually be, and we would do this, we'd have card night on Wednesday nights in the locker room. We would call girlfriend, significant other, pick whoever you want at that week from amongst the teammates. They would bring food into the facility because the lunchroom had closed down. We play cards till like 9, 10 o'clock at night. Like that was what we did as bond. That's why Joey Porter can call a meeting and all 53 guys
because they're not just
stand
coworkers,
in there.
They're actually friends
We're
outside
brothers.
of work.
We're friends, and that's what you have. And as an offensive line of any group on a team, that needs to be the tightest. I always say it. The only way that you can affect you can slap somebody, but if I punch you, guess what? You're getting knocked out. I've never seen anybody except for power slap where a slap will knock you out. You know what I'm saying? Like a fist is most easiest way, most efficient way to do it, and that offensive line has to come together like a fist, and they're not there
Just
yet.
don't be the guy that has to get slapped in the face to go play.
AKA John Henderson. That's John Henderson.
I'm just saying, don't be that guy.
Don't be that guy. Have a trainer do it. Come on, get me.
Dude,
It's like,
do
no.
it yourself.
What is wrong with you? Run into a wall by yourself with your helmet on. It's more effective.
Well, you don't want him over there slapping himself in the face either, though, before the game. That would be kind of disconcerting.
I mean, getting slapped by another man in public, too, that's not much better at that point.
Not gonna happen.
Max, this is great, man. Glad you're back. Thank you
it's
for doing
awesome
this.
to be back, guys.
All right, love you, dude.
Love you too, man.
That was Max Starks joining us right there. When we come back over to college football, what are the biggest things ASU has to work on before Saturday, and can they fix them before Saturday? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The 2-3 Cardinals head to Indy to play the 4-1 Colts Sunday.
Huddle. They're really clicking on all cylinders right now is because they're able to establish a run with Taylor, and Daniel is putting the ball where it needs to be, making the right decisions, getting out of his hand fast. And so there's going to be times where guys are in stressful downs and they got to win against some really good players.
Pre-game at kickoff 10 a.m. Sunday morning.
I'm excited for the challenge. I know the players are too.
Listen to Cards at the Colts Sunday on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? That's it. Oh, there it is. The autumn wind is blowing indeed. And that means football, Basinonians. That's right. And the fall sale at Brooklyn Betting is going on right now. It's going on right now through October 30th. That's October 30th. Everything in store and online is 25% off. Now, when I say everything, Basinonians, I'm talking about sheets and pillows and mattresses, adjustable frames. You got to love the adjustable frames. Everything is 25% off. The game plan to score on this great deal is to get on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com. That's brooklynbetting.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results? Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Every day, community. Supporting. Giving. Every day at APS, we support Arizona community organizations and our customers, giving back to help Arizona teachers, nonprofits, and families, volunteering to support and strengthen neighborhoods, working with local partners to provide customers with crisis assistance and other services when they need it most. To help your community or find assistance for yourself or someone you know, visit aps.com/brighter. This ad is funded by Pinnacle West shareholders.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levit throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levit to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Like we always do with this time, I go for mine, I get to shine.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Mercury make it a series? Game 3 tonight in Phoenix. We'll discuss tomorrow morning. The fun begins at 6 a.m.
All right, thanks to Max Starks for joining us last segment.
Man, that was deep. That took me back to many, many locker rooms inside the National Football League and what it was like to have players-only meetings. We had a lot of players-only meetings, Basinonians, unfortunately, because we were on many losing teams. And when I say we, I'm talking about me. Okay? Max, not so many, interestingly enough.
Said two.
Two.
Also, thanks to our listeners in Chandler and anybody watching on YouTube in Chandler. I'll be in Chandler tonight, actually.
Oh,
to do
nice.
Sparky's Den show with Kenny Dillingham and Prince Dorba and Boogie Wilson. And since we're now talking about ASU, since I led us down that path, let's talk about the biggest things they need to fix before Saturday's game against Utah. That game against Utah could get really crazy, Wolf, because it's Saturday night. It's a late start. Kenny was saying, I don't know if this was yesterday or today. I think it was yesterday. There's supposed to be crazy weather for that game, or at least that's possible if there's crazy weather. So he was talking about how that game might even get, there might be a weather delay in it, which, remember, they dealt with that last year.
Man.
Game. So the stage is set for a pretty wild Saturday night at Rice-Eccles Stadium, as there usually
really
is.
do not want to see the weather come into play.
No, because that game could be over at 2 a.m. if the weather comes into play.
Don't want to see the weather come into play because bad weather, I think, would favor the Utes in their heavy running game. Obviously, one of the things they do very well, they're balanced. 42% of the time they throw the ball, 58% of the time they run the ball. They do have balance, but they love to run the ball, and their offensive line is really, really good. When you get bad weather, that can really impact the defense, who is reacting where an offense is acting. They know where they're going. The defense is reacting because they don't.
Kenny Dillingham earlier this week talked about the slow starts that ASU has had to endure in a couple of these games already and how they can avoid them now.
Yeah, we just got to start faster. We got to have better plans early. And we made an emphasis of it in our team meeting this morning. We got to start practice faster. Like, we got to have an urgency when we start this thing. So we're going to change some things up, not a bunch, but, make little tweaks to try to, create some urgency at the start of practice because it is taking us a while to get into our rhythm. And, we can't fall behind 17 points and expect to win many games. Luckily, the 2 games we have fallen behind 17, we've taken a lead. But that's not a recipe to win games.
He's right. I mean, it almost doesn't even matter who's left on your schedule. You're really playing with fire if you're going to keep falling behind by multiple scores like that early in games. Then when you consider they have Utah and Texas Tech coming up in the next 2 weeks, it's not going to work. You're not going to be able to fall. Even though ASU, it's ingrained in them over the last year and a half that they're never out of a game and they can come back. I mean, they have not been blown out of a game. They come back in these games. Even the Texas game in the Peach Bowl where it looked really bad early, they still came back. Should have won that game. But you don't want to be in a position where we're in here on Monday saying, man, they came back and they should have won, like the Mississippi State game. How about just don't fall behind early?
Yeah. I was talking about this the other day, but it's so true, Basin Reeves. I guarantee you that everything they've done this week to prepare to play Utah, everything they've done, that urgency that you heard Kenny talking about, it's been applied to everything. Whether it was breaking to go to a meeting, breaking to go in to watch tape in the offensive line room or the defensive line room, whatever position room, you go immediately.
I like
Be
that.
urgent and intentional about doing it. I'll guarantee you everything they did. Stretch, blow the whistle to stretch, go and get in your spot and do it with urgency. I guarantee this is what coaches do. That Kenny has used that all week long. Anything that was on the itinerary, you're going to do it with intent and urgency.
Here's more from Kenny. He was asked if there's anything he can do on game day to prevent a slow start.
Maybe, the game plans, being more aggressive potentially. I don't know. I mean, it's we got to create better plans early in games to help our guys get going. But in game, not really. Like I say, like in game, especially the early drives, that's prep. Like that's kind of the haze in the barn. As the game progresses, that's when minor tweaks to the plan. Nobody's going to full sail change what they do in a game plan, right? But you can make minor tweaks of things that you like and stuff like that. Guys can get comfortable with what they're seeing and get better throughout the game. But early in the game, it's more prep.
Your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. I think one of the things I like a lot when Kenny talks is it logically makes sense. I'm big on that, on stuff
right.
Logically making sense. There are moments in these games where, I don't know, watching the start of these, I don't find myself watching any more than anybody does watching and saying, I hate that call. You know what I mean? I'm not watching the beginning of these games where they fall behind 17-0, and I'm like, well, yeah, because they're calling plays that would put them behind 17-0. I don't feel like that's the case. I feel like ASU came out flat against Mississippi State. I feel like to a certain extent they did against TCU. It wasn't everybody, but it was some guys. And it was also TCU is just that good offensively that if you were not at the top of your game playing on edge, you were going to get knocked on your heels. They have this gift and this skill collectively as a team to be able to come back, but it's not a skill you want to keep using. And what he's saying right there about maybe more of the mindset being the issue once you get to game day, I think that's big. And this goes back to the Sam Levit conversation. There have been times in these games where in-game Sam Levit will do something, and you can see it almost jolt everybody awake on offense at least.
You know what's interesting about what you just said? I agree with so much of it. And then you finish with Sam Levit. And it's so fascinating because when you want to start fast, man, there is so much responsibility that is on the quarterback because he makes decisions with the ball and what it is that he's going to do. So much of it. You can't have an inaccurate pass on 3rd and 6. You can't have that. So much of what the quarterback decides to do with the ball and then tries to execute with the ball, so much of that is going to determine whether or not you get off to a fast start offensively. Defensively, you want to get off to a fast start? 3 and out, please.
Yeah. Start stacking some wins in the game early.
Just
small wins.
3 and out. Get to the quarterback and knock him out.
It's like if you need to get somewhere. Let's say you have a hard time getting to work on time or whatever, and maybe just get up a little bit earlier to get there, right? ASU is the guy who like is sleeping through his alarm, but then is somehow, and it's defying the laws of science, is still getting to work on time. But you know how your morning is when you're late. You're scrambling the whole time. It's nothing can go wrong. When you're down 17-0, you have zero margin for error the rest of the night.
That's right.
They have navigated it. They came back and beat TCU. They did navigate in the second half against Mississippi State almost perfectly. They basically had one breakdown, and it was because Xavier Alford got tripped up trying to get to the Mississippi State quarterback. But because they were down 17-0 earlier, they didn't have any margin for error for even one slip-up in the second half.
And although this is a gross simplification of the truth, what I'm about to say, Basonians, defensively, you need like 11 guys to show up and get off to a fast start. Do your job, execute your assignment, and do it well. Offensively, so much of it falls on the decisions, once again, that Q makes. And that's the difference. Starting fast on offense, so much of the time, involves that quarterback.
Yeah.
Defense, it involves everybody.
We come back to the NFL. How do the Cardinals stop the Colts offense that is steamrolling right over everybody right now? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports is giving away a pair of tickets to see the Mercury face the Aces in Game 4 Friday night downtown. Text the word finals to 620-620 for your chance to win. Be part of the best atmosphere in the WNBA and cheer on the Mercury in the finals against Vegas. Text finals to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for more information. Oh, the football season is here, man. The weather is absolutely perfect, and your backyard is calling. Are you looking out there and you see something you don't like? Well, you need to contact Legacy Green Solutions. My friends over at Legacy Green Solutions, they help turn our backyard into an oasis. Legacy installs premium, American-made artificial grass. Basically, it looks real, it feels great, it's amazing, and it's perfect for kids. Your kids are going to love playing on it. Your pets as well. Barron loves playing on it. Locally owned and operated for 25 years. Their artificial grass is the best. What you need to do is text GREEN to 620-620. You can get 15% off if you mention me. Text GREEN to 620-620 or go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Arizona's only professional bull riding team, the Ridge Riders, are back in action at Desert Diamond Arena October 10th through the 12th. Feel the heat of the desert as the Ridge Riders defend their home dirt, battle for glory, and fight for bragging rights against the toughest teams in the league. This is bull riding like you've never seen before. The most exciting, heart-pounding sport in America. Get your tickets now at PBR.com or Ticketmaster.com.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Do you cringe when you have to smile for photos? Are you lacking confidence because of broken, discolored, or missing teeth? Struggle to chew food properly or just function normally? Have you even forgotten how to smile? Well, ProSmile can change all of that with dental implants. At ProSmile, from start to finish, everything is done on-site with your implants by Arizona's top oral surgeons, cosmetic dentists, and an on-site lab to provide immediate teeth with the highest quality. The all-on-4 implants can give you back the confidence to laugh and smile and look good doing it. ProSmile Dental is the only practice. We have oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists available on-site every day. ProSmile is family-owned, not a national chain. They have locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, and they offer multiple financing options, including interest-free financing or financing up to 10 years. So whether it's the all-on-4 implants, an issue with wisdom teeth, or even a smile makeover with on-site custom-designed cosmetic veneers, text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com to book your free consultation. And let's get you into a smile you'll love.
Message and data rates may apply.
9 Inch Nails. Live at Desert Diamond Arena, Friday, March 6th. Get tickets now at NIN.com. 9 Inch Nails. Live in Glendale. Peel It Back Tour 2026.
Doesn't it make you feel better?
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to Arizona Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon, quarterback Kyler Murray did not practice today. He suffered a foot injury Sunday but was able to return to the game. Game 3 of the WNBA Finals is tonight in downtown Phoenix. The Phoenix Mercury look to avoid going down 3-0 to the Las Vegas Aces. Tip-off is at 5. And the MLB divisional round continues tonight. Coverage of Dodgers-Phillies Game 3 begins at 5:30, and you can listen to it over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Termite season is here. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection.
I've got another confession to make.
Hey, it's Gambo. How much closer are the Cardinals to getting key reinforcements back on defense? We'll talk the latest from practice on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports, 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Wolf, we're into the week now. We're past Tuesday. Now the Cardinals, you're turning the page. You're looking at the Colts. You're looking at the next opponent. It's Wednesday. It's game plan day, as you often say. So let's dive into the game plan, specifically Cardinals defense against Daniel Jones and Jonathan Taylor, Tyler Warren, and the rest of this Colts offense. Why are they so much better offensively this year, and how do you attack it?
Yeah, it's because of their offensive line. It really is. This is one of the best offensive lines in the National Football League. As a matter of fact, I'm going to put them in the top 5 as I look at it. They've got guys up front that have done a really, really good job. Quentin Nelson, starting with Quentin Nelson. He's their guard. Quentin Nelson is on his way to the Hall of Fame, Ron Wolfley reporting.
My sources.
Yeah, Bernhard Riemann as well is also playing tackle for them. He's doing an incredible job, left tackle out there. Braden Smith. These 3 guys are really, really good offensive linemen. Their offensive line is gelling. They look really, really good. They're physical at the point of attack, and it shows up when you look at tape and when you start looking at some of the stats that are out there. Like, who's the number 1 team in the National Football League in sacks per attempt allowed?
If it's not the Colts, that's a really weird setup.
It's the Indianapolis Colts.
No, it's the Giants.
Think about that, man. I mean, it's funny because they're number 9 in rushing yards per game and number 16 in rushing yards per play. Okay, so what does that tell you when you think of those 2 numbers? Number 9, hey, you're good. You're going to run the ball. You're in the top 10 in the NFL in terms of running the ball per game. But why is it so low? Why are you number 16 in rushing yards per play? Because guys know you're going to run the ball. And you run the ball because you also have had leads.
Yeah, they've had leads. They've had a ton of leads. So let me throw this stat at you, Wolf. A year ago, the Indianapolis Colts, they were not terrible. They were 8-9. They were 16th in the NFL, 22.2 points per game on offense, okay? So, that's literally right there in the middle. This year, through 5 games, they are averaging 32.6 points per game. So over 10 more points per game, which in the NFL is like a different universe.
Right.
And they are number 2 in the NFL behind only the Detroit Lions in terms of points per game this season.
Yes.
This offense is, I'm not saying it's completely different in how it looks and how they try to do things, but it is completely different in how effective it is being.
Okay, so speaking of effective, let's look at Daniel Jones, basically, shall we? You want to know just how effective he is? The Colts have the number 4 passing offense in the National Football League in terms of passing yards per game and number 2 in passing yards per play. There's been a lot of chunk throws from Daniel Jones out here as well. Their third down offense, number 3 in the National Football League, 47%. They get goal to goal, and it's over. Number 1, tied for number 1 in the league in goal to goal possessions and scoring touchdowns. It's over. Their quarterback rating, we're talking about Daniel Jones, got a quarterback rating of 103.9. Basically means that is really, really good when you're over 100. You are playing the quarterback position at a very high level, and Daniel Jones is.
Shane Steichen is, of course, the Colts head coach. He was the former OC with the Eagles when Jonathan Gannon and Nick Rallis were there. And Nick Rallis was asked this week if that means he has to plan any differently because Steichen's familiar with him.
No, I've never really gone into a game saying, well, this is what I want to do, but I know this guy, so maybe I shouldn't do it. No, I think I can go about normal planning process.
He was also asked, Nick Rallis was, what's different about this new, improved version of Daniel Jones?
I mean, he's always been a really good player in my mind. He's mobile. He's got arm talent. He's extremely smart. You see him getting them in and out of calls and plays and changing things. I think they're just doing a really good job of what he's good at and what he's comfortable with, of really operating in that realm while also featuring a lot of the playmakers they have. So, I mean, just give him credit. He's playing good. Like, he's always had it in him, and he's making it go right now.
Yeah, I'm making it go right now. You know what? I want to talk about this quickly. I don't know if I have enough time, but I'm going to do it. Jim Bob Cooter, man, is the offensive coordinator, of course, for the Indianapolis Colts. The Colts like 11, 12, and 13 personnel, just like the Arizona Cardinals. They like 11, 12, 13. But what's interesting is out of 11 personnel, which is 3 wide receivers based on earnings, 1 back, 1 tight end, 3 wide receivers, most teams throw the ball a little bit more out of that personnel group. That's not the way that it is for the Colts. They run it 58% of the time when they get an 11 personnel, and they throw it 42% of the time. What's interesting about that, when they bring out 12, which is 2 tight ends, and they're in this 38% of the time, by the way. They're in 12 personnel 38% of the time in rundown situation. And when they do that, they actually throw the ball 67% of the time and run it only 33% of the time. It's backwards.
Yeah.
See, and this is the one thing I really like about this is, okay, we're going to bring out 2 tight ends. We got Jonathan Taylor right here in this offensive line. I think we all know what's going to happen here, right? We're going to run over you. That's what we're going to do. No, 67% of the time, we're going to throw that thing. And then we'll get into 11 personnel, and we're going to run it out of 11 personnel with Jonathan Taylor. So it's interesting. I can't wait to actually see it up close.
So 2 questions for you.
This Sunday.
One on that. How much of that is the fact that they got Tyler Warren? And Tyler Warren can be out there in 12 personnel and is leading their team in receiving yards with 307 already, 23 catches, and 158 yards after the catch, which is not something you always see from a tight end.
Yeah.
Just ripping off long runs after the catches.
No, I know. A lot of that is because of Tyler Warren, once again. But still, you've got Jonathan Taylor back there. It's just like when you had James Conner back there with his toes at 6, toes at 7. People were like, here it comes. Here he comes. The same thing. They're trying to stop Jonathan Taylor, and they're using a lot of play action. It's one of the reasons why Daniel Jones has done so well. And again, that offensive line has done a great job in terms of protecting Daniel Jones.
I don't mean this to diminish anything the Colts have done, but just from a perspective of what the Cardinals are in for on Sunday, are any of these numbers at all inflated, do you think, because 3 of their games have been against the Dolphins, Titans, and Raiders? Not that what they're doing isn't vastly improved over last year. But when I'm saying they were averaging 22 points a game last year and now it's 32, would it be more like 28 if they weren't playing these teams?
I don't know how to answer that. I really don't. I do know their offensive line. I look at their offensive line, and their offensive line is really, really good.
Well, that's a problem.
And then, the numbers back that up. Now, we'll have to see if Daniel Jones is going to continue to play like this, but if he is, this is a playoff team.
Yeah, it's crazy. All right, when we come back, you know what we need to hear from in a week like this, Wolf? Calais Campbell. We got Calais just spoke. We got some Calais audio. We're gonna play it. We're gonna react to it, and we'll wrap up the show that way. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
It's redefined everything about this season. It's redefined. One game. Mm-hmm. One game has redefined the whole equation for the Arizona Cardinals.
That's the type of game that costs people their jobs.
Yes.
Now, the thing that's fascinating to me is they stopped playing. Oh, they stopped scoring. No, they stopped playing.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm retired, newly retired, so this was my first summer not working again. But I had problems with my shoulder. I mean, it was just like 1,000 needles going into my shoulder.
Mike didn't want surgery. 6 months in a sling was not how he planned to spend retirement. That's when he heard about QC Kinetics regenerative treatments.
It's a free appointment. And after the first treatment, the next day, I went out and played golf. The pain just wasn't there.
No drugs, no surgery. Just your body's own natural healing power. Orthobiologic concentrated and placed exactly where you need them to go to work.
I couldn't have asked for a better experience. I don't want to take on Mike Tyson, but he'd know I was there.
Now Mike's heading back to QC Kinetics to get his knees treated.
It changed my first summer being retired. It's one I can remember instead of regret.
Get back to doing what you love. Call QC Kinetics today to schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating, or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday. Can the Cardinals shake off all the ugliness of the Titans' loss and get things done against the tough Indianapolis Colts? We'll preview it starting tomorrow at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
This makes me a little melancholy whenever I hear it. We don't need to get into it, Luke.
This song is like the audio version of melancholy. Like, describe melancholy with a song. Oh, how about this one?
Yes.
All right, Calais Campbell just spoke while we were talking to Max Starks, Wolf, and credit Command and Control for turning this audio around as quickly as they did.
Beautiful.
And, we just had that long conversation with Max about, is this maybe a time for a players-only meeting? How does that look? Max has been in a couple. He's done only 2 in his career. I know you've been in some as well.
Many.
More than 2, it sounds like?
Yes, more than 2.
Okay. Well, it felt like a good day to hear from Calais. And again, the news from practice today, Kyler didn't practice. He did have that foot injury in the game. I haven't seen an official injury report yet, so I don't know what that's going to look like for this weekend. But he normally talks on Wednesday, but he didn't practice. Calais, though, spoke today, so I'm going to play some of these, and we can react right now, Wolf. Starting with Calais talking about Jonathan Gannon.
I think JG is a phenomenal coach. I think he, has all the good messaging, a lot of passion, loves the game, loves us. And, I think everybody here, he really wanted to be here, so he has a lot of passion and love and respect for us. And, it shows, and I think that's, something you want in a head coach. Somebody, believes in, and wants to see you win.
How important do you think that is, Basin audience, that Calais Campbell feels that way?
I tell you, Wolf, even just hearing him talk for 20 seconds there, and it's not even his biggest cut that I'm going to play.
Yeah.
It is just a reminder of how fortunate they are. And this was, they did this intentionally, but they didn't foresee this scenario. How fortunate they are to have Calais Campbell on this team right now. Because he's seen everything. He probably hasn't seen a game quite like we all witnessed on Sunday, but if you're talking about a guy who everybody we know, they all listen to him. They voted him a team captain before they had ever played a game with him. What he says is going to carry a lot of weight.
It is so critical that Calais Campbell is speaking up and saying it the way that he believes. And trust me, I know Calais personally. He'd never say anything publicly that he doesn't truly believe, which is why I respect him so much.
So here's more from Calais. He was asked what the locker room vibes are like right now.
Yeah, I think it's just, I guess you could say hungry, I would describe it. I know what kind of guys we got here. There's a lot of guys that, in any setting, in any kind of battle, I'm on my foxhole, I can see one in my peripheral right now in Dalvin Thomason. He's, one of the, just most physical presence, just dominant guys that I know when it's all said and done, any moment, if we go into war, he had my back, I know I'm good, Same thing, Buddha, Matt, you go down a list of guys that I just know, that are elite and going to respond. And we just, you can see the energy is contagious. Guys are locked in, focusing on the small details. When you lose a game, 3 games in a row, a lot of it is just, okay, get back to the basics. Get back to the basics. Little things done well, over and over again. Keep sawing wood, no excuses, and just make the next play. And that's the messaging.
Yeah, you know what? I want to hear as many cuts as we can from Calais Campbell. Is that possible?
I got 2 more here, but they're pretty long. He was asked how to move on from a game like that.
Mental toughness, it's football, right? The hard part is we let them get into the game where now the ball can bounce their way. It's football, right? The ball sometimes will bounce other team's way. You can't control that part of it. But we made mistakes that led for them to even have a chance, and that sucks. But you can't let a game like that beat you twice, and especially when you're on a 3-game skid. The biggest thing is just get 1 win. Stop the bleeding, get 1 win. Just win the day, win this next moment. Win until you get zeros on the clock and you get a W in the win column when it matters.
The only thing I'll say quickly is don't be redundant. There's no reason to be redundant, Calais. There is no such thing as mental toughness. There is only toughness. That's all I'm saying. Toughness comes from within.
I feel like you guys have had this debate before. Hold on.
I have with him.
Yeah, I figured.
On a bus.
I do want to say this, though, just based on what he was saying right there, and, that game doesn't have to beat us twice. And, we've talked a lot this week. I think everybody's talking this week about how you're kind of on the ropes right now if you're the Cardinals. I would love to see how much a win over Indianapolis would cure with this team right now. But I'd also say this, Wolf, as brutal as that game was on Sunday, and it was brutal like 4 times over. There was multiple things that happened in that game that if just one of them happened to your team in a month, you'd be like, wow, that was kind of weird. Multiple happened in that game, some of them very self-inflicted. If that one game really is going to destroy your whole season, the way it destroyed the Bears season last year when Tyreek Stevenson wasn't defending at the end, if that's going to destroy your whole season, one game, you weren't going to do anything this season anyway.
Agreed.
There's no reason that has to destroy your whole season. I know the schedule's tough coming up, but it's not like you're playing Philadelphia every week.
Yes, I know. I just, the news of Kyler Murray and what's going on with Kyler as well. I'm not going to put that in the positive category. No. I know that there are some people out there that will do that. I'm not going to do that.
I like having Jacoby Brissett as your backup.
Yep.
I'd put him up there with the top, 2 or 3, 4 backup quarterbacks in the NFL. As I've said multiple times this week, more than I normally say, a lot is riding on Kyler Murray now because I think he's one of the few guys that can go out there and have an amazing game, and he needs to do it. We don't need to keep talking about how he could.
That's right.
That could give you a jolt that not really many other guys on the team could give you. Here's one more from Calais. And this is more game, not vibe, but just talking about the Colts offense.
Explosive, well coached, taking care of the ball, balanced, can do a little bit of everything. I mean, running back, he's playing as the best running back in the league right now. I've had the chance to play with him, play against him a few times, and I've seen him, firsthand. I mean, he's explosive. He can do some damage. You got, probably the best overall O-line that we'll face. You got weapons at receiver. You got skilled guys that can run really crisp routes underneath and break. And you got the big play receivers that can push down the ball on the field. You got a quarterback who's putting it all together. I mean, it's you got one of the better tight ends in the game right now. He's a young buck, but he's playing really good. I mean, when you look at the tape, you're like, okay, I see why they're winning ball games. But at the same time, I feel like it's a great challenge for us. It's a great challenge for us to see what we're made of. I think that we believe this defense can be elite. We believe this defense can be the best in the league, and so it's a great chance for us to go out there and prove it.
Man, you know what? Honestly, right now, I just do not see a scenario where the Arizona Cardinals defense don't play well and the Cardinals win. You know what I mean? I just don't. Yeah. I do not see a scenario. Work. They have to go out. This team, you've been talking about it. You've been talking about how this team's defense needs to carry this team and win games for it. This is Exhibit A. Mm-hmm. If the Cardinals are going to be in this game with an opportunity to actually score and win in the fourth quarter, it's going to be because their defense put them there.
Well, yeah, and let's all kind of recalibrate for this. Your defense carrying you against the Colts doesn't mean you hold them to 7 points, probably. Your defense carrying you against the Colts maybe means they force a turnover or two or they get you really good field position, but it's probably still going to give up 20, 24 points against the Colts. The Colts average almost 33 points a game. This team scores. That's what they do this season, and I don't think anybody watching right now thinks the Cardinals are equipped to go win a 41-40 game. What would that even look like?
Yeah.
Marvin Harrison Jr. would have 4 touchdowns?
Yes.
I mean, where are they getting all those touchdowns from? And that's fine to a certain extent. That doesn't mean you can't win the game. You're going to have to win a 24-21 game.
You were talking about turnovers right now. The Indianapolis Colts, it's one of the things they do very, very well. They are +5 right now, +5 in the turnover column. They have 8 takeaways, and they have only given up 3 giveaways. So, again, they are protecting the ball, and they're taking the ball away from you.
Anytime you say anything about the Colts, all I hear is Mr. Perfect.
I know.
Like, where did this come from, Indianapolis?
He's talking about Indy, Basin Onions, and not me.
No, I do still wonder, though, how much of this, again, not that they're not good, but how much of this is inflated by 3 of the 5 games being against the Dolphins, Titans, and Raiders. And we'll see. We're going to find out firsthand on Sunday for sure.
Unfortunately.
All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Progressive presents a testimonial of sorts.
Hey, slow down!
Oh, yeah? Well, you drive like my grandma. She's a very attentive and courteous driver who wears a seatbelt and always uses her turn signals. She's also a talented painter and has very low cholesterol. Not that that has anything to do with her driving, just thought a more complete picture of who she is might be interesting. Anyway, have a nice day.
Safe driver? Get Snapshot from Progressive and get a personalized rate based on how you drive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Waltz, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hey, let's talk about your financial future. Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. As we know, the best football coaches, right? They make the best halftime adjustments, and that's a great analogy for people heading towards retirement.
It's perfect. And if you're 5 to 10 years out, it's time to stop playing offense and start protecting the lead.
All right, so what kind of adjustments should folks be thinking about?
Risk, taxes, income planning, healthcare, the things that didn't seem to matter when you were just saving. And we help people create a full strategy for the next phase of life.
And you're not just selling products, you're offering real planning.
Exactly. And if you want clarity on what the next chapter of your financial life looks like, give us a call at Bright Wealth Management, 844-726-9116, or visit us online at brightwm.com.
Again, halftime is a perfect time to get the plan right, and Matt's team can help. Call Bright Wealth Management today at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray did not practice today. Murray was diagnosed with a foot injury during Sunday's game against the Titans. Head coach Jonathan Gannon was mum on when the starting QB would return to practice. For the latest on the Cardinals' injuries, you can read more right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury playing Game 3 of the WNBA Finals tonight. It will be the first basketball game played in the newly named Mortgage Matchup Center. Get used to that. Get that running through the brain right there. Merc are down 2-0 to the Las Vegas Aces. Tip-off is at 5. And in the MLB playoffs, 4 teams have the chance to win and advance to the championship series today. The Mariners are the first contestant. They're currently tied with the Tigers right now, 3-3. That one is in the top of the 6th inning. Nobody on, couple men out. Just about to get started in Chicago. Lauren is sweating nervously for her Cubbies to try and hold on for another day. They're facing the Brewers down 2-0. We'll keep you updated on that one as well. Later tonight in the Bronx, the Yankees did their best to stave off elimination last night. Can they do it again and force it back to Toronto? They're taking on the Blue Jays down 2-1. And then later tonight at 6:08 specifically on ESPN 620 AM, Phillies and Dodgers. LA looks to advance in front of their home crowd. The reigning champs looking to get back to the championship series. Again, 6 o'clock over on ESPN 620 AM. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw. On this Wednesday afternoon, good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show. Here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Were you sweating nervously when the Yankees were down 6-1 last night?
Of course.
Were you thinking it was done?
Of
It was
course.
over? Yeah.
Aaron Judge with the big home run off the foul pole.
Damn time he did something in October, right?
He's having a great playoff right now.
I know, but you know, as a Yankees fan, right, there is a belief that he's not exactly the man when it comes to
He's not Reggie
October
Jackson.
baseball.
We don't call him Mr. October.
There you go.
Chisholm hit it, and then the bullpen was fantastic.
Yeah, it
and
was very good.
They got the win, and that sets them up really nice today with Schlittler pitching.
Okay. No. You got to find. They played it on the morning show.
Did I get it right? Did I say it right?
You did it right. Ooh. Find it on the morning show. It was Mad Dog Russo trying to say Schlittler, and it was everything Gambo's not. They played it on the morning show today. They played it in the final segment of the show.
Okay.
So, I want to see if we can find it before we hit the
It's
top
a hard
story
name
today,
to pronounce.
because it was Mad Dog. It was Mad Dog trying to say Schlittler. And it's everything that we're worried about you.
Against the Red Sox to advance. Let me start here, and then we'll get into Schlittler, who obviously was Schlittler, who was just tremendous.
Oh, boy.
Oh, wait, it was beeped out when I heard it this morning.
It wasn't beeped out there.
It was it was beeped out.
Sometimes I forget we're not on XM. Sorry, everybody.
Yeah.
It was beeped out on the morning show.
I hit the dump button.
Did you hit the dump button?
Yeah.
Is that the first time we've ever? No, it's not the first time we've ever had to hit the dump button for somebody other than Gambo, is it? Surely we've hit the dump button for other people. Tori.
Oh, we just had one a couple weeks. Booker.
Oh yeah, we had to beep him out.
Well, because it was pre-recorded, I beeped him before it went over the air.
Book dropped something on with us.
He dropped a bomb.
Tori cursed with you guys, and then he started spelling it out.
Yeah,
later in the season,
which then led to a hellacious FCC debate about whether we have to beep out spellings or not. We seriously had meetings about whether we have to beep out when Tori spells curse words or not. Swear to God, we had a conversation about that. Anyway, that was, we'll play the beeped out version of that later, but you're saying it very well.
We've got the way I've kind of figured it out, remember the old beer, Schlitz?
There you go. Yeah,
so just Schlittler. Just like I'm going to say Schlitz beer.
Just like you're going to have something.
Have a Schlitz. That was the beer, right?
Yeah.
Schlittler, and I can do it.
Surprised you would use that as the template, given you've never had a beer in your entire life. Let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
No Kyler at practice today. Jonathan Gannon on his concern level.
Take it day by day.
Take it day by day. If he's healthy enough to play, he will play.
Yeah, if he's healthy enough to play, he'll play.
Even if he's limited in some regards.
Yeah, if he's healthy enough to play, he'll play.
Normally, the Arizona Cardinals make available the starting quarterback for the week on Wednesday. They are, for now, pushing that decision back for a day later this week because they're not quite sure who the starting quarterback is going to be. Now, it's the same foot injury, the one that caused him to leave the game for a play, the one that he came back and played through, the one, Gambo, that they kind of acknowledged, yeah, we were kind of limited somewhat in some of the things we could do with Kyler because of that injury. Wednesday is usually the day that if you're going to give a guy a day off and then have him come back on Thursday, Wednesday's the day you do that with. Still, it's really interesting that Kyler Murray did not practice today.
Yeah, it is interesting, and it kind of just made me think, do we want to see Jacoby Brissett? Do we want to see a veteran backup quarterback to see what can you do with this offense? This isn't Clayton Tune coming into play if Murray's not able to go. It's just a fair question.
It's a fair question.
Do we just want to see what it would look like with somebody else? Okay. Do we want to see what a veteran who, by the way, played in Indianapolis for 4 years, knows that stadium really well, played there, had a lot of starts there. Do we want to see what Jacoby Brissett, not to say that, you wouldn't go back to Kyler if he does well, but do you just want to see what it would look like with somebody else?
I'm going to say something here. It might come out as kind of vanilla, but it's just the God's honest truth, okay? And I hope you and everybody out there listening kind of understands the difference. Do I want to see it? Not really. Am I curious to see it? A little. You understand to me, there's a difference. Like, I'm curious. I don't know if I'm actively rooting for somebody other than Kyler to be the quarterback because I think this offense needs to get fixed with Kyler, and the only way to do that is to have Kyler out there. But what have we said about Jacoby Brissett this whole time? This is why you go get a Jacoby Brissett.
He's built for this.
He's built for, hey, you don't have your starting quarterback for a game or two, put him in there. I don't know if I'm rooting for it or wanting it, but I'm curious. I'm curious to see if it would look any different.
You're not afraid that, what if he goes out there and does well? What if he goes out there and throws 2-3 touchdown passes with no interceptions and leads them to a victory?
That would lead for a fascinating Monday show, wouldn't it? I mean, that would lead for a great Monday show of, okay, now what do you do?
I mean, what if he gets more guys involved? What if Marvin Harrison Jr. has his best game, goes over 100 yards receiving?
Right.
Like, you just
all the things they haven't done up until this point.
Right, maybe
if they just do it with Jacoby Brissett back there, you're not going to be thinking about it all weekend long. You're not going to be thinking about it all Monday long. Yes. Like, oh boy.
And that was my point. I mean, Kyler's out with a foot injury. They didn't open the practice window for Walter Nolan as well.
Right.
But I had that thought. I mean, again, this isn't Clayton Tune coming into play where you're like, you have no chance. This is Jacoby Brissett is a veteran quarterback that's got 89 starts, 89 games played under his belt and a lot of starts.
Do you want to see it?
I kind of do.
Okay.
I kind of do.
Okay.
I want to see, I mean, how many more games of Kyler Murray do I have to see? I was on the NFL Sirius radio show with Rich Gannon today, and it's and I say the same thing. Kyler's not a bad quarterback, but he's not great. He's not. He doesn't suck, and he's not great, and he's okay, and he's good, and some other team could take him, and he's going to be a starting quarterback in the league next year, whether it's here or not. But yeah, would I like to see what would happen? What would happen to this offense if Jacoby Brissett got a chance to run it? Hey, yeah, I think I would.
I'm curious. I'm just so
curious. Yeah, that's what it is.
And maybe it's a difference without a distinction. Maybe there's really not that much of a difference in saying, would I like to see it? Am I curious about it? I mean, yeah, I'll admit it. I'd be curious. I'd be curious to see how it looks. So maybe I guess that's in the long and the short of it. Yeah, I would kind of like to see it. I would love to know. I would love to know if it's better. I would love to know if it opens up the playbook for them to do things that they don't feel like they can with Kyler. How many times have we used the word trust this week on this show? How many times have you heard the word trust mentioned on Arizona Sports all week? Hell, the song of the day yesterday on the Bickley and Murata show was Billy Joel's A Matter of Trust, which is a great song, by the way. Trusting Kyler, believing in Kyler. That's the whole. You asked Jonathan Gannon, hey, do you guys trust Kyler Murray? He took the ball out of his hands on 3rd and 8. Would they trust a veteran guy like Jacoby Brissett more to do more with. I don't know. I'm asking questions I don't know the answer to, which is why I'd be really curious to see.
Yeah.
I'd be curious.
But you kind of feel that their best chance to win is with Kyler.
I kind of feel like at the end of the day, Jacoby Brissett is not going to take them where they want to go. Kyler Murray will. You know, that Jacoby Brissett, that at the end of the day, Kyler Murray is just better suited for this team to have long-term success, and they've got to figure out how to make this work with him because he's going to be their quarterback for the rest of the year. This is not a season-ending injury for him.
No.
They've got to figure out a way, and so any week they don't have a chance to do that is a week they're kind of delaying figuring out how to make this offense work with Kyler Murray. Does that make any sense? It's like you're putting it off a little bit. You know what? Yeah. Well, let's put off that big decision until next week. We'll figure out how to fix this offense with Kyler Murray.
I just wonder what it would look like with a veteran quarterback that's got a lot of experience, and how much different would it be? Now, maybe it's worse. Maybe they get shellacked and they lose, 41-6 with Jacoby. I don't know. Or maybe people. I don't know. But I think it would be interesting to see somebody else run the offense that's capable of running the offense.
Yeah, so we'll see. Tomorrow he might be back on the practice field, and that's that. We move on. I don't know. But we will get more information then. And you mentioned Walter Nolan. The practice window did not open. Darius Robinson was also not available to practice. We haven't seen the official report. We'll probably have some more names thrown on there, but those are the ones that Jonathan Gannon mentioned today. Arizona Sports and Redbird Farms Chicken are teaming up to bring you an exclusive tailgate package that includes a grill set, Yeti cooler, and Cardinals tickets. Plus, be among the first 25 fans to join us this Friday at the Safeway located off Cave Creek and Tatum between 4 and 6, and claim your free shirt with proof of purchase of any Redbird Farms chicken product. When we come back, Devin Booker's enemies are now becoming friends, or at least playing nice. Who is the latest to speak well on the Phoenix Suns? I could give you a dozen guesses, and you'd probably never figure it out. Next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The 2-3 Cardinals head to Indy to play the 4-1 Colts Sunday.
Huddle. They're really clicking on all cylinders right now is because they're able to establish a run with Taylor, and Daniel is putting the ball where it needs to be, making the right decisions, getting out of his hand fast. And so there's going to be times where guys are in stressful downs and they got to win against some really good players.
Pre-game and kickoff 10 a.m. Sunday morning.
I'm excited for the challenge. I know the players are too.
Listen to Cards at the Colts Sunday on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, Arizona Sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. It's October. Say goodbye to the heat and hello cooler weather. That means it's National Car Care Month, and there's no better time to make sure your car's ready for the fall. The fall is so busy, we no sooner shut our cars off and then, oops, we're gone again. So I know we all want to take care of our cars, but we never seem to find the time until it breaks. There's a couple of quick and easy things we need to do to keep our cars ready. Checking the brakes, battery, and tires is a start. And let's not forget about the fluids. A simple oil change and topping off your coolant can save you major headaches later on. If you're hearing strange noises, see dash lights, or just need a tune-up, now's the time to act. Please don't wait until your car leaves you stranded to come see us. We know that getting car repairs can be confusing, but where to go when you need them isn't. That's us at AMCO. Remember, transmission repair is our specialty, but we do all repairs too. And we take the hassle out of getting your car repaired. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA. MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Scottsdale's so nice, we're doing it twice. October 15 through 18 at Westworld. The Fall Auction, presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Hundreds of collector cars in the all-new indoor Barrett-Jackson Fan Zone. Food, drinks, and live entertainment. Get tickets now at barrett-jackson.com.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable, and best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake, limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Garrett, I just saw where you guys actually have hit over 1,000 five-star reviews.
That's absolutely true, and we don't do it without our team, and obviously to our amazing customers that are willing to trust us and support our team along the way.
Talk a little bit of the importance of Moving Team 6 and the teamwork that goes into it.
The thing that separates Moving Team 6 obviously is our team. We can all go to work every single day and feel like, hey, we got to get a job done, but they've got to know that they're part of something bigger than themselves. Our team at Moving Team 6 believes that every single day they walk into a home, it's bigger than what they think, and they're making a big impact in someone's lives and taking away stress that they can't deal with that day, and we want to take it on for them. You can't pick up a dresser and carry it up and down stairs, and the whole word pivot of taking a big couch up the stairs, so you need somebody to help you make that move happen, and we're the team for you.
Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Mercury make it a series? Game 3 tonight in Phoenix. We'll discuss tomorrow morning. The fun begins at 6 a.m.
3 things. Tip jar, electric light orchestra, please, for Mr. Blue Sky. Number 2, Zach McKinstry has just made it 5-3 for the Tigers over the Mariners. That game's in the bottom of the 6th, trying to force game 5. And thing number 3, thank you everybody for hanging out with us here on the Burns and Gambo Show on this Wednesday. A shout out to our audience in Apache Junction.
The AJ.
Far East Valley, Apache Junction. Thank you for joining us. Many a hike has started in Apache Junction, so we thank you for that. I love this. This is great. I'm actually glad we slotted this in the second block of the show here because it made me laugh. Patrick Beverly saying the Suns could be super competitive this year. This is really weird.
I think the Suns are going to be super competitive.
What?
Yeah, I do.
Super competitive?
I think they can beat some teams. I think they can lose to some teams. I think they can get in a situation at the end of the year, and if Suns win the last 3 out of 5, they can make the play-in. I think they're a team that can do that. I think they're a team that can. If Suns beat this team goes to the play-in. I think they're a team that can do that, right? Over a 7-game series, are they like the best team I would put my money on? Probably not. But if you was to bet on the Suns on the play-in game, I'm betting on the Suns.
Okay, so
how about that?
The guy in the podcast who says, "What?"
That was a girl, wasn't it?
Or was it a girl? I don't know who that was.
What?
Yeah, whoever said what?
What?
That person is like 90% of the rest of us.
Drugs?
Yeah, because
what are you smoking?
The guy who shoved Chris Paul in the back with 2 hands during the 2021 playoffs. It's like the Suns are a potential play-in team. Let's talk about it. All right, let's go. Let's talk about it. Let's roll with this.
There's something to be said for the addition by subtraction, getting rid of the malcontents, the guys who just weren't team-oriented, were more individuals, and building a team around players who are going to – you watched the game the other day. They're diving on loose balls.
It was one preseason game, but yes.
Okay. But if that is the way that they're going to play, they're going to surprise some people. You still have I don't think a superstar, but you still have a great player in Devin Booker. You got 2 starters off the Rockets in Brooks and Green. You're better at the center position than you've been for a while, especially if Mark Williams is healthy and can play. You've got a lot of youth and athleticism, guys that aren't going to get tired at the end of the game. And I'm not saying that the Suns are going to make the play-in, but I have said all along that they will be a better team than they were last year. And I am going to stick with that. And if I've got to buy you a $200 lunch, if I have to buy you a $200 lunch, I'm going to buy you a $200 lunch.
Okay, just don't make.
You can order whatever you freaking want.
I will. I trust me.
You can be like, I'll take the steak
and you can do
the
the same
lobster,
thing.
and he's paying.
You can do the same
and
thing.
I will buy, and I will gladly buy it for you if I'm wrong.
Okay. I have nothing, and I mean this sincerely. I have nothing but respect for your point of view and your take because you've been very consistent about it since the day they cut Bradley Beal and the day they traded Kevin Durant. You have been saying this for almost the entire summer now. I just can't sit here with a straight face, and I can't sit here with a straight face and say for the last 5 years, just about everything he has said and everything he has done has been hot garbage in Pat Bev, and suddenly jump on board the Pat Bev wagon because he now thinks my team is going to go to. You know what I mean?
I get it. I get it.
I can't. I have a hard time believing you would look to Pat Bev for
I'm looking
validation.
for anybody. I'll take anybody for validation.
You're so desperate for validation.
I'll tell you.
You'll
if
hit your wagon to Pat
Morris
Bev. Oh, my God.
Came out and said it, I would say, hey,
take that back.
The Morris twins both said they're going to be good.
Take it back. Take that back. Take that back. Now.
All right.
Take that
I'll
back.
take those back.
Come on.
I mean,
you know what I'm saying, though?
I know what you're saying.
It's like Pat Bev is like going off the rails on a crazy train, but as soon as he says, hey, Suns, play, I'm supposed to go, yeah, Pat Bev, you're awesome, you're cool, thank you, man. You know, can't do it.
I didn't know we had beef.
We do, Pat. You pushed my point guard in the back when he wasn't looking 4 years ago. We got beef. You're probably gonna play this.
ESP. Okay. Now let's go to the ESPN win total. ESPN win total.
Let's go a little more rational than Pat Bev.
Okay.
I need to calm down a little bit. Let's go.
Hey.
Let's go. Kevin Pelton, our guy.
Okay.
Kevin Pelton.
Did he run the simulations?
He ran the simulations.
And what does it say?
The simulations. Well, I didn't have this page called up. Something tells me
I've got it here.
Please.
He's got the projected wins at 34.7. He says, I get the logic that Phoenix won 36 games last year, then subtracted Durant. However, the Suns were probably due for some degree of bounce back after underperforming their projections a season ago, and Durant's value at this stage of his career is likely overstated. It's also worth remembering that Phoenix will have no incentive to accumulate losses because the draft pick situation.
So what he's saying is that they have no desire to lose.
No desire to lose,
there's
and that
no
they
incentive to lose.
But the key was there should be some bounce back. Like they obviously underachieved by a lot last year. I am betting on a team that is going to outwork other teams and steal some victories that they shouldn't win. I'm betting on a team that's going to play hard, and they're going to do all of the things, the intangibles that they didn't have. What intangible did the Phoenix Suns have last year? What? Did they have leadership? No. Did they have hustle? No. Name an intangible the Phoenix Suns had last year. They had no intangibles. Their coach hated them. They hated their coach. Like, there was nothing about that team to like. I am betting on intangibles.
So Pelton, who is our guy? We've had Kevin Pelton on since the
Not in a while.
We
haven't set up a bat signal in forever.
It has been. It's, you know what? Maybe a Kevin Pelton conversation in the next week or so might be called for because we might have to flash the bat signal up into the Portland night sky and see if he responds. His projected win total, 34.7, is really, really
right
close
there.
to the bet.
It's right freaking there.
Because they won 36 games a year ago. Now, you and I have the bet that you say they're going to win more. I say they're going to win less.
A poll question. Who's going to be right, me or you, on one of these days? So I don't have to do it right now.
We'll do it today.
Who's going to be right?
You know what? The day of the NBA season. The day of the Suns
I'll poll
opener,
you two right now. Who's going to win that bet, me or Burnsy?
Well, I'm cynical about this team. So I'm leaning Burnsy.
I don't even know what cynical means, but just what does that mean?
It means I'm leaning Burnsy on this one.
Okay, so
he has negative thinker.
Negative, okay.
Yeah.
Pessimistic.
There you go. That's another word for cynical. Yes.
What do you got?
I'm leaning Burnsy, too.
Okay. You're going to be wrong, you're going to be wrong, and you're going to be wrong.
Look, I'll gladly stay in my corner, Gambo.
I hope we're wrong.
That's the thing.
I want to be wrong.
Oh, my God, I know.
It's not like I'm rooting for me on this one. You know, if the Suns win more games, great. Because if the Suns win more games, it means Brian Gregory did something right.
Yeah.
Jordan Ott did something right.
Yeah.
Matt Ishbia did something right. And I can feel better about their guidance and their leadership moving forward. Because quite frankly, if I'm being honest about it, there hasn't been a whole lot to like about Matt Ishbia's tenure as owner of the Phoenix Suns when it comes to the basketball product. So if I'm wrong, it means they're right. And if they're right, it means they know what they're doing. In which case, you can order whatever the hell you want for lunch that day at where we're going, the Boom Boom Club? What's it called?
The Boom Boom.
What's it called?
Boom, boom, boom. Let's go back.
What's the name of the place?
The Rah Rah.
The Rah Rah. Okay.
I've never eaten there before.
Boom, boom
I heard
room, the Rah Rah room. I didn't know where we were going.
I might be a little pricey, but I heard the food's great.
Fine.
Yeah.
Fine.
I'll be like this. Can I have the cranberry one?
Look, I'm sure you know somebody that can help knock those prices down in the Rah Rah room a little
I'm not looking for that. I'm not looking for that. I am.
You can't call in a fade. This has got to be on the Gambo
card. This is on the American Express card.
Okay, good.
I am paying for this lunch. I have been steadfast in my convictions that they're going to be better because I hated that team last year and they vastly underachieved. And I don't think that this team is going to get a few wins and you're going to be like, wow, okay, I didn't see that coming.
Let's see if
it's going to lead them to more wins than they had last year.
Let's see if they get 37 of them because that's the threshold. Did we decide 36 is a push and nobody owes anybody anything? Okay, that's what I figured.
36
is a push because they had 36 a year ago. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Cardinals are through the easy part of the schedule. We'll tell you how easy the easy part of the schedule was, and then we'll ask the question, now what? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
I should have just bet Burnsy a Bronco from Sanderson Ford, and or one of you guys. I could have bet Lauren a Bronco.
What the hell? What are you talking about?
Bronktober right now at Sanderson Ford. I could probably get a good deal. You could lease a new 2025 Bronco Big Ben for $399 a month for 36 months. Maybe we'll make Mitch a bet. Or you can lease a new 2025 Bronco Sport Big for only $299 a month for 36 months. It is a great time to buy at Sanderson Ford. Bronktober on now at Arizona's largest Ford dealership. Plus, you can purchase a new 2025 F-150 STX Super Crew for just $44,899. That's probably about the price the lunch is going to cost me. Plus, you get 3.9% financing for 72 months. You don't want to miss Bronktober savings. Shop and compare with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction. It's Sanderson Ford.
Whoa. More fiber?
What?
Down here, buddy. It's me, your spoon. Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, but Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Triple your rebate on all new trucks and SUVs. Every new vehicle in stock. No exclusions. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Kickoff special available on new inventory only. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levit throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson.
The Levit to Tyson connection clicks again. Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and fall is coming, the time of year we live for in Arizona, the time we love to be outside with the family enjoying incredible weather, which means it's also a great time to call Turf Monsters, the award-winning one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams. It's a great time for that custom-built putting green you've always wanted. It's a great time to install artificial grass where Turf Monsters can give you and your dog a beautiful green lawn to enjoy without the hassle and the mess of installing real sod, and you save a lot of time and money with artificial turf. And from fire pits to barbecue pits, from pavers to pergolas, Turf Monsters can create a backyard oasis you can enjoy every day of the week. Check out samples of their incredible work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com. That's turfmonstersaz.com. Or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Ready! Hi, this is Chris with Ready Services, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. I've been with the company for going on 15 years. What you're going to get is not only get your problems fixed, but you're going to leave with peace of mind knowing that it's done right and done well by a qualified technician. Ready Services won't ever take advantage of any of our customers. Our goal is always to be the most accurate in diagnosing and providing top flight service for any service, air conditioning or plumbing.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
I'm Mitch Varel. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray did not practice today. Murray was diagnosed with a foot injury during Sunday's game against the Titans. Head coach Jonathan Gannon was mum on when the starting QB would return to practice. For the latest on the Cardinals' injuries, you can read more right now on ArizonaSports.com and on the Arizona Sports app. Phoenix Mercury playing Game 3 of the WNBA Finals tonight. It will be the first basketball game played in the newly named Mortgage Matchup Center. Merc are down 2-0 to the Las Vegas Aces. Tip-off tonight is at 5. And in the MLB playoffs, 4 teams have the chance to win and advance today. Our first contestant, the Seattle Mariners, it's not looking likely anymore. Tigers have blown the doors open in the late innings. They're up 8-3 now in Detroit. That one's in the bottom of the 7th inning. Nobody out, nobody on currently. If the Tigers win, they force a deciding Game 5 back in Seattle this weekend. We're just almost through the first inning in Chicago, where the Cubbies need to win to avoid being eliminated by the Milwaukee Brewers. That game's tied at 1 apiece, but the Cubbies are threatening. They've got runners on the corners with 1 out and Ian Happ at the dish. Later tonight at 4 o'clock, the Yankees look to push a Game 5 in Toronto against the Blue Jays. They got Game 4 tonight. They had a huge win last night to force this Game 4. And then at 6 o'clock tonight in Los Angeles, the Dodgers hope to advance via a sweep of the Phillies as the reigning champs are looking to get back to where they were last year. That one is at 6:08. Coverage starts at 5:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resorts. Football watch parties have taken over Sundays. Join the excitement. Don't miss a play at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday. Can the Cardinals shake off all the ugliness of the Titans' loss and get things done against the tough Indianapolis Colts? We'll preview it starting tomorrow at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Stay in the present. Not looking forward to the future, not looking back in the past, you know. If you're carrying baggage, you're in the wrong to me. So you're only carrying baggage because your brain says you got to carry it. We don't have to carry any baggage. We got a chance to go 3-3, play a really good football team, and play well. So that's what they know right now. Put a smile on your face, enjoy competing, and control today.
Jonathan Gannon today on how to keep good energy in the locker room. If you're just tuning in, you missed the news. Kyler Murray did not practice today. In fact, we did get the rest of the injury list from today. And I can tell you that Kyler Murray didn't practice. I can tell you that Darius Robinson didn't practice. And I can tell you that Kelvin Beachum, due to a veteran's rest day, didn't practice. Everybody else was limited. Evan Brown, Will Hernandez, Will Johnson, Zay Jones, Max Melton, Cody Simon, Jonah Williams was limited in practice today. Mac Wilson Sr. was limited in practice.
Okay.
So it's a fairly
the big
lengthy
one's
list.
Kyler, and
of
we'll
course.
see if he practices tomorrow with the foot injury. And if he doesn't, then if he doesn't practice tomorrow, then there will be all the speculation about whether Jacoby Brissett is going to be the quarterback on this football team on Sunday against the Colts in Indianapolis.
So not to be a cynic, since we now know what that word means, not to be a cynic, do you want the bad news or the bad news?
Good night, everybody.
Good night. Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. See you tomorrow, straight up 2 o'clock. You want the bad?
I guess let's start with the bad news.
You want the bad? Okay,
yeah,
you want the bad news or the
yeah.
bad news? You want the bad news?
The bad news.
The Cardinals have played the league's easiest schedule up until
and they're
this
2
point.
and 3. They have a losing record.
You want the bad news?
And they played some of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL, and they're 2 and 3.
Okay.
Okay. Now give me the bad news.
Third toughest from here on out.
Yeah, everybody they're playing is good.
Yay! Yay us!
No, this year has gone to hell in a handbasket quickly.
The easiest.
I keep looking at that Connor Orr prediction when we all mocked him and laughed at him when he thought the Cardinals were going to go 6-11. And right now he had the Cardinals 2 and 3 losing to Tennessee. Nobody had the Cardinals losing to Tennessee. Nobody.
No.
Now the Titans owner picked the Cardinals.
Amy Adams Scrump,
Yeah.
Is that her name?
Yeah, she's on the sideline with her notes. She goes, I like Arizona in this one.
Lauren, you didn't pick the Cardinals to have a great season, did you?
No, I picked them to go 7-10.
Okay.
But you had them beating Tennessee.
I did.
You did, okay.
That is actually the only game I've incorrectly predicted this season.
Really? For the Cardinals? Everything else you've been wrong on? Wow, that's crazy. So I mean, it's not like this, but 6-11 is 6-11. Yeah, according to Bill Barnwell,
toughest schedule.
Per FPI's strength of schedule, the Cardinals have played the league's easiest schedule and now have the third toughest from now on.
Listen, this is not hard to figure out. You cannot lose to Indianapolis and Green Bay in the next 2 weeks, have a 5-game losing streak, and then tell me at 2 and 5 that you're going to make the playoffs. You're done. You're done. With 10 games to go, if you're 2 and 5, you're in a boatload of trouble. You're not recovering from that.
Not with the schedule. Like we talked about this yesterday, and we had a good conversation about this yesterday about how, hey, the Rams started 1 and 4 last year. They won the division. The Cardinals started 2 and 4, and look, they were 6 and 4, and they controlled their own destiny. Yeah, all of that's true. One, the Rams have a little bit more equity built into them than the Cardinals do. You have a little more belief that the Rams can do it than the Cardinals do.
They had Super Bowl
because of the
pedigree.
Rams, right? They have pedigree, and they have Stafford, and they have McVay, and all that stuff. And number two, even when the Cardinals were 2 and 4, man, they had that pocket, that 4-game little pocket where you looked at it and said, that's their get right moment right there. They're playing the Jets, they're playing the Bears, they're playing the Dolphins.
Right.
You had the Chargers in there too, who they were good, but that was their pocket to get back in it, and they did exactly that. That pocket isn't here anymore.
Yeah, it collapsed.
The pocket collapsed.
The pocket collapsed.
The pocket has a hole in it. Okay, and everything's falling through. There's nothing in the pocket right now. You play 8 straight games against teams that are currently at or above 500.
Well, most of your games are on the road. You blew your home games.
You haven't beaten an above 500 team in 351 days.
And you're 0-2 in the division.
And you're 0-2 in the division.
And you're going to play all these teams with winning records. And a lot of them, a lot of them now are a lot better than we thought they were going to be.
Yes.
Starting with Indianapolis, they're a lot better than we thought they were going to be.
Yeah, a lot.
So I don't think so. If you got to split these 2 games. Now, if you win 2, you're in great shape. You win 2, you're in good shape. You're 4 and 3, and you're okay. If you split, you're 3 and 4. You're hanging in there. You're hanging in. But I don't think you could lose to the Colts and the Packers back to back, and then it's the bye.
Yeah, that is.
I mean, I can't imagine you don't make a change, but I don't think you could be 2 and 5 and sit there and say, "Yay, we're going to make the playoffs because we're going to go 8 and 2 in our next 10 games."
Now, the saving grace here, and there is actually some good news and the bad news and the bad news. The good news is the NFL, and in the NFL, it's not even that crazy anymore. Stuff happens
every week.
Every week, teams.
New England beat Buffalo.
Yeah, New England beat Buffalo, and Denver rallied from down to beat. And the Broncos are a good team, but you know what I mean. Like every weekend, there's something that happens, and go, "Oh, I didn't expect that to happen. Oh, I didn't see that one coming." It happens all the time in this league. So just with that as the backdrop, yeah, it looks like a daunting task, and yeah, it looks like it's bad news on top of bad news for the Arizona Cardinals. But given that this league is based on the idea that just about anything can happen in a given week. it'd be foolish to say they can't or they won't or it's done or it's over. You got to let this play out. But even the biggest optimists would look at it and go, boy, they are up against it, especially to your point. If they don't win one of these next 2 football games, they are taking on water fast. If they don't win one of these next 2.
Look, if we think that 9-8 doesn't get you in, that you really got to go 10-7. If you lose the next 2 games, then you're looking at having to go 8-2 against that schedule in the final 10 games. It's not going to happen.
That won't happen.
It's not going to happen. You got to hang around that 500 mark as long as you can.
Even if 9 gets you in, you got to go 9-3 against that schedule.
No, 7-3.
7-3. Sorry, 7-3 against that schedule.
Yeah, 7-3. Because you'd be 2-5
as opposed to 8-2. Okay,
but 7-3 against that schedule. Yeah. You still have got to play the Rams in LA. You got to play Seattle in Seattle. It becomes a daunting task.
NFL.com took another pass at every team's needs going into the trade deadline.
This one changed?
Yeah, now they're saying offensive line.
Okay.
Was NFL.com, they were cornerback. The last time they did this, it was corner.
Flip a coin.
You've been pushing for running back. There are sites out there that will tell you wide receiver. A week ago, NFL.com said corner. Now they're saying offensive line. Again, you want the bad news, the bad news, or the bad news? The bad news is the league's website can't make up their mind which position the Cardinals need most.
Yeah, depending on which way the wind blows.
It's a quarterback
North,
this week.
south, east, or west.
Seriously, it's a Sunday's collapse against the Titans illustrated concerns on both sides of the ball. Here's the thing they mentioned, though. I got to think Will Hernandez is playing more than 23 offensive snaps this week.
Yeah. Because they had success with him.
They had success with him. I got to think he's playing more than that.
Yeah.
I don't know what his limit is, but it's time to up the limit a little bit.
He had a pitch count. They had a pitch count on him because he hadn't played in a while. And that pitch count will go higher this time. Maybe it's not the full game, but that pitch count will go a little bit higher. And they obviously had success when he was out there.
It's a make-or-break game for your Phoenix Mercury this Friday as they take on the Vegas Aces for Game 4 of the WNBA Finals. Tonight is Game 3. Text the word FINALS to 620-620 for your chance to score Game 4 tickets. Once again, text FINALS to 620-620 for tickets to this Friday's Mercury versus Aces game. Could one of the Valley's own fill a need for the Diamondbacks? Second straight offseason, we've been able to say that. Next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Arizona Sports is giving away a pair of tickets to see the Mercury face the Aces in Game 4 Friday night downtown. Text the word FINALS to 620-620 for your chance to win. Be part of the best atmosphere in the WNBA and cheer on the Mercury in the finals against Vegas. Text FINALS to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax, and Stuart Willis. And there is what you want out of your financial advisor is you want your financial advisor to understand your wants, your needs, and your timeline. Your 20s, your 30s, and your 40s, you're a little bit more aggressive in investing because you've got time. As you get older and you start to get into your later 50s and even early 60s, you don't think you have as much time and you built up a nest egg. You want to make sure that nest egg is protected. So the right financial advisor, and I recommend Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax, is going to help eliminate some of the risk, right? Some of it. They're going to eliminate some of that risk. They're going to make it, like there's a percentage. There's certain index funds and stocks and bonds. And, you may not want to be as heavy into stocks and you want to be more into bonds. You might have some security. You might say, hey, listen, I've worked really hard to build up this nest egg. I still want to invest, but I don't want to have the risk involved. That's where it's important to have a relationship with your financial advisor. That's why I recommend you call Stuart Willis right now at 602-877-PLAN and get yourself a free portfolio review. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Ready to order?
Yes.
We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll, presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Lauren is here with a poll question that'll make you think on a Wednesday afternoon. And we apologize in advance if
it hurts my brain if I have to think too hard. So don't make it difficult.
Not what you want to do on this Wednesday. I apologize in advance.
You might want to skip this poll question.
Yeah, because this one's going to make you think a little bit.
Okay.
All right, you ready to think, Gambo?
Okay, I'm looking now.
Put on your thinking cap.
Okay. Which of these outcomes do you think is most likely? The Cardinals make the playoffs. The Suns finish with a record above 500. ASU misses the college football playoff, or the Diamondbacks sign Cody Bellinger.
I hate to say this. I'm a huge fan, but I would say to me it would be ASU misses the college football playoffs. It's just the Big 12 is a juggernaut of talented teams, and I would say that.
I hate to say it, but I also would vote for ASU.
Ooh, okay.
And that's the leader in the clubhouse getting 50% of the vote.
It's the one
survey says
that makes the most sense.
Yes.
You know, like if you just filter out emotion and just go straight cold logic, it's just the one that makes the most sense. So what are the others? So 50% for ASU. Well,
50% for ASU, 37% for Suns finish above 500.
Oh, there's your crew right there. 37%.
Those are my boys.
The 37%ers.
I don't think they're going to finish above 500. I don't think they finish above 500.
Oh, so your window is 37 to 41 wins.
Yeah.
37 to 40 wins.
If you said, like, I think that they can... I think they could 38, 39, 40. I wouldn't go higher than 42.
Okay.
40. I wouldn't go 42. I would not say 42 and 40. I would not.
Okay. 37% for that.
I've been very, very consistent with what I've said about this.
You have.
Very consistent.
You're good.
No one's arguing with you.
Yes.
You don't have to get so defensive about it. It's all right.
I am just a huge
You've
believer.
got 37% with you in this poll question.
Touchy over there.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Lauren's just in a good mood because the Cubs are up 4-1.
Yeah, I'm not fooled. It's the first inning. It's just
Yeah,
like
whatever.
every other playoff
Why is
game
that-
they've
is that-
played
why is
this
that-
year.
Okay, I got to get that game on in here. We
Yeah,
saw
you
the
do.
Tigers are up 8-3. All right, 37 for the Suns.
8% going with D-backs sign Cody Bellinger, and 6% going with Cardinals make the playoffs.
Let's talk about this Cody Bellinger thing.
I like him. I like him.
It came.
He's a good player. He's had a good year for the Yankees.
Came from a story on Bleacher Report, and dark horse MLB free agent suitors.
Yeah.
For the top 25 stars available. And what they picked the most likely team for the top 25 free agents to go to, and the dark horse candidate for each free agent suitor to go to. Now, there's 99% of me that thinks this is absolute hogwash, and Cody Bellinger's not coming to the Arizona
He's not coming to the
Diamondbacks.
Diamondbacks. He's going to cost too much money.
But I will say, if you had asked me on October 8th, 2024, if I thought Corbin Burns was coming to the Diamondbacks, I would have said hogwash. He's not coming here. And yet,
right,
here
but they
he
can usually only afford one of those guys. They could just afford Greinke.
But that was not on our radar this time a year ago.
No.
And on no one's radar was that. So that's where I've got that little 1%.
Wait, I think it was on somebody's radar. You sent me an email today that it was on somebody's radar.
Whose?
I could have sworn you.
No, it was part of this story. In which they used.
They just used that as an example?
That as an example. Yeah.
Okay.
They used Corbin Burns to the Diamondbacks was one of the most surprising top-tier free agents. Yeah, they just used him as an example.
Yeah,
Nobody saw
Bellinger's 30 years old. Okay, he's not 35. He's going to get paid. Somebody's going to give him a 3 or 4 year deal.
6 years,
at a lot of money.
$183 million is what they're projecting. Is what Spot Track is projecting.
Yeah, I don't think
Cody
the
Bellinger.
Diamondbacks can do that. I don't think the Diamondbacks could. Because now you're saying, okay, I'll sign Bellinger, but I'm not going to get a starting pitcher, and I'm not going to get a bullpen. And look, I said that I think that they could leave third base alone with Blaze. It's possible. And I don't think they're going to go heavy on a first baseman. I think they could add a first baseman. I'm not saying they're not going to, but I don't think they're going to go spend big money on a first baseman. The priority is starting pitching. They don't have starting pitching. In this same story that you sent, it has Zach Gallen going to the Astros.
Yes.
As a projection. Well, okay, you don't have Gallen. Now you don't have Burns for half the season. You don't have Gallen. Now, I don't know about Merrill Kelly, but you've got to address starting pitching over outfield. You have to.
Of course. I mean, yes, of course.
So
absolutely.
if you spend $30 million a year on Bellinger, you're not getting a good starting pitcher.
I get it. The only way, and I'm not saying this because it's going to happen or you even think it's going to happen, the only way you sign Cody Bellinger to that kind of contract is because Ken Kendrick says, you know what? To hell with it. We're going for it. Why not? I'm going to do it again. I'm going to write a big check again. Let's do it.
And I'm going to sell that Pie Trainer baseball card.
Yeah, exactly. I've got a room. I've got the Honus Wagner 1912
I don't
card.
need it.
I don't need it anymore.
Tired of looking at it.
I'm going to sell it, and I'm going to go get myself Cody Bellinger. I mean, look, the only, of course, logically, you can't make an argument for it at all. I'm just going to go back to the Corbin Burns thing and say this time a year ago, who would have saw that one
Sure.
coming? It's easy to say now, well, okay, looking back on it, I guess, kind of, come on, man. On October 8th last year, Corbin Burns was not on our radar screen at all.
I don't even know if he was on Mike Hazen's. He was in
Not
New
at
Zealand
all.
hiking with his kids.
Yeah, exactly. So, but it's probably, it's the only, because you're right. The way to do it to make it work is you sign him and you don't sign anybody else. They can't do that.
Right.
So you'd have to sign him and say, to hell with the budget. We're just going to spend. We're just going to go for it. We're just going to spend a bunch of money.
Right.
Whether we have it or not, don't care. We're just going to spend it.
Then you'd be the Suns signing Utah Watanabe and Keita Bates-Diop and all these veteran minimum guys to fill out your roster.
Yeah. Zach Gallen, as you mentioned, logical landing spot, the Houston Astros. Dark horse, the St. Louis Cardinals. They also project, well, it's Spot Track, so it's 4 years, $74.8 million for him.
It's going to be a little bit higher than that, but not much. He'd be in the 20 to 25 million. Listen, again, I'll say this one more time. They're going to offer Zach Allen a qualifying offer, and he is going to decline it. Okay, mark my words. They will offer him the qualifying offer. He will decline it. If he signs somewhere else, they'll get a compensatory pick at the end of the first round because he'll sign for more than $50 million, and he probably will sign for more than $50 million because he's a good pitcher and he finished very strong.
Here's what Mike Hazen on Wolf and Luke said a couple days after the season ended on Zach Gallen's future with the Diamondbacks.
I try not to put any possibilities of those things. Obviously, we're going to be in the market. Everything's possible. I think we have a good relationship with the players that are here and the ones that we traded. We work hard at that. There's a reason for that. I think that having players that want to play here is important to us. It's not at the end of the day, the biggest factor, as we all know, in a market. The dollars are going to talk, and they should. Players should be in a position to maximize their earning potential, and I appreciate that about this sport. Like you can't run against that. You have to run with it, in my mind. And we'll see what happens. Look, I don't think it's realistic we're going to put the band back together. I think that we're going to try to be in the marketplace in all ways, and pitching is going to be a focus for us.
Here's what I will say, though, acknowledging that Cody Bellinger ain't going to happen. I do wonder if a surprise is going to happen. Is there a surprise out there? Because for 2 straight off seasons, we've been surprised.
Great question. It's a great question.
We've been surprised. Eduardo Rodriguez wasn't a surprise. Jordan Montgomery was a surprise.
There's a surprise trade.
That was a, whoa, hey, Jordan Montgomery. Last year.
It's a trade, not a free agent signing.
Okay, but even still.
Does that work? Does that work?
Of course. Yeah.
Okay.
Like
there's a surprise trade.
I didn't know that
Alec
guy.
Thomas or Jake McCarthy or.
I don't know if that's a surprise player that is. I don't know if that's
Marte.
Would be a surprise. Marte would be a surprise.
Okay, Corbin Carroll's going nowhere. Perdomo's going nowhere.
Of an addition, not a subtraction. That's a surprise.
Okay, but to get the addition, you've got to give up.
Yeah, and they trade Jordan Lawler and they get somebody that go, hey, didn't see that coming.
Yeah, I could see something like that happening.
Because for 2 straight off seasons, they've surprised the hell out of us, right, with what they've done. Like, whoa, hey, that was cool.
Mike prefers the trade that gets him cost controllable guys with years of control. That's his to go to. Yeah. That's his go to.
Because I like surprises. I like baseball off season where they're like, oh, hey,
wow,
that's cool. Oh,
yeah.
I do. Oh, I like surprises.
I didn't see that coming.
That's cool. Oh, you got even Jordan Montgomery. God, it was such a spectacular fail, but in the moment it was like, oh, that's so cool.
This team is spending some money.
Just got Jordan Montgomery. You're spending some cash, man. That's great. That's cool. Didn't work out really well.
No, it worked out terrible.
Yeah,
waste of $50 million.
When we come, so maybe I don't like surprises on second thought. They're expensive and they disappoint you every single time.
You know what? All the surprises have been disappointing. Well, J.D. Martinez was not, but Madison Bumgarner, disappointing.
Trying to think of
what surprise was
that worked. What surprise was good? You're right. Surprises suck. Jonathan Gannon was hired by the Cardinals in 2023.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
How does he compare to those in his hiring class? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
ASU football back in the top 25 and ready to battle the Utes Saturday.
You know, it's going to be an electric environment playing at Utah.
I mean, tough environment. There's 50-60% chance of thunderstorms, rains. And we have an 8:15 kickoff that could also get delayed. And we may be playing this game at 10 p.m.
ASU at Utah. Pre-game at 4. Kickoff 7:15 Saturday night on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Dr. Jay Schwartz is the team eye doctor of your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks, but he also could be your family's eye doctor as well. You hear me talk every day about the vision correction procedure, the LASIK surgery that I had and how good it was for me, but there's a lot more to it than that. Dr. Schwartz can help you and your family with all of your eye care needs, all of them. All you have to do is go to one of their locations, Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa, and they can take care of dry eye, glasses, contact lenses, cataract surgery, high-end sunglasses. You know, if your eye's sensitive to the sun, they carry some of the best sunglasses I've ever seen. I love going in every year and getting sunglasses for me and Chelsea from the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. J. Schwartz also offers 2 years of interest-free financing on any vision correction procedure, which people love that. But for all of your eye care needs, even if somebody in your family just needs a thorough eye exam, you can go to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. Or go online at teamidoc.com.
And we're back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how is the service at Arrowhead Honda?
I trust my friends at Arrowhead Honda's service department to keep my Honda in tip-top shape. Their expert team always gets it right. From quick oil changes to major repairs, they will literally handle it all. Thanks, Arrowhead Honda.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Tell them Michael Wilson sent you. Go Red.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lovello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customize investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9 million. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating, or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Kyler Murray did not make the practice field for the Cardinals today. He has been dealing with a foot injury that had him out for a couple of plays on Sunday against the Titans. Head coach Jonathan Gannon was mum on when the starting QB would return to the practice field. For the latest on the Cardinals' injuries, you can read more right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. Phoenix Mercury playing Game 3 of the WNBA Finals tonight. It's their first basketball game played in the newly named Mortgage Matchup Center. Merc are down 2-0 to the Las Vegas Aces. Tip-off is at 5. And in the Major League Baseball playoffs, 4 teams have the chance to win and advance today. And our first contestant is not going to be able to advance today because the Tigers have a 9-3 lead on the Mariners in Detroit. That one is in the top of the 9th inning. If the Tigers hold on and win, there will be a decisive Game 5 this weekend in Seattle. Right now in Chicago, Cubs fans are having a great time. They're up on the Brewers 4-1. Brewers lead that series 2-0. Coming up at 4 o'clock tonight, Yankees will look to force a Game 5 in Toronto against the Blue Jays. That one from the Bronx starts at 4:08. And then tonight at 6:08 in Los Angeles, the Dodgers look to sweep the Phillies in front of the hometown crowd. That one gets going on ESPN 620 AM starting at 5:30. This report is brought to you by ProSmile Dental. Start your smile transformation with the pros. Text PRO to 620-620 to book your free consultation.
Hey, it's Luke. Just how crazy of an atmosphere is ASU walking into Saturday night in Salt Lake City? We're going to ask Utah reporter Steve Bartle tomorrow at 1 p.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
You never want to mess with an inspired John Gambadoro. So when he gets inspired, look out. Things happen. Got a Gambo original here.
Gambo original. Yes.
He had no idea where I was going with this.
I was trying to think,
what the hell is he talking about?
What do I get inspired? I guess I get inspired by a lot of things.
I inspired you. I'm going to take credit for this. I think I
get inspired.
A little note that I passed along on the show that I only got from Teo Mackie on AZ Central. I think, if I read your email right, inspired this.
It inspired me.
It inspired you to go look this up, all right? Because
not expired.
Inspired. You didn't expire. You've been inspired. There is
I'm going to expire pretty soon, but not
there's
yet.
A distinct difference here between
expire.
Yeah. Expire.
Yes.
The note that we read yesterday that I saw on Monday, Jonathan Gannon, if he doesn't reach the playoffs this year, will not have reached the playoffs in 3 seasons. There are currently 0 employed head coaches in the NFL who are in their 4th season without a playoff appearance to show for it.
None.
Zero.
None.
Everybody now who's in their 4th season has been to the playoffs at least once. At least once. I mean, Cliff Kingsbury even got to the playoffs. No, I'm being serious, and I'm not trying to degrade anybody. I'm just for comparison's sake. Cliff Kingsbury, by the time he got to the playoffs, right?
I'm still a believer that Gannon's the right guy for this team and Monty Fort. I might change my mind at some point, but right now I'm still of the belief that these are the right guys. But I went back and I looked at the 2023 coaching hirings, inspired by this, that 4 years in, nobody's ever made it. I said, well, there's a lot of other guys that are 4 years in now too. Let's take a look at that, because he wasn't the only guy hired in that cycle. So we could start with Mitchie Mitch and the Denver Broncos. How do you think Sean Payton's doing for the Broncos?
Pretty good.
Yeah, you like it, good. So Sean Payton went 8-9 his first year, then 10-7, and now he's 3-2 with a big win coming over the Eagles. He's overall 21-18, and yes, Sean Payton did lead the Denver Broncos to the playoffs.
Yes, he did.
21 wins, 18 losses, playoffs. DeMeco Ryans, 10-7, made the playoffs, won a game. 10-7, made the playoffs, won a game. 2-3. Overall, 22 wins and 17 losses. 22-17, 2 separate playoff appearances. Shane Steichen, 9-8 his first year, 8-9 his second year, and right now, as the Colts is one of the hottest teams in the NFL with a 4-1 record. On their way to making the playoffs, but they haven't yet. The only other guy hired was a guy named Frank Reich, who didn't even last the season. He got fired in Carolina. He was 1-10.
I like how you say Frank Reich as if he's some, ticket taker at the local movie theater.
Yes.
I think most of we all know who Frank Reich is, but yes. Some dude,
Frank Reich.
some rando named Frank Reich who came in there for 11 games and he lost 10 of them and he was fired.
The interim head coach of Stanford? Frank Reich?
Stanford's got a lot of money. They can hire whoever they want right now. They got $50 million.
Can you imagine being in a position in your life to write a check to somebody for $50 million?
Yeah, I would never do that. I would just do it, spend it on myself.
I know you would.
And some charity, but I do give to charity.
There's nothing you care enough in this world more than you to give $50 million.
$50 million. Like there's a villa, there's a better villa in Italy than the one I'm going to buy for $50 million.
There's nothing in this world you love enough to give $50 million to. I
really support all the rescue dogs out there. I spend a lot of money on.
But $50 million.
No, but I spend a lot of money on rescue dogs. A lot.
Rescue dogs going to be eating caviar and drinking.
Man, we give a lot of money to rescues that are helping dogs out.
Please don't rescue me.
Whales.
I want to be unrescued because Gambo's paying $50 million.
We spent a lot of money on whales, like the ones in the sea. Jonathan Gannon, 4-13, 8-9, 2-3 overall record of 14-25. So I'm going to go over. I'm going to take Frank Reich out. All right.
Okay.
Peyton, 21-18, made the playoffs. Ryans, 22-17, twice made the playoffs. Steichen, 21-18, on his way to making the playoffs. All 3 of those guys have winning records, and then you've got Gannon at 14-25. That stands out like a sore thumb, okay? That stands out. Now, That doesn't mean that I'm saying that I would get rid of him. I'm going to continue to say right now that unless he loses the football team and they lose 7 out of the next 10, I still believe that Gannon is a good coach and that he cares and that Monty had a lot of work to do because I think the cupboards were more bare here than they were in Indianapolis or with the Texans or with the Broncos. I think the cupboard was more bare here, and I think it takes more time for Monty to get this right. So I'm still willing to give those guys another year beyond this year if this year doesn't work out, unless this team goes 4-13.
Well, and that's what but unfortunately, that's what a loss like Sunday has led us to think is possible. You know, that's the problem with Sunday. Yeah, the problem with Sunday is you start imagining the absolute worst case scenario.
Yeah, they're going
and suddenly the worst case scenario is a different scenario than you would have thought of at the beginning of the season, right? What we would have defined as our worst case scenario at the start of the season, we're imagining way worse now. We're imagining that your boy Connor Orr from Sports Illustrated maybe wasn't all that wrong when he said 6-11. Look, I don't want to see Gannon go either, mainly because I
get to pick the music.
No,
in training camp.
No, because I think he's. Boy, up until Sunday, I would have said I like the culture, I like the room, I like his leadership, I like his kind of stoic demeanor, and all that kind of went to heck when he went after Amari DiMercato on the sideline. I do really wonder about can a guy go 3 years without making the playoffs in the NFL? And I hear everything you're saying, but man, this is the NFL. Quick turnarounds happen all the time, and at some point, we can't keep blaming everything on Steve Keim's leadership and give the current regime a pass on their inability to build a contender. This is the NFL. The Colts survived Anthony Richardson, got Daniel Jones off the scrap heap. They're one of the best teams in the AFC.
San Francisco 49ers are an injury ward.
And they're
and
at
Mac
top
Jones
of the
is
division.
3-0.
And they're on top of the division.
So you cannot use the excuses. Not in the NFL.
Can't.
No, in the NFL you can't.
And the biggest thing I think that's gonna cause us to rethink this, I really do. It's less Gannon and it's more Monty. Okay, I'm sincere about this.
Are you thinking D-Rob, Walter Nolan?
Yes, Marvin Harrison Jr. Like all this stuff, and I think the only thing that's going to give all of the above a pass is if they come to the realization they had the wrong quarterback the whole time and they want to give everybody one more shot with a new quarterback. I think that's the get out of jail monopoly card.
But here's the problem with that, and we're not ready to write the close the book on Monty's draft picks because we have some guys that haven't even played yet. Right, and I think some of these draft picks are going to be great.
These are hypothetical conversations.
If you go with a new quarterback next year, first of all, the quarterback class in the draft is not great. That's one. And number two, you're probably going with some retread quarterback and saying, okay, save our jobs. Save our jobs with some guy who's been around the scrap heap 3 or 4. Now, not to say it hasn't happened before because they did it with Carson Palmer and Kurt Warner.
Yeah. So Daniel Jones is maybe doing right now in Indianapolis.
Yeah.
If that season had gotten sideways, I don't know. Perhaps, maybe. But yeah, I mean, again, these are all hypothetical. But that's where it's just as much Gannon as it is to me roster construction. And did you get the right guys? Did you draft the right guys? Nobody's made that year 2 leap yet for this team. Nobody. Marvin Harrison Jr., Max Melton, Darius Robinson, all the guys, Trey Benson, he's hurt, he can't. Isaiah Adams, like nobody's made that year 2 jump yet.
It's fair. And there has been a lot of injuries involved, and you just can't do anything about that. I mean, Walter Nolan may be a great player, but we haven't seen him play yet.
Tune into Arizona Sports at Night. It's coming on tonight, right after Sparky's Den, which is on after us at 6. Kevin Zimmerman and Mitch preview the Cardinals as they head to Indy to take on the Colts. Listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM or the Arizona Sports app. Is Kyler Murray taking enough accountability for the offensive struggles? One former NFL GM does not think so. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Morana mornings.
The sideline interaction, Paris Johnson Jr., talk about a great dude and a great teammate. Just over there with his arm around the shoulder of Amari DiMercato. Jonathan Gannon storms over, and it's about as animated as I've ever seen him. Like, he's full of rage, and he's talking very emotionally to him, and then he takes his arm and kind of appears to slap him fairly hard, like on the side of his body. And at first glance, you're like, whoa, that's kind of violent. But Paris Johnson Jr.'s got his arm around him and doesn't do anything. So clearly what Jonathan Gannon is saying to the player is positive.
Look, as someone who's been slapped many times in my life, very few have been positive.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Join the Bud Light Football Face-Off Thursday, October 9th at DraftKings Sportsbook at TPC Scottsdale, starting at 5 p.m. Compete for your chance to win tickets to the Cardinals game versus LA on December 7th, plus a chance to go to Vegas for the final face-off where you could score a trip to the Super Bowl.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Game day at your place? Feed the whole squad with catering from Spinato's. Crispy Chicago-style pizzas, monster wings, fresh salads, even gluten-free options. And this September and October, don't miss the return of the Wizard of Za, a spicy Chipotle peach pizza paired perfectly with a hazy peach IPA from 100 Mile Brewing. Yeah, you heard that right. Spicy Chipotle peach pizza. I've tried it. It's bold. It's different. Somehow it just works. Whether it's game day or pizza night, make it Spinato's. Order now at SpinatosPizzeria.com.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. When it comes to your comfort, results matter. That's why Precision has been voted the #1 ranked AC company in the Valley for over a decade, delivering the best installation in the state. And now's the perfect time to upgrade. Get $2,500 off a new AC unit, plus receive the Valley's only 10-year workmanship warranty. Protect your home, lower your stress, stay comfortable all year long. Make the Precision decision today. Call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Our backyard needed a makeover big time, and it's a big decision until it was an easy call at Casa Galvisi with California Pools and Landscape. And they're celebrating the industry's biggest honor with the biggest savings. Do not miss the Pool Builder of the Year sales event Saturday, October 18th at all 4 Valley Design Centers, Arizona's most awarded pool builder for 37 years. The best pricing, fastest build times, industry-leading warranties. Get started with your free design consultation at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Mercury make it a series? Game 3 tonight in Phoenix. We'll discuss tomorrow morning. The fun begins at 6 a.m.
That game starts at 5 o'clock. We'll keep you updated on that one here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Thanks to everybody listening here on Burns and Gambo. A shout out to our audience in Litchfield Park. Hello, Litchfield Park. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon. Rand Carthon used to be the general manager of the Tennessee Titans. Wasn't there very long, a couple years. Right. He's on CBS Sports now, and this was from yesterday. We've had a lot of Drew Petzing conversations. Boy, have we talked about the Cardinals offensive coordinator a lot. We've also had a lot of Kyler Murray conversations, and that's where Rand Carthon is going when it comes to what happened against the Titans on Sunday.
You said you've been playing long enough, and you felt this was coming. At some point, young fella, you got to take accountability. I get it. You had the team in the game. You made some plays early to put the game in a respectable fashion for you guys to pull away from this game. But a lot of the reason why they had to call the plays that they were calling, it was because you were hurt. And you left the game for a little bit with a foot injury. And so they couldn't run you around because you were ineffective, right? If you felt that was the case, then gracefully bow out and let Jacoby Brissett come in and run the rest of the offense. But even if that's the case and you gritted it out and stayed for your team, you don't get to absolve yourself from what happened, because if you were out there on the field, you still have to play and find a way to make plays. So you don't get to pass the buck. And I understand the comment, hey, I trust the play call. I know what that means.
Yep.
I know what that means. That means you didn't agree.
At all.
But at the same time, young fella, you have to step up. You have to take accountability for what's going on with this offense, because you are very much a part of it all.
I feel like my dad just gave me a lecture.
Actually, I had a listener send that to me on my Instagram page. I don't usually use Instagram for work stuff.
Yeah,
but
that's all just
somebody,
pictures of Italy and Norway, typically.
Everything on my Instagram page, John Gambo, is it's my regular life outside of work.
Travel diary, right?
Yeah, but somebody sent that to me on Instagram last night, and I listened to it. I'm like, okay, this is good. This is good. Now, Howard Balzer pointed out to me and you that Murray, after returning from that injury, was 4 of 7 for 26 yards, mostly short throws, and said watching his replay, you could see him lifting his right foot while throwing. So, how much of that had to do with, okay, he's a little banged up, we don't want to make him run. And to Carthon's point is like, well, if you're not the best option for the team, don't go back out in the field. Let Jacoby Brissett do it if you can't. If you can't run the offense, let Jacoby Brissett run the offense to give this team a chance to win. But Murray came back out there. At that time, nobody questioned his ability to go run 5 yards if he needed to get it. And it wasn't only that. It was the 3rd and 8 play. Look, Petzing said I regretted the call. Gannon everybody regretted the call. And if they could do it over again, foot or no foot, they're throwing the ball to McBride or Marvin Harrison Jr.
I would tend to think so.
Okay,
yeah.
if you can say, hey, you're going to do it again. Oh, yeah, well, Kyler was in the game. He's going to make the throw. But it was an interesting point by Carthon, just pointing that out.
It was an interesting point, but I think it also, again, not to make this a coaching thing, but I think the coaching staff has a role in that too. If you're looking at a limited Kyler Murray and you feel like you're too limited in what you want to do because of the foot injury, then you need to get him out of there. At the end of the day, it's not a Kyler Murray decision to keep playing. It's a you decision. And if you're looking at him saying, hey, guys, I'm just telling you right now, he's not the same dude. The foot injury is bothering him. Then that's on the coaching staff and the training staff to get him off the field, right? That's not Kyler.
The players are going to try to play.
Coming over to the side and saying, hey, guys, my foot's really bothering me. I don't think I should be out there at all. I mean, he's going to push to play. He's going to want to play.
We want that.
We want that.
We want them to push to play.
We crave that in our guys.
In sports, yes.
Right. So that to me is more, I appreciate Rand Carthon's, kind of dad lecture there, but I think that's just as much on the coaching staff. If indeed that was the case, if indeed he was so hurt, it was limiting his ability to play the position properly, that's more on the coaches than it is on the players. I think. I think
his
it's more.
Mobility might have been a little. It might have been affected by it a little bit, but you could still make a 8-yard pass.
But I do also think, to your point, there is a deeper conversation to be had here about. Okay, I know we've been all Drew Petzing all the time, and sometimes I wonder if Drew Petzing is calling these plays because he feels like Kyler can't do more than that. That Kyler, we're going to talk about this a little bit later, but there was a story I saw on AZ Central today and had 10 different highlights throughout the course of the game of things that went wrong offensively. They weren't all bad play calls. And many times they were wide open wide receivers. And many times Kyler Murray, bailed out of the pocket sooner than he probably should have, or could have hung in there longer, or just flat out missed a guy when he could have made a throw. And sometimes I wonder if, again, there's that word, trust. Is there a reason why Drew Petzing is coaching timidly when it comes to his quarterback because he knows there's just only so much his quarterback can do out there.
Then you got to stop being so timid and no risk it, no biscuit. You're gonna have to open up this offense.
Adam Archuleta, who called the game, he was on Bickley and Murata yesterday, and he was asked what he's seen so far from Kyler Murray. And this kind of ties into the Rand Carthon stuff a little bit in the sense, well, I'll just let him explain.
And I put Kyler Murray in that category as well. He's an unorthodox quarterback. And so I do think that you've seen him develop the under center game. You've seen him develop the other aspects of trying to play in the pocket and being that quarterback. But you haven't really seen the results. You're still scoring the same points. You're throwing for less than he did. And so I don't think you're getting the best version of him, and I don't know what he's like in the building. I don't like to go by hearsay or reports. I don't know what his study habits are. I only want to go with what I see on the field. All the other off the field stuff, I'm not good at speculating. So I don't know how much time he does put into it or not, but I don't think you're getting the best version of him. He is an instinctual player who has elite competitive spirit, elite instincts of how to play the game. And I don't think we've seen that match that from his early part of his career. And that's, to me, what they're missing in this offense.
But who's stunting that? Is Drew Petzing stunting that? Is Jonathan Gannon stunting that?
Listen, I remember this. The feeling was, okay, that's great, but you're not going to win anything with him playing like that. You're not going to win anything with him running around like a chicken without his head and then all of a sudden turning nothing into a 30-yard run and doing that 3 times a game. You're not going to go like you need to stay in the pocket and be able to be protected by your offensive line and deliver the ball. I mean, I remember these conversations.
I do.
We've had them all the time.
And not only that, what complicates this whole situation is what made this offense semi-successful the last couple of years was a power run game that was designed to kind of take the burden off of Kyler Murray, right? And you don't have that now. And I don't know if you're getting that back this year.
Yeah.
You just and that was the whole. This was actually, they didn't maybe score as many points as we would have liked, but in terms of their ability to move the ball, they were a fairly effective offensive football team last year behind that power run game that I think was put in place to kind of to make it so that Kyler Murray didn't feel like every play lived or died on his ability to make that play and run around and make something happen.
You're not going anywhere with a quarterback that has to improvise all the time and live. You're not going to go anywhere. You have to go. The quarterback's got to stay in the pocket, make his reads, go through his progressions, deliver the ball, see at the line of scrimmage, know what he's going to do, and we're not getting that as well as we should.
And again, for those who missed it, Kyler Murray did not practice today with a foot injury. We'll get more information on him tomorrow when we come back on Burns and Gambo. What? Is Arizona State football overrated? Overrated. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Arizona Sports is giving away a pair of tickets to see the Mercury face the Aces in Game 4 Friday night downtown. Text the word finals to 620-620 for your chance to win. Be part of the best atmosphere in the WNBA and cheer on the Mercury in the finals against Vegas. Text finals to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Back here for Global Credit Union, their locations all across the valley. They have a real commitment to you paying lower fees or no fees. They want to make banking and savings accounts and checking accounts and loans as accessible and easy as they possibly can be. And so because of that, when you go with Global Credit Union to handle your checking account or your savings account or your loans, anything you would for a bank, you're going to find that it's not only easier, it saves you money. Global members pay low to no fees on their accounts. Global members get a better interest rate than they can at a bank. And because of that, Global members saved collectively $195 million last year. It's a better, simpler, easier way to bank that saves you money. 10 branches throughout the valley, easy to use mobile app. Explore the benefits of becoming a member. Go to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing,
T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levit throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levit to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right, you can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray did not practice today. Murray was diagnosed with a foot injury during Sunday's game against the Titans. Head coach Jonathan Gannon was mum on when the starting QB would return to practice. For the latest on the Cardinals' injuries, you can read more right now on ArizonaSports.com and on the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury play in Game 3 of the WNBA Finals tonight. It will be the first basketball game played in the newly named Mortgage Matchup Center. Merc are down 2-0 to the Las Vegas Aces. Tip-off is at 5. And in the MLB playoffs, we are guaranteed a Game 5 in the divisional series. The Detroit Tigers forced the set Game 5 in Seattle, taking down the Mariners 9-3 in Game 4. So that series goes to Seattle this weekend. In Chicago, the Cubbies are in good spirits. It's the top of the 4th inning, and they lead the Brewers 4-1. Cubs currently down in that series 2-0. Brewers with a win will advance. Coming up at 4 o'clock, the Yankees will look to force a Game 5 of their own against the Blue Jays. That one's taking place in the Bronx. And then the Dodgers in Los Angeles host the Phillies, and they're looking to send the Phillies back home packing tonight. That one starts at 6:08 with coverage at 5:30. You can listen to it over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Hey, it's Wolf. How good is the defense the Arizona Cardinals offense will face on Sunday? The last 15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander tomorrow at 11 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Yeah, I really don't care about the weather. Like, obviously, we got to prepare for it. We got to spray, footballs down as much as we can. We got to do stuff like that. But at the end of the day, football is won by one person moving the other person the other direction and then not giving the other team the ball. Right? At the end of the day, like, weather can affect how you get that accomplished. But you still have to take care of the football, and you still have to move the person in front of you the other direction, right? So I think, whether there's rain, whether there's not rain, yeah, we're going to do what we can to prepare for it. We live in a desert. We don't get much of it naturally. We have to play some wet ball drills, but we're not focused on that. We're focused on, the task at hand, which is Utah.
55% chance of rain in the greater Salt Lake City area for Saturday night for that game between
55, so it's going to rain.
Yeah, it's probably going to rain.
It's going to rain.
It's probably going to rain. How hard, I don't know. We're supposed to get rain all weekend. Apparently, there's some tropical storms. A hurricane. Is it a hurricane? That's a hurricane.
We got a hurricane here?
Hurricane Priscilla that's going up the coast of Mexico, and we'll get the remnants of that all weekend. That's why it's going to be so wet
Priscilla
and rainy
Presley? That's one Priscilla. I don't know if I know another Priscilla.
It's the only Priscilla I think I can think of is Priscilla Presley.
That's it.
Is that the only one?
I'm at a loss for Priscillas.
Yeah, I think that's it. That's the only one.
All right, so you got to deal with rain. So what? Win the football game.
Win the football game. So what?
Yeah. I was looking at some Big 12 football power rankings out of the Desert News.
Deseret News.
The
Deseret News.
The Deseret News. Yeah, I guess it should be the Deseret News. Not the desert.
Not the desert.
Deseret News.
The Deseret News.
That's out in Utah, right?
Indeed it is. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
What about the dessert news?
I could have went with that.
The dessert news is this fantastic...
they caught us on YouTube because
this fantastic Trader Joe's carrot cake that we were talking about yesterday. Yeah. I stopped and got some today.
Yeah.
Whew.
I told you, like, it's the bomb.
Whew.
Like I said, I'm going to go get some. Then I come back in, and, like, you're still doing I had my mic off, and when I shut the mic off, my video's supposed to go off, but I walk in, now I got 5 people on YouTube. What's that you got in your hands, Gambo?
Take that frosting.
Is that dessert? I got a small piece of carrot cake.
Right into my veins with that frosting, man.
Carrot cake is it's so good.
There. Oh, my God.
It's so good. All right.
Where were we?
It says the schedule toughens up for BYU and Utah while Cincinnati made a statement. And they go through their power rankings. And they said this is a big week. There's some big, the top build games like Arizona State at Utah. You got BYU at Arizona. That's like the hottest. Have you guys heard that's like the hottest ticket in town? The BYU Arizona game?
Well, it doesn't surprise me.
Okay, I've heard that is a hot ticket right now.
Well,
BYU
when
at Arizona.
BYU was here last year. Well, that was a crazy hot ticket.
Yeah,
that was a crazy. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense to me that would be a hot ticket.
So they go through their rankings and they have Texas Tech number 1, no change. They were number 1. They beat Houston 35-11. They play at home against Kansas. They're 5-0. They're 2-0 in the Big 12. I think you could almost pencil them in to the Big 12 championship. Number 2, they've got Arizona State. They jump from number 3 to number 1. And it says over the next couple of weeks, we'll find out if the defending Big 12 champs will be serious contenders to repeat as league champs. And it starts on the road against Utah on Saturday. A big rivalry. The home teams have had noticeable advantages, but they've got Arizona State number 2. Cincinnati number 3. Okay. They moved up a couple of spots after their big win against Iowa State.
Yep.
BYU is hanging in there at number 4, no change. They're 5-0. They beat West Virginia. They play on the road again at Tucson, but they're 5-0 right now. And then at number 5, they've got the Utes. And they coming off the bye. They were number 6, and they're number 5. So that's what you're looking at. So in their rankings, you've got number 2 versus number 5. They talk about the bye week for each team and how the Sun Devils beat the Utes last year in Tempe, but coming off the bye, Utah's pretty good. So we'll see how that game plays out.
Yeah, look, it's everything. I think it's everything we expect it to be. In that we're what they said is absolutely right. We're going to find out. We're going to find out this week just how serious ASU is. Now we have every reason to believe they are serious based off of what they've done up till this point. But this is the start. This is the beginning of a 4-game gauntlet. This is a 4-game stretch. 3 games with Houston thrown in there as the 4th that will tell us everything we need to know about ASU we're going to learn in the next 4 weeks. I mean, everything. And if they truly are elite, and if they truly are poised to repeat what they did a year ago, then they'll get through this gauntlet 3-1 at the minimum. All right. And when they get through this gauntlet 3-1, they'll come on the other side of it and we'll say, okay, that's That's who we expected. That's who they are, and that's, I think, so everybody around the country who is waiting to see if ASU is real. All right, when they lost to Mississippi State, they're like, not real. Not real. You can't go on the road and lose to Mississippi State. You guys were a fluke last year. But then you come back and beat Baylor. You come back and beat TCU. Suddenly, you're kind of back in okay, let's find out. Are they real? We're going to find out these next 4 games. And I don't know. I think they're real. I think they're good. I think that going there and winning, it's just such a tough thing to do. It really is. It's going to be such a great test of their readiness. And I think they're going to pass it, but I'm not sure they're going to pass it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
The Baylor win is a good win on the road, but that's not a great team. They've got 2 losses right now. They just beat Kansas State 35-30. They have a terrible defense. They have one of the worst defenses in the conference, Baylor. So, but still, you go on the road, you win that game. TCU, they beat Colorado this past week. They beat them by 2 touchdowns. So they fell behind 14-0 at home, and they came back and they won the game. This is a team that had blown that 17-0 lead against Arizona State, like you pointed out last week. But TCU's 4-1. So the 2 teams that Arizona State has beaten in conference, TCU is ranked number 6, and Baylor's ranked number 8. If they get a win against Utah, that's a team that's a little bit higher in the rankings. That'd be number 5 team.
Now, one of these other stories you sent me called ASU one of the 10 most overrated teams in college football right now.
Yeah, and I hate the way they did it. I really do. Because what they said was, they won close games. They got win over Baylor and TCU by 3 points. It says that this is a team that will likely rack up a couple of losses in the near future with games against Utah and Texas Tech. I give credit to teams that win close football games.
I do too, but
I don't think you have to beat everybody by 21 points to get credit. You can win hard-fought games by a field goal, and I think you get credit for that.
But there's a caveat to that for me anyway. When you keep falling behind in those games and you have to keep coming back to it, that to me is the caveat to winning close games.
It's a recipe for disaster.
It's just a matter of time until you don't, right? Like if you keep falling behind big, as you have in a lot of these games, it's just a matter of time until you don't. And so while I do appreciate the resolve of ASU in being able to come back, you can't keep falling down like this. And that's why I hope, and it sounds like I'm reading the comments from Kenny and Marcus Arroyo and others, during the bye week, I hope they figured out a better plan of attack in the red zone. Because it's and we'll talk about this a little bit later on the show. It's the one thing that in their third down conversion rate, which is one of the worst in college football, is keeping this team from everything they can be. It's really the one thing. And so you had a week off to address it. You had a week off to figure out some solutions to see if you can be better at it. If you're better at it, then I don't think you're going to fall behind 17-0 like you have in 3 of the last 4 weeks.
Yeah, because against
it is.
better teams, you can't do that to Texas Tech.
No,
you can't do that to Utah.
You
can't do that to Utah. Better teams are not going to give up 3-score leads like that. I totally agree.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, should anybody ever bet on the Arizona Cardinals ever again? That's next here on the Burns and Gambo show on Arizona Sports, ArizonaSports.com, and Arizona Sports YouTube's channel.
The 2-3 Cardinals head to Indy to play the 4-1 Colts Sunday.
Huddle. They're really clicking on all cylinders right now is because they're able to establish a run with Taylor, and Daniel is putting the ball where it needs to be, making the right decisions, getting out of his hand fast. And so there's going to be times where guys are in stressful downs and they got to win against some really good players.
Pre-game and kickoff 10 a.m. Sunday morning.
I'm excited for the challenge. I know the players are too.
Listen to Cards at the Colts Sunday on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
More fiber and laxatives, eh?
Who are you?
I'm future you.
Future me?
Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Our doctor figured it out. It's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Toyotas are always a great value. Choose from best-selling models like Camry and RAV4 or rugged and dependable trucks like Tundra and Tacoma. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. It's October. Say goodbye to the heat and hello cooler weather. That means it's National Car Care Month, and there's no better time to make sure your car's ready for the fall. The fall is so busy, we no sooner shut our cars off and then, oops, we're gone again. So I know we all want to take care of our cars, but we never seem to find the time until it breaks. There's a couple of quick and easy things we need to do to keep our cars ready. Checking the brakes, battery, and tires is a start. And let's not forget about the fluids. A simple oil change and topping off your coolant can save you major headaches later on. If you're hearing strange noises, see dash lights, or just need a tune-up, now's the time to act. Please don't wait until your car leaves you stranded to come see us. We know that getting car repairs can be confusing, but where to go when you need them isn't. That's us at AMCO. Remember, transmission repair is our specialty, but we do all repairs too. And we take the hassle out of getting your car repaired. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
9 Inch Nails. Live at Desert Diamond Arena, Friday, March 6th. Get tickets now at NIN.com. 9 Inch Nails. Live in Glendale. Peel It Back Tour 2026.
Doesn't it make you feel better?
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday. Can the Cardinals shake off all the ugliness of the Titans' loss and get things done against the tough Indianapolis Colts? We'll preview it starting tomorrow at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
So, obviously, we've all heard of survivor pools, right, in the NFL. You pick a team and they have to win.
Right.
And as long as your team wins, you get to live to fight another weekend and pick another team the next weekend. And a lot of times, you hunt and peck and search for games just like the Cardinals and the Titans, right?
So are you in this Circa Survivor?
No,
is
I'm
that
not,
you?
and that's just what I was going to say.
I thought you might have been in it.
I've
high
heard
roller.
Please, whatever. We all know who the degenerate gambler on the show is, and he's oddly not in the studio right now.
Mitchie Mitch!
I don't know where Mitchie Mitch went. He might be burying his face in carrot
Circa
cake right
Survivor?
now. The most well-known NFL survivor pool in the country is the Circa Survivor. The entry fee is not for the faint of heart. It's $1,000 per entry. But the $18.7 million prize pool entices contestants to take the risk.
Wow.
I would never, ever spend $1,000 on an entry fee in a survivor pool. Never.
Okay.
Never.
Well, a lot of people that spent $1,000 and picked the Cardinals this week are blank out of luck.
Yeah, it was a bloodbath.
Yep.
It was a bloodbath. Arizona was the second most picked team in the contest. 3,152 selections.
Man.
Roughly 25% of the pool picked the Arizona Cardinals.
Ouch.
The other two most selected picks also lost. The Rams and the Bills. God, it was a bloodbath.
Wow.
So
So 3,524 people picked the Rams, 756 picked the Bills, and the Arizona Cardinals, 25% of the pool, 3,152 selections. So they said from a betting perspective, it was also a brutal loss for the Cardinals. -7 for bettors, which meant that they had to win by more than 7 points to cover. Money line, all of that stuff. It says the Titans' comeback was one of the best results of the day for BetMGM. Not only was the majority of the money on the Cardinals, but also in the money line market. And the Titans reached a peak of plus 3,300 on live odds. Anyway, just the bottom line is the survivor pool, the betting polls. Everybody took a bloodbath because of the Cardinals' loss.
And I can see, I can see why. I'm not in a survivor pool this year. But if I were, the Cardinals Titans is exactly the kind of game you're looking for.
That's the game you pick.
It's the game you pick because what you're trying to do is you don't want to burn all of your Bills picks or all of your Eagles picks. Like they're the teams that you think are going to win more than not, right? But you're trying to save those. So if you look at the schedule and you go, oh, man, I can totally pick the Cardinals this week because they've got the Titans at home. They'll win that game, right? And you can save your Bills pick for another week or your Rams pick for another week or your Eagles pick or whatever. So
More people picked the Rams, though.
Well, they were home against the 49ers who were starting Mac Jones at quarterback.
So more people picked 3,524 picked the Rams, 3,152 people picked the Cardinals.
I think by point spread, that was actually a bigger upset. In fact,
the Rams losing?
I think by point spread, that was the biggest upset of the season, if I'm not mistaken. The Rams outright losing to the Niners on Thursday Night Football, I think I read at the beginning of the week, was the biggest point spread upset of the season, I think.
Right.
Could be wrong.
I'm just looking at it now. I've never... Circa Survivor results, 7,758 were eliminated. 4,646 lived to play another day. So more people were eliminated by a lot, over 3,000 more, than are still alive. So 7,758 gone because of the Cardinals, the Rams, and the Buffalo Bills.
Just crazy.
And 4,600 stuff. That's a lot of people involved in a pool. That is a lot of people involved in
because a lot of people have $1,000 to burn to enter something like that.
Mitch, are you in this pool? You in this Circa Survivor?
No, because the other game I was just about to check on, Green Bay and Cleveland, I had the Packers in week 3.
Oh, so you've already been eliminated. You already got eliminated from another game that probably wiped a lot of people out of the Survivor
That one was,
pool, right?
according to covers, was Cleveland 7.5, whereas the Rams was, I think they were 8.5 favored that Thursday night.
The other thing I got out of this, I was just looking, and I was on CBS Sports looking at some of their stories and NFL week picks and score predictions. Well, let me see what they say about the Cardinals. Let's see what they think about the Cardinals and the Colts. And this guy that's making the pick. Sports writer says, I was still in my survivor pool. If I was still in my survivor pool, I would take the Colts this week, and that's mainly because I'm not sure I could ever pick the Cardinals to win another game ever. This is the only good news for the Cardinals this week is that they won't have to worry about losing on last-second field goals, but the Colts are going to win by double digits. So just on and on and on.
But there was something else he wrote, though, that I think is actually... Not that this is irrelevant, but I think is really relevant.
The mental part?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
He writes, there is no way the Cardinals are going to be mentally recovered from suffering the most inexplicable collapse in NFL history. I mean, I didn't even play in the game, and I'm not mentally recovered. And I know he's trying
question. Are we mentally recovered?
I know he's trying to make a joke, but I mean, I think there's legitimacy to the idea of are they mentally recovered from that? Like Jonathan Gannon was on with us on Monday, and he talked about putting it behind us, putting it in the past. He referenced that earlier today when he said we can't live in the past. We have to live in the now. When it comes to this, we can't carry baggage. When I'm looking for the soundbite. Here it is right now. How to keep the good energy in the locker room. Here's what he said.
Stay in the present. Not looking forward to the future, not looking back in the past, If you're carrying baggage, you're in the wrong to me. So you're only carrying baggage because your brain says you got to carry it. We don't have to carry any baggage. We got a chance to go 3-3, play a really good football team, and play well. So that's what they know right now. Put a smile on your face, enjoy competing, and control today.
Let's say something. I think there's 2 pieces of luggage the Cardinals need to worry about if we're going to talk about baggage. Okay? Suitcase number one is losing that game the way you did. Okay, that's a tough way to lose, and that's baggage. Suitcase number two is the Jonathan Gannon incident on the sideline with Amari DiMercato. Because I think that while he's been fined, and he didn't want to address it today, I asked Lauren during the break, and he said like a 6-second soundbite in which he said, I addressed it on Monday, we've moved on. I do wonder when a coach does something like that to a player, has the locker room moved on? I mean, I've heard a lot of people on this station. Max Starks was on today.
Okay.
I heard Mark Schlereth on this morning. Guys who played the game. And they've all said the same thing. You don't do that. You don't do that. You don't. Max Starks was defiant about it. You do not touch me. You don't touch a guy. And so I wonder, is the room over that? I mean, I know he apologized, and I know he apologized to Amari in front of the room, but that is something that I wonder if it lingers this week. If he's got more work to do in the locker room.
So the players don't move on from it depends on the relationship that he has with the players.
And previously, I would have thought it was good. In that moment, he cracked.
Des Bryant, I don't agree with the Cardinals fining Gannon $100,000. I believe it only happened because of the soft world we live in today. If you're an athlete with any kind of integrity and respect for the game, you'll understand the situation. This is football. That play clearly cost them the game. I hope this doesn't cause a weird vibe between Coach Gannon and DiMercato. That's Des Bryant.
Okay. I mean, so not every player obviously feels that way. I'm just talking anecdotally of the ones that I've heard on this station. Schlereth, Max Starks.
There's a lot to learn for Sunday.
Wolfley, he said the same thing. Just don't do that. You just don't do that. So there is.
Okay, you don't do it, but it happened. So now,
but I know, but that doesn't mean everybody just moves on from it and says, "Oh, that's okay, that's cool, everything's fine." It's. I do wonder if he's got work to do to mend some bridges in there. To make sure that everybody's cool with his leadership when he snapped the way he did in that moment for a guy who never snaps. The lasting image we have of Jonathan Gannon all the time is him with his arms crossed, with the hat pulled down low, watching the game. He never flinches. He never breaks character. Not once. He's always got the same look on the sideline, and he lost his mind. For about 30 seconds.
You're wondering if there could be a little bit of a rift between the players and Gannon?
Yeah, a little bit. I wonder.
I know. Listen, I think there's a lot of answers to what we're going to find out on Sunday.
Yes, there are.
Yes. I mean, because one of it is just mentally. Like, if they get beat up and they lose by 2 touchdowns to the Colts, I mean, part of it is like, did they get over that loss? That is as devastating. Like, you're up 3 scores at home against the worst team in the NFL that just got shut out last week, and you lose in front of your crowd. Like, it's hard to recover from losses like that.
Sure
so, I mean, I understand. You got to move on, but it is not easy to do.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, halfway home on this Wednesday, here comes Lauren, if we can drag her away from the Cubs game, to tell us what's going on in sports at the 4 o'clock reset next on Burns and Gambo.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
He's hit, he's sacked, it's Calais Campbell.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Back here for the Berg Simpson Law Firm. If you're ever in need, and I would really emphasize this point, if you're ever in need, let the best team represent you, because what you will find out is that when it comes to attorneys who specialize in injuries and accidents and things like that, Berg Simpson is just at another level. They have over 24 lawyers named Best Lawyers in America by the Best Lawyers in America publication. Over a dozen lawyers named in the Super Lawyers publication. They are listed consistently as one of America's most influential law firms by the National Trial Lawyers. They just reach a different level. And like I say, I would hope that you would call them, because my wife and I got involved in an accident many years ago, and we didn't call Berg Simpson, and it was a mistake. The accident wasn't our fault. We thought everything would just happen because the accident wasn't our fault. They would just come easily to us because it wasn't our fault, and we were wrong. We should have called them. I would encourage you to do the same. If you're ever in need, please call Berg Simpson. They're the best team to be on your side. 602-777-7000. That is 602-777-7000, or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters, a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley. And Mike, you've got a great special going on if people sign up for the turf maintenance program.
Turf maintenance and cleaning is very essential to the longevity of your turf. Give us a call. We're giving up to $250 off on all cleanings, depending on size of project. We offer a 3-step process like none of our competitors in the business.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
When it comes to your electric bill, saving energy means saving money. That's why SRP offers many ways to help you cut costs and boost comfort. From rebates and discounts that can save you thousands of dollars, to expert insights that can help make your home more energy efficient. SRP has tools and programs that give you many ways to save. Explore your options today at srp.net/savings. That's srp.net/savings.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray did not practice today. Murray was diagnosed with a foot injury during Sunday's game against the Titans. Head coach Jonathan Gannon was mum on when the starting QB would return to practice. For the latest on the Cardinals' injuries, you can read more right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury play in Game 3 of the WNBA Finals tonight. It will be the first basketball game played in the newly named Mortgage Matchup Center. Merc are down 2-0 to the Las Vegas Aces. Tip-off is at 5. And in the MLB playoffs, we are guaranteed a Game 5 in the divisional series. The Detroit Tigers forced that Game 5, taking down the Mariners 9-3. That Game 5 will be in Seattle this weekend. Right now in Chicago, the Cubbies are holding strong. The Brewers were able to get one back, but the Cubs still lead the Brewers 4-2. Cubs trail in that series 2-0, so they cannot lose today. We're just about to get things going in the Bronx, where the Yankees are hoping to force a Game 5 in their own series against the Blue Jays. They had a big win last night. They're looking to avoid elimination again tonight. And then coming up at 6:08 specifically, in Los Angeles, the Dodgers are hoping to send the Phillies home packing with a 3-game sweep. We've got coverage of that game starting at 5:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Now that we're all properly lubed up on carrot cake from Trader Joe's, we can get down to the business at hand, and that is the 4 o'clock reset, the latest going on in sports. And for that, we turn it over to our Cubs fan, tear herself away. This elimination game for her Chicago Cubs. Cubbies are winning 4-2 over the Brewers right now, live from Wrigley. Good time for you to step away for a moment.
It is, because I have very little faith in this. I was already telling everybody in the newsroom I'm in memoriam for the season.
For you, it's already done.
It's done.
It's done.
It's done.
It's just a matter of declaring the patient deceased.
Exactly.
You've already made your peace with
I've given last rites.
Okay.
I'm just waiting.
Okay, good.
I'm holding out hope for my team. I'm holding
That's
out for
good.
a hero.
Good for you. You okay.
We got a good chance today at Yankee Stadium to even that thing up.
It's weird in a best of 5. It doesn't take much. Like it really doesn't. It doesn't take a whole lot. I know. Okay, the Cubs have to win 3 straight. The Yankees have to win 3 straight. But you win the first one, and then it really is just a matter of winning one more. And then who the hell knows what's going to happen in Game 5, right?
Right. You never know.
The Brewers just want it more.
Buck up in there. You're fine.
Thanks. You'll be fine.
Come on.
I'm fueled on carrot cake alone.
Why not? Yeah. The
All
frosting
right.
alone. What do you got for us?
Let's dive into it. We'll start with Jonathan Gannon on if Kyler is healthy enough, will he play in this game?
Yeah, if he's healthy enough to play, he'll play.
Limited in some regards.
Yeah, if he's healthy enough to play, he'll play.
If he's healthy enough, he'll play.
He didn't practice today. Today's also the day we normally hear from Kyler. The Cardinals' fine PR staff has delayed that at least a day, to kind of give us a better idea of who the quarterback might be. So maybe
We don't even know who will
we
be
don't even know
speaking.
who will speak with the media tomorrow or Friday or whatever. But
Okay, so
normally,
foot injury for Kyler. Tomorrow's the big day, right? If he practices tomorrow, he's good. If he doesn't, I think it's a game time. It comes a game time decision.
I got to think tomorrow's, if he doesn't practice tomorrow,
he's not going to play.
This is just a guess, but I think it's an educated guess that it'd be pretty hard to get him in that spot if he's not able to practice on back.
I wouldn't rule it out completely. I mean, I don't know that he has to have a Wednesday, Thursday practice in order to play. Maybe it might just be
right. Maybe not.
Let's just get the foot. Let's just rest it. Let's just give it every chance we get. We'll make a decision. The day of the game.
We'll see.
Well, let's once again run through the laundry list of the
Take
Cardinals
a
injury report.
Big deep
Yeah.
breath. Go.
Okay, Kyler Murray did not practice with a foot injury. Darius Robinson did not practice with a pec injury. Evan Brown was limited with a hamstring. Will Hernandez limited with a knee injury. Will Johnson limited with a groin injury. Zay Jones limited with a knee injury. Max Melton limited with a hamstring injury. Cody Simon limited with a knee injury. Jonah Williams limited with a foot injury. And Mac Wilson Sr. limited with an ankle injury.
A lot of names.
But no excuses.
No.
I mean, the San Francisco 49ers have been injured more than anybody else, and they're just finding ways to win football games.
It's the truth. I every now and then we peek in on the YouTube chat to see what they're talking about when they're watching us, and a couple people are talking about, yeah, but this guy's hurt. Yeah, but that guy's hurt. Yeah, this is the NFL. Deal. I mean, it's just, it happens to everybody. Everybody, every team, all the time. Figure out a way to make it work. San Francisco can make it work. You can make it work.
And some other news from around the NFL. The Bengals announced today that they will be starting Joe Flacco against the Packers this Sunday.
Wow, God
as
bless him.
Flacco looks to beat the Packers for a second time already this season.
If I'm Flacco, I'm just saying, let me get traded again. Let me play on 3 teams in 1 year.
Who's another team that plays the Packers later? Can he get traded there?
The Cardinals.
The Steelers.
True. Joe Flacco on the Cardinals. Oh my God! Could you imagine?
Kyler's hurt. Brissett goes down. Just trade for Joe Flacco.
Could you imagine? You know what surprised me? There have been, the trade deadline still a few weeks away. There have been a
lot of trades.
Fair number of trades so far.
There have been.
Not a blockbusters.
No.
None that are going to make you go, ooh, I can't believe that guy
What do you
got
mean?
moved.
Joe Flacco's not a blockbuster trade?
Joe Flacco is not a blockbuster trade.
Delaware Blue Hens, Joe Flacco.
My sources are telling me Joe Flacco is not a. But there have been a fair number of trades so far.
There have been like 6.
Surprising, yeah.
Like 6 trades.
Go Joe Flacco.
And another announcement today coming from the Cleveland Browns. Head coach Kevin Stefanski was non-committal today
Shador.
on whether Shador Sanders will be the second QB behind Dylan Gabriel or whether it will be practice squad call-up Bailey Zappi.
Oh, my God. How bad. Then why did you draft him? Then why did you draft him?
After you already drafted Dylan Gabriel?
If we're going to play these games and do this nonsense, then cut him. Why did you draft him? Why is he there?
You wouldn't cut him. You'll trade him.
Or trade him.
For what? Cut him, you'll trade him.
If there's somebody who wants to take a flyer on him. But I mean, why are you doing this dance with him when you've got options to not have him around. I really honestly don't understand this.
I don't either, but I mean, you could be looking at trade bait. The desperate teams that need a quarterback. Okay, I'll trade for Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
I don't think the kid ever gets cut. There's definitely a team out there that would trade for him.
Maybe, but I guess I'm just saying, if you're going to go through this whole runaround and not even elevate him to your number 2 spot when clearly he's now the number 2 quarterback on the roster, then figure out something to do with him and get rid of him. Get him off your squad.
I'm just going to ask this. I'll be very, very quick. Cardinals lose the next 2 games. They decide that, internally, not externally, internally, like, we're going to move on from Kyler. Would you give up a 5th round pick for Shedeur Sanders?
No.
Okay.
Hard no.
Why?
Too much baggage. Too much stuff. Too much noise I have to navigate to reach the kid. Nope. Okay. I'm a hard no. You?
Yeah, I'd probably say no. But I'm just bringing it up because, if you're going to move on, you got to have a quarterback.
There's nothing probably about my no. It's a hard no.
And we'll look in on the MLB playoffs because the Tigers and the Mariners were back in action today, and the Tigers won 9-3, evening that series now to apiece.
Oh, man, that is going to be one heck of a Game 5.
In Seattle on Friday or Saturday? Do we know?
I think we do know. I just don't know.
Okay, that's fine. We'll look it up. It's fine, but that's going to be a heck of a Game 5.
Big 4-run 6th inning. Riley Green and Javier Baez homered.
Yeah.
Spencer Torkelson had a big RBI double.
Cool. Game 5 should be fun.
And the Cubs and the Brewers, they're in action right now. The Brewers have the 2-0 series lead, and that one is the Cubs are just looking to merely survive this game.
And then, in a game that's just about to get underway, Gambo's guy, Cam Schlittler. It's about ready
Schlitz. I keep thinking of Schlitz beer.
Get the start against the Toronto Blue Jays.
Kid was electric against the Red Sox last
One more
week.
time,
He's ready.
Yankees need him to save their season and avoid elimination against the Blue Jays. And tonight, the Dodgers can sweep the Phillies. Right?
Yep, everybody's in action tonight. And the Phoenix Mercury look to get their first win in the WNBA playoffs tonight against the Aces. Game start is just about an hour from now, live from Mortgage Matchup Center. Alyssa Thomas also earned a spot on the 2025 WNBA All-Defensive First Team. It's her 7th career selection.
Is this the first official event at the Mortgage Matchup Center? Since the rebranding, the renaming? Has there been anything else that's been there since?
Not that I know.
I don't think so. So
it wasn't a sporting event.
Yeah, like a concert or something. Yeah, just watching both of you and Mitch, get used to saying Mortgage Matchup Center.
There was a pause.
There's a pause, right? It's like a pause when Gambo says Schlittler.
Yeah.
It's also a pause for you to say the Mortgage Matchup Center.
I don't feel like I need to hover over the dump button when I say Mortgage Matchup Center.
No, you just got to think about it for a second because it takes a minute. It's a must-win game for the Mercury tonight. Can't go down 3-0.
No, they should have won Game 1. They
toast.
should have won Game 1.
You're
Game
toast.
2, not.
You're toast if you lose tonight. Got to win tonight.
And a college football update?
Yes, please.
A writer for The Guardian is reporting that Bill Belichick has discussed buyout options with North Carolina. Belichick signaled a willingness to trigger his own $1 million buyout if he can find a soft landing with another team or a media market.
It's been a disaster.
God.
It's been an absolute disaster. It couldn't have gone worse.
It could
for North Carolina. It could not have gone worse.
I didn't realize this.
They're getting blown out of games.
Not only that, I didn't realize the whole Drake May thing. Like, I know Drake May went to North
Not allowed to
Carolina.
tweet or comment at all about North Carolina stuff in the Patriots. Yeah.
Apparently, and I heard this on the morning show, his family is huge in Chapel Hill. Like not only did he go to North Carolina, but his brother was on the basketball team. The May family is, I don't know this for a fact. I got this from the morning show. But apparently, so any friction between Bill Belichick and North Carolina and Drake May is stupid for Bill Belichick because he's kind of messing with a first family of North Carolina athletics in the May family. I didn't know that, but I thought this has got to end. This has been a disaster. For him and them, a disaster.
Right. And the Belichick UNC football Hulu documentary has just been canceled.
Yeah, it was canceled yesterday, along with what was supposed to be that preseason Hard Knocks that was instead supposed to be on North Carolina football. Boy. That was canceled because his girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, wanted to be involved in the production and what would air and what wouldn't.
Nothing more harmful than ego unchecked.
I mean, the girlfriend obviously has something to do with this, but he's 73 years old, and
Get over yourself.
He wasn't going to be successful. Nobody wanted to hire him in the NFL. Okay, where the guy was one of the most successful coaches in the history of this game, and nobody wanted to hire him in the NFL.
Oh.
So you're going to go to college and start recruiting?
Oh, Schlittler. Toronto's up 1-0.
Oh, no.
Oh, well played.
Schlittler. They're down 1-0.
Was that Guerrero?
I think so.
He's hitting .950 in this series. No, I'm serious. Go look up his batting average in this series.
It was
Vlad Guerrero Jr. is worth
single to
every
right.
penny they paid that guy.
All right, we'll give Gambo some time to process that, and with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Thank you, Lauren. We appreciate
Vlad Guerrero Jr.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports,
Bill Belichick.
Peyton Manning isn't walking through that door on Sunday.
Burt Jones?
But
Archuleta.
The best offense in the NFL is walking through that door on Sunday. That's next on the Burns and Gambo
Burt Jones
show.
was a good one.
Boy.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I love the specials that Christian Brothers has. You know, I use Christian Brothers for my AC, my plumbing, and my electric. I just used them recently for an electrical issue I had at my house, and they did a great job on that. They're offering $500 off a surge protection unit for the entire home. Yes, with the bad weather coming in, and nice to have that surge protection for your entire home. They even offer $1,000 off any electrical panel upgrade, and you get a free surge protector included with that. So if you need any electrical issues done at your house, you want to check out the great people at Christian Brothers. They've been doing it since 1976. Now you're saying, hey, you know what about the AC? I need a new AC unit. $2,500 off right now. $2,500 off, and you'll get a free HVAC surge protector when you buy your new AC unit from Christian Brothers. They offer a lot of the major brands, including Trane and Bryant and Goodman, and all you have to do is give them a call. 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Waltz, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Prime Big Deal Days is here with great kitchen deals. Greatness is a deal away. So if you love baking, you can get a deal on a new mixer, transforming you into the Lord of the Loaves.
Hear ye! Make way for the baron of brioche, the sultan of sourdough, the Lord of the Loaves, Prime Member Dave!
Yeah, hi?
Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days now.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Severe from Vicks.
Sinex Severe Nasal Spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Severe instantly relieves nasal congestion and works 6 times faster than nasal decongestant tablets. The 12 hours of relief allow you to get back to the moments that matter without congestion.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it. Try Sinex Severe from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey, it's Luke. Just how crazy of an atmosphere is ASU walking into Saturday night in Salt Lake City? We're going to ask Utah reporter Steve Bartle tomorrow at 1 p.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Back here on the Burns and Gambo show. Thanks to everybody out there listening. A shout out to our audience in Mesa. Hello, Mesa. Thanks for hanging out with us here on this Wednesday afternoon as we're getting you ready for what's going to be another busy football weekend between the Cardinals taking on the Colts. ASU's big game against Utah. We'll have plenty to talk about with these two games. And as for the Cardinals, taking on a Colts team that has been, safe to say, one of the true surprises of the NFL. I saw a Pro Football Focus thing, and it's, Pro Football Focus. Take it for what it's worth. Sometimes we love them, sometimes we hate them. But, boy, they are high on their chances to be the number 1 seed in the AFC. I saw them, I'm like, what, the number 1 seed? What are we talking about here? But it's all based on an offense that is, like we joked, Peyton Manning's not walking through that door, but that offense is, and that offense has been dynamic so far.
Yeah, the fact that Daniel Jones is an MVP candidate just blows me away. They're second in the league in scoring. They're averaging 32.6 points per game. They're fourth in total offense, averaging 381 yards per game. Daniel Jones is third in the league in passing at 1290. Only Matthew Stafford and Dak Prescott are ahead of him. So he is having a great year. 6 touchdown passes, 2 interceptions. I got somebody on the YouTube chat, Daniel Jones is fool's gold. He wasn't bad as a Giants quarterback. He wasn't bad. They just felt like, and then the Giants have notoriously given up on players a la Saquon Barkley. So, they gave up on Daniel Jones. They made it to the playoffs. They won a game. They got beat by the Eagles. They got trounced by the Eagles in that playoff game with Daniel Jones. And I think at some point they just felt like we could only go so far with this guy. They let him go. He's resurrected his career with the Indianapolis Colts. He's in a great spot. But they also support him with a tremendous running game.
Yeah, they do. Jonathan Taylor has been fantastic so far this year. Just a dynamic running back who is leading the league in rushing yards right now. 480 rushing yards, 6 rushing touchdowns, leads the league. His 7 overall touchdowns lead the league. He only had 60-something yards against the Raiders, but it didn't matter. He was in the end zone 3 times against the Raiders this past weekend. Between that, Michael Pittman, this Tyler Warren kid,
Penn State tight end is good.
Penn State tight end, he's been so good. Now, the thing you're going to hear a lot about the Colts, and this is where Cardinal fans are going to get a little cringy here. You're going to hear schedule. You're going to, and you're not going to hear it from us necessarily. I'm just telling you what other people will say about them. Other people will say about the Colts, well, look who they've played. They've played the Raiders, and they've played the Titans,
Broncos,
and the Broncos. Well, the Broncos
are good.
They played the Rams. They're good. They played the Dolphins. All right, all 3 of their big wins.
Wait, they beat a team that they were supposed to beat?
That's why you're going to cringe if you're a Cardinals fan, because you're going to hear that and go, yeah, great. I mean, so what about their schedule? So what did they beat up on the Dolphins and the Raiders? We couldn't. Our team couldn't. I'm going to knock them for that? You know what I mean? You want to. I get it. You want to say, oh, that's not real. They just played bad football teams. Yeah, the Cardinals played bad football teams. They're 2-3. Look at the quarterbacks the Cardinals have played this year. It's tough to look at.
I don't want to.
It's Spencer Rattler, and it's Bryce Young, and it's Mac Jones, and it's Sam Darnold,
Ward.
and it's Cam Ward. So you can
the easiest schedule in the NFL, the Cardinals just finished.
Yes.
And they're 2-3.
And they're 2-3.
And now they have the 3rd toughest schedule the rest of the way. Look, there's another thing about the Colts. We're talking offense. They forced the 4th most turnovers in the NFL. So they force a lot of turnovers. Now, the one thing that may work against them is that, their kicker went down. They've had a good kicker. He went down, Spencer Schrader. So they're going to have a new kicker in this game. But their offense between Jones and Taylor and Warren and then Pittman and Pierce and Downs, they're loaded on offense. And their defense has done a pretty good job. They force turnovers at a pretty high rate, 4th best in the NFL. So protect the football. If you don't, might get blown out of that building.
Jonathan Gannon today on the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah, they're a good football team. Obviously I light up when I talk about Shane because I know how good he is, being with him for those 2 years that we were together. He's a really good football coach, and he knows how to use his people, use his weapons. He knows how to, get the most out of the quarterback. Like I said, they got a lot of good players. Chris Ballard's done a really good job with that roster where it's at right now, with a mix of vets and youth and premium players, as I would call them. And then Lou, coming over from Cincinnati, they play hard. They disguise really well. They take the ball away. They're taking the ball away at a high clip right now, I think in the top couple teams in the NFL. And he's got premier players too. They got 2 inside guys that are really good players, a really good corner, really good Mike linebacker who I was with a couple of those guys. It's a big-time challenge. There's no doubt.
Lou is Lou Anarumo, who, if memory serves, was a candidate to be the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals a couple years ago.
Yep.
This guy interviewed. Bengals defensive coordinator.
Bengals defensive coordinator,
back
very good
when
one.
his name was super hot, and then he kind of fell out of favor there because that defense kind of fell off a little bit, and he was let go, and the Colts snapped him up real quick. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the Shane Steichen, Gannon was asked today if he keeps in touch with his former Eagles colleague.
Not this week, that's for sure. I keep focused on my job at hand right now.
Yeah, as you should.
Yeah.
As you should.
I mean, again, going back to something we talked about earlier, those guys were hired at the same time. They were both hired at the same time in 2023. Steichen has not made the playoffs yet, but he's in a much better place than Gannon is, because he's got a team that's 4-1, and he's built this thing up a little bit. And you're starting to see, he went the first year 9-8, second year 8-9, so right around 500. The both for, and now he's got a 4-1 with a chance to go to 5-1 at home.
Okay, but let's call it like it is. All right, let's get down to brass tacks here. Are we surprised that Lou Anarumo is running a great defense? No, he's done it before. Are we surprised that Jonathan Taylor is one of the top running backs in the NFL? No. Are we surprised that Michael Pittman or even Tyler Warren are having success? No. Daniel Jones is I'm just being honest. Let's just call it like it is.
Yeah.
Daniel Jones is the part of this equation. It's like the old Sesame Street Electric Company, which one of these is not like the other, which one of these doesn't belong. It's him. It's him. He's the one where you just go, God, is that real? Am I really?
Yeah.
Is because remember, it was a quarterback battle between Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson in the offseason. They weren't sure who they were going to go with. And if memory serves, Richardson got hurt.
Yeah.
And basically conceded the gig to Daniel Jones in the offseason and in training camp. But that's the part of it where you say sustainability, lastability, reality. Is Daniel Jones really that good of a quarterback after being so mediocre of a quarterback? And that's where I wonder about the schedule a little bit. And I know I just got done saying, oh, you can't judge them by the schedule. Maybe not. Maybe I can't judge them, but I think I can judge him a little bit by the schedule and wonder if he is really as good as he's been so far. Because some of these numbers that we've got here in front of us blow my mind that we're talking about Daniel Jones.
Yeah, if you go back and look, he wasn't a guy who threw more interceptions than touchdowns with the Giants. He was good. They gave up on him. The way Sam Darnold was given up on by the Jets, the way Mac Jones was given up on by New England, and teams give up on guys and they still got some talent. Like, how many teams gave us Josh Rosen a shot after the Cardinals let him go? No, but how many teams was he on?
No, we were just.
What, you were talking about that in the break?
No, we were just. You got Schlittler down, but you struggled with Rosen.
Josh Rosen.
Slow down.
Rosen.
So it's like Perdomo. Just slow down and say Rosen.
It's and then some guys don't look
Josh
at it.
Rosen.
How many? Oh my God, I sound like that guy. Maybe that's where I got it from.
Charlie Casterly from the NFL Network.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. We're interrupting your.
There are look, there are Baker Mayfield examples out there, man. There just are. Daniel Jones was not a terrible quarterback. He was not a terrible quarterback. If you go look at his years with the Giants, he was good.
He wasn't this.
No, he wasn't this. But he
wasn't
also
this.
No, but it's a look. You got to end up in the right spot with the right coaches and the right players around you, and he's ended up in a really good spot.
Yeah,
I don't know. We should all be surprised that he's doing so well. Yes, yeah, we should all be surprised he's doing so well. When they signed him, it wasn't that big of a deal. It was an afterthought. The Colts signed Daniel Jones. So I bet he's making no money. I haven't looked at what he's making.
I think he's like 19th in salary in the NFL. among quarterbacks.
But he had like 70 starts under his belt. He was a good but not great quarterback. Yeah. And he has elevated his game, and he's elevated the players around him.
Make or break moment for the Mercury this Friday as they take on the Vegas Aces for Game 4 of the WNBA Finals. Text the word Finals to 620-620 for your chance to score. Game 4 tickets. Once again, text the word Finals to 620-620 for tickets to this Friday's Mercury Aces game. Oh, no. Another top 10 pick for the Arizona Cardinals? That's coming up on the Burns and Gambo Show.
ASU football back in the top 25 and ready to battle the Utes Saturday.
You know, it's going to be an electric environment playing at Utah.
I mean, tough environment. There's 50-60% chance of thunderstorms, rains. And we have an 8:15 kickoff that could also get delayed. And we may be playing this game at 10 p.m.
ASU at Utah. Pre-game at 4. Kickoff 7:15 Saturday night on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Football fans, every Sunday, the ultimate watch parties are going down at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get ready for an unforgettable game day experience with special guest appearances, mouth-watering food and drink specials, all the big plays on massive screens that make you feel like you're in the stadium. Whether you're rooting for your favorite team or just there for the good vibes, you won't want to miss a minute. So bring your friends, your game face, and catch every thrilling moment every Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REP AIR for Parker & Sons.
You know, Gatos, as homeowners, there are times where you don't just want the best, you need the best. And your roof is definitely one of those times.
And when we're talking about the best, and when you need somebody to take care of your roof, we're talking America Roofing. I've used America Roofing. We've got people at the station, and they've used America Roofing, friends and family members. Even our kid's Nana used America Roofing.
I heard it from my neighbors, got the free inspection. First we had a repair, and then it was time. We got a brand new roof, one of the best decisions I've ever made as a homeowner.
Paulie, I trust them to protect my house and my family because I know that they are absolutely the greatest roofing company in the state of Arizona, the largest roofer in the state of Arizona. And when it comes to money, I mean, they saved you some cash, right?
I got multiple quotes. They were super affordable, made the process so easy. Remember, they've been in business for more than a quarter century.
AmericaRoofingCo.com, 602-960-ROOF. America Roofing.
They've got you covered.
ROC number 186438442.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray did not practice today. Murray was diagnosed with a foot injury during Sunday's game against the Titans. Head coach Jonathan Gannon was mum on when the starting quarterback would return to practice. For the latest on the Cardinals' injuries, you can read more right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury play in Game 3 of the WNBA Finals tonight. It will be their first basketball game played in the newly named Mortgage Matchup Center. Merc are down 2-0 to the Las Vegas Aces. Tip-off is at 5. And in the MLB playoffs, we are guaranteed a Game 5 in the divisional series. The Detroit Tigers forced that Game 5, taking down the Seattle Mariners 9-3 in Game 4. Game 5 will be this weekend. Hold on to your butts, Cubs fans, because the Brewers are not going down easy. It's now the top of the 7th inning, and it's 4-3. So the Brewers have another run in response to the Cubs' 4 runs from earlier in the game. Nobody on right now, and 1 out in the top of the 7th inning. Over in the Bronx, the Blue Jays have struck early yet again. It is the bottom of the 2nd inning. Jays are up 1-0 on the Yankees. And then later tonight at 6:08 p.m., the Dodgers looking to sweep the Phillies out of the playoffs as the reigning champs look to get back to the championship series. That one has coverage starting at 5:30 over on ESPN 620 a.m. This report is brought to you by ProSmile Dental. Start your smile transformation with the pros. Visit ProSmileAZ.com today to book your free consultation.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Alex Weiner. Cardinals Colts injury report shows quarterback Kyler Murray did not practice on Wednesday due to a foot injury. The Cardinals' remaining strength of schedule gets difficult. And Mercury star Alyssa Thomas earned a spot on the WNBA All-Defensive First Team. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
It was like hate clicking today when I saw this story. I hate clicked on the link.
Hate clicking?
I did.
Okay.
I hate clicked it. It was on ESPN.com. 2026 NFL draft order projections.
Oh, God.
Oh, God. Yeah. Here we go.
Hey, another 1 or 2 losses, and we start talking draft.
You know what?
They can't, if they lose the next 2. You know how I feel. If they lose the next 2 games and you fall to 2-5, I don't think you recover from that. It's too big of a hole.
You're not wrong. You're not. I just dread the idea of it's not even Halloween and we're already looking forward to the draft. And I'm not saying that's not realistic, and I'm not saying that that's but I dread that. That's not what any of us signed up for. That's not what any of us want. It's not what I don't come to work every day looking forward to talking about a football team and who they're going to draft 9 months from now, because the season's over before we're even to the bye week.
Well, I'm really glad you asked, because I was looking at a mock draft today that has the Cardinals picking 10th overall and taking Jeremiah Love out of Notre Dame.
But I didn't ask.
10th overall, legit track speed, high-end acceleration. He could stop on a dime and redirect with rare change of direction. Plays with good contact balance and the footwork to jump cut to avoid defenders. Projected team, Cardinals, 10th overall. Good night, everybody.
Bye-bye. Bye. Yeah, the link that I clicked on had the Arizona Cardinals projected to have the 10th pick of the draft, which is why you looked there for that. That was the 10th. They've got, let's see, FBI chance to earn the number 1 pick is 1%. FBI chance to earn a top 5 pick is 17%. Chance to earn a top 10 pick is 50% at this point. look, obviously, yes, the day may come in a couple of weeks where it's not premature to have this conversation, and I dread that day. But let's acknowledge it's a little premature right now to have this conversation. But I will say this to your Jeremiah Love suggestion there. Oftentimes, even at this stage in the season, we've been able to look at the Arizona Cardinals and say, oh, clearly they need a this or they need a that. Right now, I think it's as clear as mud what the Arizona Cardinals need if they were to have a top 10 draft pick. Like, literally, offensive line, sure. Corner, okay.
Wide receiver, maybe. Running back, possibly, if he's a game changer.
You said O-line.
I said O-line. Yeah, I mean, those are the four where you go in some varying quarterback. Possibly. I mean, what they think? I didn't see.
That's why you.
I didn't see the rest of that mock that you sent. I bet there's at least 4 or 5 in there. I bet.
Quarterbacks. I'm going to tell you because it was not a good quarterback draft. So I was fascinated by that.
There weren't many.
No. I'll give it to you. So they have the Jets with the number 1 overall pick taking Dante Moore out of Oregon.
Okay.
They got edge rusher out of Miami, Reuben Baines, going to the Bengals. They got defensive lineman Peter Woods going to Clemson. Then a defensive tackle, then an offensive tackle, then an edge. Then at number 7, they have the Indiana quarterback, Fernando Mendoza, going number 7. And then the next running back taken, they have Jordan Tyson going number 11 to New England. Then the next quarterback they have is 15.
So 3 in the top 15.
Yeah, but only 2 in the top 14.
Lauren, do me a favor. Turn on your mic for a second and just make that face that you made just a second ago when Gambo said Fernando Mendoza. Please, can you recreate that moment for the viewers on YouTube? Please give me method acting. Okay.
Yeah.
Fernando Mendoza. Okay, that's what I was looking for.
Yep.
Kind of okay.
Fine.
Maybe. I know you watch a lot of Big Ten football because of your Illinois love over there.
I mean, but he's pretty good.
Yeah,
he's not a bad quarterback. I've seen him play.
He's
good.
No, I see. Okay, so Lauren's got to work on her acting skills a little bit.
Sorry.
That's fine. That was not a look of disapproval. That was a look of, okay, maybe. Yeah, he's pretty good.
Right?
You know?
Yeah, it was also like that signifies to me how good or bad this QB class is that he's so high.
And what's interesting about that to me is that before the college season started, man, I was looking at mock drafts that had as many as 6 going in the first round. And to be fair, some of those guys were like Sam Levit. I don't think Sam Levit's a first-round pick anymore.
No.
I mean, unless...
They've got guys, it was like later in the draft.
In the first round?
Ty Simpson going to number 24 overall to the Rams.
Okay.
And then I had another one I looked at. They have John Mateer, the quarterback from Oklahoma, going number 31.
Okay.
So, like, it could be a good draft to where, like, if you like a guy in the 20s, you can move up to go get him.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're having a conversation about it now. We're still a ways away from having a serious conversation about it. Maybe we're not as far as we hope. You know what I mean? Like, we might be closer than we think, which scares the crap out of me. But I'll say it again. There are at least 5 positions that you could make an argument they need. You know, like, especially if this season goes off the rails and they've got a top 10 pick, then suddenly they're not as close as we thought they were in any of those spots, right? Like, now, maybe you could say corner they don't because Will Johnson emerges. We'll have to see. Max Melton, wide receiver.
They might be fine at corner.
They could be, but who knows? Who knows? They're thin.
Well,
they don't have a lot of guys there.
I think the big question, if they decide to move on from Kyler, what's the cap ramifications there? How much does that hurt? You remember there's cap money and there's regular money too, right? And the Cardinals don't spend regular money the way other teams do. So cap's a different situation. But you would think that free agency money in draft is going to allocate a lot of it to offense.
Let's see what happens this weekend.
They just got to win one of the next 2. They got to win one of the next 2
against Green Bay.
Split the next 2, and you hang in there, and then beat Dallas, and then and then you can be 500.
I mean, I know it's been doom and gloom out the wazoo for 72 hours, and I get it. Let's just see what happens this weekend and over the next few weeks before we decide it's all gone to hell and it's done, right? Because
You're reacting to the negativity of the Titans' loss,
and it's
hard not to.
It's hard not to. But we also have to look at the bigger picture here and realize that was just one game, and let's see how they respond to that one bad game.
Yeah, but they also didn't play well against Carolina. They didn't play well against New Orleans. So there's a part of you that just you're wondering if the dam's going to break. Now, listen, I think that they're very capable of winning one of these two games, and I think that's what they have to do. They have to just stay afloat until they can get things right.
Mm-hmm. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the number one thing for ASU to fix going into this 4-game gauntlet in the Big 12. What is that one thing? That is next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Arizona Sports is giving away a pair of tickets to see the Mercury face the Aces in Game 4 Friday night downtown. Text the word finals to 620-620 for your chance to win. Be part of the best atmosphere in the WNBA and cheer on the Mercury in the finals against Vegas. Text finals to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
College football, law school, marriage, kids. Life got busy. I wanted to stay in shape, but didn't have the time or interest in the big box gyms. Hi, I'm Aaron. I was referred to Bill Ross Fitness Solutions. Bill created a program tailored to me. 30-minute workouts, 3 times a week, training, cardio, nutrition, everything. A couple years later, I've never felt better. I'm lighter, stronger, more flexible, and even my golf game's better. This is results-driven fitness you won't find anywhere else. Get your free consultation at BillRossFitnessSolutions.com today.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Ready! Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling. ReadyServices.com.
Ready. You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to What's Next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating, or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update.
Presented by Sanderson Ford. All right, a poll question today that will make you think a little bit. Although based off of the results from a couple of hours ago, maybe not that much because it seemed to be a pretty clear and obvious choice for our audience. It looks like
still a low-thinking poll question.
Still a low-thinking poll question, an easy-to-answer poll question. Okay, so maybe it's not as easy as I thought. What is the poll question today?
Poll question today is, which of these outcomes do you think is most likely? The Arizona Cardinals make the playoffs, the Suns finish with a record above 500, ASU misses the college football playoff, or the D-backs sign Cody Bellinger.
The D-backs one comes from a Bleacher Report story today that suggested one under-the-radar move or destination for each of the top 25 free agents, and they had Cody Bellinger to the Arizona Diamondbacks. That's why we threw that in there.
Back to his hometown.
Back to his hometown. ASU is the easy choice. We both agreed on it earlier.
I said ASU.
What would be number two? Take ASU out. Give me the other three again.
The Cardinals make the playoffs.
Okay.
The Suns finish with a record above 500, or the D-backs sign Cody Bellinger.
Now it gets tough.
Like, D-backs aren't signing Bellinger. I'm going to spend $30 million. He's 30 years old. He's going to get a good contract. He had a great year. He almost had 100 RBIs and came just short of 100 RBIs and 30 home runs, if I'm not mistaken, without looking it up. I would say
Cardinals make the playoffs is what I would say. Suns finish above 500. This isn't a Burns Gambo bet. Suns finish with a better record than they did a year ago. This Suns finish above 500. Cardinals make the playoffs.
That one's close. I don't think the Suns are going to be 500. I'll go Cardinals as well because I'm going to stick. My Suns' belief is going to be consistent throughout. They're better than they were last year, but they're not going to be above 500 team.
I'm just going math. I'm just not going to rule out a team from the playoffs because of a 2-3 start. And I'm just ignoring everything else, and I'm just looking at the record. So I pick the Cardinals.
50% of our audience still going with ASU misses the college football playoff.
Okay.
36% going with the Phoenix Suns finish with a record above 500. 9% going with the D-backs sign Cody Bellinger, and 5% going with the Cardinals make the playoffs.
Cardinals negativity is strong right now.
It's
strong.
It's recency bias.
Oh, 100%.
You lose
100%.
Yeah. Like you said, like there's a lot of damage with losing a football game like that.
There really is.
A lot of damage.
We're all picking football shrapnel out of our souls right now after that one. We are. Still, 3 days later. I mean, it really is. There's a lot of damage.
3-score lead at home against the Tennessee Titans, who hadn't won a game and were considered the worst team in the league, about to fire their coach, and you lost.
And you lost.
It's hard.
And you lost. ASU is headed to Utah this weekend, and if there's something they need to fix, this is Kenny Dillingham talking about the red zone issues, and certainly that's something they need to fix.
Yeah, they prevent scoring, right? So there's the impact is we're not scoring as many points as we should, and how that affects us, you don't score as much. So we got to be better there so we score more, and that makes us better.
Yeah, there's that, but even beyond that, there's the third down conversion rate. ASU is 127th out of 134 FBS schools in third down conversion.
Wow.
They're the worst team from a Power 4 conference when it comes to third down conversions. 31%. I knew they were bad. I didn't realize they were that bad.
Yeah, I think that's we talked so much about, how, the running game has been good, right? Raleek Brown has been really good for them. And Jordan Tyson's great. And Sam's coming around. And then, because, I think the biggest question mark coming in was, okay, you didn't have Scatterboo. How's the running game going to be? The running game's fine, but we still have a problem with the running game because when they get inside the red zone, they can't score touchdowns. But the third down conversion rate is different than just being in the red zone because third downs happen outside the red zone. So for them to have such a bad third down conversion rate is a little bit shocking to me. And it might be one of the reasons why these games have been as close as they have been.
Oh, yeah.
It might be the big reason. Well, why should they have won these games by more? Should they have beat, Texas State or Baylor or TCU? Should they have won these games by easier scoring? You know what? If they would have been better on third down, then they probably would have. We wouldn't be looking at a team that's squeaking out wins. We'd be looking at a team that's winning convincingly. Like if you even go back to the TCU game, and I was just looking at my notes from the TCU game, man, they outgained them 498 to 269.
Yeah.
They had 498 yards. TCU had 269. And it came down to,
a last-second field goal. Look at the Baylor game. They won the turnover margin 3-0, and they barely won that football game.
Yeah, and a lot of it was, like, I was looking after the TCU game. The Sun Devils had made 22 trips to the red zone, and just half of those trips resulted in touchdowns. That was really, really bad. But when you throw in that third down rate as well, which is, I think the third down rate was second worst in the Big 12, the second worst. But as you mentioned, one of the worst in the whole country.
Yeah. It's one of the worst in the whole country.
It's preventing you from being able to win these games, and it's making it so much more difficult for you to pull out a 3-point win.
The other interesting thing that came out of ASU in the last 24 hours or so were the comments of Sam Levit, who we kind of alluded to it in the last segment of the show when we were talking about the draft. At one time, Sam Levit was considered a first-round draft prospect. Now, maybe his play elevates him back into that conversation, but for now, I don't think he is, and I certainly think for now he's not in the Heisman conversation, and I think that's pretty safe to say. Sam was asked about when was the last time he thought about the Heisman, and his answer was kind of revealing.
Early on in the season, for sure. I kind of tried to tailor off on that. I wasn't playing as well, and it brought some stress, and, I kind of remembered, I'm not doing this for the accolades and all those things. Just the talk kind of puts you in that mindset, so I got out of that and just started, coming out here and enjoying the day, the beautiful weather out here and being around my team. So I'm just blessed to be in the situation I am.
It was definitely something that we talked about beginning of the season was how would ASU handle being the top dog? How would they handle, being the hunted, instead of the hunter being the hunted? How would Sam, respond to all of the talk of being a Heisman Trophy candidate and a top first-round pick and all of that? And, yeah, I mean, we talked about it with Zach Gallen. Hey, your free agency's coming up. Are you going to let that affect you? How is that going to? I'm going to. Once I walk between the lines, I've got to. Well, you had a terrible year for the most part up until the end, right? So there are things, whether you're a college kid or a pro kid, that it plays on your mind, and it's hard to get that out. Don't tell me Zach Gallen wasn't thinking about Scott Boras telling him pitch well this year and we're going to get $150 million.
And then when he started pitching poorly, that he wasn't thinking about what it might be costing him because he was pitching poorly, of course.
And then Sam, after he had a couple of rough games, like, oh man, did I just blow my chance of being a first-round pick? Did I just blow my? You can't shut your mind off sometimes.
Human beings.
Yes.
They're human. Sam Levitt's a human being.
Yeah.
Zach Gallen, even though he's a professional athlete, is a human being. That's what human beings do. And so because of that, Sam Levit has kind of had to change some things a little bit.
Yeah, it's just that playmaker in you, but you got to kind of suppress that a little bit to play within the game. And early in the season, honestly, the Heisman talk and, we're ranked this and supposed to do that was kind of just putting too much. I was just pressing too much, so just kind of chilled back a little bit on that. Started playing the game to, do the right thing every single play, and kind of elevate our whole team.
And there's no question this play the last 3 games have been maybe certainly not Heisman worthy and certainly not first round pick worthy, but more than good enough to win football games. And if he really has relaxed and he's kind of put it out of his mind and he's not thinking about those expectations anymore, then maybe we can see the Sam Levit that we were seeing last year. Because that version, you win a lot of football games with that guy. You did win a lot of football games with that guy.
You did, and I think that, you could see that he's kind of turned the corner, definitely from the game in Starksville, and played a lot better. I wanted to see him get other players more involved. We saw it with Eusebio. We saw it with Shimon Mateer. We've seen McLean. We've seen him kind of like not just go to Jordan Tyson, but that on the 4th and 4, let's get it to Jordan Tyson. You always want to get your best players the ball. I still think Sam is one of the best ASU quarterbacks I've seen. But the expectations were just so high for them this year.
When we come back, do we want to see Jacoby Brissett start against his former team on Sunday? Will we see Jacoby Brissett start against his former team on Sunday? We'll talk about it next as we're live from the Casino, Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
I know a lot of people have given up on the season after Sunday because it was that frustrating. But I think for a lot of people, and I think I'm more in this boat, Sunday's game in Indy has a save our season type of feel to it.
Sure does.
And I think one of 2 results. I don't think there's any in between.
I think they're either going to go back to the team that they used to be, the team that went into Pittsburgh, the team that went into Philly, and rallied around those moments, or they're going to go, we have got so many issues.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
back here for V's Barber Shop. I am and have been a loyal customer of V's from day one. They opened the first one more than 25 years ago in Arcadia, and I'm telling you, it was like a revelation. It was like, man, every single barber chair, every single barber at every barber chair was the best. You never had to worry about a bad haircut. You never knew who you were going to bump into when you were there. It just had this really cool, old-fashioned throwback vibe, right? And it was just different. It was unique. They reinvented it kind of in a way. They've expanded. It's 25 years. They've grown. They're all over the valley now. Chances are there's one really close to you. And yet it's all still the same. The best barbers in town, in some cases, the best barbers in the country. The old-fashioned throwback vibe, just a cool place to go get a haircut and never worry about a bad haircut. So the next time you need one, go to vbarbershop.com. You won't be disappointed when you book your next haircut at V's.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, your company is a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley, and artificial turf has become extremely popular in Arizona.
Absolutely. Less maintenance is what everyone is going for these days. So we can provide a lawn that'll last through every season, less watering, no mowing, one-stop shop. Call Turf Monsters.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
We are back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how's your new Honda?
Man, I love it. It's so smooth, reliable, and perfect for my busy life. Whether I'm heading to practice or a game, my Honda from Arrowhead Honda gets me there in style.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road, or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. It's October. Say goodbye to the heat and hello cooler weather. That means it's National Car Care Month, and there's no better time to make sure your car's ready for the fall. The fall is so busy, we no sooner shut our cars off and then, oops, we're gone again. So I know we all want to take care of our cars, but we never seem to find the time until it breaks. There's a couple of quick and easy things we need to do to keep our cars ready. Checking the brakes, battery, and tires is a start. And let's not forget about the fluids. A simple oil change and topping off your coolant can save you major headaches later on. If you're hearing strange noises, see dash lights, or just need a tune-up, now's the time to act. Please don't wait until your car leaves you stranded to come see us. We know that getting car repairs can be confusing, but where to go when you need them isn't. That's us at AMCO. Remember, transmission repair is our specialty, but we do all repairs too, and we take the hassle out of getting your car repaired. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hey Arizona, Tom Chambers here. I've learned that great teams are built by hard work, ethics, and perseverance. That's exactly what you get with Right Way Roofing. Right Way Roofing is a third-generation roofing company that has built trust in our community through their commitment to excellence. They use the toughest, most durable materials to handle Arizona's extreme weather. Take it from me, Tom Chambers. When it comes to your roof, choose the team that delivers excellence, because there's only one way, the right way.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varel, this with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray did not practice today. Murray was diagnosed with a foot injury during Sunday's game against the Titans. Head coach Jonathan Gannon was mum on when the starting QB would return to practice. For the latest on the Cardinals' injuries, you can read more right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. We're just about to get underway from downtown Phoenix, where the Mercury hosts the Las Vegas Aces in Game 3 of the WNBA Finals. It's the first basketball game at the newly named Mortgage Matchup Center, by the way. We'll keep you updated with everything going on in Game 3 when that one gets started in downtown. In the Major League Baseball playoffs, we have one final, one very tense moment, and one just getting started. Tigers down to the Mariners 9-3 today. That ties that series at 2 games apiece. Game 5 will be this weekend in Seattle. A very tense moment right now in Chicago. The Brewers are threatening to take back the lead. They have 2 runners on and now 2 out after a fielder's choice, it would appear. Top of the 8th inning, Cubs still leading 4-3, but now the Brewers have a runner 90 feet away. In the Bronx, the Yankees tied things up with the Blue Jays. That one's in the bottom of the 3rd inning, a 1-1 score. Yanks looking to avoid elimination tonight. And then coming up at 6:08, Dodgers and Phillies from Los Angeles. That one has the Dodgers up 2-0. You can listen to it over on ESPN 620 AM, starting at 5:30. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Wolf. How good is the defense the Arizona Cardinals offense will face on Sunday? The last 15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander tomorrow at 11 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Not a lot in the way of details as we welcome you back, 5 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show, along with Lauren and Mitch on the other side of the glass here. Thanks for hanging out with us, whether you're listening on 98.7, whether you're listening or watching on the ArizonaSports.com or the Arizona Sports app. Our YouTube subscribers, hello. If you subscribe to us on the YouTube channel, we appreciate that as well. And if you haven't yet, you should subscribe to Arizona Sports on YouTube, and you can watch our show whenever you want. The top story of the day, obviously, is Kyler Murray not practicing today due to his foot injury. There wasn't a lot in terms of information about it. Jonathan Gannon was asked about his concern level about this.
Take it day by day.
Okay. He was asked if he's healthy enough, will he play?
Yeah, if he's healthy enough to play, he'll play.
Even if he's limited in some regards?
Yeah, if he's healthy enough to play, he'll play.
And that's all the detail we got. I know that today was supposed to be the day that Kyler, or the starting quarterback, was supposed to meet the media.
They pushed it.
The Cardinals PR department pushed that just to, and which is fine. Just to, they want to make sure they get the right guy who's going to be the quarterback. But now that's going to happen later in the week. We don't know exactly when. So now we wait and see. Does he practice tomorrow? Is he okay?
Is it the worst thing in the world if he doesn't play?
No.
Is it the worst thing in the world if he doesn't play? You get a chance to see Jacoby Brissett run the offense. Maybe it's different. Maybe he does it better. I don't know. I don't have an answer for you. You would expect Kyler Murray's better than Jacoby Brissett, but Jacoby is a good, proven veteran quarterback that's got like 80 games under his belt. He played 4 years in Indianapolis. There's a lot of people that are down on Kyler and don't think he's the future. Would you want to see Jacoby Brissett and see what he could do?
I'm laughing because there's an old adage in football that the most popular guy on the roster is the backup quarterback, right? And we've heard that one forever because when your quarterback is struggling or when the offense is struggling, everybody thinks that salvation lies with the backup guy and he's going to come in. But I would agree that this is very different than Clayton Tune being your backup quarterback. This is okay.
A guy that can win football games.
He's a career backup, but he can win football games. Like he's
been a starter,
a professional backup quarterback in this league
he's
who,
good.
when called upon, can win a game or two. And given how clunky the offense has been, would it be the worst thing in the world if Jacoby Brissett had a game? No, I don't think it would be the worst thing in the world.
Just to see. What does it look like with somebody else?
Yeah. Is it better?
What does it look like with somebody else that's good?
Is it more functional? Can
he make plays that Kyler doesn't in the pocket?
Yeah. Does it not have the same hiccups that it does with Kyler Murray? Do they call different plays?
Right.
Do they go downfield more? All the things, right?
Is he more in tune with keeping Marvin Harrison Jr. 4 catches in the first half, 1 catch in the second half, only 1 target? Is he more in tune with making sure that guys stay in a rhythm, being a veteran? I think Kyler's a veteran too, but Jacoby Brissett is a good football player.
Yeah.
He always has been. I always liked him. I'm just saying, like, if Kyler can't go, it may not be the worst thing in the world. It's not, like you said, it's not Clayton Tune coming into play. Yeah. It's a very proven, good backup quarterback in this league.
Here's though what I was trying to say earlier in the show, and it was kind of clunky when I was saying it, and I think I've got a better way of saying it now. If Jacoby Brissett does play on Sunday, and it does look better, I think all that could tell us is that Kyler isn't the answer, not that Jacoby Brissett is. Does that make sense?
That's what you're looking for.
Right.
Nobody's thinking that Jacoby Brissett's the answer.
And that's not what I mean. No one's looking at Jacoby Brissett and thinking, oh, there you go, problem solved.
Daniel Jones, Mac Jones.
No.
Baker Mayfield.
All it's telling you, all it's doing is giving you evidence that maybe this offense or an offense run by somebody else other than Kyler Murray has a better chance of succeeding when it's got a better quarterback behind it. And I guess that's what I was trying to say earlier. I don't think, I still think the best case scenario is that Kyler Murray and Drew Petzing and Jonathan Gannon figure out a way to make this offense function so they're not scoring 20.4 points per game, because you're going nowhere in this league if you're scoring 20.4 points per game. I'm not, in the short term, it'd be interesting to see somebody else run it to see how different it would be.
Yeah.
But in the long term, all it would mean is that you got to start over at the quarterback position, and that can be messy.
Jacoby's going to be 33 years old in a couple of years. I like him
in a couple of years?
In a couple of months.
Okay.
In just December. He'll be 30. So he's going to be 33. Sorry. At some point next season, he's going to turn 34 during the season. I don't think you look at Jacoby Brissett and say he's our answer at quarterback. I think he could play in this league for another 5 years as a backup. But I just think that, can somebody else run this offense better than Kyler does? Now, the answer might be no. Maybe it's a disaster. Jacoby Brissett comes in and they get walloped 41-6. You're like, oh, I wasn't. But there's a part of me that I'd like to see.
Yeah.
I like Jacoby Brissett. I'd like to see what he could do. If Kyler can't go, I agree with Gannon. If Kyler's healthy and he can play, he plays. Because your feeling is play the best. He's your starting quarterback. But if he can't go, I'm just saying I'm not saying bench Kyler for Jacoby Brissett. I'm not saying that. I'm saying if Kyler can't go, it may not be the worst thing in the world to see what somebody like Jacoby Brissett could do with the offense.
And then the alternative suggestion is, or just the alternative path here is that Kyler is good enough to go, and they finally, and I know we keep talking about this, but they figure out a way to make this offense functional with him. And what is that like? And how do you do that? It feels like, and this is the second straight week it feels like this, and it feels like everybody offensively has kind of had their come to Jesus moment when it comes to this offense. And what that 3rd and 8 was truly, I think, for everybody in this organization, kind of that, okay, what are we doing here?
The breaking point?
A little bit, like the pivot point. What exactly are we trying to accomplish with this offense? Because let's all take a good, long, hard look at how this works and why this isn't working. And there's another part of me that very much wants to see Kyler play this weekend to see what that come to Jesus moment looks like when it comes to running a different offense on Sunday. Hey, we all admit, it's a bad idea, didn't work, we need to do something different. Let's trot this version of it out there against the Colts and see what it. Now, I don't know what that version would look like. I don't know what, I don't, to your point earlier in the show, I don't think it's Kyler Murray running around like a chicken with his head cut off, just trying to improvise everything all the time. But I do think if everybody has collectively realized offensively we have to adapt or die, I would like to see what that adapting looks like with Kyler Murray at the helm. What that change. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, allowing Kyler,
let's just see.
It felt when we sat down with Kyler Murray in training camp, and we asked him some questions and some tough questions. It seemed like he was a little agitated with, I wish I could, because I think after the interview was over, he said something like, I wish I could answer these questions the way, the way I need to, right? Or the way I want to. Because, can you elevate the players around him was one of the questions. Can you throw the ball down the field more? You don't throw the ball down the field very much.
That's the one he called egregious. He said it's egregious to suggest he can't throw the ball down the field.
Well, they don't very much.
I know they don't. They
don't.
But he said it's egregious to say that he can't, because I think the idea is that this offense is boring, and he's being asked to make the boring plays. And I'm sure he'd love to air it out a little bit more. I would guess he'd love to air
Well, then that would be, you want to air it out? Okay, we're going to air it. We're going to go 10 times. We're going to throw the ball down the field on these plays.
Yeah.
So let's see what you could do with those. Let's see what you could do with them.
We'll see what happens tomorrow with him in practice. We'll see where this goes. But I just, they can't keep doing the same thing week after week. And I want Kyler to play because I want to know what changes they've devised to make this work. Because this offense has to adapt or die. Has to. Otherwise, it's done. It's done.
If we continue down this path, like there is no ifs, ands, or buts. Like you cannot bring Kyler Murray back under any circumstance next year if this team is vanilla and plain and boring, and you just you can't keep going to the well the same all these times.
Arizona Sports and Redbird Farms Chicken are teaming up to bring you an exclusive tailgate package. That includes a grill set, that includes a Yeti cooler, and Cardinal tickets. Plus, be among the first 25 fans to join our team this Friday at the Safeway located off Cave Creek Road and Tatum between 4 and 6, and claim your free shirt with proof of purchase of any Redbird Farms chicken product. When we come back, how does Jonathan Gannon compare to his colleagues of the 2023 hiring cycle? That is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Arizona Sports is giving away a pair of tickets to see the Mercury face the Aces in Game 4 Friday night downtown. Text the word finals to 620-620 for your chance to win. Be part of the best atmosphere in the WNBA and cheer on the Mercury in the finals against Vegas. Text finals to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. The Sierras right now, the best truck out there on the market. They are priced to move right now at Liberty GMC, $13,000 off right now when you go see my friend Chris Scott, the GM there at Liberty GMC. Also at Liberty GMC, best service department in the Valley, bar none. They're open late Monday through Friday, which means you can drop your car off by 8 p.m. at night. It's ready for you the next morning. They also have a brand new concierge service at Liberty GMC. They'll come, pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. So it's great if you crave that convenience or you're a small business owner. You don't have to worry about the inconvenience of getting your car serviced. It is a great place to buy a car. It's a great place to get a car serviced. It's Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time, LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game, presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620-620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply.
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities. So do like I did and have one of your assistants switch you to Mint Mobile today.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, head to Sonic. With a great menu full of iconic classics and new favorites, there's something for everyone in your crew. And remember, order ahead with the Sonic app to score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes, where every sip helps support local schools through Sonic's Limeades for Learning, with over $30 million donated since 2009. Live free, eat Sonic.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate because you gotta have shade.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One, bringing you more inventory, better prices, and 14 Arizona locations. From hardscape to irrigation, we've got it covered. Visit pioneerco.com and order today. Again, that's pioneerco.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will the Mercury make it a series? Game 3 tonight in Phoenix. We'll discuss tomorrow morning. The fun begins at 6 a.m.
Back here on the Burns and Gambo show. Shout out to our audience in Buckeye joining us right now. Thank you for listening from Buckeye.
Buckeye!
Aces are beating the Mercury right now 15-8. 5 minutes to go in the first quarter.
It's unacceptable.
Fire everybody.
It's such a great. They've had such a great year. You'd love to see them cap it off. You know, like, let's kind of call it like it is, right? Suns got to the finals, lost. Cardinals got to the Super Bowl, lost. Diamondbacks got to the World Series, lost. We need to win something. I know it's the Mercury, but man, we need to win something.
You're a real downer today, man. You're really uplifting the whole show.
Okay, in the last 24 years, the Cardinals have made the Super Bowl and lost. The Suns have made the NBA Finals and lost, and the Diamondbacks have made the World Series and lost. And ASU made the college football playoff. And then they lost.
Yeah, that's the last time I buy you cake.
I'm just saying.
It's the last time I buy you cake.
I had a very small piece of that carrot cake, and it was very good. Yeah. It was very good.
Well,
I'd like to get over the hump and win one.
It's been a real downer of a show today.
Why?
We spent 10 minutes talking about what the Cardinals should do with the 10th pick in the draft.
We talked about Pat Bev saying the Suns are going to be better.
We're going to talk about that.
Yeah,
don't
forget about that. Don't forget about that.
We're resting our hopes around here on what Pat Bev had to say about the Phoenix Suns. Like I say, it's been a real downer of a show today. Real downer. Thank God for the cake. Not for the cake.
We used to hate him now. We might as well invite him on the show. Buy him lunch.
No. I don't know if I have the power to do this. I am unilaterally banning us from having Pat Bev on the show.
Wow. Okay. Listen, I banned people from the show before.
We are not having Pat Bev on the show.
Famously banned Dirk Cutter from ever coming on the show when he was the head coach at ASU.
And no Pat Bev. We'll tell you what Pat Bev had to say in a little bit. In the meantime, so there was a factoid yesterday that I mentioned, and it came to us courtesy Teo Mackey over at AZ Central. He pointed out in a story a couple of days ago that there are no coaches in the NFL who are going into their 4th year of being a head coach who don't at least have one playoff appearance.
Yeah.
And so the story was kind of presented like, hey, if they get to the end of this year, if the Cardinals get to the end of the year and they haven't made the playoffs, just understand that there are no coaches currently in the NFL right now who are into their 4th year who haven't been to the playoffs. It just doesn't,
they fire them?
They fire them, yeah. So you kind of use that to look at the other coaches that were hired
2023
in
cycle.
The same cycle as Jonathan Gannon to see how they're doing. And unfortunately, Gannon doesn't compare very well to them.
No. There is one coach that didn't even make it out of the first season, and that was Frank Reich with Carolina. He got fired after a 1-10 start. They fired him. But let's look at the other 3. Sean Payton with Mitchie Mitch's Denver Broncos has an overall record of 21-18. And last year he made the playoffs. They went 10-7 and made the playoffs. DeMeco Ryans, 10-7 the first year, made the playoffs, won a game. 10-7 the second year, made the playoffs, won a game. And 2-3 so far this year. Shane Steichen could be the coach of the year in the NFL this year. 9-8 his first year, 8-9 his second, 4-1 right now, and he'd be the number 1 seed in the AFC playoffs if the playoffs started today. So he's got an overall record of 21-18. So 21-18 for Peyton, 22-17 for Ryans, 21-18 for Shane Steichen, and 14-25 for Jonathan Gannon. Now, There's a lot of ways to look at this, and I think a fair way to look at it too is I do think that the cupboard was really bare. It wasn't going to be a quick out of the gates. We're going to go win 8 or 9 games. You didn't have a lot of good players. You had to start over. You and your GM got on the same page. I think it's fair to give them time to get that done and to understand that, yes, the cupboards were barer with the Cardinals at that point than with some of these other teams.
Yeah,
and you still don't buy it.
I buy that the cupboard was bare. Yeah, it barer than other teams. I mean, I suppose I could even buy that too, but I also don't think that excuses not competing for a playoff spot after 3 years of a regime. Now, that doesn't mean fire the guy. That doesn't mean I say, okay, it's time to move on and do something else. I just mean that no matter how bare the cupboard might have been, no matter how bad of a job Steve Keim was doing at roster building towards the end, I just think in this league, a league that is designed to turn franchises around, in some cases almost on a dime, 3 years is a long time, no matter how bad it was. 3 years is a long time to go. And I just don't, I'm not saying you're doing this. I'm not in the mood to go all excuse making for Jonathan Gannon and Monty Ossenfort using how bare the cupboards were. 3 years is a long time in this league to not make the playoffs, to not compete for the playoffs. There's a reason why there are no active head coaches who are going into their 4th year who don't at least have one playoff appearance on their resume. That's how this league works. You get into the playoffs after long layoffs like that. Yeah. So I'm not going to bake that excuse in for them. I'm not willing to do it.
If I took a deep dive into quarterbacks that stayed longer than they should have, and how many coaches did those quarterbacks have? I wonder, you want
to have that conversation.
Mark Trestman and John Fox, and was it Matt Nagy? Was Jay Cutler still with Matt? He might have been with Nagy. How many quarterbacks? How many coaches did Tannehill have? How many did Jay Cutler have? How many? Like, you do wonder.
How many did Jared Goff go through? Or not Jared Goff, Matthew Stafford in Detroit.
Yeah.
How many coaches did he go through? Sure, of course.
This could be.
That's a different conversation.
Yeah, because this could be like, look, it doesn't matter what the hell you do. Like, if Kyler Murray's your quarterback, you're not going anywhere. I mean, it could be. It could be like, okay, we're doing a lot of ththings and we're changing a lot of this and that. But if your quarterback's not capable of taking you where you need to go, then what are you going to do? You could change the quarterback and bring back the GM and the coach and say, let's see what happens if you've got somebody else.
I said this before, I'll say it again. I think that this is more of a Monty issue than it is a Gannon issue in terms of roster building and drafting and making sure you drafted the right guys and making sure you've drafted the players that will get you to that next level. That's kind of what we always believed was going to be the centerpiece to this plan. We expected big jumps this year from guys who were drafted a year ago going into year 2. We've yet to see that from basically all of them so far. I'm not saying that absolves Gannon from this. Honestly, I want both of these guys to succeed, in part because I think they're both really good football guys. Okay, I really do. I think they're both really good, smart football guys. And I want them to succeed because I'm tired of them trying on, let's try another coach, and let's try another coach. Let's go this direction, and let's go that direction, And I still think, at the end of the day, what you just said a second ago is more right than anything else. They get to the end of the year, and not that it's all his fault, but there might be a real appetite for that organization to just see what it looks like with a different quarterback. And just go, okay, we tried it. He might go somewhere, and he might be somebody's Daniel Jones next year. He might be somebody's Baker Mayfield next year. But we just can't keep banging our head against the same wall year after year, hoping that we're going to get different outcomes here. And that, more than anything, might be the thing that Monty and Jonathan Gannon, that buys them another year. But
if you've got
you can't go 4 years and not have this success.
If you get to the end of the season and you've got 2 roads, okay, you got 2 roads that you could choose. You're Pocahontas and you're going down the winding river and you've got to choose one of them. One of them is you keep Gannon and Monty and you have a new quarterback. The other is you fire Gannon, fire Monty, and you bring in new guys and Kyler's still here. I'm going with the first one. I'm going with the keep Gannon, keep Monty, and give him a new quarterback and see what happens.
Yeah.
I don't want to go with keep Kyler and then fire the coach and the GM and start all over again.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm just not going to do. I don't want to do that.
I agree with that. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, as Mitch points out in the chat I've got here with them, the Broncos are still paying $30 million to Russell Wilson and they're so. You know what? Somebody, I don't remember who, on Twitter, I think it was Mr. AZ, took a look at what would have been the compensation the Cardinals might have had to give up to get Sean Payton, and it was interesting. Like, because they give up 3 picks, I think 3 good picks, if I remember right, to even negotiate with Sean Payton.
At least one first. And I remember that.
It was kind of looking at what that compensation might have looked like. Maybe I'll bring this up tomorrow in the show sheet, and we can talk about it a little bit. What the compensation might have looked like if the Cardinals were to make a deal for Sean Payton, and what that might have cost you to have that conversation.
Didn't he get off to a terrible start, too, his first few games?
Yeah, they lost to the Jets in the quote-unquote Hackett game, and everybody's like, oh, God, this is a disaster. And then they won 5 in a row or whatever it was, and then the wheels fell off.
Yeah. When we come back, who said the Suns will be competitive this year? Apparently, he'll be joining us on the show tomorrow. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
There are players that do need a quarterback to impact them. Isn't that right, Baker Mayfield? When you think of Baker Mayfield and how he plays, he impacts guys around him. There's been many quarterbacks that have done that before, Basin needs. This is what Kyler needs to do. Play well and inspire your teammates to be better.
Especially coming out of what just happened. He didn't
All
answer
I know, what?
He didn't answer my question of what kind of player you were. I'm guessing you didn't need the quarterback to motivate you.
No, I did not need the quarterback. I was a desperate player.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You know, I noticed one of my good buddies from New York, Greg, he just went to Hawaii, and he posted a whole lot of photos, and he was smiling in those photos. And if you go back and you look at him for the last 10 years, never smiled in a photo. His teeth were terrible. They just were not very good. Years of neglect. And he decided to go have, dental implants done. He got new teeth. And now he's in Hawaii, and he's smiling. He's got 45 pictures up of him and his wife, and he's smiling at all of them. It makes a difference. It's why I tell you about ProSmile Dental Implant Centers in Phoenix and Scottsdale every day, because I know this place, and I've met with their doctors, and my family's going to go there for all of our dental needs. We're setting up my son, wisdom teeth need to come out, so we're setting him up to go there for the wisdom teeth. Your entire smile with the all-on-4 implants can be designed on site, not in 4 different places, and within 2 weeks, you'd have your brand new smile. Within 1 day, you can have your temporary smile. 1 day, have your temporary smile. You try it out, make sure you like the look, and then if you love it, within 2 weeks, you could go from never smiling, never posting a picture, never smiling in family photos, to all of a sudden having the best smile you could have ever imagined. They've got great financing, too. One of them is 2 years of interest-free financing, and the other one is paid off over 10 years with financing. Text PRO to 620-620. I'll get you all the info. Text PRO to 620-620.
Arizona's only professional bull riding team, the Ridge Riders, are back in action at Desert Diamond Arena October 10th through the 12th. Feel the heat of the desert as the Ridge Riders defend their home dirt, battle for glory, and fight for bragging rights against the toughest teams in the league. This is bull riding like you've never seen before. The most exciting, heart-pounding sport in America. Get your tickets now at PBR.com or Ticketmaster.com. Presented locally by Wix Filters, engineered for experts.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Brad's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, where batteries are as low as $89.99. Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Brad is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
All my young crunk brothers, I'm proud to put my name alongside Brooklyn Bedding, the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever, and I've literally never slept better. Macedonians, today is the last day of the Brooklyn Bedding flash sale. 30% off everything in-store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you and take advantage of this rare opportunity to get 30% off everything. I say it and mean it. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray did not practice today. Murray was diagnosed with a foot injury during Sunday's game against the Titans. Head coach Jonathan Gannon was mum on when the starting QB would return to the practice field. For the latest on the Cardinals' injuries, you can read more right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. Phoenix Mercury through the first quarter in downtown Phoenix. They're hanging tough with the Las Vegas Aces, down 2-0 in this WNBA Finals. Aces up 26-23 after the first quarter of play. Second quarter on deck from the Mortgage Matchup Center. And in Major League Baseball, we've got two finals so far on this action-packed divisional round day. The Tigers staved off elimination for another day against the Seattle Mariners. 9-3 the final there. That best of 5 will now conclude in Seattle this weekend. The Cubs able to force a Game 4 with a 4-3 win over the Brewers in Chicago. Milwaukee up 2-1 in that one. In action right now in the Bronx in the top of the 5th inning, the Blue Jays have retaken the lead over the Yankees, 2-1 the score there. They also have a runner on with 1 out and a 2-strike count for Nathan Lucas. The Blue Jays are up 2-1 in that series. And then coverage starting right now over on ESPN 620 AM for Dodgers and Phillies. The LA team up 2-0 on the Philadelphia club, hoping to sweep the Phillies out of Los Angeles. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? Arizona's largest roofer, A+ with the Better Business Bureau, and winner of 2025's Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday. Can the Cardinals shake off all the ugliness of the Titans' loss and get things done against the tough Indianapolis Colts? We'll preview it starting tomorrow at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Oh, good. Pat Bev likes my basketball team. Yay.
I think the Suns are going to be super competitive.
What?
Yeah, I do.
Super competitive?
I think they can beat some teams. I think they can lose to some teams. I think they can get in a situation at the end of the year, and if Suns win the last 3 out of 5, they can make the play-in. I think they're a team that can do that. I think they're a team that can. If Suns beat this team goes to the play-in. I think they're a team that can do that, right? Over a 7-game series, are they like the best team I would put my money on? Probably not. But if you was to bet on the Suns on the play-in game, I'm betting on the Suns.
Who's the co-host who says what? Because it wasn't me. Do we know who that is?
I think his name's Ronnie.
Okay.
Rone.
That's on the Pat Bev podcast.
I thought it was a girl.
What? What?
I didn't want anyone thinking it was me. Although if I were in the room with Pat Bev, I might have said that. What?
Right.
But then if I were in the room with Pat Bev, I don't think I would have lasted very long.
So Pat Bev, and listen, me and you have this long season bet that I think the Phoenix Suns are going to be better than they were last year, and you say there's no way.
Yes.
So it's, and ESPN came out with a simulation, our good buddy Kevin Pelton, on how, and it's right there. It's like right at the mark at what our bet is going to be. I'm a big believer that addition by subtraction works. That, yes, you got rid of guys that are great players, but they weren't working here, and they were malcontents, and a better mix of players, even if they're not as good, is just going to make the Suns a better team. They're going to hustle. They get intangibles. They're going to have so many intangibles that they didn't have last year because they quit half the time in their basketball games. I think the Suns will have a better record this year than they did last year. We've got to bet on it. And now, look, Pat Bev coming out and saying he thinks the Suns have a chance to make the play-in means that he thinks they'll have a better record than last year.
All right, I'll get to the Pat Bev stuff in a second, who we have unilaterally banned from making an appearance on our show. We're not going to go chasing Pat Bev so we can come on and talk about why he thinks the Suns.
We don't subscribe to his podcast anyway, so he wouldn't give us a minute.
You know, that's true, right? Wasn't it when he was in the locker room a couple of years ago? He's like, do you subscribe to my podcast? No, well, I'm not talking to you. Remember that? Remember when Pat Bev did that? There was a moment where he's like, do you subscribe to my podcast? No, well, I'm not going to have a conversation with you. Well, then, okay, fine. We won't do that.
Wow.
You mentioned Kevin Pelton, our guy, run the simulations, Kevin Pelton. And it's been a while since we've had Kevin on the show. I will try to get him on. We get a little closer to the season because it's been a while. He's got projected wins for the Phoenix Suns this year. I'll round up 35. 35 projected wins. That would technically put him in my camp of fewer than a year ago, but it's right on the border.
Right on the border. Yep.
They won 36 games a year ago. They win 37 or more. You win the fancy lunch at the Boom Boom Room. If it's 30,
Boom Boom.
If it's 35 or less, I win lunch at, where are we going? The Rah Rah Room?
I think it's the Rah Rah Room. Yeah, whatever it is. If it's a $200 lunch, it's a $200 lunch. I don't care.
So this is in the arena?
It is. I've never eaten there. I don't know. It's supposed to be like really good. I like fancy. It's supposed to be good food. I've never eaten
the
there.
Rah Rah Room in Phoenix.
I told you.
Look at it's fancy.
Oh, it's fancy schmancy.
Oh, it's fancy. Look at that bar.
I had a temporary 3-month membership that I was given, and I never used it.
Gambo's going to get so many credit card points in that dinner.
It's a lunch. It's a lunch.
It's an opulent and celebratory destination that transports members to the bygone era of fine dining, discreetly positioned within PHX
I forget it. We'll just go to Jersey Mike's.
The destination is recognizable by only a
Can I have the number 5 with mayo and oil and vinegar? And I'll make it a meal for $1.99 more.
Double animal style with fries and a large Coke, please. Yeah, so it's called the Rah Rah Room.
This is something an expensive lunch because this is a long stay. Again, I'm just.
I get it. No,
I'm not saying now. I want to
it.
make this. I'm not saying the Suns are going to the playoffs. I'm not saying they're going to win 45 games. I'm just saying that they were such garbage last year with the bums that they had on their roster that they are going to be better because just not having those guys is going to make them better.
I got 2 things to say about this. Are you ready?
All right.
Okay, number 1, I hope you're right. I hope you're right. I really do. No, I will gladly buy you a Jersey Mike sub or a fancy steak and lobster lunch at the Boom Boom Room, the Rah Rah Room, if you're right and I'm wrong. I'm serious. I will have, here, take my money. The Suns are better than I thought. That's great, because that's great for you. That's great for me. You know I love the Phoenix Suns more.
Yes.
Like they're outside of my parents and Star Wars, they're my first love. All right. I love the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah.
So anything that, and I, like I said to you earlier, it means that Brian Gregory's charting a good course for this team. It means that Matt Ishbia is charting a good path for this team.
That there's a path forward.
That there's a path forward. Because I don't really see one right now. So it means that I'm wrong, they're right. That's great. I'd love for them to be right and for me to be wrong. So that's number 1. Number 2, I will not use a guy in Pat Bev who historically does things and says things to get attention as any kind of validation that you're going to be right on this. I refuse. You know what I mean? It's just like of all.
What is he saying? What is he saying? He's a guy that played in the league. He's saying something. What is it?
Or he's just saying something to get attention.
That they're going to make the play-in?
Pat Bev is a guy who's always doing something for attention. Always. Now, I don't know what the benefit of him saying the Suns are going to get the play-in to give him attention, but he knows Suns fans don't like him. He knows this is one of the markets where.
So why don't you say they're going to finish in last place?
Because nobody cares. Because then we're not playing the cut on our show. Are we playing a cut of Pat Bev on our show if he says they're in last place?
No.
Nope. But if he says they're going into the play-in, or he could see them being a playoff team, does that Does that pinch our nerve a little bit? Yes, it does.
I think.
Yes, it does. That's why he said it.
Here's what I think. I think for the last 2 years when the Suns lost a basketball game, we came in and you were just miserable because they got blown out or they lost to somebody they shouldn't have. And I think we're going to come in this year and the Suns are going to lose basketball games and we're going to say, but did you see that?
I'm sure. Okay.
Like, oh my God, like I can't believe they cut that 15-point lead down to 2 with a minute left. Oh, they really fought hard.
On that, we agree, but that's not what the bet is.
No, the bet
is straight wins. And I just don't think enough of those moments are going to lead to enough wins, given the toughness of the Western Conference in general and who they're playing night in, night out. I just think there's too many good teams.
What do I have to have? I got to get 37 wins?
37 or more wins.
That means I could have 45 losses.
Yeah.
Is that right? Did that math work?
Yes. Congratulations. You can subtract 37 from 82.
I'm saying the Suns could lose 45 games. I just think they're better than last year. I don't know why I'm so adamant about this.
You are adamant.
I'm just
Again,
hopeful to not hate the team as much as we hated it last year.
That's different than winning. There's a distinction between the two. There's liking them more and having them win more games. There is a difference between those two things.
I just think playing hard is going to surprise some teams.
Okay.
Fair?
Well,
just playing hard night
see.
in and night out is going to annoy some teams, and they're going to pull off some upsets.
Pat Bev.
Thanks, Pat Bev.
Shoving Chris Paul in the back like that now.
What?
And goes back like exactly. What?
What?
Huh? Are you saving that? Does that go into Mitch's drop Hall of Fame? The Hall of Fame?
No. The first ballot Hall of Famer right now is.
We keeping a buck right now. We ass.
You sure that's not recency bias?
Look, this one's going to run forever. Let's be real. I won't play it again because I played it once, but yeah.
Okay.
The last of the Rio ones.
Okay. The one of these days we need to have a segment, the Mitch Sound File Hall of Fame. We need to take a walk down memory lane and see what they are. Tune in to Arizona Sports at Night right after Sparky's Den. Mitch and Kevin Zimmerman previewing the Cardinals as they head to Indy to take on the Colts. Listen right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM or on the Arizona Sports app. What plays have defined the Cardinals offense this last game against the Titans, and what do they need to fix? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
The 2-3 Cardinals head to Indy to play the 4-1 Colts Sunday.
Huddle. They're really clicking on all cylinders right now. It's because they're able to establish a run with Taylor, and Daniel is putting the ball where it needs to be, making the right decisions, getting out of his hand fast. And so there's going to be times where guys are in stressful downs, and they got to win against some really good players.
Pre-game at kickoff 10 a.m. Sunday morning.
I'm excited for the challenge. I know the players are too.
Listen to Cards at the Colts Sunday on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I love telling you about the Lund Mortgage team, and I was looking at a review. Shannon left a 5-star review just talking about the experience when they reached out to the Lund Mortgage team and how Matt Oliver was able to get them into a mortgage that gave them a stable mortgage payment. He told them that it would take refinancing a couple times and continuing to pay off debt in order to get their payment down as much or more to a comfortable number. He also told them that they'd be willing to allow to refinance with him if the numbers didn't make sense. They just did a great job, did a really great job with them all along, and they were very happy with it. So he was happy with the fees, happy with the whole process, going with the Lund Mortgage team. He says, we feel confident that you could trust Lund Mortgage as we have and joyfully recommend them. So they spent a lot less money than with some of the other people they had spoken to. They had previously been quoted $20,000 to refinance with another company. They were like, no way. They went to the Lund Mortgage team, and they got a great refinance at a fraction of that cost. Call the Lund Mortgage team at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey, it's Wolf, and I've got to give a huge shout out to the team that just transformed my yard into an oasis with artificial grass. That is Legacy Green Solutions. These guys are the real deal. Family owned and operated in the basin for over 25 years, voted best of the valley. Legacy Green Solutions uses premium American-made turf with certified installation that looks and feels natural. Right now, Legacy is offering a limited time deal. Mention Wolf and get 15% off. Just text GREEN to 620-620 or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Low T, start for free. For a limited time, get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. 4 minutes to go in the second quarter, and the Vegas Aces are beating the Phoenix Mercury 44-36. They lead that series 2-0. Win tonight, they're up 3-0, and there's never been a best-of-7 series in the WNBA Finals before, but if it follows pattern in the NBA playoffs, 3-0, you're done. So, obviously, the Mercury need to rally here. They've been facing adversity this entire postseason. Let's see how they do it again tonight. 44-36, 4 minutes to go in the second. Satu Sabali has 13 points. Alyssa Thomas is on her way to a triple-double, 9 points, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, potentially anyway. DeWanna Bonner has 7 off the bench.
What's Wilson have for the Aces?
Asia Wilson has 13 points.
13, okay.
13 points. 9 points for Jackie Young. 12 for Jewel Lloyd off the bench. So there's that. And then there's baseball postseason tonight, and Gambo's Yankees fighting to stay alive.
Fighting to stay alive.
Top of the 6th. They're losing to the Blue Jays 2-1. If the Blue Jays win, they eliminate New York. If New York wins, they force a Game 5, which would be in Toronto.
And then
a couple days.
Phillies-Dodgers.
Phillies-Dodgers.
Phillies trying to stay alive.
Phillies trying to avoid the sweep.
Aaron Nola on the mound.
They're down 2-0 in this best-of-5. Earlier today, the Cubbies avoided elimination. They beat the Milwaukee Brewers 4-3.
Where's the big W flag? Did we not fly it today?
Oh.
What's going on, Lauren? What? She missed the beat? Did she have too much of that carrot cake Burns you brought in?
No, she's not flying the W flag because she doesn't believe.
They won.
I know, but she doesn't believe they're going to win the series. Go ahead, turn on your mic so everyone can see.
I only got to win 2 games in a row now. There it is.
There it is.
The W flag. W.
If you're watching on YouTube, there it is. Fly that flag, Lauren.
If you turn it upside down, is it an M?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Joe Huizenga was making a joke that if you turn it upside down, it's a Michigan flag. Which, yeah. Warren's not a fan of either.
Montclair.
Detroit beat Seattle earlier today.
Mitch.
9-3.
Monmouth.
What?
That's
Mitch.
the M flag.
Oh,
Mitch.
M
for Mitch.
M for Mitch. Fly the Mitch flag.
Marist. I'm trying to think of colleges with M's.
Montana State. You know,
Yes, there you go.
Maine, University of Maine, any of the Maine state, any of the M states. Detroit beat Seattle earlier today, 9-3. That series is tied 2-2. Deciding Game 5 coming up in a couple of days there as well. So a lot of baseball on tonight. WNBA. When we're done, Sparky's Den follows us here on Arizona Sports. Then a 1-hour edition of Arizona Sports at Night with Mitch and Kevin Zimmerman, who is in for Kellen tonight. Today on AZ Central, and this maybe is a good indicator of just how tall this mountain is to climb for the Cardinals offensively.
Ain't no mountain high enough.
Is there not? I mean, because this one might be pretty high. I don't know. I've hiked up my share of mountains that are a little too high. How bad is the Arizona Cardinals offense? These 10 plays demonstrate. It was from Teo Mackey, and there's a lot of video, so it doesn't. The story itself, it's hard to translate necessarily for a mostly audio audience, but he went through a series of 10 different plays from just the Titans game, and it really was, man. It was a little bit of everything. It was struggling to block. It was struggling pre-snap, recognizing where the ball needed to go. It was struggling in concepts where you're throwing the running backs out of the backfield like you're pre-checking down to them before you even wait to see if somebody else comes open down the field.
All stuff that you would think has a rookie quarterback with a new coaching staff.
It was confusing routes where basically there was one where Tip Ryman and Trey McBride kind of did this exact same thing next to each other. Missed throws, indecisiveness in the pocket from the quarterback, et cetera, et cetera. These are I'm sure when Drew Petzing and his offensive staff are breaking down the film, they're very aware of all of these things. But you read a story like this, and it does make you wonder, is it just too big of a mountain to climb for this offense to get fixed, especially in a week where you really kind of need to win a football game this weekend, you know?
Yeah, I think maybe it was in Cam Cox pointed it out too. Like, okay, if you fire Petzing, after right before the bye week, who do you replace him with? It's a young staff. Like, who do you replace him with? Man, it's a very fair point. It's a good question. You always have to know that answer to. Okay, what are you going to do? What are you going to do at that point? Now, when they did it a couple of years ago with McCoy, they had Leftwich. They had Byron Leftwich, and they turned it over to him. So I don't know if Gannon has some faith in somebody else. But if you go 2 weeks in a row here and you can't get this offense on track, you would think that something has to give. I mean, because those guys at that point, you might start to think you're coaching for your lives. If you lose the Colts game and the Packers game and you're 2-5 and you got the bye week coming up, now, maybe you stick with Petzing and you run it through the rest of the year. Look at Lovello. As much as he's bringing all of his coaches back for next year. But during the season, he eventually fired the third base coach who was doing a terrible job.
Yeah.
Shane Larkin.
Yeah, and I'm just looking through the Cardinal staff. Maybe it's Drew Terrell, the passing game coordinator and wide receivers coach. Maybe it's the quarterbacks coach, Israel Wolfork. And I'm just spitballing. I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that question is. And maybe that alone will keep Drew Petzing as calling plays. I think sometimes I think the simplest explanation tends to be the truest. And in this case, their power running game has completely failed them this year. Because they can't block it. Now their top two running backs are done, and it just seems like they